starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that not only is the pen mightier than the sword, the ink bottle is mightier than the gun. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve, and your plane leaves in an hour.
Oh, well, what uncivilized neck of the world do I get sent to this time?
French Riviera.
Hey, I must have been living right lately. Hey, tell me, do they still wear those bathing suits over there, Commissioner?
I'm afraid you won't have much time to be looking at bathing suits, Steve. You'll be more interested in looking at an elderly man.
You want to bet? Okay, so who's the elderly man?
Jan Bisco.
Oh, the Czech author?
Yes, he's been living on the Riviera since the war, Steve. He's been instrumental in smuggling quite a few worthwhile citizens out from behind the Iron Curtain.
Oh, that's news to me.
It should be. It's a very closely guarded secret. Because, obviously, certain interests would like very much to know who's masterminding the operation that's been a thorn in their side for the last 4 years.
Oh, I still don't see what the deal is or where I fit in.
And Steve Bisco has completed all the arrangements to smuggle out into free Europe the most important man yet.
Who is it?
His name is Gocek. He's an atomic scientist. And he can give us a first-hand account of the status of atomic research behind the Iron Curtain.
I see. Enough said. Where's this Gocek now?
He's been hiding in Prague, waiting for Bisco to make the necessary arrangements. This morning, we've just received word that those arrangements have been completed.
Oh?
Gocek will arrive secretly at the Riviera tomorrow morning. He will meet Bisco at the prearranged rendezvous, or I should say, he'll meet Bisco and you.
Oh, I'm elected bodyguard, huh?
Yes, and I'm sure you realize the opposition would go to any lengths to prevent Gocek from getting to us. Get over to the Riviera, work with Jan Bisco, meet Gocek, and bring him back here to the States safe and sound. And, incidentally, try to stay alive yourself. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Fly to the French Riviera, check with an author named Bisco, then meet a scientist named Gocek who's being smuggled out from behind the Iron Curtain. All of which sounds just dandy, except that I've got an uneasy hunch that the gents who operate that Iron Curtain will be trying their best to drop same on my neck. It's Wednesday night, a little before midnight, when my plane lands, and I put through a telephone call to Bisco's villa.
Oui?
Bisco?
No.
Oh, maybe I've got the wrong number. Is this Jan Bisco's villa?
Oui.
May I speak to him?
Who is calling, please?
Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
May I inquire why you wish to speak to Monsieur Bisco?
Look, if you don't mind, that's something I'll discuss with him. Now, is he there?
He cannot come to the telephone at present. But if you will tell me the nature of your business, I will...
Look, Buster, are you his official bouncer or something?
Answer? I do not understand.
Neither do I. Look, is Bisco going to be there for a while? If so, I'll come out.
Oui, a good idea. And Monsieur Bisco, he will be here. Oui?
I'm Mitchell. You're the guy I was talking to over the phone?
Oui, please to come in.
Okay. Well, did you tell Bisco that I was coming?
No.
What? Now, look, if you're Bisco's butler, he could do a lot better, believe me.
2 items to correct, monsieur. In the first place, I am not Monsieur Bisco's butler. And in the second place, it was quite impossible to inform him that you were coming out here to his villa.
Why was it impossible?
Because Monsieur Bisco is in his library. Dead.
What?
Oui. A long and quite sharp letter opener buried in his back. And now, monsieur?
What? That gun in your hand says you're the boy who stabbed him, too, huh?
You are quite wrong, monsieur. This gun in my hand says that you are under arrest.
Under arrest? Say, what is this?
I am Inspector Marchand of the Sûreté.
Oh, well, I guess that clears a couple of things up.
But it does not clear you up, monsieur.
No? Well, maybe these credentials of mine will, Marshal.
Credentials?
Take a look.
So, it would appear we have been at cross purposes. You see, when you telephoned, I thought you might possibly be involved in the killing. So I wished you to come out here in order that I might question you.
Yeah. You say the body's still in the library?
Oui, this way.
What time was the killing?
As near as we can place it, around 10 o'clock this evening.
2 hours ago, huh?
There is the body, seated behind the desk, as you can see.
Yeah. Files and papers scattered all over the library.
Mitchell, I am completely puzzled by one element in this case.
What's that, Inspector?
Motive. Jan Bisco was a universally respected author. Why would anyone wish to kill him? Who was his enemy?
I guess he had quite a few of them. You see, Bisco headed an operation which smuggled people out from behind the Iron Curtain, Marshal.
Indeed. Ah, that explains it. If there are political implications in the killing...
A very important scientist named Gocek is in the process of being smuggled out right now. He's due to arrive tomorrow morning, and Bisco was to meet him.
Where?
I don't know, but I'm afraid Bisco's killer does.
Mitchell, do you mean that this refugee scientist Gocek is walking blindly into a death trap?
That's about the size of it, I guess. That means we've got to find out who killed Bisco, then trail him or her to the meeting with Gocek and just hope we get there in time.
Large order.
Yeah, we've only got about 6 hours.
Where do you wish to start? With Monsieur Bisco's secretary, perhaps?
Secretary?
Oui. A Mademoiselle Helen Nolska, a Polish girl. She lives here. It was she who reported the murder by telephone.
I see. Yeah, I'd like to talk to her. Where is she?
Oh, in the next room. I will call her. Mademoiselle Nolska, would you step in here a moment?
All right.
This is Monsieur Steve Mitchell, a government agent from the United States.
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell?
Miss Nolska?
Monsieur Mitchell wishes to ask you some questions in connection with the murder of Monsieur Bisco.
A United States government agent investigating the death of Jan Bisco? I do not understand.
Oh? You weren't aware of Bisco's activities?
Of course I was aware of his activities. He was a writer.
Anything else?
Not that I know of.
I see. Now, tell me about this evening.
Very well. Mr. Bisco and I worked late this evening.
Here, in the library?
Yes, he was dictating to me. At around 10 o'clock, I went down the hall to the kitchen to prepare tea and cakes, which Mr. Bisco always liked when he worked nights.
Go on.
Well, while I was in the kitchen, I heard the front door bell. I started down the hall to answer it, but Mr. Bisco called to me that he would answer it.
Oh, did you see who it was?
No. About 20 minutes later, I went back into the library.
It took you that much more time just to fix tea and cakes?
I also found that strange, Mitchell.
As I explained to Inspector Marchand, I burned the first batch of cakes and had to prepare more.
Oh, okay, so 20 minutes later you returned to the library.
Yes, to find Mr. Bisco dead. The letter opener in his back. It was a horrible sight.
Was he expecting any visitors this evening?
None. But, of course, he had several friends who frequently would drop in on him.
Oh, just who are these friends?
Hans, Alex, Magda.
Wait a minute, not so fast. Let's have them one at a time. Who's Hans?
A pianist. He lives on the 3rd floor of the place next door. You can see his apartment from here. Oh, his window is dark. He is either away from home or asleep.
You say he was a good friend of Monsieur Bisco?
Yes. You see, Hans is not a very prosperous pianist, and Mr. Bisco more or less supported him.
Okay, we'll check Hans later. Who's next on the list?
Alex.
What does he do?
Why, nothing very much, I am afraid.
I see. Then there was a girl, Magda?
Yes, a cafe singer.
Okay, first I want to talk to Alex, the boy who does nothing for a living. Where's he live?
It is a rather difficult place to find. Perhaps I had better take you there.
Well, thanks.
Let me see. My purse and gloves should be in here somewhere.
Those are the ones over there on the table?
Oh, yes, thank you. If you will excuse me while I freshen up, I will be with you shortly.
Oh, sure.
Well, Mitchell, it appears there is a long night's work ahead.
Yeah,
What is it?
I just noticed something here on the desk.
Oh? You mean the pepper scattered around?
No, this bottle of ink that's been spilled.
I noticed that, and the reason that it had been spilled by the killer is he or she searched the desk. But what about it?
Part of the ink stained the top of the desk, and the rest dripped onto the floor.
So?
Look at the stain on the top of the desk.
A slight smear in the middle.
Yeah, killer could have got some of that ink on his or her hands.
It is possible, oui. And observe, Mitchell, this ink is the so-called indelible kind.
Which means it won't wash off easily.
So that we will know the killer when we find him.
Yeah, but first we've got to find him.
I'm ready now, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, Helen. Did you check that pianist window again?
Hans? Yes, but it is still dark.
Okay, let's try this boy Alex then. I'm always real interested to meet people who do nothing for a living. Just jealous, I guess. Looks like I'm specializing in guys who aren't home tonight.
The door, it is unlocked.
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look around inside.
Oh, it is very dark in here.
Yeah, I'll get the lights. Oh, brother, this isn't exactly what you'd call a mansion, is it? Cardboard over the windows, pieces of tin over holes in the walls, the works.
Mr. Mitchell, it seems so very warm in here.
Yeah, I noticed that. Wait, that pot-bellied stove over in the corner.
Why would he have a fire when the weather is so warm?
That's a good question. Bunch of charred papers. Let's see if I can salvage any of it.
What is it?
Propaganda handouts.
Oh?
Well, looks like Alex was a party boy, all right. Probably had a job passing the stuff out. But why burn it? Unless he decided to take a powder.
Steve, do you think that Alex could have killed Mr. Biscoe?
Well, he looks like a pretty live prospect at the moment. What do you know about him?
Why, he was an old friend of Mr. Biscoe's. They were both in politics in Czechoslovakia and both got away together after the war. But, lately Alex... apparently he started thinking he'd made a mistake.
What do you mean?
He seemed to be drifting toward the way of thought of the interests who now control his country.
I see.
As a matter of fact, he and Biscoe argued about it quite frequently lately.
Well, you're making Alex sound like a real interesting guy to me, Helen. But it's essential we won't find him by hanging around here. Come on.
Where shall we look for him?
I thought you might have some ideas about... Hey.
What is it?
Get down.
What?
Down. Gotta get those lights off.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure for you tomorrow. Adventure in the modern-day Wild West, as Joel McCrea stars in another exciting story of the Texas Rangers. Today, as in years gone by, the Rangers are a two-fisted, courageous group, keeping law and order in the West. So for action, tune in tomorrow to Tales of the Texas Rangers. And for quiz fun on Sunday evening, hear Master of Ceremonies Phil Baker as he asks America's favorite question, the $64 question. And now back to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. Oh, thank heavens. Steve.
My head.
Oh, I am trying to stop the bleeding with my handkerchief.
Huh?
It seems to be only a scalp wound.
Guess I'm luckier than I deserve.
What do you mean?
Silhouetting us against that open doorway with the light behind us. That was real smart of me. Did you hear or see anything after I hit the pavement?
No, I was afraid to move, Steve. I did hear someone running away, but that is all.
Could have been Alex.
Steve, as we started to come outside, you were asking me if I had any ideas as to where we might find Alex.
That's right.
Well, there is a bar a few blocks from here where he frequently goes.
Okay, come on. You see him anywhere?
No, he does not seem to be here.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, wait.
What is it?
Over there at the corner table.
Huh? You mean that guy with his head in his arms?
Yes, that looks like Alex.
From the looks of that empty bottle in front of him, he's had it.
Alex.
Oh, leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it, Alex.
I don't know you. I know Helen, but I don't know you.
No? You sure we didn't meet a few minutes ago outside your place?
I don't know what you talk about.
Steve, the condition he's in, he's obviously been here most of the evening.
Maybe. Look, Alex.
You keep talking when all I want is for you to let me alone to grieve for my friend who's dead.
Biscoe?
And to think that I was in sympathy with them.
Them?
The ones who killed him.
Huh? You know who did it?
They did it.
Who's they?
When I hear about Bisco, I go home. I burn all their stinking propaganda.
Look, you keep saying they and them. Let's be a little more specific.
What difference does it make which one of them?
It makes a big difference to me. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, fine.
They're all alike. All of them. All alike.
Poor Alex. It's obvious he doesn't know anything about it, Steve.
Either that or he's putting on a pretty good act.
Well, shall we go now?
Just a minute. I want to look at his hands.
Hands?
Okay, let's go.
I did not see anything on his hands.
Neither did I.
What were you looking for?
Ink.
Ink? I'm afraid I do not understand.
It's possible there's an indelible ink stain on the killer's hand.
I see.
Well, let's check the next name on the list.
Magda?
Yeah, cafe singer. I'm interested to know what kind of a song she'll sing for me. So we head for the cafe where Magda works. She's just finished the number when we arrive, and one look at her and I can see the reason for the ovation.
Oh, look, Steve, she sees us. She's coming over to our table.
Yeah, quite an outfit she has on.
A strapless gown. It is beautiful.
I'm a little more interested in those long black gloves that come clear up above her elbow.
Oh?
You know any subtle way of getting a lady to take off her gloves, Helen?
You think there might be an ink stain on one of her hands?
That's what I'd like to find out.
Elaine, my dear, I am so glad you stopped by tonight.
Hello, Magda. I would like you to meet Steve Mitchell.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Magda?
Oh, Ellen, this terrible thing that has happened. I can think of nothing else.
Bisco's murder?
Yes, dear sweet Jan dead. Oh, it is so hard to believe. You two should have come in sooner. My last song, I sang it in his memory. It was one of his favorites.
Would you care for a drink, Magda?
No, thanks. I can only stay a moment. But a cigarette, perhaps?
Oh, sure. There you are.
Oh, wait. I want to take off these clumsy gloves.
Well, I thought it was going to be a problem.
Oh?
Skip it.
Oh. Would you just look at my manicure? Is it not terrible? I should have left my gloves on.
I'm glad you didn't.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, it gave me a chance to see your hands.
Oh? And what about my hands?
Why, well, what I mean is they're very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice and white. No, there aren't any ink stains on either of Magda's hands. Pretty soon she has to do another number, so Helen and I leave. Near the door, Helen spots a guy she says she knows. She stops to talk to him and then joins me a couple of minutes later outside.
I am sorry to keep you waiting, Steve.
That's okay.
That man I was talking to, he is an old friend I have not seen for some time.
Okay, Helen. Let's see. I've still got one name on my list. Hans, the pianist who lives on the third floor next door to Bisco's place.
Yes, perhaps he is home by now. You may find Hans a little eccentric.
Oh, the flowing tie and hair type, huh?
Yes.
Well, let's go talk to him and see if we can find out if one of his eccentricities, by any chance, is murder. Brother, these walk-up apartments are for the birds in more ways than one.
This is the last flight.
If he isn't home after this Alp climb...
Oh, listen. Listen, I can hear the piano. He is home, all right. Here, this is the door.
Helen, my dear, what a delightful surprise.
Hello, Hans.
Oh, come on, come in. Welcome to my humble quarters.
This is Steve Mitchell, Hans.
Hi.
Oh, I'm honored to meet any friend of Helen's, sir. Helen, take off your coat and gloves. I will make some coffee.
Oh, I don't think we have time, Hans.
This isn't exactly a social call.
I do not understand.
You see, Mr. Mitchell wants to ask you some questions. He is investigating Bisco's murder.
Well, Wait a minute. What did you say? Bisco's murder? Helen, this is a bad thing to joke about.
It is no joke, Hans.
Wait a minute. You trying to say you didn't know Bisco had been murdered?
Oh, no, it isn't true.
Funny. Everybody else in town seems to know about it.
But not I.
Where were you this evening earlier?
Oh, out for a walk. Well, who did this horrible thing? Who killed Bisco?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Let's see your hands.
My hands? What about them?
No ink spot. Well, hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Steve?
I thought you said this guy was a pianist.
That's right.
Of course I am.
Yeah? You know, I thought there was something strange when I first came in this room. I've just figured out what it is.
What do you mean?
There's no piano in here. And being a pianist without one is a pretty neat trick.
Yes. You're right. I sold my piano 6 months ago. I needed money.
But the piano music we heard as we climbed up the steps.
Phonograph records. I played them for Bisco's benefit. I'm ashamed to say I have been fooling him for 6 months with these records.
Why?
Oh, he loved the sound of the music. He could hear it from his window, and I knew he was too old ever to climb the stairs and discover my trick. You see, he was like a father to me. He helped support me, and I suppose it was pride that made me do this, to keep him from finding out that I was a failure.
I see. Helen, this thing about Bisco being like a father to Hans.
That is true, Steve. Bisco was very fond of Hans.
Okay, I guess we might as well go.
I'm thankful for one thing, Helen.
What is that, Hans?
Bisco never knew he was being fooled.
Oh, well, that reminds me. If you will stop by in the morning, Hans, I have a present for you from Bisco.
A present?
Yes. Some new phonograph records he bought for you. He said he was tired of hearing the same ones day after day.
The same? Oh, he knew.
Yes, Hans, he knew. All the time he knew. Come, Steve. I suppose it is silly of me asking you to see me home when it is just next door, Steve, but I am afraid my nerves are a little jumpy.
Sure, Helen.
Tell me, Steve, what did you think of Hans?
Look, right now I'm not sure what I think of anything or anybody. Everybody in this deal is a character. A drunk in a bar, a cafe singer, a pianist without a piano. Everybody tells me how much they thought of Jan Bisco, and yet somebody killed him.
I know. It is very puzzling.
Brother, 4:00 in the morning, and I'm no farther along than before.
Well, thank you, Steve.
That's okay.
What is it?
Nothing. I thought I saw something in the shadows across the street.
Well, here, I'll turn on the porch light.
Hey, no!
What?
Inside, quick!
Steve, there was someone across the street.
There sure was.
What are you doing?
Taking a look out the window.
Do you see anyone?
No.
Oh, that was close, Steve.
You're telling me.
Oh, and I made it worse by turning on the porch light. I did not realize.
You sure you didn't, Helen?
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe it's taken me a long time to catch on.
Catch on? I do not understand.
Put it together this way. Your boss, Bisco, headed an outfit that smuggled worthwhile citizens out from behind the Iron Curtain.
What? I did not know that.
No. Anyway, he'd arranged to smuggle out an important scientist named Gocek who wanted to give us some very valuable information. Some of the gents behind the curtain found out about it, and of course it didn't set very well with them.
Steve, why are you telling me all
Let
this?
me finish, Helen. Gocek was scheduled to meet Bisco in a couple of hours. Whoever killed Bisco did it not only to put him out of business, but also to find out where the meeting was to take place so he or she could knock off Gocek, too.
But I do not understand what all this has to do with me.
So you obligingly trot me around to look at all the suspects. Outside Alex's place, somebody takes a shot at me. Right after you'd opened the door, thus silhouetting me in the doorway.
Steve.
Then, as we're leaving the cafe where Magda sings, you stop and talk to a guy. We arrive here. You obligingly turn on the porch light and silhouette me again. Bang, bang.
If you are trying to insinuate that I am involved in this, you are crazy.
Am I? You were a perfect spot to engineer the whole deal, Helen.
I tell you, I did not kill Bisco. And I am sure I don't know whatever put such an idea into your head.
It was something that Hunch, the so-called pianist, said.
What do you mean?
He told you to take off your coat and gloves and said he'd fix some coffee. You declined.
So?
That made me realize that all through the evening you've had your gloves on.
Well, and if I have, what of it?
And all evening long I've been looking for an ink stain on somebody's hand. I didn't find it on Alex's hand or Magda's or Hunt's. But I haven't checked your hands yet, Helen. Take off your gloves.
Steve, this is ridiculous.
I said take them off.
Very well, I will. And then you will see how absurd your suspicions of me...
What's the matter?
This is strange.
What's strange?
These gloves.
Look, black gloves are black gloves.
Yes, that is the point.
What are you talking about?
These are not my gloves.
What? Now, look.
They look very much the same. They are the same size and they are the same color. But the stitching, it is different. I did not notice it until just now.
But where'd you get them, then?
I am trying to remember. Let me see. It was right here in Bisco's study. Don't you remember?
Wait a minute. Yeah, we were getting ready to start out to talk to the suspects.
Yes, I started looking for my purse and gloves.
Then Inspector Marchand spotted them on the table.
I picked them up and put them on without really looking at them.
Yeah. That means somebody else picked up your gloves by mistake earlier and left her own. That also means...
It also means I had better claim my property.
Magda.
Stand quite still, both of you.
Well, looks like I figured out the deal. A little too late, though.
Indeed you did, Stephen.
And I figured that those attempts were on my life. You were trying to kill Helen because you knew sooner or later she'd realize the gloves she was wearing weren't hers. Then we'd figure out that you must have left them here earlier when you killed Biscoe.
Yes, quite right. But all of that does not matter now.
I suppose you found out from Biscoe where he was to meet Gochek before you killed him.
Oh, certainly. And I will even tell you, since you will not be alive when the meeting takes place. It will be right here in 1 hour.
You know, Magda, there's one thing that bothers me.
Uh-huh. And what is that?
This bottle of ink here on Biscoe's desk. Some of it was spilled on the desk, and there was a smear in it. I figured the killer had gotten his or her hand in it, but it looks like I was wrong.
Only as to location, Stephen. When I took off my gloves in the cafe, you were quite busy looking at my hands. If you had looked at my elbow, you would have seen the stain.
So, that's why you're wearing the arm-length gloves.
Exactly. Of course, they do look effective with my strapless gown, don't you think?
Oh, sure. I always say if I've got to be shot, I'd much rather have a girl in a white gown with black gloves do it than anyone else.
I admire your sense of humor, Stephen. And now...
Sure be a pity if anything happened to that gown, wouldn't it?
What?
Like this bottle of ink.
Oh,
A little too late, Mike.
No.
I'll take that gun.
Oh, Steve. Thank heaven.
Thanks for reacting like a woman, Magda. If I'd thrown that ink at your face, you probably wouldn't have batted an eye. But it really threw you off balance when you saw the stuff flying towards that nice white gown.
So now we can meet Gochek instead of Magda.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll like our kind of a reception much better than hers.
Oh, that ink. That ink.
If it hadn't been for that, you'd probably be still on top. Yep, it was the ink that tripped you up, coming and going. I guess you might say it sort of put a blot on your record.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Don Diamond, Hal Gerard, Lynn Allen, and Fritz Feld. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's top dramatic listening this Thursday when Screen Directors Playhouse presents a 1-hour adaptation of the lighthearted motion picture comedy Jackpot. Starring in this Screen Directors production are Jimmy Stewart and Margaret Truman. Yes, Margaret Truman plays her first dramatic role this Thursday with Jimmy Stewart on Screen Directors Playhouse.
Hear Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with somebody trying his best to hand me a present. A load of dynamite with a lit fuse. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth left a note on my desk if you wanted to see me. Incidentally, where is she?
Down at the Red Cross Blood Bank, donating some blood. I gave her the day off.
I've got a date for the same thing.
Every American should donate blood to the Red Cross. But right now, take a look at this.
A piece of string?
Describe it to me as accurately as you can.
What? Is this some kind of a game?
You'll know better in a moment. Now, describe that piece of string to me.
Okay. It's about a foot long.
11 inches, to be exact.
Okay, 11 inches. It's got 4 knots.
Right. And they're unevenly spaced.
Well, that's about all I can see. So you're a string saver, Commissioner. Is that what you called me in here to tell me?
Not exactly. In the first place, I have a hunch that's about the most important piece of string in the world right now.
What?
And in the second place, it's not mine. It belonged to Jim Slater.
Oh, is Jim back? That's good.
Jim's dead, Steve.
What? Hey, let me have that again.
He was murdered in Panama the night before last.
Jim Slater?
Yeah, I know. He was one of your best friends, Steve. That's why I figured you'd want to take over his assignment.
Yeah, I do. But I never knew what Jim was working on, Commissioner. He just dropped out of sight about a month ago.
Very few people did know about his assignment, Steve. I sent him to Panama a month ago.
Panama? What's going on down there?
Plenty, I'm afraid. Steve, Jim Slater was down there investigating a series of thefts that have been going on for the last 6 months. Civilian construction camps and Army engineer stations have been systematically burglarized.
Look, isn't that a matter for the National Police in Panama?
What's been stolen makes it strictly our business, Steve.
Oh, well, what has been stolen?
Dynamite.
And that's what Jim Slater was working on, huh?
That's right. And it looks like he was on a trail or something, Steve. They found his body in an apartment in Panama City. The apartment had been ransacked and all its papers and reports had been burned.
But I still don't see what that piece of string's got to do with all this.
The string was found in Slater's pocket, Steve. It was flown up here immediately. Right now, it's our only lead.
Any contacts in Panama who can help me?
Yes, Major Dean of Army Intelligence. Steve, get down there and work with Dean. Try to figure out what that string means. And above all, find that stolen dynamite before it's too late. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Fly down to Panama and find out who's been stealing dynamite and where they've got it hidden before they blow up the whole joint. All I've got to go on is a piece of string that may not have anything to do with it. A real cinch. It's Tuesday when my plane lands in Panama, and I head for Army Intelligence Headquarters and Major Dean.
I've been expecting you, Mitchell. Looks like a sweet mess they've dropped in your lap.
Yeah. According to the commissioner, there's been enough dynamite stolen over the past 6 months to blow up the whole works down here.
Just about. You know, there hasn't been much talk or publicity about the canal lately, but it's still just as important as ever. If, for any reason, our ships couldn't use it in the event of war, it could be pretty disastrous.
I know. Look, I brought this piece of string with me, Dean, and right now I'm feeling slightly foolish about it all.
I don't blame you. Piece of string, 11 inches long with 4 knots in it.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be the key to the whole deal.
Do you think it is?
I don't know what to think, Mitchell. All I know is they found it in Slater's pocket.
Yeah.
He must have been pretty close.
That's obviously why he was killed.
Mm-hmm.
How about his apartment? Have you got a key?
Yeah, we've kept it locked up since the murder. Here it is. I'll write down the address for you.
Okay, thanks. I'll take a look around there and see if I can find anything that'll help make some sense out of this hunk of string. So I head for Slater's apartment. I search it from one end to the other, but all his papers have been destroyed, and there's nothing in the apartment to give me any leads at all. Just as I'm finishing up, the doorbell rings. Yeah?
Oh, Jim here?
Jim?
Jim Slater. This is his apartment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, look, is he here or not?
Who are you?
Well, my name's Ferguson. I'm a friend of Jim's. Say, what is all this?
Come on in.
Where is Jim Slater?
Dead.
What? How did it happen? An accident?
No, he was murdered.
Murdered? By whom?
That's what I'm trying to find out. You say you're a friend of Jim's. He was murdered a couple of days ago. It's strange that you didn't know about it.
Well, I've been in the interior for the last couple of weeks.
Oh?
Look, if I'd known he was dead, would I come up here to see him?
I don't suppose so. How long have you known Slater?
Just since he came down here to Panama a couple of months ago. But we seemed to hit it off real well right from the start.
How did the two of you meet?
Why, in a bar, as a matter of fact. Look, all these questions. Who are you?
My name is Mitchell. I'm a friend of Slater's, too.
Oh.
Did he tell you why he was down here in Panama?
Well, he said he was just knocking around.
I see. How about you? You work here?
Yeah, I'm a civilian employee of the Army Engineers down here.
Oh, what kind of work do you do?
Allocation of supplies, material.
See, must be a pretty big job.
Keeps me busy, all right.
I guess the Army engineers have about every kind of supplies there are, all the way from safety pins to dynamite, huh?
Yeah. Look, you any idea why Slater was killed?
Not the slightest, Ferguson. I thought maybe you might be able to help me there.
What do you mean by that, Mitchell?
Well, just that maybe you knew of someone who might have a reason for killing him.
Oh. Well, afraid I don't.
You didn't know any of his other friends, huh?
Just Alice.
Who's she?
Alice Gaines, a nurse out at Santo Tomas Hospital. The three of us used to do the town once in a while. I'm sure she couldn't possibly have had anything to do with it.
Well, probably not. Okay, Ferguson, thanks for the information. I go out to the hospital and ask for Alice Gaines. They tell me she's out on the grounds with a patient. Outside, one of the orderlies points her out to me, and she's wheeling an old fellow along in one of the walks in a wheelchair. Miss Gaines?
Oh, yes.
I'm Steve Mitchell, a friend of Jim Slater's.
Oh, Jim.
You've heard about his death.
Yes, I have.
I'd like to talk to you for a moment, if I may.
All right. This is Senor Morales, one of my patients.
Senor Morales?
How do you do?
Senor, would you excuse me?
Of course, my child. I will sit here. It feels good in the sun.
All right, Mr. Mitchell. Ever since I read the story of Jim's murder in the papers, I haven't been able to think of anything else. Mr. Mitchell, who could have done such a thing?
That's what I'm trying to find out, Miss Gaines. How well did you know Jim?
Well, we hadn't known each other but a month or so. I felt I knew him pretty well. Well enough to worry about him anyway.
Worry about him?
Oh, he seemed so unsettled, just sort of drifting around. Claimed he was looking for a job, but he never seemed to be enthusiastic about it.
I see.
Instead, he spent a lot of time hanging around bars with some pretty unsavory characters.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, a bunch of political agitators, people like that. I used to read the riot act to him about it. He'd just sort of laugh and kid me out of it. Now he's gone. Pretty hard to believe.
Yeah.
Mr. Mitchell, do you think one of those people he used to hang around with could have killed him?
I don't know. That's possible.
But why?
Look, you're asking me questions I can't answer right now, but thanks very much for the information you've given me. I'll see you later.
Well, Steve, so far you've collected yourself a couple of suspects, Ferguson and Alice Gaines.
Yeah.
You think they could be working together?
I doubt it if they are. Why would Ferguson tip me off about her in the first place?
That's right. It doesn't figure. Now, you say that neither of them apparently knew what Slater was doing here in Panama?
That's what they told me. Whether they were lying or not is something else again.
Oh, speaking of something else, how about that piece of string? You got any glimmer on where it figures in this deal?
Not the slightest. Matter of fact, I'm beginning to think there's no connection at all.
You may be right. What time is it, Steve?
20 minutes past midnight.
Well, there's not much more we can do tonight. Excuse me, will you? Major Dean speaking. Yeah? What? Let's have that again. Yeah, where? I see. How long ago? Okay, we'll be right over.
Something the matter?
I'll say there is. That outfit must think they're really safe again now they've knocked off Slater.
What do you mean?
They just pulled a raid on a civilian construction company in a little town about a dozen miles from here. And got away with 50 cases of dynamite.
What?
Yeah, but I think we've got one of them. They're holding him out there for us, a native named Miguel.
Come on. I want to talk to this Miguel real bad. Maybe I can trade this piece of string for a real live suspect.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun tomorrow on NBC with two of your favorite families. There's The Blandings, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as Mr. and Mrs. Blanding, the owners of the beautiful, expensive, and troublesome dream house. And the hilarious Harrises with Frankie, Brother Willie, Julius, and all the other favorites of the Phil Harris-Alice Faye show. That's tomorrow and every Sunday for Mr. and Mrs. Blanding, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake, and the Phil Harris-Alice Faye show. Now back to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Major Dean and I take off for the construction company's camp a dozen miles out of the city. There's a man waiting for us when we pull up in front of the shack.
Mitchell!
That's right.
I'm Barrows, the night watchman.
Barrows, this is Major Dean.
Evening, Major.
Hello, Barrows. Suppose you tell us what happened.
Well, I was making my rounds an hour or so ago. Thought I saw something in the shadows near one of the sheds. So I went over to investigate and got jumped.
Who jumped you?
A couple of natives. I managed to clip one of them, but the other was giving me a bad time. While we were fighting, I heard a truck pull up in front of the shed where we store the dynamite. Long about then, I got tagged over the right ear and went out.
Yeah, it's a nasty cut you got.
But I must have been out only a couple of minutes, because when I came to, the shed door was open and the truck was just pulling away. I saw a native running after the truck, trying to get aboard, so I scrambled around in the brush, found my gun, and threw a shot after him.
Did you hit him?
Well, he let out a yip. The truck speeded up, and the native took off into the bushes, and I followed. 5 minutes later, I spied a guy hurrying along a dirt road.
Same guy?
Well, I couldn't be sure, but it must have been, because he was bleeding from the shoulder. But he denied having any part in it. Only thing he'd tell me was that his name is Miguel.
Where is he now?
Well, I bandaged his shoulder and locked him in the shack here.
The shoulder. Did it look like a bullet wound to you?
Sure did.
Okay, good work, Barrows. Let's talk to him, Major.
All right, Chief.
Now, here, I'll just unlock this for you.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Hello, Miguel.
I don't know you.
We want to ask you a few questions.
Well, I don't know any answers.
Why are you boys stealing dynamite?
I don't steal no dynamite.
What are you planning on using it for?
I tell you, I don't steal no dynamite.
How'd you get that bullet wound in your shoulder, then?
Which is not a bullet wound. It's a cut from a knife.
Oh.
Now, look here, Miguel.
Just a minute, Dean. Let's have him tell us how he got the knife cut, then. Go ahead, Miguel.
Well, there was a fight in the canteen in the barn. I got in the way, and all of a sudden, the knife cuts my shoulder.
I see. Well, what were you doing near the construction camp here?
Oh, just walking along the road, bleeding. All of a sudden, the Americano, he jump out at me, and he say, I steal a dynamite, and he lock me up in here. I don't steal no dynamite.
You know, I think you're telling the truth, Miguel.
You what?
Say, I tell the truth.
Well,
I don't lie.
Don't you think he's telling the truth, Major?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I think he is, too.
Oh, it's good to hear.
Well, anyway, it doesn't matter much anymore now that we know the big boy behind the operation.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. He's the one we're really after anyway.
Okay, Miguel. You can shove off.
Oh, gracias.
Better keep out of these barroom brawls after this, huh?
Oh, see, Miguel, stay out of the cantinas.
Here, I better tell Barrows.
Well, did you find out what you wanted to from him?
We're letting him go, Barrows.
Hey, what's the deal?
We're convinced he's innocent. Okay, get going, Miguel.
Buenas noches.
Are you guys crazy? If he isn't mixed up in this deal, I'll...
Hold it, Barrows.
You know, Steve, you were leaving me behind there for a minute. I finally caught on.
Look, will somebody kindly tell me what this is all about?
I don't think Miguel's too smart. He probably figures right now that he's put one over on us, and that's just what I want him to think.
I still don't see why you told him you thought he was innocent.
Mitchell also told him he knew who the big boy bossing the whole operation is.
Well, do you?
No, but if Miguel thinks we know who his boss is, he might try to warn him.
And in the process, lead us to him.
Oh, I see.
He's out of sight now, Dean. Come on, let's tag along. We tail Miguel, keeping well back. He takes a dirt road to the village a mile or so away, and then he heads straight for the nearest bar. Dean and I wait a couple of minutes, and then we go inside.
So Miguel was going to stay out of the cantinas, huh?
Yeah, no willpower, I guess. Come on, let's ease over to this corner of the bar and try and keep ourselves as inconspicuous as possible.
Okay, Steve.
Hey, that's funny.
What is?
I don't see him anywhere.
No, I don't either.
So he didn't come in here just for a drink.
You think he knew we were tailing him, ducked out the back door?
Maybe, yeah. We'd better... Hold it.
Yeah, Miguel, coming out.
Turn your back. We don't want him to spot us.
Right.
Went outside. He must have given the message to somebody in that back room.
Think we ought to crash that party back there?
We don't need to. Take a look.
Yeah.
Big guy in a white suit.
Hey, that's Parker.
Who's he?
He owns this bar. We've had our eye on him for quite a while.
Subversive?
We've always thought so. Now it looks like we were right.
Watch it. He's coming by us.
Got a package in his hand about the size of a book.
Yeah. Come on, let's see who he takes it to. If it is a book, I've got a hunch it makes pretty interesting reading. Parker gets in a car outside the bar and heads for the city. Major Dean and I follow. About 30 minutes later, he pulls up in front of an apartment house and goes inside.
Steve, do you think this is Headless?
The apartment house? I don't know. Could be. Let's go inside.
I wonder which apartment Parker was headed for.
Hey, look, there's a row of mailboxes over there on the wall.
Oh, good. We'll see if we recognize any of the names.
Ramimos, Brent. Hey, look at the name on mailbox number 3.
Alice Gaines. That's the nurse at Santa Tomas Hospital.
Well, what do you know?
Steve, look.
Huh?
Parker coming out of the door down the hall.
That's her apartment, all right. Come on, out on the street.
Right. Did you notice Parker didn't have the book anymore?
Yeah. Come on down the sidewalk away.
Right. Looks like our little game of who's who is over, Steve. That's probably why Slater struck up an acquaintance with Alice. He was trying to get a line on her.
Yeah, but that still doesn't tell me what that string with the 4 knots is all about.
Oh, look, there comes Parker. Heading for his car.
Look, can you get a man to watch this apartment house?
Sure, Steve.
Have him tell us the minute that Alice leaves.
All right. Hey, Parker's turning around, heading back the way he came. Shall we tell him?
I'd like you to, Dean. I'll wait here until your man arrives. Then I'm heading for Santa Tomas Hospital.
Why the hospital?
Look, there was a dynamite raid last night. It was probably engineered by the boss of the operation. Right now, it looks like Alice is the boss. I just remembered someone at the hospital who can tell me whether or not Alice was on duty last night. So I head for Santa Tomas. After walking around the grounds for a few minutes, I spot the guy I'm looking for, Senor Morales, the patient in the wheelchair. He's sitting over near one of the fountains.
Oh, good afternoon, Senor. Mitchell is in a...
That's right, Senor Morales.
I presume you would like to talk to Alice, but she is not on duty yet.
Matter of fact, I came here to talk to you, Senor Morales.
Indeed, and how may I serve you?
Is Alice Gaines your regular nurse?
She and I have never seen a better one. She takes excellent care of me.
What hours are... her duty hours?
From 4 in the afternoon until midnight.
How about last night?
Last night? What do you mean?
Was she on duty all evening?
We, as far as I know... Oh, wait.
What is it?
I just remembered I retired early, and last night I awoke about 11:30. I called for Alice, but another nurse came instead. She told me Alice had left early, complaining of a headache.
I see. Well, thank you, Senor Morales. Thanks a lot. I head for Parker's bar. Dean is sitting outside in the radio car in communication with his man who's watching Alice's apartment. So far, she hasn't budged, and Dean tells me that Parker came straight back to the bar. At this point, I figure it's time I paid a visit to Parker. I find him in the back room.
Hey, what's the big idea?
You and I are going to have a talk, Parker.
Talk? I don't know you.
You will.
Get out of here.
Oh, no. I want to talk about dynamite.
Dynamite?
Oh, no. Just leave that gun where it is.
Let go of me.
Hey, where's that dynamite?
I don't know.
That refresh your memory any?
I tell you, I don't know.
Okay, Buster.
Stop it.
You had enough, huh? Yeah. Okay. Now, I want you to take a look at this piece of string with the 4 knots. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Now, look.
I'm telling you the truth. I never saw that piece of string before in my life.
Okay, then tell me where all that dynamite is hidden.
I don't know that either.
All right, Parker, you're asking for another one.
Look, you gotta believe me. I just run messages in the organization. Carried a warning to the boss. That's my job, but
I saw you deliver it a little while ago in a book, wasn't it?
Yeah, but honest, I don't know...
What's the dynamite going to be used for? And don't tell me you don't know that, or I'll...
Take it easy. Okay. Yeah, I can tell you about that. In the event of war, it's going to be used for sabotage. It's already planted around various places. That I know, but I don't know where.
And it's to be set off in the event of war, huh?
Yeah, an hour after the boss gives a signal.
Signal? What signal?
3 skyrockets over Panama City. Red burst.
I see. Okay.
Now, I'll...
Another gun,
Steve, you must be hard up for exercise.
Yeah, you better have this baby put on ice, Major.
All right. My man just radioed that Alice Gaines left her apartment and took a bus. He told me which line. We can pick it up in my car.
Okay, let's go.
I don't get it, Steve. Alice came right here to the hospital with that book under her arm.
Yeah, now she's heading down the path. Keep back. I don't want her to spot us.
Wait, look. She stopped beside one of the patients.
Hey, that's Senor Morales.
Look, she's handing him the book.
Yeah, come on.
I was at my apartment this afternoon, Senor Morales. The man who said he was a friend of yours stopped by. His name is Parker. He wanted me to bring you this book.
That is very kind of you, my dear. Gracias.
I'll take that book, Morales.
Misha.
Thanks. Now, let's see what's in it.
Give it back.
Steve, what's this all about?
Looks like we had the wrong party pegged, Steve.
Yeah, here we are. A note in the front of the book. U.S. agent aware of your identity. Be careful.
Looks like that little gag you pulled on Miguel paid off.
Very clever of you, Mitchell, but not clever enough.
What?
Steve.
Well, I guess that gun makes you the doctor instead of the patient.
Exactly. Now you will all turn around and face in the other direction at once.
You won't get very far, Morales.
I will take my chances on that. Let me warn you that I am an excellent shot. If any of you turn around before I am out of sight, you will be killed at once.
I didn't even know he could walk.
Yes, but I don't see how he can get very far. He's pretty weak. Any prolonged exertion is liable to kill him.
Well, at least this explains why Slater got acquainted with Alice here. He had a line on Morales and figured this would be a good way to stay close to him.
Wait, he's out of sight now. Come on, after him. But Morales had done a good job of dropping out of sight. We searched the entire grounds and surrounding area, but he's gone. Major Dean puts out a radio bulletin on him, and then we head back to Dean's office. It's after dark when we get there.
I'd sure feel a lot better if we had Morales in custody, Steve.
So would I. He must have been saving an escape plan for a situation like this.
Well, all my boys, the National Police, are alerted. Sooner or later, we've got to come up.
Look, up in the sky.
Skyrockets.
Yeah, 3 of them. Red burst.
Steve, that's the signal that you were telling me about.
Yeah. Morales figures he might as well shoot the moon now that he's been discovered.
And Parker said those charges are already planted.
That's right. They'll be exploded in 1 hour, and we haven't the slightest idea where they are.
All right, Steve, what are we going to do? There's 20 minutes gone. We're no closer to the answer.
You have all your units alerted.
Certainly. I'm in radio communication with all of them. But what good's that do? I don't know where to send them.
Yeah, we got to figure out where that dynamite is planted.
But how, Steve? Blindfold ourselves and stick pins in a map?
Trouble is, there are so many defense installations in this area, you can't cover them all.
Well, you can say that again. Here, look.
Huh?
Here's where we are on the map.
Yeah?
I can take a compass with just a 5-mile radius and draw a circle.
Yeah.
And in the area of that circle alone, there must be 50 installations. To say nothing of a couple of the canal locks. They're over here.
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
What did you just do?
What do you mean, what did I just do? I just drew a circle. What about it?
Yeah. The string, Dean. The piece of string.
Hey, that's right.
Did Slater have a code map like this?
Sure, I gave him one.
He probably burned it when he knew that they were coming after him in his apartment, but he figured out a way to tell us what he knew. Look, I put one end of the string here at headquarters.
Yeah.
Then I trace a circle with the other end. Now watch where those knots in the string fall on the map.
All right.
Are they passing over any installations?
Wait a minute. Yeah, one of the knots just passed over a canal lock.
Copy down the code name.
All right. Okay. Another knot passed over a radar installation. All right, keep going.
Okay, let's see. Third knot passes over the powerhouse.
Yeah.
And the nearest knot. No, that just passes over a hill. Doesn't look like there's anything here, but hey, there's a code name on it.
Brother, I wonder how he found out about that.
What are you talking about?
Steve, hidden in the side of that hill is the communication center for the whole canal zone. Blow that up and the entire area is paralyzed.
Great. Oh, we better get word to your units.
Yeah. Attention, all units in security operation. Attention. Unit Able, cover installation code name Watchdog. Unit Baker, take code name Gravy Boat. Unit Charlie, take code name Sad Sack. Report completion of mission. Okay, Steve, that takes care of the canal lock, the radar station, and the powerhouse. We'll take the communication center ourselves.
Let's go.
Here's where we turn off the highway, Steve.
Hey, is that the hill up ahead of us?
Yeah.
They've really done a job of camouflage, haven't they?
Wait a minute, look. There's a red light in the road up ahead.
A tail light.
Yeah, he's stopping at the foot of the hill.
Somebody's getting out.
Steve, it's Morales.
Ah, so he's doing the honors personally at this location. Stop the car.
Okay.
I dive out and start running after Morales. He's struggling up the hill toward a clump of bushes, but he's weak, and I'm gaining on him. He throws a shot at me. It bounces out of a rock at my left, and he starts for the bushes again. He's staggering now, but he keeps going. Then he stops, points his gun at the ground, and pulls the trigger just as I jump him. Okay, drop that gun.
Steve! Steve, you okay?
Yeah. Oh, brother.
Morales. Steve, is he dead?
Yeah. Alice was right when she said any exertion would kill him, but he couldn't even raise his gun. Just fired into the ground.
Oh?
But at least he lasted long enough to know that he'd lost out.
Too bad he couldn't have hung on long enough to find out the rest of his boys were picked up, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got the radio report just after you jumped out of the car. All 3 installations covered. 7 suspects arrested, all dynamite located.
That was really close, but...
What's the matter, Steve?
Hey, you hear anything?
No, why?
Oh, hey, you know that shot? It wasn't an accident. He hit a dynamite fuse. Come on.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Oh, there, Steve? Come on, find it!
I can't.
Oh, here, Steve, I got it. There.
Oh, brother. Oh. Hey, look, you know where I can find a real cozy spot around here?
Cozy spot? What for?
So I can have a nice, quiet, nervous breakdown.
Move over, I'll join you.
Well, one thing I'm grateful for, anyway.
What's that, Steve?
That it isn't the 4th of July.
Why, what do you mean?
If I'd have heard so much as one firecracker go off while we were shagging around after this dynamite, I'd have gone right up in smoke.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Stacey Harris, Val Brown, Kay Stewart, Byron Kane, Don Diamond, and Raymond Hartman. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Recent figures disclose that more Americans have died on our highways than in all our wars. One main cause of death on the highway is lack of courtesy. A good rule to observe is that of America's friendly truck drivers. Courtesy and consideration to all motorists. Remember, the life you save may be your own. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's an hour and a half of the very best in music, comedy, and drama tomorrow on The Big Show, when MC Tallulah Bankhead's guest list includes Judy Holliday, Carmen Miranda, Jimmy Durante, Rex Harrison, and many more. And there's another outstanding 1-hour production by Theater Guild on the Air also tomorrow. It's Tale of Two Cities, starring Douglas Fairbanks. Now, it's The Man Called X on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to show me that sometimes the best thing that can happen to a guy is to get caught in the middle of a riot. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, it looks like we're caught in the middle of another first-class frame-up.
Oh, great. What and where is it this time?
Last night, a band of Austrians slipped across the border into Hungary at a point some 30 miles southeast of Vienna. They attacked guards at a strategic mine under lease to the Hungarian government.
Go on, Commissioner.
The attacking party went on a rampage of looting and burning. 6 Hungarian guards were killed.
How do we fit in the picture?
The attacking force, reported to have been 20 in number, left 3 of its members at the scene dead.
So?
The so-called dead Austrians have been identified as American soldiers.
What?
That's right. GIs attached to our forces in Vienna. The situation is tense, growing worse every minute. We're cooperating with the Army in this matter, so when you get to Vienna, check with intelligence.
All right.
Obviously, we had nothing to do with this raid, Steve, but we've got to prove that, and do it quickly. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. As Christmas draws near, the airwaves fill with beautiful holiday music. And on this station of the NBC radio network, you'll hear some of the greatest music ever composed, played and sung for you by our nation's finest musicians. Our Monday night of music will continue to bring you the most enjoyable musical memories on such stellar programs as The Telephone Hour, The Voice of Firestone, and The Railroad Hour. Beginning this week, And continuing until Christmas, NBC will present a series of Yuletide programs by choirs from all parts of the country. Saturday afternoons, the NBC Symphony Orchestra will bring you more great music. So, when you think of musical entertainment, think of NBC and set your dial to this station.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Vienna, find out who rigged up the plot to implicate us in a border raid on a Hungarian mine, a free-for-all resulting in the deaths of half a dozen Hungarians and 3 American soldiers. It's early Wednesday evening when my plane sets down. 20 minutes later, I'm in conference with Major Layton, United States Intelligence.
Here are the service records of the 3 GIs, Steve. We're convinced they were kidnapped, murdered, then left at the scene of the skirmish.
When were they first reported missing?
They weren't. You see, they were out on a 3-day pass, due to report back to their company tomorrow. Excuse me. Yes? Good. Send them in, Corporal. Well, that's a relief. And it may be the break we've been waiting for, Steve.
Oh?
Sergeant Monahan's turned up and alive. He went out on pass with the others yesterday.
Sergeant Monahan reporting, sir.
At ease, Sergeant. This is Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell?
Sergeant, you've heard what happened.
Yes, sir.
You've known Polson, Keller, and Whitlow a long time, haven't you?
Since, Palermo.
The 4 of you went out on pass yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Where?
A place called Frankel's, regular hangout.
I know the place, Steve. Then what, Sergeant?
Well, I had a brew and left.
At the last you saw of the others?
Yes, sir.
What plans did they have for the rest of the evening, do you know?
Yeah, they were figuring on going over to a nightclub called the Blue Flame. They wanted me to come along, but I had a date.
The Blue Flame, huh? Any special attraction?
Yeah, I got a band that plays some pretty good bop stuff, and,
And what, Sergeant?
Well, Polson knew a girl there. She's a singer. Polish, I think. Her name's Anna. Thought she was pretty great.
Didn't you?
She was, playing him for a sucker, if you ask me.
Her last name wouldn't be Krenko, would it, Sergeant?
Something like that, sir. Couldn't be sure.
Mean anything to you, Major?
Yeah, if it's the same girl. Bad customer, Steve. Clip art is first class. Been mixed up in black market deals, too.
I see. I think we better have a little chat with this Anna. A quarter of an hour later, the Major parks his car in a dimly lighted side street. I leave him sitting behind the wheel and walk into the Blue Flame nightclub alone. The joint is really jumping, and the cash customers are living it up, but crazy. I spot her standing over by the bar, and I push my way through the crowd toward her. I open my wallet, take out the largest bill, and slide it across the bar.
Oh, careful, my drink.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'm very sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right. No harm done.
Clumsy of me. Here, let me buy you another.
Yes, why not? Cognac, please.
My money here seems to have become a little soggy.
I'm certain the manager will not mind.
Bartender, 2 cognacs, please.
You are an American, are you not?
Yes, in town on business. Little pleasure, too. Never thought I'd run into a place like this, Bebop in Vienna.
Oh, you are fond of this Bebop?
Well, back home they don't call me crazy for nothing. Oh, my name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
I am Anna. I work here.
Do you? Well, what do you know? Say, maybe you can help me. I'm looking for a buddy of mine. Served in the Army together during the war. Understand he drops in here quite often.
A soldier?
Yeah, his name's Polson, Dick Polson. Maybe you know him.
Polson? No, I do not believe I know him. Now, you must excuse me, please. I have to prepare for my next number.
How about your drink?
Oh, I will be back. You will wait, please?
I'll wait, Anna. I watch as she disappears through a curtained doorway at the far end of the room. A few minutes later, she's back wearing a different evening gown. The lights go down, the band goes into its intro, and Anna begins to purr into the microphone. I slip through the doorway and down a long hall to her dressing room. I spend the next few minutes giving the place a fast frisk and come up with nothing except a snapshot of Anna and another girl, which I slip into my pocket for future reference. Then I hear someone coming down the hall. I duck into a small closet.
Here you are, my dear. You'll find the money in this envelope. Count it if you wish.
It will not be necessary. Thank you, darling.
Thank you, Anna. You'll be most helpful.
Everything went according to plan, really?
Perfectly. There are still a few matters to be attended to, however.
You are going back tonight?
To Bernaghi? Yes. A demonstration is planned. I must see to certain important details. However, I have a few moments to spare. May I buy you a drink, Anna?
Thank you. I have a drink waiting for me at the bar, Rudy.
Oh?
And an American.
Oh?
I think you will be interested in him. He came in looking for Sergeant Paulson.
Paulson?
Said he was an old friend.
I see. Well, perhaps he's an old friend, Anna. Then again, he might not be. I think I'd best point this American out to me, Anna. Come along.
I wait till I hear their footsteps fade down the hallway. Then I slip outside. There's a door at the far end of the corridor, and it's open. I ease out into the alley, circle around to the front of the cafe, and watch from the shadows. I don't have long to wait. The gent called Rudy comes out, steps into a long black limousine, gives his chauffeur the nod. The car roars away. I go down the block to where the major is waiting.
What's up, Steve?
I just had a peek at a payoff.
And a Krenko?
Yeah, for services rendered. It's got something to do with Sergeant Polson, that's for sure. I heard Rudy tell Anna he was going to a place called Bernaghi.
Bernaghi? Well, that's a town just over the border in Hungary. It's only a few miles from the mine.
He said something about a big demonstration.
Sure, it figures. The big build-up, beating of the drums, torchlight parade, the works. All very anti-United States, of course.
Look, Major, I'd like to take in that little soiree across the border. Can you arrange it?
Sure, I can put you in contact with someone. Meanwhile, what about Anna?
Keep an eye on her so we can close in fast. We know she's the contact on this end of the line. I've got to nail the big boy at the other end. It's almost 10 o'clock when I wheel the Major's car into a small hillside village overlooking the Austro-Hungarian border. A few minutes later, I pull up at a small shop and start massaging the front door with my knuckles.
Please, my shop is closed. It is late.
My name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
So?
You're Gustav?
So?
Major Layton get in touch with you?
So? Come in, quickly. Herr Mitchell, this which you propose to do is suicide. The border is heavily patrolled since the affair at the mine.
When can I start?
The Major warned me it would be impossible to convince you. All right, we must leave at once. It will be best if we are not seen together in the village.
Okay, where do we meet?
You will walk down the street 2 blocks, turn left, and when you reach the railroad tracks, turn right, and follow the river until you reach a barn. We will meet there.
Minutes later, I pull up in the shadows of the barn, look out over the river. Over there on the other side is Hungary, and just over the hill on my left is a red glow in the sky. That would be the town where the big demonstration is being staged. I glance at my watch, then I hear a twig snap behind me. I start to turn around, but I'm not fast enough. Something hard catches me on the side of the head. I pitch forward, fall face down into the weeds.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Do you remember that old saying, a stitch in time saves 9? Well, unlike a lot of old proverbs, this one really works, whether you apply it to a chair with loose rungs or your health. Suppose you learn that a few dollars spent now could be that stitch in time that might save your health or the health of your family in the year to come. Sound like a good proposition? Well, here's how it's done. Just buy Christmas seals this Christmas. Yes, the money we spend for Christmas seals now goes for case finding, health education, medical research, and rehabilitation to help fight tuberculosis during the next year. Christmas seal money spent now helps protect us all from the number one killer among infectious diseases, TB. It's the stitch in time that saves human lives and health, prevents economic chaos and broken homes, which often follow in the wake of TB. Don't say it couldn't happen to you, it can. But you take out a little insurance against it. Save lives and prevent misery, your own and your neighbors', when you buy Christmas seals. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell. Good stuff. Hey, what am I doing in the river? We are almost across. Yeah, I can touch bottom. I arrived in time to see two men shove you into the river. I waited until they had gone, then I came in after you. I helped you across.
Thanks.
One of them was wearing a chauffeur's uniform.
Rudy and his driver, probably. Well, where do we go from here, Gustav?
Bernagi is but a few kilometers from here. Come. We climb this bank, cross the road which runs along the top, down the other side of the incline. Then we still stick to the fields and wooded places as we...
Hold it.
Left? What?
Look up on the road over to your left.
A patrol?
Yeah. Come on, we've got to get across that road. We make it to cover okay. We work our way through the weeds and underbrush to a nearby forest and shake the patrol off our trail. 20 minutes later, we're on the outskirts of Bernagi. Gustav takes me to an underground station, and we get dry clothes. Then we head for the square in the center of town. The demonstration is going full tilt. Gustav and I blend in with the milling crowd. There's a speaker's platform in the center, and on it sit 6 people, the wives of the dead mine guards. My eyes run along the row, and then suddenly I do a take.
What is it?
That woman on the end.
Attractive.
Yeah, she takes good pictures, too. Look, this photo. Anna and that girl.
Where did you get this?
In Anna's dressing room. She and this babe must be pals. We've got ourselves another lead, Gustav.
Look, she's leaving the platform.
Yeah, quite an act she's putting on, the grief-stricken widow. Hey, the guy who's leading her away.
Yes, he's wearing a chauffeur's uniform.
Yeah, Rudy's driver. We work our way through the crowd after them. The driver takes the girl over to Rudy's car, parked at one corner of the square. Rudy's inside. We manage to ease close enough to hear him give an address to the driver. It's not far, so we leg it over there. The widow seems to have made a fast recovery from her sorrow. She and Rudy are drinking champagne. After a couple of minutes, he leaves, and the chauffeur drives them away. I pull open the French windows, and we go in.
Who are you?
Never mind. Right now, I want you to start talking about your friends Rudy and Anna.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Save it. You're up to your ears in a very nasty frame-up, and you'd better start spilling fast.
Don't move, any of you.
Who are you?
I will ask the questions. Your identification. Quickly.
There you are, Buster.
United States agent.
What?
What were you expecting?
Oh, please, I am sorry, Mr. Mitchell.
Hey, what is this?
I am Jan Tresena, brother of the dead man who was supposed to be married to this woman.
Oh, he wasn't really, huh?
No. And he also was not a guard at the mine. He was actually a prisoner from a Czech concentration camp.
Keep talking. This is getting more interesting by the moment.
And he was brought here to Bernagi to work in the mine with some other prisoners. I followed, hoping to help them escape. I had a plan worked out, but the night before last, 6 of them were taken secretly from the mine.
Sure. They were the 6 guys who were killed and later passed off as Hungarian guards. It's the oldest trick in the world. Hitler used it to create one of the incidents that touched off the last war.
Right.
It's beginning to add up fast. The dead Czech prisoners were passed off as Hungarian guards and the dead American soldiers as Austrian raiders. Nice little deal you're wrapped up in, sister.
Please, I only did what I was told to. I did not know what was happening.
You were hired to pose as a dead guard's wife.
Yes.
Who hired you?
Rudy. He also hired my sister Anna to take one of the American soldiers to her place. But neither of us knew they would be killed. Please, you must believe me.
Who is this Rudy?
He operates the mine on a lease from the government.
And he's the gent behind the deal, huh?
Yes. Please get me across the border and I will be a witness.
I think we can arrange that. Take her to the underground station and wait for me, Gustav.
All right. Come.
Jan, we'd be sitting pretty if we had any proof of all this, but without it, we've got nothing.
I know.
It beats me how those prisoners can be erased like that with no questions asked.
Well, who is to ask the questions? The prisoners are very expendable. Their records are sent back to the camp from which they came, simply marked deceased. That is the end of it. No questions asked. No one asks questions, because everyone is afraid.
Wait a minute. Their records?
Records?
Sure. If we could get our hands on them, we could bust this thing wide open. Those records must have fingerprints, photos, and the works. That would be proof that these dead guys weren't as advertised.
Wait. You think the records could still be in the mine office?
It's possible. Could be they'd hold them for a while until this thing blows over before they send them back. You said you had a plan worked out to get your brother out of the mine compound. Could we use it to get in?
Yes. Yes, I believe we could. You see, the shift changes at midnight. At that moment, 2 grenades were to demolish the south fence. The prisoners were to make a break for it.
Yeah. During the confusion, we could probably sneak in, all right. There's just one hitch, though. Where do we get the grenades?
Will these do, Mr. Mitchell?
Nothing like being prepared, Jan. Yeah, they'll do fine. We climb the hills outside of town until we get to a spot overlooking the mine. There's a barbed wire fence, searchlights, guards, the works. In the center of the compound is a small office building. At midnight, the shift changes.
Now, Mitchell.
Jan uncorks both grenades and lobs them down beside the fence.
It worked. A hole in the fence. Come on.
The prisoners are milling around, fighting with the guards. We slip through the hole in the fence unnoticed and head for the office. Then a reception committee steps out from behind the door.
Hold it. Both of you.
Well, my old friend Rudy. Judging from those records in your hand, you must have had the same idea we did.
When I realized you were still alive, it occurred to me you might try to get the records of the 6 prisoners. I thought I had better remove them.
You had 6 prisoners and 3 U.S. soldiers killed in cold blood to stage this little incident of yours.
Oh, it did not start out as an incident. You see, my records here at the mine would not stand inspection.
You mean you had your payroll padded?
Quite a bit, I'm afraid.
I think I get it. You stage a raid which results in killing a few guards, and that clears up the padded payroll.
And then it occurred to me I had created something of greater value than I imagined.
Sure, you manufacture an incident and sell it to your government. Got all the angles figured, huh, Rudy?
Yes, including what I will do with you, too.
Oh?
You are trespassers. Need I say more?
No, I get the message.
The window, get out!
Yeah.
Get back, Mitchell!
Let go of the gun, let go. Thanks, Rudy. You took your eyes off me just long enough. And thanks for these records. They're enough to blow this frame sky high.
You've heard my guards outside mopping up. You will never leave this place alive.
You're on, Rudy. Look out the window.
Well, looks like the prisoners have the upper hand. They've overpowered the guards.
What?
Before any reinforcements arrive, Mitchell will have ample opportunity to get back to Gustav and across the border.
Those prisoners out there, they're not trying to escape. They're just standing there staring at the window.
Could be they'd like to have a little talk with you about the 6 you killed, Rudy.
No, Mitchell, you must protect me.
Me? You kidding? I'm just a trespasser, remember?
Well, then take me with you now.
Okay. I'm going to the underground headquarters. I'm sure they'd be happy to see you.
Underground?
Yeah. Looks like you lose either way, Rudy. You tried to play both sides against each other, and you wound up right smack in the middle. Come on, Jan. Let's get out of here.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Thursday evening on NBC always brings you enjoyable radio entertainment by some of America's favorite performers. Robert Young stars as Jim Anderson in the family comedy entitled Father Knows Best. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans team up to present Western songs and adventure on The Roy Rogers Show. Eddie Cantor takes the top off his memory box and presents his show business show with stories and music to relive the many wonderful years he has spent entertaining young and old from coast to coast. And then Judy Canova sends radio listening your way from Cactus Junction for 30 fun-filled minutes. And Ralph Edwards plays host to contestants from the studio audience on Truth or Consequences. So, for the very best listening each and every Thursday night, be sure to set your radio dial to this NBC station where you'll hear these pleasurable programs. Remember, Thursday brings the Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, Truth or Consequences, Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show, and the Judy Canova Show over most NBC stations.
Next week, Turkey. A booby trap, and I'm the booby.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Paul Duboff, Bob O'Connor, Vivi Janis, Paul Freese, and Jeannie Tatum. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the Commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time, when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment.
Always listen for the familiar 3 NBC chimes. They're your invitation to fine radio entertainment. Tomorrow, hear both Father Knows Best and Truth or Consequences on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with me getting the best Christmas present I've ever had, right while I'm staring down the barrel of a gun. Morning, Commissioner. Just stopped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Sure, my vacation starts this morning, remember? I'm running up to New England for Christmas. Snow on the ground, fire in the fireplace, and the little lady I'd most like to eat a boiled dinner with.
Sorry, Steve.
You mean because you're not going?
No, I mean because you're not going.
Now, look.
I've got an assignment for you, and it can't wait.
Commissioner, for the last 3 years, I've been trying to get Christmas off. So what happens? One year I'm in Alaska, next it's Africa, last year it was India. This year you promised...
So I've got to break that promise, Steve. And it looks like you got another Christmas spoiled.
Okay, what's the deal?
Ever hear of international lecture tours?
Now, look, don't tell me I'm supposed to get up on a soapbox and lecture on the Christmas spirit.
No, you won't be making any speeches, but you'll be investigating a few people who do. This is an organization of 6 European professors, Steve. They lecture at universities all over the world, including the United States.
What about them?
We've had our eye on them for quite a while. We've suspected that one of them was using his lectures as a front. That actually he's picking up secret information from contacts in this country and taking it back to Europe with him.
Which professor is it?
We don't know, but Dr. Gerber does. He's one of the professors, and he's waiting down the hall to talk to you. Find out what you can from him, Steve, then go anywhere and do anything necessary to smash this spy ring. And, incidentally, try to have a halfway decent Christmas. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Merry Christmas.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, There you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. If you aren't already acquainted with NBC's great Sunday lineup of stellar radio programs, you're missing some of the finest programs on the air. Theater Guild on the Air is one of the great shows aired on this station every Sunday evening. Featuring stars of Broadway and Hollywood in fine dramatic works, Theater Guild offers the best in radio entertainment. And comedy on Sunday wouldn't be complete without the Phil Harris and Alice Faye show. Now, we think you'll agree that Phil and Alice join forces to present one of the funniest programs on the air. So be sure to tune to this NBC station this Sunday and every Sunday for our stellar program lineup.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Go poke my nose into an international spy ring and have a Merry Christmas. I've got an uneasy hunch what kind of a Christmas present I'll get on this deal. Probably a gift-wrapped bullet. I go down the hall to the room where Dr. Gerber, one of the members of the International Lecture Tours, is waiting for me, and he tells me he knows who the foreign agent in the organization is and that he'll tell me on one condition.
I must have protection, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, it's no problem. You're safe in this country, Dr. Gerber.
You don't understand. I don't mean protection for myself.
What?
Here, this picture.
Little boy.
Yes, it's my son Kurt, 10 years old.
He's the one you want protection for?
Yes. I know only too well the measure of retaliation which might be employed against the boy if I were to reveal the information I possess.
Okay, so we got a bodyguard for him.
But Kurt's not with me. He's in the school in Stockholm, Sweden. School run by an Englishman, Horst Wakefield. I had to leave Kurt there. His mother passed away 3 years ago, and he has no other relatives.
Well, we could have somebody from our consulate there pick him up.
No. I'm sorry, that's not good enough. Kurt is registered under his mother's name at school. In school. No one must know his true identity until he's absolutely safe.
I see. Okay, Dr. Gerber, I guess I'd better hop over there and get your boy myself.
Oh, that's what I hoped you would say, Mr. Mitchell. When you return with Kurt, I'll give you the name of the head of the spy ring.
So I grab a plane for Stockholm. Dr. Wakefield's school is out of the city a little way. As I approach his office, a little girl with long curls comes out and wanders off toward the other children. I show my credentials to Dr. Wakefield and ask him to see Kurt.
Mr. Mitchell, Kurt has disappeared.
What?
Yes, that little girl who just left my office was Ilse, a playmate of his. I've been questioning her, but she has no idea where he is. I'm worried sick.
When did he disappear?
I'm not sure, really.
What do you mean?
Well, last evening, a woman came to see Kurt. She told me she was his aunt.
Kurt's father told me Kurt had no other relatives.
But how was I to know that? She said she was his aunt, and I saw no reason to doubt her.
Go on.
I sent her to his room. I believe she left when regular visiting hours were over. That would be at 9 o'clock last evening.
What do you mean you believe she left? Aren't you sure?
Well, as a matter of fact, I turned in rather early last night. Had a splitting headache.
Sounds like a pretty careless way to run a boarding school, Dr. Wakefield.
I resent that, Mr. Mitchell. Ordinarily, I exercise the greatest of care and supervision. But with this headache I had, I was obliged to go to bed.
I see. And you don't have any idea when Kurt actually disappeared?
No. All I know was that he was missing this morning.
Oh, great.
I haven't telephoned the police yet, but I think I'd better right now.
No, wait a minute.
But it seems obvious. The boy's been kidnapped.
If he has, I think it's to ensure somebody will keep his mouth shut. That means he's safe as long as the kidnappers don't feel any pressure on them. No, this has got to be done undercover. Let me see what I can find out.
Very well, if you think it best that way, Mr. Mitchell.
Incidentally, are you familiar with an outfit called International Lecture Tours?
Why, yes, they have an office here in Stockholm, on Drottningsgatan, I believe.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll find it.
Hiya. What can I do for you?
This is the headquarters of International Lecture Tours?
Sure is.
You in charge?
Well, I'm the leg man.
And I guess you're the boy I want to talk to. My name's Mitchell.
Saunders is mine. I'm always glad to meet anyone from the States.
You say you're the leg man for the outfit. What does that involve?
You name it. The works. Shacking around the world in front of the wise men. Scheduling lecture dates, making hotel reservations, keeping them in toothpaste.
Sounds like quite a job.
Well, there are probably easier ways of making a living.
How'd you get into this racket?
I was stranded here in Sweden, broke. I heard these professors needed a nursemaid, so here I am.
Look, I'd like a little information on these professors. Here are my credentials.
Wow, looks pretty official. What do you want to know, Mr. Mitchell?
There are 6 professors in the circuit, right?
Right.
How well do you know them?
Well, how well can you know these birds? They live in an ivory tower all their own.
Yeah. Where are they all now?
This chart shows the setup. Stelter's in Bombay, Duval's in Toronto, Chumley's in Cape Town, Buchek's in Copenhagen.
You really keep them spread out.
Yeah. Gerber's in the United States.
Aren't any of them anywhere near... Yeah, Dr. Friedrich? Right here in Stockholm, huh?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm expecting him any minute. He's got some sort of beef, as usual. He's a real fireball.
I'd like to meet him.
Well, stick around. He ought to be here any minute.
Saunders!
He is.
Saunders, what kind of a booking agent are you?
That's a good question.
How many times have I told you I must not have left the hotel room?
Now, just take it easy, Dr. Friedrich.
Take it easy, he says, and that dumkop upstairs with his clump all night while I work on my lecture notes. How much could a man stand?
Well, there, you've got me.
If you'll just relax.
And why you scheduled me in Stockholm this time of year when you know I would rather be in the United States?
I did that because you and Dr. Gerber don't seem to get along too well, and I like to keep you apart.
How come you don't get along with him, Dr. Friedrich?
Because the theories he bleps about in his lectures, they are incorrect. They contradict my theories. What business is this of yours, young man?
This is Steve Mitchell,
a newspaper reporter, Dr. Friedrich. Mind telling me where you were last night?
Working on my lecture notes. But that clump overhead, how could a man work?
You know, that's funny.
Funny, he says. It's an outrage.
Well, I mean, I called your hotel about a lecture date last night, and they told me you were out.
Oh?
Well, yes, I had forgotten. I had an engagement for a while.
Was she nice?
Nice she was. Well, see here, this none of your business. Saunders, I leave you with 2 words. Get me better rooms with no dirt and no clump overhead, or I quit the tour. Goodbye.
So now you've met Dr. Friedrich.
Yeah, I sure have. Well, I'll check with you later, Saunders. Back in my hotel room, I go over the deal in my mind. It's starting to take shape. Last night, a woman visits Kurt. This morning, he's gone. Friedrich doesn't like Kurt's father, and Friedrich was out with a woman last night. Yeah. On the surface, the pattern looks good, but I've got an uneasy feeling it could fall apart as fast as a smoke ring in a draft. Yeah?
This is Saunders, Mitchell. I got an item you might be interested in.
Shoot.
Well, not 5 minutes after you left the office, in waltzes Dr. Buchek.
Wait a minute. Buchek's supposed to be in Copenhagen.
That's right. So I asked, how come?
What'd the good doctor say?
Just something about being tired.
When did Buchek arrive?
There you got me. You want the address?
Yeah.
Strand Hotel.
Okay, thanks, Saunders. I think I'd better go over there and give Dr. Buchek the double check.
Yes?
Well, hello. I'm Steve Mitchell, newspaper reporter from the United States. I'd like to see Dr. Buchek.
I am Dr. Buchek.
What?
You seem surprised.
I am. I thought Dr. Buchek was a man.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
This is a disappointment.
Come in, please. What can I do for you, Mr. Mitchell?
I understand you canceled your lecture tour suddenly and returned here to Stockholm.
Yes, I wish to spend Christmas with my friends.
When did you get in?
My plane landed this morning.
Not last night.
But of course not. I just told you.
You also sure you weren't out at Dr. Wakefield's school last night?
I've never heard of the place. See here, Mr. Mitchell, I'm quite certain that you're not a newspaper reporter. I'm also quite certain that my activities are none of your business.
Well, thanks for the interview. I can check up on your arrival time, you know.
Please do.
A word with you, sir.
What? Who are you?
I'm Oscar. I'd like you to meet my friend Olaf.
What? I don't see any.
This is Olaf's gun in your back. He's the strong, silent type, but he has a very nervous trigger finger.
Look, what's this all about?
You shouldn't have bothered the young lady.
Dr. Buchek?
Now we have to go for a nice ride.
A short one, no doubt.
For us, yes. For you, Such a long ride, I don't think you will ever
Look,
return.
if you think I'm going to stand here and let you...
We don't expect you to stand. Hola.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. 20 seconds from now, a fire will break out somewhere in the United States, causing untold misery and devastation. More than 11,000 persons are killed annually by these fires, many more are injured, and more than $700 million worth of property is lost. The most tragic part of this statement lies in the fact that more than 90% of all fires in the home start through sheer carelessness and could be avoided. Here are a few simple rules of safety which will help you to protect your home and your loved ones from the ravages of fire. First, do not smoke in bed or discard lighted cigarettes carelessly. Second, clean out old newspapers, magazines, and other inflammable debris. Third, promptly repair all defective wiring and electrical equipment. If a wire looks frayed or worn, replace it at once. Fourth, use only those cleaning fluids which will not burn. And fifth, be careful with matches. Keep them out of the reach of small children. You can't afford to gamble with fire. The odds are against you every time. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I don't know how long I've been out, but when I start coming to, I realize they're dragging me out of a car. I open my eyes a crack and take a guarded peek. Then I see they're carting me to the edge of a cliff. I wait until they get me right to the brink. Then I twist an arm loose and belt the big guy, Olaf. He staggers back right over the edge. Oscar yanks at his gun in his pocket, but I flatten him. I run to the car, jump in and dig out along the road which runs near the edge of the cliff. So far, so good. Then I hear the shots. I twist my head for a quick look. Oscar's gotten to his feet and is pumping lead after me. Oh, his next shot scores a bullseye on one of the tires. The car slews around and starts careening towards the edge of the cliff out of control. I manage to get the door open and dive out just as it goes over the edge. I land on a ledge about 20 feet down from the top. Lie there in the brush just as the car bounces down to the bottom and bursts into flames. After a few moments, Oscar sticks his head over the top of the cliff and looks down at the burning wreck with a big grin on his face. He figures I'm getting a king-size hotfoot about now. Finally, he turns and leaves. I give him a few minutes. And I drag myself together and head back into town to the lecture tour office.
Hey, you look like you've been dragged through the well-known knothole, Mitchell.
You're so well-known, right. Hey, look, do you have a picture of Dr. Buchek around here anywhere, Saunders?
Sure. Here's a publicity still we sent out to the papers. Will it do?
Very nicely, thanks.
She, kind of made a hit with you.
Yeah, big hit. So now I'm going to return the compliment.
I'm so glad you came, Mr. Mitchell. Something has happened that you should know about.
What is it, Dr. Wakefield?
You remember I told you a woman posing as Kurt's aunt came here to the school to see him the night before last.
Sure, the night Kurt disappeared. What about it?
That same woman was back here this morning.
What?
Yes, not an hour ago. I wasn't in my office at the time, but my secretary told me this woman inquired about Kurt again.
Wait a minute. That means they don't have Kurt.
Who's they?
I think I know who one of them is. Here, take a look. Her name is Buchek.
What about her?
Isn't that the woman who was asking about Kurt?
Why, no.
What?
I've never seen a woman in this picture before in my life.
You sure about that?
Of course.
Oh, fine. My one lead blows right up in my face.
Come in. Oh, Hugo.
Hello, Horace.
Well, Dr. Friedrich.
Huh? Oh, the nosy reporter.
Yeah, I gather you were expecting him, Dr. Wakefield.
Of course. Hugo and I are old friends. He drops in for tea and chess.
Yeah. So, it's your move, Horace.
No, I guess it's my move, gentlemen. I go outside and I'm really stumped. I've got to find Kurt and find out who's behind the deal, but I'm fresh out of leads. Then, as I'm walking through the school grounds, I spot the little girl with the curls, Ilse, Kurt's playmate. She's just slipping out a side gate with a little package under her arm. A sudden hunch hits me and I follow her. She takes off through the woods and then down the road. I keep out of her sight. Finally, she disappears into an old deserted barn. A couple of minutes later, she comes out empty-handed. I wait until she's out of sight, then I go into the barn. There's a blonde kid sitting in a feed box, munching on a sandwich.
Hello.
Hello, Kurt.
Did you come to help me?
Yeah,
My father sent you?
that's right.
That is good. I've been praying for help. I knew it would come.
Oh, yeah? What happened, Kurt?
A woman came to see me at the school. She tried to make me go away with her. She said she was a friend of my father's, but I knew she was lying to me.
Go on.
Well, I asked her to wait outside my room while I packed. As soon as I was alone, I climbed out the window and ran away.
I see. I'll bet you're tired of eating sandwiches, huh?
My girlfriend Ilse has been bringing them to me.
How'd you happen to pick this barn to hide in?
Oh, I knew it was the right place as soon as I saw this manger.
Manger?
Yes. I read about a little boy in a manger once.
I see. Well, I guess you couldn't have picked a better place, Kurt. Particularly on Christmas Eve.
Will you take me to my father?
Wait. Hey, two guys. Oscar and... Well, what do you know? Shall I finally find out who's my boy in this deal when it's too late?
It's never too late.
It will be if I can't come up with something real fast. My eyes flick around the barn looking for something. Anything. Kurt is on his knees in the manger praying. Then I spot a light bulb dangling from the end of a wire. I yank the wire loose from the bulb and hold it behind me, holding it in my left hand by the insulated part. Then I lean against the stall Kurt's in and just wait. I take a quick look at him. His eyes are closed and his lips are moving a little.
There he is.
Yeah. Hello, Mitchell.
Hello, Saunders. So you're the big boy.
I'm the big boy. But some guys will do for a buck, huh?
You sent me chasing after that Buchek woman so your two stooges would know where to pick me up, huh? Incidentally, where's your other stooge, the woman who tried to get Kurt at the school?
She's waiting at my office until I take care of this little deal. Thanks for leading us here.
Don't mention it.
I'm afraid you've kind of complicated things, Mitchell. Originally, I was going to grab Kurt and keep him so Gerber wouldn't spill about me. But now you know the deal, so that means I got to get rid of both of you. I'm sorry. That's the way it is.
His gun starts swinging in my direction. It's now or never. I whip the electric wire out from behind my back and lash at his gun with it. A sort of blue flame wraps around the gun. Saunders drops it and grabs his hand. I give him a fist. Oscar dives for the gun, but I'm waiting for him. I tie the two of them up with their belts. Then I turn to Kurt. He's still sitting in the manger, looking at me calmly.
Is it all over, Mr. Mitchell?
It will be as soon as we pick up Saunders' girl at the lecture office.
I prayed that something would happen to deliver us. It happened.
Well, you see, I sort of made it happen, Kurt.
Did you? I prayed for a bolt of lightning, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, I guess you could call that electric spark a bolt of lightning, but it was man-made lightning.
Was it? How did you happen to think of it?
Oh, I guess I just sort of... Well, I saw the light. Yeah, I guess I sure did.
You see?
Yeah. Yeah, I see. I'm the last guy in the world to argue the point, believe me. Funny. I was the one who was screaming that my Christmas was spoiled. Thanks, Kurt.
For what?
For one of the best Christmases I've ever had. Come on. You're going home to your father.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. On New Year's Day, the NBC Radio Network will send your way two important football games. From Dallas, Texas, home of the famed Cotton Bowl, NBC will broadcast the game between the University of Texas Longhorns and the University of Tennessee Volunteers. Mike Side for NBC at Dallas will be Lindsey Nelson and Bob Murphy to bring you every exciting play as Texas, Southwest Conference champions, and Tennessee, one of the fine teams of the Southeast, clash in this traditional New Year's Day bowl game. And then following the Cotton Bowl game, NBC will switch controls to Pasadena, California for the granddaddy of all bowl games, the Rose Bowl. Al Helfer and Braven Dyer will handle the Rose Bowl play-by-play broadcast between the University of Southern California Trojans, the Pacific Coast Conference champions, and the University of Wisconsin Badgers, co-holders of the Big Ten Championship. So here's our invitation to you to be set side on New Year's Day when NBC broadcasts both the Cotton Bowl and the Rose Bowl football games.
Tonight and tomorrow, there's all of us throughout our great country celebrate Christmas with our families, trees, and gifts, let's not forget that it's the giving, not the getting, which is the true celebration. And let's remind ourselves of the one gift we can all give, the gift which costs us nothing, to give thanks. And now, from all of us on Dangerous Assignment to all of you, a very Merry Christmas.
This is John Storm speaking and saying be with us again next week at this time for another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, The Night Before Christmas. Dangerous Assignment, transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to show me that sometimes the only way to let a little light in on a deal is through a bullet hole. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, you have a rendezvous in Trieste tomorrow night. At 8 o'clock, you're to be waiting on the southeast corner of the Piazza Damo.
Waiting for what, Commissioner? A streetcar?
Exactly.
Huh?
The number of the car is 17. When you board that streetcar, you'll be carrying an edition of the London Times in your left hand. You'll be contacted by a man named Sutak.
What's this all about?
A report on stolen U.S. atomic secrets, Steve, describing how much is known about them behind the Iron Curtain. A report smuggled out by the underground.
And Sutak has the report?
No, but he can probably tell us where it is.
What do you mean?
The man carrying the report was murdered in Trieste last night. Short time later, Sutak called our embassy in Belgrade and said he was certain the courier had managed to hide the paper before he was killed.
Okay, so I checked with Sutak, but why on a streetcar?
I don't know, but those were the instructions he gave. Get over there, Steve, and talk with Sutak. It's vitally important we recover that report. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. A new year is almost upon us, and tonight across the nation, NBC will present an all-star parade of bands to welcome in young 1953 in all of our country's time zones. Yes, from New York City's Times Square to San Francisco's Golden Gate, you can ring out the old and ring in the new with such famous orchestras as Guy Lombardo, Freddie Martin, Charlie Spivak, Harry James, Stan Kenton, Duke Ellington, and Woody Herman. All playing for you tonight on the NBC Radio Network. So wherever you are across this great land, this NBC station will broadcast music and merriment to welcome in the new year at your home. So let the familiar three chimes be your invitation to New Year's Eve entertainment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Trieste, check with a gent named Sutak, and hope he can help us recover a report that will tell us which of our atomic secrets aren't so secret. It's late Friday afternoon when my plane lands. I check in at a hotel, and at 8 sharp that night, I'm standing on the southeast corner of the Piazza Darmo. That's exactly 2 minutes past 8. The streetcar number 17 pulls up. I hop aboard, grab a seat, settle down to wait. Car rolls on, block after block, and I start giving the passengers the once over. There are an even dozen aboard, and I'm trying to pick out my man when a small, beady-eyed gent sitting next to me leans in.
Pardon me. May I trouble you for a match?
Will a lighter do?
But of course. Thank you. I am Zagreb. We will get off at the next corner.
Will we?
You object?
I'd feel better about it if you took your hand out of your coat pocket.
Sorry, no. Now get up. Walk to the rear of the car. Slowly.
When the streetcar grinds to a stop at the corner, I step down, then whirl suddenly and grab. He ducks under, and the gun barks. The slugs whistle past my ear, and I fall back against the car. By the time I've regained my balance, the little gent is sprinting across the street. I take after him. For a guy with short legs, he covers a lot of ground, and 2 blocks later, I've lost him. I head for the nearest telephone and put in a call to our embassy in Belgrade.
Lowry speaking.
Steve Mitchell, Sam.
Steve, how are you? Where are you?
Trieste?
Oh, sure. I had a hunch they'd sent you. How'd you make out with Sutak?
I didn't.
He didn't contact you?
No, but somebody else did. Some character named Zagreb bums me for a cigarette and then tries to blow my brains out.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Look, Sam, about that phone call Sutak made to the embassy.
Yeah, one of the undersecretaries took it. And he had the call traced, if that's what you're interested in.
I am.
The call was made from a shop 603 Via Maggiore there in Trieste.
I'm on my way. Number 603 Via Maggiore is a small tobacco shop at the end of a narrow, crooked street near the waterfront. The shades are drawn and the shop is dark, but I pound on the door.
Yes? What is it, senor?
I'm looking for Joseph Sutak.
Who are you? What do you want with him?
My name's Mitchell. Here are my credentials.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see. I'm his friend, Guido. Are you the man he was to meet?
That's right, only we missed connections. Do you know where he is, Guido?
But of course. He's working.
Where?
The streetcar. He runs it.
He runs the... Oh, great. No wonder that's where we were to meet.
How is it that you did not meet, eh?
Somebody with a gun eased me off the streetcar before we could. A guy named Zagreb. Ever hear of him?
No. Where did this happen, eh?
I don't remember the street, but it was near a large cathedral.
Oh, yes, I know. From there, it's at least an hour ride to the end of the line. Joseph always has a coffee at the depot. If you hurry, you can probably catch me there.
I grab a cab and follow the car tracks to the end of the line on the outskirts of the city. I check with a gent behind the coffee counter, but he hasn't seen Joseph Sutak or streetcar number 17 all evening. As I leave the depot, I notice half a dozen would-be passengers stomping up and down on the platform, and a couple of them are muttering assorted dire threats about suing the company. I double back, and half an hour later, I arrive at the other end of the line, the car barn.
Joseph Sutak? No, he's not here.
Where is he?
Where else? 2 hours ago, he took his car out, number 17. He's somewhere along the line.
Are you sure of that?
Well, unless he has decided to take his streetcar across the Adriatic.
That could be, Buster.
Eh?
I've just come from the depot at the other end of town. He didn't show up.
What?
That's right. No sign of Sutak or the streetcar.
What foolishness is this? He must be on the route somewhere.
He isn't. Neither is his streetcar. You're positive he hasn't come back into the barn?
Positive. I've been sitting here for... wait. This is some kind of a joke, huh?
It's no joke, believe me. Why don't you check it?
What? Excuse me.
He grabs the telephone, and then his Adam's apple starts bobbing up and down like a yo-yo as he makes a few frantic calls. Finally, he hangs up, leans weakly against the desk for support. A second or two later, the door of the office bangs open, and the short, bald-headed man comes bouncing into the room. He looks a little pale, too.
What is this all about, you idiot? Are you drunk? I warned you about... Mr. Merslag. Fantastic nonsense about losing a streetcar. Idiot. Imbecile.
Look, Merslag.
And who are you?
Steve Mitchell. Here are my credentials.
An American agent, I see. I am the supervisor here. What is it you wish?
I'm looking for Joseph Sutak. Seems he's disappeared.
Oh, this idiot dispatcher Armando was telling me impossible. But, Mr. Merslag, I've called the repair shop, the watchman, the depot. No one has seen. There must have been a breakdown, an accident. But I've had no report. Fool, then what do you think has happened? But I don't...
Do you want me to believe Sutak has vanished into thin air? His streetcar, too?
But I...
Come, quiet. Come along, Mr. Mitchell. We'll get to the bottom of this.
But don't bother.
Merslog and I head out in his auto. We follow the car tracks through town. We meet half a dozen streetcars along the route, but there's no sign of Sutak or number 17. Finally, we pull up at the end of the line. Merslog stares down the length of the deserted track. His mouth opens and shuts a few times, but nothing comes out. He looks like a man who's about to slit his throat. We turn around and head back toward town. It isn't until we roll into the warehouse district that he manages to say something.
Fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic. Wait, I know. This is all a dream, a nightmare. Yes, that's what it is, a nightmare.
Pinch yourself, Merslog, and learn the horrible truth. You've just lost yourself a streetcar, and if you don't mind my saying so, it's a pretty sickening way to run a business.
20 years I have been a supervisor. Never once have I ever lost a car. Never once have I ever...
Minute. I thought you said there were no other branching tracks off the main line.
That is right.
What do you call that up ahead?
Yes, I forgot about them.
Stop the car.
This track is no longer used. You see, it belonged once to the railroad company.
Where does it lead to?
It runs along the building here. Yes, you see?
Yeah, come on.
Mr. Mitchell, do you think it is possible we will find it here?
Could be. Looks like the tracks run right into the warehouse.
Yes, I think you are right, of course.
Now, we can roll up this door and have a look. It's locked.
Oh, there must be another door. Perhaps along the side of the warehouse or around the back.
Yeah. You take the side of the building and I'll go around the other way. I'll meet you around back. Merslog disappears into the shadows, and I slip around the side of the warehouse. Halfway down the length of the building, I find a door. This one's locked, too. I try my shoulder to it. It doesn't budge. I move along, hugging the side of the building, and then I spot something up ahead. Someone moving in the shadows. I start to ease around a huge scrap pile, a stack of junked automobiles, broken down bathtubs, sinks, and boilers, and then I hear something rattle close by. I look up just in time to see the top of the stack start to topple. I duck, but I don't quite make it.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Once again, we celebrate the coming of a new year. Millions of cars will crowd the streets and highways of the nation, and in every car there will lurk an unwelcome stranger, a grim menace who will turn pleasure into tragedy if he can. That menace is death or injury in a traffic accident. This menace has no conscience and recognizes no authority except complete control at the steering wheel. Control, of course, means obeying all traffic regulations, staying within lawful and common-sense speed limits, and refraining from drinking if you drive. Now, when you drive, keep in mind that traffic accidents have been piling up totals of more than 30,000 deaths and over 1 million injuries each year. And holidays always take an appalling toll of fatalities and injuries. So keep on the alert every instant, not only for yourself, but for the other fellow. Be extra careful, won't you? Drive as if your life depended on it, because it does. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell.
What? Oh, Merslag.
What happened? I heard a clatter and came running.
Somebody shoved a pile of junk down at me. Hey, how about getting this thing off my chest?
Oh, of course.
Oh, brother. Now I've seen everything. Huh? During my time, I've been hit by everything but the kitchen sink.
So?
So now I've been hit by the kitchen sink.
Oh, yes, and a good-sized one. Fortunate it did not strike you a direct blow.
Come on. I still want to take a look in that warehouse.
You see? There's a small window up there.
Yeah. I can climb up these crates.
Be careful. Careful, Mitchell.
Now.
Well?
Great. The warehouse is empty.
What?
Yeah. We drew a blank.
Mitchell, this whole thing is utterly fantastic.
You're telling me.
Streetcar number 17 starts on its regular run today, just as it had been doing for weeks, months, years. You ride on it, you are forced off at gunpoint. Then, poof, it disappears. We search the tracks from one end to the other.
No streetcar.
No streetcar, indeed. Then we find this abandoned spur line which leads into the warehouse. But again, no streetcar.
Wait a minute. Maybe the streetcar was in this warehouse.
But you just saw for yourself it was not.
I know, but maybe whoever hit me on the head did it to knock me out so he could move the streetcar out of here.
But that is impossible. You forget I was in the vicinity, on the other side of the warehouse. Surely I would have heard the streetcar being moved.
Yeah, I'm sure you would, Murslog.
Mr. Murslog.
What? Oh, Armando.
So glad you're back.
Any sign of the streetcar, Armando?
No, none at all.
Oh, fine.
You fool, to waste your time. I have men out calling every foot of track, Mr. Murslog. Have all the other cars checked in? Yes, everyone but number 17. See for yourself. Number 1, in. Number 2, in.
All right, enough.
In all my years as dispatcher, such a thing as...
What have you got to complain about? You are only the dispatcher. I am the supervisor. Such a thing could ruin my entire career.
Yes. Which reminds me, Mr. Murslog, the board of directors is waiting in the office to see you.
The board of directors? Ruin. Oh, the end. Don't talk to me, Armando, the end.
The broken man.
Look, Armando, is there any chance that car number 17 could have gotten back here without being checked in?
Impossible.
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh?
You remember me? Hero at the tobacco shop?
Oh, sure. Stutak's friend.
Did you find him? Eh?
No, not only I did not find him, we can't even find his streetcar.
What? You are joking.
Some joke.
But how could such a thing be?
It couldn't, but it is. Look, Guido, you'd better get back to your tobacco shop. Sutak may try to contact you there, and if he does, let me know right away.
Yes, very well.
Come on, Armando. I want to take a look around this car, Barn.
Very well, but it's a waste of time. You won't find number 17. See, the cars are lined up according to number.
Yeah. I gather that big gap over there is where 17 should be.
Yes. This line is complete except for that. See there? The motorman has just backed number 25 into place here at the end. And the other lines of cars are... What's the matter, Mr. Mitchell?
Huh? Oh, nothing, Armando. I guess you're right. This is a waste of time. You might as well go back into the office. What stopped me in my tracks is a little hole in the side of our car 25, and it looks very much like a bullet hole. I remember Zagreb throwing a shot at me after he eased off the streetcar, and the shot had plunked into the side of the car. I wait until Armando leaves, then I ease casually around to the front. Number 25 is painted right on the wood like all the other cars, but when I look closer, I see a few small nail holes. A plaque with another number could have been put over it. Number 17, for instance. Part of the deal starts adding up now, but I still need a lot of answers. One thing is sure. If a switch was made, the motorman of this car is involved. I keep an eye on him. He signs in, then goes out the back of the car barn. I tail him. He heads into the big junkyard where they keep the broken-down cars and other equipment. He goes in a small shack in one corner. I ease up and peek through a crack. He's bending over a guy who's tied up on the floor, a guy who figures to be Sutak. I start toward the door, but stumble over a piece of scrap metal. The motorman comes charging out the door. I'm ready for him. I go inside and pull the gag off Sutak's mouth.
Mitchell?
Yeah. Here, I'll get you untied, Sutak. What happened?
They've kept me here since this morning, trying to make me tell them where the document is.
You better get out of here before any of his pals show up.
Yeah.
A lot of junk stacked all over. We ought to be able to keep under cover.
Yes.
Look, about the document, where is it?
I'm not sure.
What? Wait a minute. You're the guy who telephoned our embassy in Belgrade, aren't you?
Of course. You see, the member of the underground who smuggled the document out is a friend of mine. He came to me for help. They were after him. He said they would do anything to get the document back, that it had to do with stolen atomic secrets.
That's right. It's a list of information stolen from us. Go on.
He wanted me to hide him. My car number 17 was in the repair shop at the time. I hid him there and telephoned your embassy.
I see. Then what?
When I came to get number 17 this morning, I found my friend in the alley, wounded. He mumbled something about a streetcar, and then he died. Before I could do anything, Zagreb and the other motormen ran up. They knocked me unconscious and brought me here. Come.
Where to?
Over there in the other corner of the yard. It must be over there somewhere.
Car number 17?
Yes. They brought it back here and are searching it for the document, which they believe is hidden somewhere inside.
But how did they pull the switch?
I heard them discuss their plan. You see, each car is checked out of the barn at the beginning of the shift and back in at the end of the shift. So, the first thing this morning, they moved car 17 back here. Car 25 departs before car 17. So this morning it went out as usual. When it returned in the middle of the shift, they put on a plaque with number 17.
Sure. It gets checked out now as 17. Then after I get eased off it, they rip the plaque off. It gets checked back in under its right number, 25.
So according to the records, 25 checked out and in, 17 checked out but did not check in.
And all the time, 17 was roosting back here in the junkyard. A pretty neat way to stall for time while they search it.
Wait. That car over there.
Yeah, flashlight moving around in it. Come on, we'll ease up to it.
The front end. It's smashed in. Boards pried loose.
Sure, that figures. They'd want to get that number off it and make it look like a junked car.
Yes.
Hold it. The light went out inside.
Somebody is coming.
Get down. Now.
What?
Drop the gun, Zagreb.
No, get back.
I said drop it. Thanks. I'll take it.
Mitchell, you...
Well. What's the piece of paper in your hand, Zagreb? I'll take that, too. Come on, hand it over.
Very well.
Thanks. Glad you finally found it in that streetcar. I came a long way to get this paper, Zagreb, and it looks like I got here just in time.
Not quite, Mitchell.
What?
Drop the gun. Why? It is Guido.
Yeah, your friend from the tobacco shop.
Guido, what does this mean? You offered me a place to hide.
Sure, so I could stay close to you, hoping you'd lead him to the document.
It did not work out quite that way, of course, but that is of no matter now. Hand over the document, Mitchell.
I know as soon as I do, Sutak and I are cooked, then I spot something on the ground with the other junk. It's a length of pipe about 10 feet long. I hold out the document as if to hand it over, then I drop it to the ground.
Mitchell.
He did that deliberately.
Sorry, I'll pick it up.
Oh, no. Oh, I won't fall for that trick, Mitchell. You bend over, pick it up, and then grab your gun on the ground, huh? Step back. I would pick it up.
He says just what I want him to say. I take a step back. Guido bends over to pick up the document. Suddenly I kick at one end of the pipe. The other end swings around and clips him on the ankle. It throws him off balance. His shot goes wild. Before he can try again, I nail him. He crumples up and his gun flies out of his hand. Zagreb dives for it, but I flatten him.
Oh. Well, most effective, Mitchell.
Maybe I should have saved one of them for you, Sutak, after the beating they gave you.
I'm quite happy this way, believe me. That was very quick thinking on your part.
Well, it's lucky I spotted that length of pipe. After that, it was a breeze. Or I guess I should say a lead pipe cinch.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Tomorrow, New Year's Day, this station of the NBC Radio Network will broadcast 2 classic football bowl games. From Dallas, Texas, home of the famed Cotton Bowl, NBC will broadcast a game between the University of Texas Longhorns and the University of Tennessee Volunteers. Mike side for NBC at Dallas will be Lindsey Nelson and Bob Murphy to bring you every exciting play as Texas, Southwest Conference champions, and Tennessee, one of the fine teams of the Southeast, clash in this traditional New Year's Day bowl game. Then, following the Cotton Bowl game, NBC will switch controls to Pasadena, California for the granddaddy of all bowl games, the Rose Bowl. Al Helfer and Braven Dyer will handle the Rose Bowl play-by-play broadcast between the Trojans of Southern California and the Badgers of Wisconsin. So here's our invitation to you to be set side tomorrow when NBC broadcasts both the Cotton Bowl and the Rose Bowl football games. Remember, NBC brings you the top sporting events the year round.
Next week, South Pacific. I add a new tune. Some enchanted clay pigeon. Me.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Paul Frees, Dan Riss, Tony Barrett, Paul Duboff, and Herb Ellis. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Ellis as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian John Doe and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow, hear both Truth or Consequences and Father Knows Best on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the nicest thing that can happen to a guy is to get kidnapped. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, does the name Ellis Chandler mean anything to you?
Ellis Chandler? Sure. Otherwise known as the notorious Colonel Chan, soldier of fortune. He's been in the Orient for years. Do anything for a fast buck.
Right now, he's in the business of smuggling guns and ammunition into the islands of the South Pacific.
That sounds like Chan, all right.
He's operating an air freight line out of Port Moresby in New Guinea. We've kept our eye on him for some time. So far, we've been unable to find out who he's working for and where the guns are coming from.
Oh, China, probably.
Last night, as Colonel Chan was preparing to take off from the airstrip at Moresby, our men decided to close in. But he managed to get away in a hail of bullets.
That guy is as slippery as an eel in a barrel of oil.
He didn't get very far, though. Early this morning, his plane crashed in the Coral Sea just off the Solomons. A Navy destroyer picked him up. He was badly injured.
Where is he now, Commissioner?
The destroyer is taking him back to the hospital at Port Moresby. Get over there, Steve. Check with Jim Turner. He's in charge of the case. Find out what you can from Colonel Chan. It's vitally important we learn who has been buying those guns and smash the operation. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Each Wednesday evening on most NBC stations, you'll hear a great lineup of stellar radio programs. For comedy, laugh with You Bet Your Life and Groucho Marx. Groucho is quick with the quips, and his cutting humor is sure to bring laughs for you and your whole family. Then, from mythical Summerfield, NBC brings you The Great Gildersleeve. It's a laugh-packed 30 minutes of fun with the Water Commissioner, Leroy, Bertie, Marjorie, and all the folks who drop into Peavy's drugstore. Yes, keep your entertainment date with The Great Gildersleeve. And from the front pages of America's newspapers, hear another authentic big story. Wednesday's a fine evening for radio entertainment when you set your dial to the NBC radio network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to a hospital at Port Moresby in New Guinea, have a chat with the notorious Colonel Chan, soldier of fortune, and find out who hired him to run guns and ammo into the islands of the South Pacific. It's late Wednesday afternoon when my plane lands. I hustle over to the hospital. Jim Turner, our agent in charge of the case, is waiting for me. And from the expression on his face, I figure I can expect some bad news.
Well, you're too late, Steve.
He's dead?
Yeah, died an hour ago. Severe head injury. I went over to his office at the airport to see if I could turn up anything.
Did you?
Yeah, a letter. Got it right here. It was in his desk. Have a look.
Mm-hmm. Signed by a man named Jarvis?
He's a Copra broker. Has an office here in town. He sent the letter to Chandler 2 days ago.
Chandler run freight for Jarvis?
Mm-hmm. Now, in the letter, Jarvis writes that a client of his, the name isn't mentioned, has expressed a desire to meet with Chandler personally. Jarvis has arranged for them to get together on the next trip.
Meaning that maybe Chan was on his way to meet him when he crashed, that maybe this client of Jarvis is the Mr. Big we're after.
Right.
I think I ought to pay a call on friend Jarvis. Looks like he's the go-between.
Come in, sir. Come in, please.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Jarvis.
Not at all, sir. Not at all. Your name is, Winchell?
Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
Oh, yeah. Well, my secretary said it was Winchell. Fool girl never gets anything right. Do sit down, please.
I thought you might be able to give me some information.
No, indeed. Pertaining to...
An old friend of mine, Colonel Chan.
Colonel Chan? Well, I don't believe that I am familiar with...
His real name is Ellis Chandler.
Ellis Chandler? The flyer?
That's right.
Well, by George, you mean to say that Chandler is the well-known Colonel Chan? Well, sir, that is a bit of news. Your old friends, huh?
Yeah. They told me at the airport that he'd taken a shipment out. Didn't didn't know when he'd be back.
Oh, I see.
I understand he runs quite a bit of freight for you.
Oh, true. Copra, you know.
Well, I'd hoped that if the shipment was yours, you might be able to tell me where I'd find him.
Oh, well, I am sorry, Mr. Mitchell. I'm afraid I can't tell you.
He wasn't flying for you then, eh?
No, a busy man, our friend Chandler. Mr. Mitchell flies freight for a good many firms here in the area. I suggest you may inquire of them. Perhaps they could tell you.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that, Mr. Jarvis.
Oh, excuse me, please. Yes? Oh, yes, put him on, Miss Moon. It's a long-distance call from a client, Mr. Mitchell.
Sure. I'll be on my way.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you, sir.
Well, thanks anyway.
Steve, didn't you get anything out of Jarvis at all?
Well, just before I left, his secretary put a call into him, a long-distance call from a client.
Oh?
Could have been our Mr. Big, wondering what's happened to Chan.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could find out where that call came from, huh?
Yeah, let's get out of here, Jim.
Okay. Look, Steve, I have an idea.
Yeah?
This secretary of Jarvis.
Her name is Miss Moon.
She'd know where that long-distance call came from.
Sure.
Is she the, friendly type?
Very.
Well, if we played our cards right...
She might give out with some information, huh? You go back to the hotel. I'll check with you in a while.
But what about Miss Moon?
That's my cab over there, see it?
Yeah, hey, there's a dame in it. Miss Moon?
It isn't a mountain goat, Buster. I'll see you later.
Oh, hello, Steve. I've been waiting... Hey, what happened to you? You're soaking wet.
Here, I've got something for you. A lily. You can press it in a book sometime.
Thanks. Now, look, Steve.
Okay. I took Miss Moon to a quiet little cafe for cocktails. While she's sipping a martini, I steer the conversation around it. Jarvis?
So?
So it turns out she hates the guy, doesn't want to talk about him.
Oh, great.
So we have another martini.
This loosens her tongue?
Only her throwing arm. She starts pelting everybody along the bar with oyster crackers. Now she hates everybody.
Oh, fine. Sounds like quite a doll.
2 Martini Moon, a fat gent close by calls her as he combs the crackers out of his hair. I ease her out of the place and decide she'd better go home. On the way, we pass a lily pond. That's all, brother.
I know. She wanted to go in swimming?
She shoved before I could refuse the invitation. Well, the cops show up, and I duck out fast.
And what happened to 2 Martini Moon?
Last time I saw her, she was plowing across the pond in a southeasterly direction with the gendarmes in hot pursuit.
Well, that sure was a waste of time.
Not exactly.
What do you mean?
That dunking I got in the lily pond gave me an idea, Jim. According to Jarvis's letter, Chan and Mr. Big had never met before, so I become Colonel Chan and go on to meet the big shot.
What?
Why not?
Well, Chan was on his way to meet the big shot. Only we don't know where.
Exactly. What was Chan's position when he crashed?
Well, according to the Navy report, at a point some 30 miles off San Cristobal Island. He was headed south. Probably for the New Hebrides group.
Okay, so I take a dunking in the Coral Sea just off the islands. A ship headed in that direction takes me in.
Go on.
If the news gets around the grapevine that the notorious Colonel Chan had crashed and was picked up and was now stranded on one of the islands...
Sure, I get it. If you can't go to Mr. Big, he'll come to you.
I want this to look as legit as possible. I'd rather be rescued by someone, not in on the act, if you know what I mean.
Okay. While you get into some dry clothes, let me check with one of our men over in Bougainville. He'll know about the ships traveling the trader lanes.
By sundown, we've completed our plans for Operation Sea Rescue. 2 hours later, I'm aboard a Navy flying boat, and we're well out over the Coral Sea, headed for the New Hebrides Islands.
This is about as far as we go, Steve. Pilot's going to set her down.
Exactly where are we, Jim?
We're approximately 10 miles off the Espiritu Santo, the largest of the islands.
That where we're going?
Yeah. Our rescue ship ought to be along in an hour or so. Just what you ordered.
Oh?
We found out there's a copra trader out of Bougainville. The skipper's a shady character named Wing Su, affectionately known as Pigfoot.
2 toes?
Oh, has a fondness for pickled pig's feet.
He sounds real peachy.
He's well known in the area, Steve. Has an in with the underworld, and he's always out for a buck. But watch your step, Colonel Chan. If the word's gotten out that the real Chan is dead back at Moresby, you'll wind up likewise.
Don't worry, my will is made out. You'll get my bicycle clips. A few minutes later, the seaplane sets down. I pile out in my one-man life raft and wait for a ship and a skipper called Wing Sue, otherwise quaintly known as Pigfoot. It's 10 minutes of 11 when I look at my watch again, and then I see a ship approaching. I take the flare out of my pocket. It lights up the sky with a pretty red glow. The ship shifts course and heads for me. It looks like I'm in, but a couple of minutes later, it looks like I'm going to be done in. The trader is headed straight for me. I stand up, wave frantically, but she keeps coming right at me.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. 20 seconds from now, a fire will break out somewhere in the United States, causing untold misery and devastation. More than 11,000 persons are killed annually by these fires, many more are injured, and more than $700 million worth of property is lost. Now, the most tragic part of this statement lies in the fact that more than 90% of all fires in the home start through sheer carelessness and could be avoided. Here are a few simple rules of safety which will help you to protect your home and your loved ones from the ravages of fire. First, do not smoke in bed or discard lighted cigarettes carelessly. Second, clean out old newspapers, magazines, and other inflammable debris. Third, promptly repair all defective wiring and electrical equipment. If a wire looks frayed or worn, replace it at once. Fourth, use only those cleaning fluids which will not burn. And fifth, be careful with matches. Keep them out of the reach of small children. You can't afford to gamble with fire. The odds are against you every time. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
The boat's almost on top of me. I dive to one side as it hits the raft. Suddenly a line drops beside me. I grab at it, get hauled up over the side of the copper trader. Waddling toward me along the deck is a pudgy gent with a big grin, and when I see what he's gnawing on, I know I've found my boy Pigfoot all right.
Oslo! Most fortunate you're still alive.
You're telling me?
Most clumsy helmsman of mine almost hit you.
What do you mean, almost?
Very unfortunate accident.
Accident?
But happy ending, huh? Here. You like some Pigfoot?
Not right now.
It's very good. It's also my name, Pigfoot. Real name is Wing Sue, but friends call me Pigfoot. You call me Pigfoot too, huh?
Thanks.
Your name?
Make it Joe.
Oh, so? What happened, Joe?
My plane got tired.
Oh, so? Very happy for you, Pigfoot. Come along in his boat, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Here. Money's a little soggy, but you can dry it off.
Oh, so big bankroll. Have excellent place to dry off money. Maybe you...
Thanks a lot, but no thanks. I'll let the rest of it dry off in my own pocket. Where are we heading?
Espirito Santo.
Suits me.
There is Navy patrol boat in area. Maybe you would like to be transferred to it, huh?
Look, we should run into the patrol boat on the way in. I'd just as soon you kept me out of sight.
Oh, so?
And here's for doing it.
Oh, so... what you say your name is?
I told you. Call me Joe. The way Pigfoot's little button eyes keep flicking toward me, I can tell he figures he's got a distinguished visitor aboard, and more important, a chance to pick up a few fast bucks. So far, so good. We dock 2 hours later, and he's sticking to me like a brother. He hustles me to a back booth in a waterfront bar.
Friend of mine run this bar. Can help you.
Oh? For instance?
For instance, hello.
Well, hello.
Oh, so, Liana, this is a friend of mine, Joe.
How are you, Joe?
Better by the minute. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, what can I do for you, Joe?
You know, that's a leading question and could easily... Hey, wait a minute. Are you the friend Pigfoot was telling me about, the one who runs this bar?
That's right.
Wait. Over there near the bar, the local law.
Lieutenant Fabian.
Hey, he's heading this way.
Well, Liana. Are you perhaps trying to get your license revoked?
I don't understand, Lieutenant.
I can't think of a better way than harboring undesirable characters here.
Undesirable?
Your friend, Colonel Chan.
What? You Colonel Chan?
So what?
I thought I made it clear the last time you were here 2 years ago, Colonel Chan, that you are emphatically not welcome on this island. I'll give you exactly 2 hours to clear out.
Don't push. I'll shove off when I get ready.
I see. Very well. That's your attitude. You'll spend your time here locked up. On your feet.
Look.
I said on your feet, Colonel Chan.
Okay,
Oh, so.
You had better get out of here.
Any idea where to?
3 blocks down, little hotel. Room number 7 in back. You wait there for me. Now you go, quick.
10 minutes later, I'm in a broken-down hotel room. Apparently, the plan is still working okay, and I just hope I didn't slug Lieutenant Fabian too hard. Quite an act he put on. 2 hours later, Bigfoot shows up.
Oh, entire town is buzzing with story how you clip Officer Colonel Chen.
Oh?
Be very difficult for you to get off island now.
Oh, great.
But can be arranged for $1,000. American.
Well, ordinarily, I'd be delighted, Bigfoot, but it so happens I don't have $1,000 American.
Oh, so? Well, perhaps you have a friend with $1,000 American, huh?
Yeah, that's a thought. There's a guy I've been doing a little work for lately.
Who is he? Where can I find him?
You say the news about me is all over the island, huh?
Oh, yes.
Then just sit tight. I have a hunch he'll find you. Yeah, I figure that the word will spread through the grapevine that Bigfoot knows where Colonel Chan is hiding. It'll eventually reach the ears of Mr. Big, whoever he is, and that's what I'm counting on. Towards evening, I doze off, but not for long. Who is it?
It's your good friend, Bigfoot. Hello. You were right about what would happen, Colonel Chen.
What do you mean?
Well, after leaving you earlier today, I was contacted by your friend with much money, the man you work for.
Oh?
Yes. Lives on a nearby island and wished to talk to me. So I go over and brought him back.
Where is he?
House is not far. I take you. Come.
Hey, quite a joint.
Yes.
I'm glad you like it.
What? Liana, why the gun?
We want you to be our guest.
You're Mr. Big?
No, Colonel Chan. But we know who this Mr. Big, as you call him, is. And we believe you are quite valuable to him. Need I say more?
No, I get it. You hold me for ransom, huh?
Exactly. Bigfoot, you will make the arrangements. Guard, take Colonel Chan to the cellar.
Bigfoot leaves, and the guard, a big, rugged-looking gent, takes me down to the cellar. Somehow, I've got to get free and follow Bigfoot because he's obviously going to be heading for the boy who's behind the whole deal. We stop in front of a heavy door.
Inside.
I walk into the room, then just as he starts to close the door behind me, I suddenly throw my weight against it. It swings back into him. Before he can recover his balance, I nail him. I roll him into a quiet corner, climb out the window, and start after Bigfoot. I spot him down near the waterfront. He's covering every bar and dive on the street. He goes in, comes out a minute later, and moves on to the next one.
He must be thirsty, Mitchell.
What? Oh, Lieutenant Fabian. I think he's rounding up his crew.
Oh?
Look, Lieutenant, I'm going to try and sneak aboard his boat. Why don't you pick up a couple of your men in the boat and tag along?
Where to?
If my hunch is right, to an island inhabited mainly by the gent the real Colonel Chan was working for, the gun runner I'm after. It's dark by now. I slip aboard Bigfoot's boat without being seen and find a hiding place. Pretty soon, Bigfoot and the rest of his crew come aboard, and we shove off. 2 hours later, we dock at a small island. I slip over the side, swim under the little pier, and wade ashore. I spot Bigfoot taking off up a trail that leads to what looks like a small plantation. And I spot something else in the underbrush. It looks like abandoned fortifications, probably from the last war. I get a sudden hunch and ease over to them. I find an opening and let myself down into one of the bunkers. And then I see my hunch is right. Stacks of guns and ammunition all over. Yeah, this is the gun runner's headquarters. I climb up out of the bunker, and suddenly a guard with a Tommy gun looms up in front of me. The surprise is mutual. Before he can pull the trigger, I knock the gun out of his hand.
Oh!
The guard goes down and stays there. I dive for the Tommy gun, but a foot jams down on my wrist, and I look up into a gun barrel.
Sorry.
Huh?
Mitchell.
Jarvis, the copra broker.
That is right.
Hey, what is all... Hey, Giacomo. Colonel Chan, how you get here?
That is not important right now, and he's not Colonel Chan. More like a government agent. Eh, Mitchell?
You're doing the talking, Jarvis.
Where's the real Colonel Chan? Dead? If so, that saves me the trouble.
You're the boy who's been running the whole deal, huh?
That's right. Colonel Chan never knew that. I always posed as the go-between because I didn't want him to get any ideas about trying to take over from me. But he got ideas anyway, apparently.
That's why you set up the meeting, to knock him off. Well, a plane crash saved you the trouble.
Good. Now, after I take care of you...
Please, what about the fee for Pigfoot, Mr. Jarvis?
Are you kidding, Pigfoot? You tried to pull a fast one on Jarvis by holding me for ransom, but it didn't work.
Oh, no, please. I was only trying to keep you in a safe place so I could deliver you to him.
Take a look at his face, Pigfoot. You think he's going to buy that story? You know too much now. The only payment you'll get from him is a slug.
Oh, no.
Don't listen to him, Pigfoot. He's talking crazy. As soon as I take care of him, we'll have
You're next in line, Pigfoot, and you know it.
Oh, so sorry, but I better leave now.
Stay where you are.
No,
Don't move.
Jarvis takes his eyes off me just a moment to swing his gun toward Pigfoot. That's what I'm waiting for. I grab his arm. I'll take that.
Come on now,
Hey, Pigfoot, you left your sandals.
Mitchell.
Huh? Oh, Lieutenant Fabian.
We rounded up Jarvis's men. Our friend Pigfoot seems to be in a hurry.
I'll guarantee he's never moved that fast before.
Want him picked up? After all, he tried to kidnap you.
But he also helped me a moment ago when he made a break like I was counting on him to. Now, let's figure he squared things up there.
All right. Perhaps we can use him again sometime anyway. I say, look at him go.
Go. Man, he's gone. Real gone.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Here's a tip to help you breeze right through your housework every day of the week. Join the millions of American homemakers who every day set their radios to NBC and enjoy the host of popular programs broadcast on most of these same stations. There's laughter with the Bob Hope Show, Bob and Ray, and Dave Garroway. Meredith Wilson brings informal chatter and music to suit every taste on his show Every Day, while Tommy Bartlett presents Welcome Travelers from Chicago. Strike It Rich, the show with a heart, presents enjoyable listening with Warren Hull. It's NBC's prescription to chase away your housework blues. So, whether you're doing the dishes, dusting, fixing lunch, sprucing up the house with your vacuum cleaner, or any one of 1,000,001 things that housework entails, be sure to set your dial to this NBC station where you'll hear the finest in daytime radio programs. Remember, you'll hear Bob Hope, Dave Garroway, Tommy Bartlett, Bob and Ray, Meredith Wilson, and Warren Hull Monday through Friday on most NBC stations.
Next week, London. I've got to catch a killer who's got a 7-year head start.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Ray Dietrich, Bill Conrad, Paul Frees, Betty Lou Gerson, and Don Morrison. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow, hear both Father Knows Best and Truth or Consequences on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the guy who tries to take somebody for a ride ends up getting taken. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
The Blue Lion has sent us another guest, Steve.
The Blue Lion?
A pub in London. Acting on a tip, we arrested a man on his arrival in the States last night. His passport and other identification were forged. He's the fifth illegal entry we've picked up in a month.
So how does the Blue Lion fit into the picture?
That's where these people picked up their phony passports. They don't know or won't tell us any more than that.
I guess that calls for a visit to the Blue Lion, huh?
The Scotland Yard's given the place a clean bill of health, Steve. The owners are well-known, respectable, and I doubt the man behind this racket is still using the place as a rendezvous, since so many of his clients have been arrested.
Any other leads, Commissioner?
Several days ago, a crew of workmen found a small package behind some loose bricks in the basement of a house in St. Margaret's Mews in London. The package, wrapped in newspaper, contained a half-dozen forged passports.
Identified as our friend's work?
Right.
I see. So if I can find out who put that package there, I might find out our master penman?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And the date on the newspaper, Commissioner?
Brace yourself, Steve. April 29th, 1945.
1947 years ago? You mean that package was stashed away all that time?
Right. I know it's a long shot and a cold trail, but we've nothing else to go on. Get over there, Steve. Check with Inspector Jellicoe of Scotland Yard. Find out what you can about that house in St. Margaret's Mews. Pick up the trail and nail the man who's running this passport racket. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. This Friday evening on most of these stations, you'll hear a program by the NBC News and Special Events Department titled End of an Era. The program will review the history of the past 20 years. Narrated by Burgess Meredith, this hour-long panorama of the Roosevelt-Truman period from 1933 to 1953 will bring the happy moments of the 30s and 40s mingled with the sad, the joys and sorrows, the victories and the defeats. The title for this survey of the past 2 decades is taken from a remark by President Truman made the morning after General Eisenhower was elected president that this is the end of an era. So hear this special broadcast Friday on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to London and track down a master penman who's running a flourishing racket on phony passports, and all I have to start with is a package wrapped in a 7-year-old newspaper. The package that was found hidden away in the basement of an old house. It's late Thursday afternoon when my plane lands. I head for Scotland Yard and the office of Inspector Jellicoe.
The brief history of the house, Mr. Mitchell. A list of occupants and owners, past and present.
Look, Inspector, about this newspaper, the wrapping on the package that was found in the basement.
Oh, yes. I have it right here, Mr. Mitchell.
Is there any possibility that the package might have been hidden away in the house during, say, the past year?
Oh, hardly. You see, Mr. Mitchell, the house in St. Margaret's Mews was severely damaged during the war years. A good deal of repair work was done in the basement in the latter part of 1945. The walls, reinforcements, so on.
I see. And the package was found behind the new construction work.
That's right.
Exactly when did this repair job begin, do you know?
Let me see. Yes, here we are. The work was begun in August of 1945.
And this newspaper is dated April 45. Well, that narrows it down to roughly 3 months when it could have been put there. I wonder why the package wasn't removed during that time. Why he didn't come back for it.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Who owned the house then, Inspector?
It's in the report here. Let me see. Yes. Ian Mackay, the second cousin of Sir John.
Lived there alone?
He was with the Royal Air Force at the time. Living at the house with his wife, Emily, 2 youngsters, Ronald and Valerie.
Any servants?
3, yes. An elderly couple named Debbie and a maid named Clara Fitzsimmons.
Where are they now, do you know?
Well, Ian Mackay was killed in a plane crash in 1946. His wife remarried 3 years later and is now living in Canada, and the children are with her. The Denneys are both dead. As for the maid Clara, well, we haven't been able to track her down yet.
Who could have had access to that basement other than the people living in the house?
anyone in the whole of London, Mr. Mitchell.
What?
Yes, you see, it was used for a time as an air raid shelter.
Oh, great. Well, let's get back to the item you were wondering about, Inspector. Why was the package stashed away there in the first place? Any ideas?
Well, let's examine this possibility. The person carrying the package believes he's being followed.
The police, and he doesn't want to get caught with the evidence on him.
So he slips into the air raid shelter. If deserted, he finds a place to hide the package. Slips out again.
This piece of newspaper seems to back up that line of thinking, Inspector.
You noticed that, Henry?
Sure. Here we have a single sheet torn from the rest of the newspaper. And what is it? Part of the want ad section. Up at the top of the page is the tail end of the column Rooms to Let,
indicating that our friend, aware that he was being followed, was seeking a change of address. You'll notice the last 6 listings in that column have London addresses. And there's some pencil marks beside them.
Be too much to expect to find him still living in one of those rooming houses after 7 years, but it might give us a lead.
Righto.
I'll take a crack at it, Inspector. You have any plans?
Well, I thought I'd drop around to the Blue Lion Inn, check with a man I have there, and then go on trying to track down that maid of the Mackays, Clara Fitzsimmons.
Good idea. Well, see you later, Inspector. The odds on our long shot are growing, and the chances I'll find the gent I'm after look slimmer by the minute as I start out with my list of addresses. The first one is a bust. The same goes for the next address and the next. Things must have been tough in April. 4 down and 2 to go. Now it starts to rain. I rush on to the next place, 61 New Romney Road.
Come in, Dee.
At the door, the landlady, a rather large one, greets me. There's a pleasant air about her, and that air includes a faint trace of gin. I settle down into a heavy overstuffed.
45, you say? Well, now, dearie, that's going to take a bit of thinking, I'm afraid.
You don't keep a record of your boarders, Mrs. Farland.
Never bothered to. Might I offer you a little nip of something? I always have a small glass before supper. Helps the appetite, you know.
Thanks, but I'll skip this round if you don't mind.
Also takes the chill out of one's bones. Nasty weather out, ain't it, dearie?
So it is. Now, about this advertisement, Mrs. Farland, it appeared in the Dover Times on April 29th, 1945.
Well, I don't seem to recall it at the moment, but if you say so.
Here's a copy of the paper.
Oh, yes, so I see. 1945. We'd had it proper, if you know what I mean. 41 was a nasty year it was. Dreadful. Them Nazi bombers overhead day and night.
I'm trying to locate a man who might have answered this ad, Mrs. Farland.
That was more than 7 years ago, dearie.
I know. It's going back a long time, but there's something in the back page of this paper that might spark your memory. It's the continuation of a story regarding Mussolini.
No, him. What about Moldy?
He was killed at Lake Como the day before, April 28th, 1945.
Was he really?
That's right. Help any?
Of course it does. I remember it clear as crystal, I do. Stella and the young man were supping with us. They'd just got married.
Stella?
One of my roomers. Been with me for 5 years. Awful no now. The Stella's room was advertised in the paper. Of course it was. It all comes back to me now. I rented the room the very next day.
And do you recall who took that room, Mrs. Farland?
Well, I'll never forget it, dearie, never. It was a gent named Pinto. Jaggers Pinto. I'm a good judge of character and all that, dearie. But Mr. Pinto was my first mistake.
Oh, what happened?
Police came for that nasty little twat the day after he moved in.
What?
That's right. With his fine manners and all, he turned out to be a common burglar. Smash and grab man, you know. Got 5 years, as I understand.
Thanks, Mrs. Farland. That's all I wanted to know.
What was that name again, Mr. Mitchell?
Jaggers Pinto, Inspector. He was picked up at 61 New Romney Road on May 1st, 1945. Smash and grab artist.
Served 5 years. That could explain why the package wasn't picked up from the basement. His present address is 924 Bexhill Place.
Hey, how'd you know that?
I've been checking up on your Mr. Pinto through quite another lead. You see, I found Clara Fitzsimmons.
The maid who worked for the people who had the house on St. Margaret's Mews in 1945?
Right. She's a barmaid now, and her married name is Mrs. Jaeger Pinto.
Oh, brother. Wait a minute. Did you say a barmaid?
I did.
And just where is she working?
Can't you guess?
Yeah, the same pub where those people we arrested picked up their phony passports. The Blue Lion Inn.
Right.
10 minutes later, Inspector Jellicoe picks me up in his car, and we roll out to 924 Bexhill Place, the present address of our long-lost friend, Jaggers Pinto. It stops raining as we pull up in front. We go inside, and the landlord gives us the room number we want. Then, just as we start up the stairs... Hey, Mitchell, come on. Upstairs, sounded like.
Yes. Look, there on the floor.
Yeah. I hope it isn't.
I'm afraid it is, Mr. Mitchell. Yes, he matches this picture I have of him. It's Jaeger's Pinto. He's dead.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. If your child can run and skip and jump, he's lucky. Just think how you'd feel if he'd been crippled in last year's record infantile paralysis epidemic. More than 186,000 Americans, most of them children, were stricken by infantile paralysis in the last 5 years. And last year's polio epidemic was the worst on record. Would you like to save 30 million children from attack by infantile paralysis? Well, it takes millions of dimes and dollars spent in medical research before a protective vaccine is discovered. The National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis went out to every man, woman, and child who needed help. And now your National Foundation is $7 million in debt. Yes, the 1952 blow of polio has gotten its fighters rocking on their financial heels. And remember, you can't fight your child's enemy just by wishing. It takes giving. Your giving. Take a walk now, won't you, so the polio-stricken may walk later? Join the 1953 March of Dimes. Now back to Dangerous Assignment, and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
The inspector and I set up headquarters in the parlor to question the boarders. The first one we talked to is a Mr. Sam Cathcart.
Was having a pint of beer up in his room, we was.
Pinto's room?
That's right. There was a knock on the door. Pinto went and opened it.
Did you see who it was?
No, sir. I was sitting on the other side of the room. I heard Pinto say, "Oh, it's you." Then he stepped out into the hall and closed the door. I sat there several minutes, and just as I was about to go and see what had happened to him, I heard that shot. I ran outside and down to the back hall and, well, there were you two gentlemen bending over his body. Blimey.
The person who knocked on the door, Mr. Cathcart, did he say anything at all to Pinto?
Not a word as I could hear, sir.
Then you don't know whether it was a man or a woman?
That I don't, sir.
Very well, Mr. Cathcart, that'll be all. You please send in the next person.
Right, sir. Poor Pinto. Blimey.
Blimey. Quite. Well, he tells a straightforward story. Be interesting to know if it also happens to be a true one.
Yeah, the way it figures, Pinto was the leg man in the passport racket, and the forger probably killed him to shut his mouth.
Come in.
See me, Inspector?
Yes. Yes, your name, please.
Walter Michaels. I'm an insurance solicitor. I was calling on a client of mine whose rooms were on the 3rd floor. A Mr. Jones. But he didn't answer the door.
Johns? Well, let's see. The landlord informed me that Mr. Johns had left the house for the railroad station half an hour or so before the killing on a business trip.
You've no right to prevent me, you know. Wait out, please.
Sounds like a bit of a riot in the hall.
Yeah, take a look.
I'll sit here, mother.
What seems to be the trouble?
This policeman will simply not allow me to go upstairs to my room. It's ridiculous.
Your name?
Johns, but I don't see what business this is of yours.
Will you step in here a moment, please, Mr. Johns?
All right. All right. You needn't tug at my sleeve. It's enough out of shape. With the damp as it is. I'll come.
Sorry, this is Mr. Johns, Inspector.
How do you do?
What sort of foolishness is this, Inspector?
Just routine questioning, Mr. Johns. Now, if you'll just put your overcoat on that chair...
Look here, I'm in a frightful hurry. Can't I make you understand that? I was almost to the railroad station when I realized I'd forgotten some important papers, so I hurried back. Now your man tells me I can't even go up to my room to get them. Since when?
You see, there's been a murder, Mr. Johns.
Since when Murder? Good Lord.
Mr. Johns, you haven't said hello to your insurance solicitor here.
My what?
Mr. Michaels here.
I've never seen the man before in my life.
What's that?
Well, how now, Mr. Michaels?
Gentlemen, if I could speak to you in private, that'll be all for now, Mr. Johns, but your trip will have to wait.
But it's a business trip. Now, see here, you've no right.
That will be all, Mr. Johns.
I shall speak to your superior.
Fine, I'll be glad to make an appointment for you.
Sounds like my old college yell.
Quite. Good night, Mr. Michaels. Well, I really came here to see Dora Mays. She has the room across the hall from John's.
Your girlfriend?
Yes. We had quite a row last night. I had a date tonight to thrash the whole thing out, but she didn't show up.
So you came here to her room?
Yes, but she was out. That's where I was when I heard the shot.
Why didn't you tell us this first off, Mr. Michaels?
I was afraid it would get back to Pater.
I see.
You chaps don't seem convinced, but that's my story. Take it or leave it.
Before we take it, Mr. Michaels, we'll check it. Girlfriend, Doris Mays, still isn't back, so for the time being, there's no way of checking up on his story. I leave Inspector Jellicoe at the rooming house to continue the questioning, borrow a police car, and head for Mrs. Pinto's flat to break the news to her about her husband.
It ended up like this. I guess that's why I left him.
You were separated?
It's been a year now.
I see. Mrs. Pinto, as I understand it, you were a maid in the house on St. Margaret's Mews back in 1945?
That's right. Pinto came to see me one night. I let him hide down in the basement.
That's when he ditched the package of phony passports down there.
I suppose so. The next morning, he was gone. And later, I learned he'd been arrested.
I see.
As soon as he was out, he looked me up. I'd just started as barmaid at the Blue Line then. He promised to turn over a new leaf, so we got married.
But it didn't last very long, huh?
I found out he was still mixed up in something shady, so I left him. A year ago, as I said.
Did you see anything of him after that?
Oh, yes. He'd drop in every now and then at the Blue Line. I thought he was coming to see me.
Actually, he was probably using it as a contact point to hand out the passports. You happen to know any of his friends?
No. Can't say I wanted to.
He ever mention the man or woman that he worked for?
Well, there was a gent he always turned to when he needed a bob or two. Tracer was his name, I think.
Tracer?
The old Tracer will fix me up, he always used to say.
Wait a minute. Tracer was probably a nickname, and it would sure fit a passport forger. That's probably the boy I'm after. Did you ever see him?
Not that I know of. Pinto used to talk to him over the telephone mostly.
Did you ever answer the phone when he called?
Oh, yes.
You think you might recognize his voice?
I might.
Is there a phone here?
No, but there's a phone box down the street.
Come on. I want to call the inspector and have him line up all the suspects for you to listen to. Mrs. Pinto puts on her coat and we go outside. I step into the phone box and the little light goes on. Just as I start to dial a number, I spot a glint of metal across the street and I hit the floor fast. I dive outside, but there's no one in sight across the street. Nothing but the mouth of an alley and the sound of some distant running steps. I could never catch up to him now.
Mr. Mitchell?
You okay, Mrs. Pinto?
Oh, yes. I jumped into this doorway when it happened.
Okay, come on. I've got a police car down the street. Huh.
What is it?
Mrs. Pinto, you told me you hadn't been out of your flat all evening, didn't you?
That's right.
Earlier this evening, while we were looking for Pinto, it started to rain.
What about it?
It rained for just about half an hour. It stopped just as Inspector Jellicoe and I arrived at Pinto's rooming house.
I don't see what all this has to do with
Your coat sleeve is damp, Mrs. Pinto.
Why?
You didn't tell me the truth. You were out of your flat this evening during the time it rained.
But... Yes, I was.
Where'd you go?
I started for Pinto's rooming house to tell him the police were making inquiries about him. Halfway there, I changed my mind. I came back.
You sure you didn't go to the rooming house?
Quite sure.
Hey, hold everything. The damn sleeve.
What about it? I told you.
Yeah, you just told me the answer. I take Mrs. Pinto back to her flat and tell her to lock herself in. Then I go outside and slide behind the wheel of the borrowed police car. Just in time to feel a gun barrel nudge me in the back of the neck. Well, that would be Mr. Johns, I presume.
Right, Mitchell. Keep moving straight ahead.
Okay. So you're the big cheese of the passport racket.
Start the car. Straight down the street. I'll tell you where to turn.
You've been waiting for me here ever since you took that shot at me in front of Mrs. Pinto's, huh, John?
Yes, I doubled around the block. Now, turn here.
Gilbert Place. Where are we heading?
The quiet room where you're going to phone Mrs. Pinto and have her join us.
Oh, get rid of us both, huh?
Right. She may have seen me occasionally in the Blue Line, but she's heard my voice over the phone. I can't afford to have her around. Left here.
Epping Square.
You knew it was I in the car as soon as you felt the gun barrel. How?
When you put on the act about storming back to the rooming house for some forgotten papers, I remembered the sleeve to your suit was damp, but you were carrying your topcoat over your arm.
Aye, sir.
That meant you got caught in the rain without your topcoat when you went out the first time. Your plan was to make a departure, then sneak back and kill Pinto, which you did. You also picked up your topcoat that took me until now to put the pieces together.
Rather neat. No. Wait. There's a police car ahead of us. Turn around. Back!
Okay.
Back the way we came to the first turn. Right. And then... another police car.
What do you know?
Slow down. I'm getting out.
Sorry. You're not leaving, John.
Let go of my wrist.
Let go of the gun. Oh. Drop it or your wrist goes with it.
No,
My, but you're hard to convince. Now, just sit back and we'll wait for our friends, the police.
How could they follow us? How did they know where we were?
Real simple, Johns. This is a police car, remember? When I reached down to start the car, I also flipped the radio switch. We've been on the air all this time.
The radio?
Yep, you sang plenty. That's how come you got the business. Matter of fact, you might call it a singing commercial, huh?
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Here's another reminder about NBC's special program, The End of an Era. The End of an Era will survey the past 20 years in our nation's history. During the program, we'll recall when Eddie Cantor was singing Potatoes Are Cheaper, and Neville Chamberlain announced that he had brought peace in our time. Those were the days of Hugh Johnson and the Blue Eagle of the NRA, the time of Cab Calloway's Heidi-Ho. Those were the times of the sidewalk apple peddlers at street corners, of the hit song Brother Can You Spare a Dime, of swing music such as The Music Goes Round and Round. As NBC presents this special survey, listeners will hear again Franklin Roosevelt's inaugural address in 1933, Hitler's angry speeches, Churchill's magnificent replies, the thud of bombs, the rhythm of marching feet, the events at Pearl Harbor that made December 7th, 1941, a day of infamy. Yes, be sure to hear this full-hour documentary program, End of an Era, Friday evening on most NBC stations.
Next week, Burma. The road to Mandalay almost turns into a one-way street.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ben Wright, Don Morrison, and Dan O'Hurley. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Ripe and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment.
Always tune where you hear the familiar NBC chimes. They're your invitation to fine radio entertainment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Dangerous Assignment, transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the only way to catch the right guy is to chase the wrong one. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, ever hear of a gent named Karen?
Karen? Sure. He ran a river taxi, ferried the souls of the dead across the river Styx. He was in Greek mythology.
This one's in Mexico City.
Come again?
Mr. Karen, he calls himself. He's a cold-blooded killer, Steve, an assassin for hire, been mixed up in half a dozen international murders, and has given us nothing but trouble during the past few years. I want you to go to Mexico City to find a man named Felipe Alvarado. He says he has all the information we need to nail Karen. Alvarado's been playing a game of hide-and-seek with us. He wants to make a cash deal before he does any talking. For $50,000, he'll put the finger on Mr. Carron.
So it's up to me to find him and convince him we don't do business that way. Real cinch.
Get to Alvarado. Get the evidence we need to nail Mr. Carron. But don't waste any time. If Mr. Carron hears of the deal, he'll be looking for Alvarado, too. Or you. Well, that's it, Steve. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. One of the most important functions of a radio network is the quick dissemination of news. When you listen to the NBC radio network, you can depend upon expert news reporters, analysts, and commentators to bring you all the important news whenever and wherever it happens. And you can depend upon NBC for full coverage of all major news events. At home and overseas, NBC employs reporters in all of the important news-making cities of the world. And via the worldwide facilities of major news-gathering agencies, NBC can give you important news flashes as soon as they're received. So when you want the best radio news coverage, be sure to set your radio dial to this NBC station.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get down to Mexico City and persuade a gent named Felipe Alvarado to hand over the evidence we need to grab off an international killer known as Mr. Carron. It's early Friday evening when my plane sets down and one of our boys, Jeff Sloan, meets me at the airport. We hop into his car and drive over to a quiet residential district on the outskirts of town.
There's a house up ahead, Steve. Left-hand side of the road.
Some layout. You sure he's the man we want, Jeff?
Yeah, he's Felipe Alvarado, all right.
When did you get a lead on this place?
Just an hour ago. The local law is cooperating. They have men watching the villa.
That one of them up ahead there under the trees?
Yeah, let's check him.
Good evening, senor.
Sergeant Ruiz, this is Steve Mitchell.
Senor Mitchell.
Hello, Ruiz. Our man still inside?
We've been here only a few minutes, but he has not left the house during that time. But he has had visitors. First was a woman. She entered the house some 15 minutes ago. She's still inside.
And the other visitors?
One other, a man. He went in about 5 minutes after the young lady. He was only inside the house for a few minutes and then come out again.
You have anyone following him?
Si.
How about the servants?
They left the house at 8 o'clock. A few moments before the young lady arrived.
Okay. Well, here goes. You two wait here. I move across the road, push open the heavy iron gates, hurry up the path to the front door of the villa, and I lean on the bell. No answer. I'm about to ring again when I notice the door is open, just a crack. The center hall is dark and the house is quiet, too quiet. At the foot of the curved staircase is a door, a thin sliver of light under it. Sitting at a desk in a tall, high-back chair is a gent in a white suit. There's a surprised expression on his face, frozen there. He doesn't bat an eyelash. He can't.
Steve, what is it?
Looks like Mr. Carron beat us to it, Jeff.
What? Holy smokes, it's Alvarado. Dead, all right. Strangled. Cord wrapped around his neck.
And look at the room, a shambles. Somebody gave this place a fast frisk.
Including Alvarado. Look, his pocket's been turned inside out. The wallet's gone, too.
Yeah, and probably whatever evidence he had on Mr. Carron is gone, too. Come on, let's have a look around. That lady visitor Ruiz mentioned must still be... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Steve?
Thought I heard a noise. Sounded like it came from... Yeah. Door to the next room is partially open.
Hey.
Oh, great.
Oh, Steve, is she?
No. She's coming around.
Oh.
You okay, miss?
Oh, my head.
Take it easy now.
Oh, my head. What happened?
I was just going to ask you that.
I was sitting there in the chair by the telephone. I heard someone come in. I started to get up and turn around. Something struck me on the side of the head.
You didn't see who it was?
No, it happened so quickly.
Steve, look over there. The French windows are open. Killer could have gotten out that way.
Killer?
There's been a murder, miss. Senor Alvarado.
Alvarado? Who is he?
You don't know?
Should I?
Yeah, sort of. He happens to live here. Look, who are you, and what are you doing here?
Oh, I am Maria Montalba. I came to the house to use the telephone, to call the garage down the road. You see, my car is stalled not far away. The man of the house led me in here and then went into the next room.
Oh, Alvarado had a visitor shortly after you arrived. Did you see him?
No.
Hear anything?
No, nothing.
Not even the door chimes?
No, I do not recall.
Door might have been unlocked, Steve. He could have just walked in. Yeah, and he also walked out that front door a few minutes later, according to Sergeant Ruiz. From the looks of things here, it would seem our killer made his escape through this room after slugging Miss Montalba, then ducked out those French windows. But Ruiz has a man in the garden. Yeah, it could have happened before Ruiz's man got there. Stay here with the girl, Jeff. I'll have a look. I run out through the French windows across the flagstone patio and into the garden. I can hear Sergeant Ruiz shouting to his men close by, and then I think I spot someone moving along the back garden wall. As I start for it, a short, heavy gent suddenly steps out in front of me and jams a gun into my ribs.
Back in here, quickly.
Take it easy, Buster.
Quickly, I said. No. Do not move, senor.
Look, you'll never get out of here. The joint's crawling with
Do not
law.
make a sound. Silencio. Not one word, senor, or I pull the trigger.
Senor Mitchell, where are you? Maybe you went around the other side of the house. Gonzalez, this way. Come with me here. Come on.
You did well not to cry out, senor.
So, what happens now? Do I get what you gave that guy inside?
Aye, senor. I did not kill him. Although I confess that was my reason for coming here, I was too late. He deserved to die, this pig Conradi.
You mean Alvarado?
You may have known him as Alvarado, but his real name was Conradi. The butcher of Barrio. And many wished him dead. Now, senor, move toward the back gate.
If you're innocent, you're taking a strange way of proving it, leaving at the point of a gun.
Where I come from, my reputation is a good one. I do not wish to jeopardize it by such an occurrence as this. Move, I said.
I move, all right, but not in the direction he's expecting. I throw myself back. It knocks him off balance. The slug whistles past my ear, and I dive for his gun hand, but my foot slips. I grab at his coat, and his pocket tears off in my hand as I plow into a mass of shrubbery. By the time I untangle myself and get to my feet, the little gent is long gone.
Senor Mitchell.
Over here, Ruiz.
Are you all right?
Yeah. Except for a few scratches and a bum ankle, as they say in the movies. He went that-a-way. Ruiz takes off after him. I spot an envelope on the ground with the torn pocket. It's addressed to a Senor Vasquez in a South American city. I limp back to the house, fill in Jeff on what's happened and what I want him to do. Then I put in a call to police headquarters. 10 minutes later, a gray-haired, wiry little gent named Captain Estacio shows up, and I take him into the room where the dead man is.
Yes, that's the great deal. Yet I would recognize him anywhere. This is Enrico Conradi.
Otherwise known as the Butcher of Barrio. Mm-hmm. Who was he?
An evil man, Senor Mitchell. A most evil man. One of the most hated men in South America. He was chief of detectives there many years ago. And if I remember correctly, there were more than a dozen attempts on his life during his administration.
With so many people after his skin, he changed his name to Alvarado and came here, huh? You know, Captain, this brings an interesting question to mind. Was this man killed as Alvarado or as Conradi?
You mean, did the killer come here seeking only revenge, or was he after the evidence that would identify Mr. Carroll?
If the motive was revenge, and only revenge, there's a chance the evidence we want is still around.
Still, look about you, senor. The room was searched. That is quite clear.
Yeah. Looks like it was Mr. Karen who did the job, all right.
This evidence, you see. Exactly what is it?
I only wish I knew. It could be a photograph of Mr. Karen, some papers, a police file, probably. That would tie in with Conradi here, since he was once a cop. Oh, Captain Estacio.
Si, senor?
Phone call for you.
Oh, thank you. I will be right back, Senor Mitchell.
You take care of that little job, Jeff?
Yeah, Steve. The men from the garage brought back Miss Montalba's car a few minutes ago. Simple repair job, they said.
How simple?
Loose wiring. They said it could have been done on purpose.
I see. Where's the girl now?
Police matron's with her. Nothing turned up from the frisk. What do you think, Steve?
Her story could be true.
Oh, Senor Mitchell.
Yeah, Captain.
I have just received a report on the man who visited this house earlier tonight. The man seen by Sergeant Ruiz.
Yeah, the guy who was only in the house a few minutes? What about him?
He was followed to the Hotel International. His name is Dominic. Carl Dominic.
Okay, let's pay him a call. Minutes later, Captain Estacio and I walk into the lobby of the Hotel International. The captain takes up a position near the elevators, and after I check with the clerk at the desk, I head up the stairs. Then, just as I reach the landing on the second floor, I catch a movement out of the corner of my eye. I duck, but not fast enough. A noose settles around my neck. Then it jerks a pipe. I claw at it, but it's no use. My head's pulled back, and I'm looking straight up into the ceiling light. It goes dimmer. Dimmer. Then it goes out.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. If your child can run and skip and jump, he's lucky. Just think how you'd feel if he'd been crippled in last year's record infantile paralysis epidemic. More than 186,000 Americans, most of them children, were stricken by infantile paralysis in the last 5 years. And last year's polio epidemic was the worst on record. Polio took away the power of their hands and their fingers. Would you like to save 30 million children from attack by infantile paralysis? Well, it takes millions of dimes and dollars spent in medical research before a protective vaccine is discovered. Last year, the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis went out to every man, woman, and child who needed help. And now your National Foundation is $7 million in debt. Yes, the 1952 blow of polio has got its fighters rocking on their financial heels. And remember, you can't fight your child's enemy just by wishing. It takes giving, your giving. Take a walk now, won't you, so the polio-stricken may walk later? Join the 1953 March of Dimes. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Huh? Oh, Captain Estacio.
Yes, you fell partway down the stairs. I heard the noise and got here just in time to loosen the cord.
Thanks. Did you see anybody around when you ran up to me?
No, the hall and the stairway were quite empty. You were on your way to Carl Dominic's room at the time?
Yeah, could be he gave me a little reception.
In that case, senor, I suggest we return the visit at once.
We go back up the stairs to Carl Dominic's room. He turns out to be a tall, slender, elegant-looking gent in a dressing gown who keeps massaging his fingernails with a buffer.
Dominic, earlier this evening you visited a villa on the edge of the city.
Of course. The villa of Senor Alvarado.
Why did you go there?
To discuss a small business deal.
Oh?
My card, Mr. Mitchell.
Carl Dominic Fine Perfumes.
You see, Senor Alvarado had expressed a desire to enter into business of some sort, so it occurred to me that he might like to take a whirl at the perfume trade.
I see.
And that was the matter you discussed with him?
No.
Oh?
After all, Captain, one cannot carry on a very intelligent discussion with a dead man.
I see. Your story is that Alvarado was dead when you arrived?
Of course. Quite a nasty sight.
You left the house at once?
Indeed. Post haste, as the expression is.
And without reporting the matter to the police?
Slight error of judgment, as I now realize.
Why didn't you report it?
Well, as I told you, I am in the perfume business, and this affair, forgive me, did not smell too good. I thought any publicity involving me with it might be very injurious to my professional connections.
How did you get in?
The front door, as usual.
She says she didn't hear the bell.
Alvarado had told me over the telephone that the servants were out. He said he would leave the door unlocked for me, and it was. I did not need to ring the bell.
I see.
Senor, are you expecting a visitor?
Why, no. I will see who it is.
Just sit still, Dominic. I'll go.
But well?
Oh, bellboy.
See, these were ordered for this room, senor.
Oh, okay, I'll take them. Here.
Gracias, gracias.
So, here we have a tray, a cocktail shaker, and 3 martinis, Captain.
Very interesting.
I thought you weren't expecting visitors, Dominic.
I meant any more visitors, gentlemen. You see, I was expecting you.
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. As I was leaving Alvarado's villa, I saw a policeman following me. I knew it would be only a question of time before I received a visit from the police.
Got all the angles figured, haven't you?
In my own modest way. Suppose you try an onion in your martini, or would you rather have a stuffed olive?
Suppose you try a stuffed olive. We're leaving. Come on, Captain.
A most perplexing case, Mitchell.
Yeah, this Dominic is a cool cookie, pretty sure of himself. He could have knocked off Conradi and grabbed the evidence.
But who then hit the girl over the head and left by the garden?
Could be the gent I ran into in the garden, Vasquez, or else the girl was lying about getting hit.
That, of course, is a possibility also.
Here's another thought. Maybe Dominic killed Conradi, then slugged Maria and opened the garden window to make it look like the killer left that way. But it seems to me if Dominic's the killer, he'd be long gone by now instead of pouring martinis for us in his hotel room.
Oh, come in. Oh, Sergeant Ruiz.
Senor Mitchell, the man you encountered in the garden outside Conradi's villa.
Vasquez, what about him?
The letter you tore from his pocket, he gave us his home address in South America. We investigated and have found he's a prominent citizen of the same city where the dead man Conradi used to be chief of police.
Oh?
From what we could find out, apparently there was a scandal involving Conradi and Vasquez's wife.
I see, Captain. That looks like that sort of takes Vasquez off the hook.
Yes, his motive would have been clearly revenge, yet Conradi's killer tore the room apart looking for evidence on Mr. Caro.
Well, I guess that brings us back to the girl again.
But, Mitchell, bear in mind that at the time the killer made an attempt on your life with that noose at Dominic's hotel, the girl was being held here at police headquarters.
Yeah, but it is possible she's working with the killer. She may have gotten into Conradi's villa with her story about a car breakdown so she could open the window and let the killer in. Look, why don't you release her and let me tail her? Right now it looks like she's our only lead. So we release Maria. I give her a block lead start after her, and it's a slim chance to trail a lead anywhere. But right now I'm grabbing at anything which might possibly throw a little light on the deal, and suddenly I stop. A little light. Yeah, the little light I was staring at overhead when the noose was tightening around my neck. The deal begins to add up fast. I start walking again. Then, all of a sudden, I've got a feeling I'm being followed. I spot a shadow in the doorway across the street. I speed up, turn into an alley. Then I stop and hug the side of the building. I wait. Pretty soon I hear someone easing closer. Then he turns into the alley. I spot the gun in his hand, gleaming in the moonlight. I grab for it.
Get back!
Let me have it. Let go!
Oh!
Thanks. Yeah, just what I thought. My little friend Vasquez from the garden. It figured to be you.
What do you mean?
Dominic's taller than I am. You're the only short one in the deal. A little guy from behind me would have to pull down on the noose. That forced my head back, and that's how come I was staring up at the light overhead when I blacked out.
I had no choice, senor. I was afraid you would track me down. I had to try and put you out of the way.
Just like you were trying to do now. You know, Vasquez, what threw me off was the room being torn apart. You did kill Conradi for revenge, all right, then tore the room apart, not looking for evidence, but for a reason so obvious, we overlooked it. You wanted to make the motive look like common, ordinary robbery.
See.
In the process, you removed some evidence I want, evidence that identifies an international killer known as Mr. Karen.
I took only a few papers and some keys.
What did you do with them?
I threw them in the bushes outside the walls of Conradi's villa.
Take me to them.
All right. It doesn't matter anymore anyway.
To me it does, believe me.
Come, I will show you. It's about here, as I remember. See, over there, against the wall behind the large bushes.
Yeah, I see this stuff. I got it. Some papers and keys. You know, this key looks like one to a baggage locker. 5 will get you 10. That's where the evidence is.
Thank you very much for finding it.
What? Dominic.
Drop the gun, Mitchell.
Alias Mr. Karen,
Exactly.
You went to kill Conradi, but found out somebody else had done your dirty work for you. For another reason.
Yes, your friend Vasquez. I realize he must have taken the evidence about me, and that is why I've been following him. And now you have been kind enough to find it for me.
Yeah, Mother's little helper, that's me.
Drop the keys on the ground.
Okay.
Good. Now, over against the wall, both of you. Bushes should hide your bodies very nicely. Move.
Vasquez and I start into the bushes with Dominic behind us. I push back a large branch, and then I duck. It breaks back over me and into Dominic. The slug hits Vasquez. I hack at Dominic's wrist, and his gun goes flying, and he spins around. I lunge at him and shove hard. He goes back into the wall. That'll take a little starch out of you.
My head!
Well, after all, Dominic, you had me up against a stone wall all through the deal, so I just returned the compliment. The hard way.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Daytime programming here at the NBC spot on your radio dial is tops in listening enjoyment. You'll hear Bob Hope, Dave Garroway, Meredith Wilson, Bob and Ray, Warren Hull, Bert Parks, and Tommy Bartlett every day, Monday through Friday. So chase away your housework blues by setting your dial to the NBC radio network during the day. Bob Hope presents the finest in comedy listening as he teams with Bill Goodwin. Dave Garroway is sure to please with his bits of philosophy and the interesting records that he plays. And when it's time for Bob and Ray, you'll hear radio being kidded by those two boys from Boston who won last year's Peabody Award for comedy. Warren Hull presides over the show with the heart, Strike It Rich, and Bert Parks is the master of ceremonies on Double or Nothing. So, all in all, it's a day filled with the finest radio entertainment. So be sure to hear Bob Hope, Dave Garroway, Bob and Ray, Warren Hull, Meredith Wilson, Bert Parks, and Tommy Bartlett over most NBC stations every day, Monday through Friday.
Next week, Greece. A three-way chase. The guy in the front, the guy behind, and me. Right in the middle.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Dan Riss, Tony Barrett, Eve McVeigh, Herb Ellis, and Jan R. Van. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow, hear both Father Knows Best and Truth or Consequences on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the best way to catch a fish is to let him off the hook. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, a freighter called the Colfax Star is due to arrive at the Greek port of Piraeus tomorrow night. I want you to be there to meet her.
She have a special passenger aboard?
Very special. His name is George Foucault, and he's carrying a file of papers stolen from a U.S. government office in Paris.
And we want that file, huh?
No, it's worthless.
Oh, then it's George Foucault we want?
Wrong again.
So I follow a guy we don't want carrying a file that's worthless. Look, Commissioner, what's this all about?
A week ago, an American physicist named Arnold Freed disappeared en route from Paris to Marseille. He'd received an urgent message saying that his son had been injured in an auto accident in the south of France. The message turned out to be a hoax.
Anyone seen Freed since?
No trace of him at all. He's a very important man to us, Steve. Freed was working on a secret project for our government in Paris at the time of his disappearance. Then, 2 nights ago, we learned from one of the secretaries employed at Freed's Paris office that she had been offered a sum of money to assist this Vuko in stealing certain papers from Freed's desk.
Looks like the people behind all this aren't content with just grabbing off Freed. They want his personal notes, too.
Right. So we obliged. We instructed the secretary to go along with their request.
A phony set of papers was planted and made easy for Vuko to grab, huh?
And now we think Vuko is on his way to the place where Freed is being held prisoner. Get after Vuko, Steve, and bring back Arnold Freed. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Radio listening each Sunday on the NBC radio network is tops in entertainment value. For great dramas of the stage and screen, you'll enjoy Theater Guild on the Air, presenting brilliant actors and actresses from Broadway and Hollywood. In the comedy vein, listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, with 30 minutes of mirth and music as provided by all the wonderful characters on this delightful show. Then there's Mystery Adventure with Dragnet. Directly from the official files of the Los Angeles Police Department come the true stories dramatized on Dragnet. Sunday is filled with the best radio entertainment. So, this week, hear all these fine shows on most NBC stations.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Greece, pick up the trail of a gent named George Vuko, and hope he leads me to a spot where American scientist Arnold Freed is being held prisoner. It's early Thursday evening when I arrive. I hurry down to the docks and wait for the freighter Colfax to tie up. She pulls in half an hour later, and I watch the passengers come ashore. None of them fits the description I have of Vuko. I wait another 10 minutes, but there's no sign of him, and I'm beginning to feel like something's gone wrong. I hurry aboard the ship, and after showing the purser my credentials, we go below to Vuko's cabin. I wait a short distance away while he knocks on the door.
There's no answer, sir.
All right. I guess you'd better open up.
Righto. You think something's wrong, sir?
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
There we are, sir.
Mm-hmm. Hey, no one here.
I was certain he hadn't gone ashore, sir. Oh, there's his luggage and his overcoat. He must still be aboard.
Yeah, I wonder...
May I assist you, gentlemen?
Oh, what? Mr. Vuko. Well, that is to say, sir, we weren't sure if you'd left, sir.
I was down the corridor saying my au revoir to a shipboard acquaintance. Mrs. Farquhar, that is. Charming woman. Charming. You were looking for me, gentlemen?
Not exactly, Mr.
Vuko. George Vuko at your service.
You see, I've booked passage aboard. I'm going on to Turkey.
Oh, I understand. And this is to be your cabin?
Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. This gentleman was most anxious to bring his luggage aboard.
Of course. I'll get my things out immediately.
I don't mean to rush you, Mr. Vuko.
Not at all, not at all.
Here, I'll give you a hand with those bags, sir.
I can manage quite well, purser. Thank you. Well, gentlemen, au revoir, and I hope you have a pleasant journey. Mr.
Thanks.
Sort of caught us red-handed, didn't he, sir?
Yeah, I think he sort of planned it that way. Now he knows what I look like, and it's not going to make my job any easier. Back on deck, I watch Vuko stroll down the gangway. After he clears customs, I start trailing him. 15 minutes later, he checks in at the Alexandria Hotel and draws room number 608. I draw outside accommodations, a neat little hiding place on a small balcony at the far end of the 6th floor corridor. Vuko stays in his room long enough to park his suitcase and adjust a few other things, and then he's out again. I wait until he disappears into the elevator, then I duck out of my hiding place on the balcony and start after him.
Hey, just a minute, Sporty.
Huh?
I want to have a little talk with you if you
Look,
don't mind.
I'm in a hurry, Buster.
Stay where you are. I shoot.
Oh, put that baby cannon away, Buster.
Buster again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alex Pacos. I'm also the house detective. Surprise?
House detective? Oh, great.
We got complaints. A peeping Tom on the balcony, somebody says. So I come up here just in time to see you climbing off the balcony.
Look, I can explain. Here, I'll show you my credentials.
Don't do it. Don't try to pull a knife on me, Sporty.
A knife? Yet I'm only trying to show you my credentials.
Hold still. I will get the credentials, eh?
I'll help yourself, but hurry it up, huh?
Oh. This says you're an American government agent.
Yeah, now, if you don't mind...
Just a minute, Sporty.
Now, what?
So you are Steve Mitchell, government agent. Forgive me for lying to you. I am not really Alex Pacos, house detective. I'm Napoleon.
Okay, smart guy, and forgive me for lying to you. I'm really the Duke of Wellington. Friend Pacos pulls up like a road map. I head down the stairs, but when I get to the lobby, George Bucco is nowhere in sight. I hurry out into the street. He's long gone. Then I get a thought, so I trot back upstairs. The house cop is still sprawled out in the corridor, but there's a long, lean gent in tweeds bending over him.
Look what I've found. Body, eh?
What happened?
Dashed if I know, old boy. It seems to have been an accident of some sort. Must have been quite a show, what? Missed it, by George. Was in my diggings at the time, examining my wart. You see here? Frightfully worried about it, you know.
He'll be all right.
Can't let a chap just lie here, prone and all that. I say he's a bit beefy. Lack of exercise, what?
Why don't you phone downstairs?
Righto. I say, old man.
Yeah, what's wrong?
We haven't met. My name is Quinton, Ronnie Quinton.
Mine's Mitchell, Steve. And call the desk, huh?
Check.
Quentin rattles his tweeds down the hall and disappears into his room, which is what I've been waiting for. I pluck the passkey from the house detective's pocket and slip into Foucault's room. The suitcase is on the bed, open. I give it a fast frisk and then start in on the room itself. I figure if the papers are still here, that means he'll be back. Otherwise, I'm cooked. I continue my search of the room until I hear a key in the lock. I duck into a closet fast. It's my old friend Quentin, the gent in tweeds, and he's followed by a seamy-looking little character.
Close the door quickly, Fabio. Good. The American chap is prowling about the corridor somewhere. We wouldn't want him to see us.
I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
Oh, you shut up.
But it was splendid. The American was to follow Bucco.
Of course, but that confounded house detective ruined everything before he detained Mitchell. When Mitchell thought he'd lost Bucco, he came back.
The papers. Where did Bucco leave them?
Rolled up in the window shade. Now, hurry.
Yes, here they are.
Good. Now, you know what to do. Now, hurry. Your train leaves in a quarter of an hour.
Yes, I know. But Mr. Quinton...
What is it, Fabio?
The small matter of money. £50.
Oh, you shall be rewarded in due time, Fabio, in due time.
One more thing. About this American, Mitchell.
Well, what about him?
What does he look like? I mean, if you were to follow him.
Oh, he won't. I'll see to that, Fabio. Now, go, boy. Go!
I watch the two of them slip out of the room, and when I think the coast is clear, I follow. I hurry out in the hall, and then as I reach the head of the stairs...
Aha! Sporty!
Oh, great. Napoleon again. He comes roaring at me like an angry bull. I sidestep. He goes flying past me and winds up in a heap at the foot of the stairs, out cold. I tuck the passkey in his vest pocket and mush on. 10 minutes later, I wind up at the train depot.
Yes, sir? You wish a ticket?
That's right.
Your destination, sir?
You have a train leaving here in about 2.5 minutes. That's the one.
We have 2 trains leaving in 2.5 minutes, sir.
Oh. Well, let me put it this way. A little gent in a gray overcoat bought a ticket here just seconds ago. Where's he headed?
A little gentleman, you say?
Yeah, he's standing right over there, eyeing that fat blonde at the coffee counter, the one with the small mustache. The gent, not the blonde.
Oh, that one, yeah. Well, it's not customary to...
My credentials.
Oh, I see. What has he done?
We think he's Adolf Hitler.
No!
Hey, where's he going?
Salonika.
I'll make mine the same.
Yes, sir. 2-way ticket, huh? That is to say, you will be returning.
Yeah, I hope. As the train starts up, Fabio jumps aboard, and I'm right after him. I can stick close because he doesn't know what I look like. I follow him through one car after another, wondering when he's going to settle down. Then, in between cars, I suddenly get the idea someone is following me. I whirl around and look into the business end of a 45, holding it, his friend Quentin.
You are a persistent fellow, aren't you, Mr. Mitchell?
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. There's nothing so comfortable as a nice plump cushion. But I don't mean the sofa pillow variety. I mean a financial cushion to fall back upon when times get tight, when sickness lingers, or when unemployment strikes. The best way to build this necessary cushion is to chop a little money off each paycheck. Not necessarily a great sum, but a steady little sum which you can put into United States defense bonds. These bonds now earn greater interest, give you a quicker return, and may be held at interest for as long as 10 years beyond maturity. And say, you're tucking a financial cushion behind Uncle Sam's back when you buy your own cushion with bonds. Because every dollar you put into United States defense bonds is an investment in your country's strength and security. That's the same as setting up a safer world for your children. Start building your cushion now by signing up for the payroll savings plan where you work. Or use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. For United States defense bonds. They're now even better. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
What are you waiting for, Quentin? Why don't you get it over with?
My, such impatience to die, old boy. You really should exercise more. Now, I think we're going sufficiently fast. Yes. One moment now, when I get the door open. There. Now, Mitchell.
He suddenly kicks at me, but I dive to one side. I manage to grab the handrail. He smashes down on my knuckles with a gun barrel, and I fall out. I land on the roadbed and roll onto the other tracks. I lie there a moment stunned. Then, dimly, I can make out an approaching roar. Another train heading right for me. Quentin's timing was pretty good. I gather with strength I've got left and roll off the tracks just in time. After my head clears, I make it to the road and flag down a car. Hey, look, I've got to beat a train to Salonika and... Hey.
Mitchell.
Vuko.
Get back. Sorry. Oh.
Thanks for the use of the car, Vuko, old boy. After I drag Vuko's body into the weeds by the side of the road and take off in his car, I keep the accelerator down to the floor. Finally pull up in the train just at the outskirts of Salonika. It's a dead heat at the depot. I get there as Fabio and Quentin step off the train. Fabio starts walking through the Prados district with Quentin following half a block behind, probably to make sure that nothing happens to Fabio. Now, I've got a problem. Fabio's the boy I want to follow, but I can't do that very well with Quentin tagging along. I ease around a parked truck and wait until Quentin walks by. Hi, sweetheart. Just keep your hands in sight, old boy.
Let go of my arm.
Keep quiet or your arm goes with me. Now walk.
What good's this going to do you?
The way I figure it, Quentin, the play was for me to follow Vuko. He was the decoy. In the meantime, Fabio up ahead there is the boy with the papers. Either he passes them to somebody else or takes them to where your outfit is holding our missing scientist freed.
I'm afraid that your brilliant and accurate deductions won't do you much good, old chap.
Why not?
You see, we really don't believe in taking any chances. As you note, I was following Fabio to keep an eye on him, and I'm reasonably certain that at this moment Vuko is following me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Vuko got delayed.
What?
Fortunately for me, he was tailing the train. I persuaded him to let me borrow his car. Here, this is far enough. Truckload of cabbages. That'll do very nicely.
Mitchell, don't try it.
I gag him with his handkerchief and tie him up with his belt and necktie. Then I roll him onto the truck under some of the cabbages. As I start away, the driver shows up and drives off with the truck. So I figure Quentin is out of the ball game for the time being. I take off after Fabio and tail him to a small bar. But the way he starts tossing down the drinks, it doesn't look like he's got anything on his mind but a celebration. I start wondering if anything's gone wrong or if he's already passed on the papers. I figure I'd better get closer to him, which I can do because he doesn't know what I look like. But along about then, he saves me the trouble. He decides to get closer to me.
You like Fabio to buy you a drink?
Well,
That's good. Bartender, bring drink for my friend. I like your face. I buy you a drink.
Thanks, but don't let me keep
you. You don't keep me. I got nothing to do but drink with people I like. You I like. You have happy face, not like sour face or him.
Who?
Over there, I don't like his face.
That happens to be a police lieutenant, Buster.
Fabio. And I don't care if he is police lieutenant or mayor.
Hey, watch out, your coat sleeve. It's in the ashtray.
Huh?
Don't look now, but you just burned a hole in your sleeve.
Stop trying to change the subject. Hey, you! You over there.
Hey, look.
Come here, you.
Yes, sir. What is the matter?
You know something? I don't like your face.
Look, Lieutenant, he's...
You keep out of this.
I suggest you keep quiet and avoid trouble.
Trouble? You want trouble, huh? I'll give you trouble.
You're drinking my face.
Oh, brother.
You are under arrest.
You want more trouble? I'll give you more.
Hey, cut it out.
I will handle him.
You sure did.
You are a friend of his?
Not exactly, Lieutenant. I'll fill you in on the way to the police station. Oh, where'd you put him, Lieutenant?
Where he belongs, Mr. Mitchell, in the drunk tank.
Well, looks like I'm right up against the old stone wall at this point.
As I understand it, this scientist of yours, this Fried, was kidnapped?
Yeah, they used a phony story about his son being injured to lure him to a spot where they could grab him.
I see. Then they forced him to request his confidential notes from his secretary.
Yeah, we sent along a worthless set, hoping to follow them to Fried.
Uh-huh. And you say this drunken Fabio was the courier?
I thought so.
But there on the table are the things we took from his pockets.
Yeah, I know. There's no sign of the papers. Of course, he may have them sewn into his clothes somewhere.
We could search him as thoroughly as you like.
That, of course, would tip him off.
But then perhaps he had passed the papers on to someone else.
That's what's got me worried. Still, I don't think he did.
Oh, why not?
If he had, he probably would have been paid off. I remember him mentioning to Quentin the price was £50.
Ah, and there were no pounds among the money in his pocket.
Yeah. I doubt if he could have spent that much in the bar. I wonder if he's still unconscious.
Come, we will see. There is a peephole here in the wall through which we can look directly in on them without being observed. There he is.
Yeah, sleeping it off. Hey, looks like somebody's getting released.
Oh, yes, the sailor. He is one of our habitual guests, at least once a week.
Well, looks like I'm stumped, Lieutenant. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
That sailor.
What about him?
His sleeve.
I don't see what you mean.
Listen, Lieutenant, the deal just added up. Better get a couple of your men to tag along after me and be ready to close in fast. I slip outside and start tailing the sailor. He heads straight for the waterfront to a rusty-looking freighter tied up at one of the piers. There's no one in sight on the deck, and it's dark enough for me to slip aboard after him. He heads forward, but I want to take a look below decks. I ease down the ladder, and then I know my hunch is right. There's a stocky gent guarding the door to one of the staterooms. I come up behind him, and he never knows what hit him. Inside, there's a man stretched out on the bunk. It's our missing scientist, Fried. I try to rouse him, but apparently he's been drugged. Then I hear a sound in the doorway. I whirl around and stare at the business end of a gun.
Don't move, Mitchell.
Well, hello, Bucco.
Did you visit our ship to return the automobile you borrowed from me so forcibly?
Sure. That and to pick up our scientist here.
I'm afraid I shall have to deny you that. We intend to shove off shortly. Please be our guest.
Thanks. Where to?
Our destination is a port in the Black Sea. However, you will not stay with us that long.
Bucco motions me back into the stateroom.
What?
The lieutenant and his boy is up on deck.
Get back, Mitchell.
But he's taken his eyes off me too long. I'm on top of him before he can shoot. I hack the gun out of his hand. It goes flying, but he gives me a knee in the stomach. That jackknifes me onto the deck. Before I can recover, he gets to the gun, grabs it, and swings it towards me.
Mitchell! Are you all right,
Yeah. But if it hadn't been for that shot of yours just then, I sure wouldn't be, Lieutenant.
My men have taken the rest of the crew prisoners. Oh, and that is our scientist in there.
Yeah, he's drugged, but otherwise okay.
Mitchell, I am still not clear how you knew to follow the sailor here from the jail.
I spotted a burned hole in his sleeve. I remembered that Fabio had burned a hole in his sleeve in the bar.
Ah, you mean the sailor had exchanged coats with Fabio in the drunk tank?
Sure. I figure Fabio put on that whole routine in the bar so he'd land in jail and pass the papers in his coat along to the sailor.
Well, it was most fortunate you noticed the sleeve.
Yeah, Fabio tried a little sleight of hand on us. But he should have known a magician is dead as soon as anybody spots what he's got up his sleeve.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Variety is the spice of life, they say, and variety is what we at NBC attempt to give you each Thursday evening. Yes, each Thursday on most NBC stations, you'll hear such entertaining programs as The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, Truth or Consequences, The Judy Canova Show, and Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show. Roy Rogers brings Western song and adventure from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Later, it's time for Father Knows Best with Robert Young in the title role. And perhaps you'll agree that the things about which Father knows best is trouble. But trouble or not, there's always fine listening when it's time for Robert Young to star on this station. Ralph Edwards brings you Truth or Consequences, and the fun really begins when a contestant misses a question and has to pay the consequences. Judy Canova adds to the mirth and merriment with hilarious comedy and some songs in her own delightful style. Then Eddie Cantor brings you his show business show, during which he reminisces about his years in the entertainment world. Every Thursday, listen to all these fine shows on most NBC stations.
Next week, Africa. Somebody tries to slip me the double bongo in the Congo.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Jan Arvan, Paul Frees, Paul Duboff, Ramsey Hill, and Tony Barrett. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the Commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondot, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time, when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow, hear both Father Knows Best and Truth or Consequences on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the best way to stop one fight is to start another one. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I don't think you're going to like this assignment.
Well, break it to me gently, then. What am I supposed to do?
Step in the middle of a fight between two women?
Oh, brother, anything but that, Commissioner.
It's vitally important we patch up a family squabble, Steve, because of a lease our government has, or had, I should say, on a certain strategic mining property in the Belgian Congo.
What's the trouble?
That lease expired a month ago. We've been trying to get the owners of the property together so we could negotiate another lease, but it seems the ladies aren't on speaking terms.
Oh, that sounds just peachy for me.
One is the widow of Aristide Bergerot, the original owner. The other is Bergerot's sister. These two women now own the mining property jointly.
Oh, what are they beefing about, Commissioner?
Who knows? Whatever it is, it's caused a serious breach between them. We've been informed there's a lawsuit in the offing.
Oh, great. Nothing like a lawsuit to tie up an estate.
Meanwhile, the mine remains idle, and we need those strategic minerals desperately, Steve. Get down to the Congo, to the Bergerot estate in Leopoldville, and find out what this is all about. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Transcribed.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Thursday evening, you'll want to be on hand when over most of these stations, NBC presents such stellar shows as Truth or Consequences, The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, The Judy Canova Show, and Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show. All 5 of these programs bring entertaining radio listening into your home. There's Western Song and Adventure with Roy Rogers, zany stunts and heartwarming performances on Truth or Consequences. Delightful family comedy with Robert Young starring in Father Knows Best. Down-to-earth entertainment from Cactus Junction on The Judy Canova Show, and Memories from the Past, when Eddie Cantor presents his Show Business Show. Yes, hear them all each Thursday on most NBC stations.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Carry an olive branch down to the Belgian Congo and see if I can patch up a quarrel that stands in the way of our renewing a lease on a vitally important hunk of mining property. It's late Friday afternoon when my plane lands, and Greg Carlson of the American Consulate in Leopoldville is there to meet me. We pile into his car and head out for the Bergeron.
I'm sure glad to see you, Steve. Maybe you can get this mess straightened out.
What started this feud, do you know?
Yeah, a chapeau. A frilly little bonnet costing all of $10.
What happened?
Well, it turned out to be a favorite hat of Mademoiselle's. That's Bergerot's sister. And Toto massacred it.
Toto?
The French poodle. He belongs to Madame. That's Bergerot's widow.
So a dog chews up a hat and away we go, huh?
Well, one thing led to another in Wango. A lawsuit is in the works.
Because of the hat?
Oh, no. That happened a long time ago. Since then, many rumors and insinuations all spread around by both camps. You want to hear the latest word?
Sure.
There seems to be some question as to the widow's claim to her half of the Bergerot estate.
What?
Mademoiselle's friends seem to think that maybe Madame is a phony, that Aristide Bergerot never married.
Do they have any proof of this?
Oh, no, but here's the way the story goes. The widow claims that she and Bergerot were married in a small Belgian town during the early part of the war. He was a flyer, got himself killed in a crash shortly afterward.
Oh, there must be a record of the marriage.
Oh, no. The town hall and the files were destroyed in an air raid.
Doesn't the widow have a marriage license?
No.
Great.
That is, she did have one, but it's been, misplaced. Interesting, huh?
Very.
So the battle rages. Now they're started in on Henri.
And just who is Henri?
He's on the widow's team. Sort of a boyfriend, I guess. She met him a couple of months ago. Nice sort of a guy, but Scuttlebutt said he's a fortune hunter, that he made a play for Mademoiselle and she turned him down. Madame caught him on the rebound.
Hey, about this lawsuit, Greg, how far has that progressed?
Well, it hasn't reached the courts yet, and it won't if Van Leuven has anything to say about it. He's the family lawyer.
He handling the case?
Like a hot potato. Poor little guy's on the spot, right in the middle of the beef. He doesn't know what to do.
If he goes through with the case, Mademoiselle gets sore. If he doesn't, Madame blows her top, huh?
Yeah. Oh, there's the entrance to the estate up ahead, Steve. The big gates on the left.
Hey, looks like quite a layout.
Oh, it is. Everything but gold doorknobs. I wonder where the gatekeeper is.
Is it locked?
Not usually.
Well, allow me. Okay, Greg, come ahead. Hey, wait a minute, hold it. Car coming down from the house.
Yeah, at a good clip, too. Well, looks like Henri's car, little souped-up job.
Oh, brother.
Well, what do you know, the widow herself.
Yeah, she always drive like that?
Oh, so I understand. A real fiend on the road.
She'd better slow down or she isn't going to make that curve.
Yeah, she's really... Hey, she isn't going to make it. Can you get in on that side, Steve?
Yeah, I think so. If I can force the door. There it is.
You okay?
Out cold. Must have banged her head against the wheel.
Steve, the car's caught fire.
Yeah, come on, let's get her out of here.
How is she, Mr. Van Leuven?
Well, she's regained consciousness. Doctor says she will be all right. A few bruises, nothing more.
Oh, glad to hear that. Oh, This is Steve Mitchell.
Ah, Monsieur Mitchell. How do you do?
Mr. Van Leuven?
Most fortunate it was that you and Monsieur Carlson arrived at the scene of the accident as quickly as you did. Foolish girl. She drives like a maniac.
Yeah, she really tore out of this place. Where was she going in such a hurry?
Into town, I suppose.
And she wasn't staying around for our meeting? Huh?
No. When she learned of your coming, she made it quite clear to me that she would not discuss the lease until the matter of her right to the estate was settled.
I'd like to talk with Mademoiselle Bergerot, the sister. Is she around?
She was to be here. I myself talked with her on the telephone last night and arranged it. But this morning I learned that she was gone.
Gone? Where?
On another of her hunting trips into the jungle.
Oh, fine. When do you expect her back?
No, who knows, monsieur.
About this lawsuit.
Oh, idiotic. Sheer nonsense, Monsieur Mitchell. And I have told Madame Bergerot so. Still, Madame insists.
I see. One more thing. Did Madame say anything about the accident, how she suddenly lost control of this Henri's car?
She admitted traveling at high speed. Then the car swerved. That's all she remembers.
Okay, Mr. Van Leuven, thanks.
Now, if you will excuse me.
Sure.
Well, Steve, looks like you're off to a great start. Madame refuses to talk to you, and Mademoiselle slips away into the jungle. What do we do now?
I'd like to have another look at the scene of that accident. Come on.
Find anything, Steve?
Yeah, I think so. Come here. Here, take a look at this.
Steering rod?
Uh-huh. Look at this break here. A little too clean cut.
Might have been worked over with a hacksaw.
Yeah. Tell me, Greg, how far is the Bergerot hunting lodge from here?
Inland, about 80 miles. Why?
I think I'll run up there and have a talk with Mademoiselle.
Well, river steam can get you to St. Carew by morning. We can just about make it if we leave right now. It's an old paddle wheeler.
Let's go. Shortly after dark, we pull up at the steamship office. I get myself a ticket to St. Carew, and then I walk out on the dock where Greg is waiting.
You all set, Steve?
Yep.
The gangway's over here.
Mm-hmm.
You sure you don't want me to come along?
Oh, you'd better stick around here in town and keep eyes on things.
All right. I'll take care of... Uh-oh.
Well. Monsieur Carlson, this is a surprise.
Oh, hello, Henri. How are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. Taking a little trip?
Oh, no, I was just seeing a friend of mine off. Steve Mitchell, Henri Hubert.
Enchanté, monsieur.
Mr. Hubert, you going aboard, too?
Oh, yes. A little pleasure trip. I like to get away like this on occasion. I find the river journey most relaxing. We'd better hurry aboard, Monsieur Mitchell.
Right.
Goodbye, Monsieur Carlson.
Have a good trip.
So, that's Henri Hubert, huh? Madame's boyfriend.
Yeah. I wonder what he's up to.
A pleasure trip, he said. Well, I'd better shove off. I'll see you when I get back, Greg.
Yeah, and take care, Steve.
A few minutes later, I'm parked in a deck chair as the steamer pulls out into the river and the lights of Leopoldville fade away in the night behind us. I wait there for another half hour, hoping friend Henri will stroll by, but he doesn't. I decide to go looking for him. Just as I'm walking along a deserted section of the deck, somebody suddenly darts out of the shadows and throws a perfect block on me. I crash into the rail. Before I can shake the cobwebs out of my brain, that somebody grabs my feet and flips me overboard.
In just a moment, Brian Donlevy will continue his dangerous assignment. Every American benefits from the hard work and strong influence of the Scouting movement in building a better nation in which to live. And during this anniversary week celebration, Scouts throughout the nation will rededicate themselves to the Scout Oath. The purpose of this rededication is to instill in the minds and hearts of all young men a deeper sense of obligation to preserve at any cost the heritage of America. When you see the Scouts wearing their uniforms this week, you'll know that young America is steadfastly holding to the high standards of citizenship instilled by the Boy Scouts of America since the founding in 1910. Now, if you'd like to become a unit leader in their program of character building and training for good citizenship, please contact your local Boy Scout Council office. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
When I pop up to the surface of the water again, I see the boat sliding by me in the night. Then I realize I'm being drawn in towards one of the giant paddle wheels. I try to swim away, but the suction's too strong for me. Finally, I... close to the side, double up my legs, and kick out. If it shoots me out far enough so the wheel clears me by a foot. Now a couple of the passengers spot me floundering around in the water. Pretty soon somebody tosses me a line and hauls me up on deck.
Why, what's the matter?
Huh? Oh, Henri.
Here, let me give you a hand.
Yeah, thanks.
You had a very close escape, monsieur.
You're telling me. Good thing you guys spotted me and tossed the rope.
Monsieur, I suggest you retire to your cabin and change your clothes as soon as possible. I know this jungle climate. It's not good to stand around wet.
Yeah, good advice, but I don't happen to have a cabin.
In that case, monsieur, permit me. My name is Flournoy. Please use my cabin.
Well, thanks.
Come, monsieur.
I will fetch your bag, Monsieur Mitchell.
Thanks, Henri.
Here we are, monsieur. A word of caution, monsieur.
What do you mean?
I know these river boats quite well. In the future, it would be much safer to leave your valuables with the captain.
Valuables?
Jewelry, perhaps, a diamond, an unofficial transaction. I have traveled this river for years, monsieur. I know the types of business that flourish here.
Well, I've been taken for a lot of things in my day, but never a diamond runner.
Come in.
Your suitcase, Monsieur Mitchell.
Thanks, Henri.
Oh, this attempt on your life, it upsets me greatly.
Me too.
You know, in some way, I feel rather responsible for you.
How so?
Oh, because of our mutual friend you are with back on the dock.
Oh, you mean Greg Carlson?
Oh, yes, a most charming person.
Yeah, you known him long?
No, only since the Bergerot cocktail party of some 2 months ago. You see, Madame Bergerot, a dear friend of mine, invited me. Greg Carlson, of course, was the guest of Mademoiselle.
Wait a minute. He was with Mademoiselle Bergerot?
Ah, oui, Madame's sister-in-law. Mademoiselle and Carlson at one time were rather interested in each other.
I see.
But, hélas, Mademoiselle has always had many suitors besides Greg. He has not spoken of her lately. A broken romance, perhaps. Eh bien, we do not wish to speak of such things, eh?
Yeah, that's probably it. I changed into dry clothes, wondering why Greg didn't mention his friendship with Mademoiselle Bergerot. Could be the reason Henri came up with. On the other hand, could be something else. At dawn, we dock at the little river port of Sankaroo. I go ashore and look up a guy whose name Greg had given me, a white hunter named Stryker. I hire him to take me to the Bergerot hunting lodge. An hour later, we're deep in the jungle.
Lodge isn't too much further, Mitchell.
That's good. This is pretty rugged country, Stryker.
Yeah. Is it Mademoiselle Bergerot you want to see?
Yeah.
I doubt very much if you'll find her at the lodge.
Oh?
I saw her in Sankaroo yesterday. Said something about trying a hunt in the Italic country. That's to the west of here.
Think you could find them?
Well, we shouldn't have any trouble tracking them. This is the fork of the trail we're coming to now. One branch leads toward the lodge, the other one towards the Italic country. We just take this branch.
What's the matter?
That's strange. Quite a few tracks from the west heading for the lodge.
You think the hunting party came back?
Be an awfully short trip for them if they did. Look, you better stay here, Mitchell. I'll go along the trail a bit for a look-see.
Stryker disappears around the bend in the trail. I light a cigarette. My lighter slips out of my hand. I bend over to pick it up. The slug bounces off a rock beside me. I hit the dirt. A moment later, Stryker pounds into sight.
Mitchell, what happened?
Somebody trying to play bullseye with me.
I heard somebody moving on the trail ahead of me. Just before the shot. Come on.
We start carefully along the trail, and I'm giving Stryker and his gun a few side glances. He could have done it. Then we round a bend in the trail, and there, right in front of us, is a woman with a rifle.
What? Oh, Stryker.
What? Mademoiselle Bergerot.
Yes, I heard a shot. I came back to investigate.
Oh?
I thought you'd gone hunting in the Opala country.
We did, but 2 of the bearers were clawed rather badly. I canceled the trip and we returned. We were almost to the lodge when I heard the shot. Was it either of you who fired it?
No. Oh, this is Steve Mitchell. He's been looking for you.
For me, monsieur?
Yeah, here are my credentials.
United States government agent.
You and your sister-in-law own a piece of strategic mining property formerly leased to us.
Oh, yes.
The lease has expired, and we've been trying to renew it, but you and your sister-in-law seem to be involved in some sort of a dispute and can't get together. That's why I'm here.
I see. Come, let us return to the lodge. This trouble between myself and Amalie.
That's your brother's widow?
Yes. It is idiotic, all of it. I have come to realize that more and more the last few days. Foolish things, hurtful things were said by both of us. I personally would like to put an end to it, but that is up to her.
I see. There's a rumor that she's a phony. Wasn't ever married to your brother.
I did not start that rumor, but I have heard it. I do not know what to think. When I received letters from my brother during the war, he mentioned the romance with Amalie. Then there was no news for some time, and finally a letter from Amalie telling of my brother's death. She said they had been married shortly before.
Oh?
I invited her to live with me. I never questioned her story until the rumor started. Then I found it strange she could not produce the wedding certificate. She said she must have misplaced it.
There's the lodge up ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, that looks like Henri Aubert waiting there.
Oh, yes, it is Amalie's friend.
We meet again, Monsieur Michel.
So we do, Henri.
Monsieur Michel has come to try and patch up the family feud, don't we?
Then we have the same purpose, monsieur.
Do we?
Oh, bien sûr. That is why I made a trip up here, to do what I could to settle the differences between Celestia and Amalie. This trouble has gone on long enough.
Well, I'm afraid you didn't do so well settling your friend Amalie's troubles.
How do you mean?
You loaned her your car.
Not of course.
She had an accident.
What?
Only it wasn't an accident. The steering rod had been sawed almost through.
Oh, no, Lord, but this is incredible.
Was she hurt badly?
No, she's going to be all right, but this comes as a big surprise to both of you, apparently.
But of course it does. No, I suggest we return to her immediately.
Yes, at once.
We start back along the trail to Sankuru. Stryker leads the way. Celeste is next. Henri follows her, and I bring up in the rear. Then I hear a few faint crackles of brush behind us. Somebody's following. I let the others go on ahead without saying anything. I slip to one side and hide in the brush. After a moment, a figure with a gun slips into sight. I let him get close. Then I lunge at him and knock the gun out of his hand. Well, my friend Flournoy from the riverboat.
Monsieur Mitchell.
Suddenly he jerks a knife out, lunges at me, but I lock his wrist and bend it back. He twists away from me and slips and falls. Right onto his own knife. I search him. The only item of interest is a key to a hotel room in Sankuru. I figure Flournoy was just a hired killer. Maybe this key will tell me who hired him. I head into Sankuru and find the hotel whose name is on the key. It's a cheap dive near the waterfront. I go upstairs, start down the dimly lit hall toward the room on the key, but I don't quite make it. Somebody steps out of the shadows behind me with a gun in my back.
That's far enough, Mitchell.
Hello, Van Leuven. So the trusted family lawyer turns out to be the big boy of the deal.
Quite right.
I imagine you got quite a tidy offer to stir up trouble between the two women and try to block our lease renewal.
It was made well worth my while, Mitchell.
I don't get why you tried to knock off the widow.
The steering rod on Henri's car. I hired Flournoy to weaken that, to kill Henri, since he was trying to bring the two women together. But he lent his car to Amalie.
I see. You also hired Flournoy to knock me off. I gather he was to report here afterwards for the payoff, huh?
Yes, he was to be paid off with a bullet. But apparently you have saved me the trouble. So you may have that bullet intended for him.
Thanks.
Into that room. Quick.
I walk to the door. Van Leuven motions me to unlock it. I do.
Inside.
I walk in with Van Leuven behind me. Then suddenly I kick the door back at him. Knocks his gun to one side. I slam the door on his wrist. There. That ought to keep you nice and relaxed a while. And when the ladies find out who's been stirring up the trouble, I don't think I'll have much trouble getting a renewal on the lease.
Oh, my wrist!
That door just slammed shut on a lot more than your wrist.
What do you mean?
Your future, Buster.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Daytime listening here on the NBC Radio Network is just what you busy homemakers need to chase away those housework blues. You'll hear comedy, drama, and musical entertainment when you set your dial to this NBC station. For comedy, we have The Bob Hope Show, Double or Nothing, and Bob and Ray, to name only a few. There's drama from real life on Strike It Rich with Warren Hull and on Welcome Travelers with Tommy Bartlett. Meredith Wilson brings musical entertainment on his program called Every Day. And all of these fine shows are on the air every day, Monday through Friday, over most NBC stations. So make it a regular habit to turn on the radio and leave it set to this NBC station for the finest in daytime radio entertainment. Each day, Bob Hope has a lady guest editor to provide interesting and instructive minutes to his program. Bert Parks plays Double or Nothing each weekday, and the results mean enjoyable listening for you. So be sure to enter into the fun of radio entertainment by making NBC your daytime listening headquarters.
Next week, Tokyo. Tea for two and a slug for me.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Peter Leeds, Tony Barrett, Ben Wright, Betty Lou Gerson, and Paul Duboff. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondot and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow, hear both Truth or Consequences and Father Knows Best on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the best way to win a fight is to get knocked flat on your back. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, a serious charge was filed against us yesterday in Tokyo. A charge that's caused quite a stir among the Japanese people.
What's the trouble?
A doctor named Mitsuko was kidnapped, beaten, held captive by some agency of our government operating in Japan.
What? Exactly what agency, Commissioner?
We don't know. Dr. Mitsuko is unable to identify the office allegedly involved. This case is serious, Steve. It could damage Japanese-American relations.
Yeah, certain interests could use the incident to whip up anti-American sentiment.
It's already being used for just that purpose. Get over there, Steve. Find out who's behind all this. Set this thing straight and do it fast. Well, that's it. You got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Sunday evenings on most NBC stations, you can hear the best in entertaining radio programming. Yes, for comedy, there's the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show, starring Phil, Alice, Frankie Remley, Julius Abruzio, Brother William, and young Alice and Phyllis. You'll enjoy the mirth and music provided by this delightful group of stellar comedians. So be sure to tune in Sunday. Theater Guild on the Air stars Hollywood and Broadway actors and actresses in the best in available novels and plays. And their dramatizations make great radio listening each Sunday. For mystery adventure, be sure to hear Dragnet, the true stories of your police force in action. It's a trio of the top radio shows for your listening pleasure. Hear them all Sunday on most NBC stations.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Japan and find out if a U.S. government agency was actually involved in the kidnapping of a certain Dr. Mitsuko. If not, find out who rigged it. The incident contains enough potential dynamite to damage seriously the relations between the two governments, and it's got to be cleared up, but fast. It's early Friday evening when my plane lands in Tokyo. I check first with Major Conlon of U.S. Intelligence, and a half hour later I arrive at Dr. Mitsuko's house in the suburbs. I follow a servant into the study and find the doctor isn't alone. Sitting close and balancing a large camera on his knee is a member of the local press.
Come in, Mr. Mitchell. Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Permit me to introduce Mr. Tanaji.
Hi, Mitch. I'm with the Yokohama Press. Got a good side?
Oh, what?
Your face, man. Right side or left side? I want to snap a photo.
Oh, well, I've been told the back of my head is my best side.
Oh, man, you're kidding. How about from this angle, huh?
Look, Mr. Tanaji.
Call me Jackie.
Okay, Jackie, let's skip the picture, huh?
Skip it, he says. Man, I got to get your fizz or my chief will blow his rocker. He'll flip his dolly. He'll be...
Down, boy, down. Dr. Mitsuko, I have some important business to discuss.
Oh, feel free. I already know the whole story.
Yeah, so does everybody else in Tokyo, it seems.
Please, do be seated, Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks, Doctor.
I'll start the ball rolling. It's Wednesday evening. Tokyo has settled down for the night. A car slides up to the curb and two sinister figures get out.
Down, Jackie, down.
Oh, sorry, just filling in the color.
Dr. Mitsuko.
As Mr. Tanaji has said, it was last Wednesday evening. I was working late in my study here when the doorbell rang. I answered it. There were two men.
Both American?
One was American. He was dressed in uniform of your military.
And the other man?
Japanese. He was introduced to me as interpreter. They said they wished to ask me some questions, so I invited them in.
What sort of questions did they ask you, Doctor?
About my past, my family, political beliefs. Then the American said I was to accompany them to headquarters.
But he didn't mention whose headquarters.
No. As I had nothing to fear, nothing to hide, I was quite willing to go with them. There was a car waiting outside. An official car of your government, Mr. Mitchell. As I was about to step inside, I was struck on the head. When I regained consciousness, I was being carried into a house.
How long were you unconscious?
10 minutes, approximately.
Go on, Doctor.
I was led to a room in the cellar of the house and again questioned. They demand I tell them what I knew of the Blue Cord.
The Blue Cord?
Yeah, secret society, Mitch. Political club, not so nice.
I had never heard of this Blue Cord. I told them that, but they would not believe me. They beat me.
I see. How long did they keep you there?
3 days. I was released after money was paid.
Money?
Gets real interesting, doesn't it, Mitch?
On the second day, the American told me he could arrange for my release, but a sum of money would have to be paid. $5,000.
How was this money paid out?
A note was sent to my family. The money was left in a package under the Sujito Bridge.
About this house where you were kept prisoner, would you recognize it?
Only what I saw within the house. A long, narrow corridor, a flight of stairs, and the cellar, yes.
Anything else? Like a particular sound of some kind? Heavy traffic noise from outside or a train whistle, anything like that?
No. Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell. Yes?
Mr. Mitchell, please. This is Major Conlon.
Oh, yes. One moment, please. For you, Mr. Mitchell. A Major Conlon.
Oh, Major Conlon. Army Intelligence. Keen, sharp fella.
Thanks, Doctor. Yeah, Major.
Brace yourself, Steve. Looks like Mitsuko wasn't the only one to get taken for a ride.
What?
Ito Sakatura, university professor. He was kidnapped, beaten, and held captive by two men posing as representatives of the U.S. government, released a couple of hours ago.
Oh, great.
He's sitting in my office now with a couple of Japanese government officials. You better come on down. They all look very unhappy.
Ito Sakatura's story is pretty much the same as Dr. Mitsuko's. Kidnapped victim number 2 was picked up by the same 2 gents, taken away blindfolded in the same car to the same house, and asked the same questions. Sakatura, however, was not held captive in the cellar, but in an attic room, and that, as it turns out, makes a big difference.
You're certain of the sound you heard, Mr. Sakatura? That they didn't come from within the house?
Yes, Major Conlon, I am certain.
A pounding noise like someone striking metal with a hammer, huh?
That is correct.
And then there was the odor of paint.
Unmistakable, Mr. Mitchell. That, too, seemed to come from outside the house.
Hammering on metal, odor of paint. What does that mean to you, Major?
Offhand, I'd say paint shop. The automotive kind, maybe.
Yeah. Mr. Sakatura.
Yes?
How long a ride was it from the time you were picked up till you reached the house?
15 minutes, I would say.
Let's look at the map, Major. Now, let's see. Where does Mr. Sakatura live here?
Right here, Steve. 15-minute ride from this point would be within the radius of this circle.
Now, how about Dr. Mitsuko? He lives,
Here. So if he was taken for a 10-minute ride, it'd have to be within this circle.
Yeah. And you notice the 2 circles overlap right here. The house we're looking for could be in this area.
Awful lot of ground to cover there, Steve.
Well, let's make a stab at it. A quarter of an hour later, the Major and I arrive at the center of the area marked off on our map. We cruise around block after block, working toward the outer rim of the area, and the only thing that comes anywhere near what we're looking for is a garage on a quiet side street. Next to the garage is a large 2-story house. I go up and ring the bell. Things seem to start adding up fast when a tall, slender gent dressed in the uniform of an American officer opens the door.
Yes, what is it?
Hello, Lieutenant. Mind if I come in?
Maybe I do mind. What do you want? Who are you?
My credentials.
Oh, United States agent, huh?
Right. Like to have a little talk with you.
Okay. In here.
I'd like to look at your ID card.
Oh, sure. I don't seem to have my wallet with me. It's probably in there. My name's Gorman, Johnny Gorman, San Francisco.
What district?
Richmond.
That's what they call south of the slot, huh?
You don't know San Francisco, pal. Richmond's out in the avenues. Here's my card on the chair. Wallet's probably
I'll get it.
inside. Okay.
Yeah, here's your wallet. Card seems to be okay.
Look, what's this all about?
I am investigating the Mitsuko case. I guess you've heard about it.
Who hasn't heard about it?
And you know that one of the men who picked up Mitsuko was dressed in the uniform of an American officer?
So?
So, don't get sore if I ask you a few questions. You live here alone?
Yeah, sure.
Pretty big house for just one guy, isn't it?
I suppose. I just didn't bother to move after the family left.
Family?
Wife and kids, they went back to the States a month ago. I'm due to go back myself in a couple of weeks.
You got a picture of them handy?
Yeah. In the wallet there. Help yourself, pal. Okay, wise guy, on your feet.
Looks like I sort of let myself wide open for that one, huh, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you sure did. And you're wide open for a couple of slugs from this gun if you try anything smart. Now, just stand where you are. I've got a little phone call to make.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. When the recent floods brought tragedy and disaster to England, Belgium, and Holland, Holland was the country hardest hit. And right now, following this loss of millions of dollars worth of homes, land, crops, and livestock, the people of Holland need help desperately. And most of us are eager to do what we can to relieve their misery. Well, the best way for you to help is to make a contribution to CARE, C-A-R-E. CARE is an international non-profit organization with a background of experience in relief. CARE already has completed all arrangements necessary to distribute whatever help is most needed by the flood victims of the Netherlands. Now, to help in the best way, send your check or money order to CARE. CARE, New York City. That address again, CARE, New York City. Your contribution by check or money order to CARE is the best way you can help in this century's most tragic disaster. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Hey, look, Gorman.
Just stand real still while I'm making this call.
So, you're my boy, Lieutenant, huh?
Right now, I'd say you were mine. Hello. Let me speak to Major Conlon.
Conlon? Wait a minute.
Shut up. What's that? Oh, he's not in. Look, I've got a guy here who might tie into this kidnapping deal.
Oh, fine.
Name's Mitchell, posing as a government agent. He said... What? Are you sure? Well, describe him. Yeah, it checks. Sorry. Well, looks like I owe you an apology, Mitchell. They tell me at headquarters you're legit. I guess this Mitsuko incident has made us all jumpy. He was grabbed by a guy posing as one of your representatives, and when you showed up, I guess I figured that...
Sure, no harm done, Lieutenant. But if you want to talk to Major Conlon, why don't you just turn around?
Hey. Hello, Garland. Major Conlon.
Yeah, we came together. He's been standing in the hallway for the last 5 minutes.
So that's why you left yourself open for a poke in the jaw.
Yeah, sort of the hard way of finding out if you'd make a break.
Well, Steve, looks like this is a blind alley. Any more ideas?
I'm fresh out, Conlon. Let's go see Dr. Mitsuko again. Go back over the whole story and see if we've overlooked any leads.
Yes?
We'd like to see Dr. Mitsuko again.
Well, Dr. Mitsuko not in.
Oh?
Was called away to headquarters again.
Headquarters? Hey, wait a minute. Who sent for him?
It was at request of a Mr. Steve Mitchell.
What?
Steve.
Oh, great. The kidnappers have him again. Come on, we'd better get to that second victim, Sakatura's house, before they grab him.
Here's his house.
Lights on?
Yeah. Maybe everything's okay.
It better be. Huh.
Mr. Sakatura. Mr. Sakatura. I don't like it, Steve.
Come on. Let's go around the side. Should be a window.
Yeah, right here.
Maybe.
Yeah, let's see. Hey, Steve. There he is inside.
Sitting in a chair.
With his head on his chest. Sakatura!
Get back, Conlon.
Right.
Okay, come on. Watch the broken glass.
He's done for, Steve. Didn't even move when he broke the window.
Yeah, I know. There's no mark on him, though. I'll raise up his head, maybe.
Oh.
Hey, he's alive.
One moment, please. Turn the volume up on my hearing aid.
Hearing it? Oh, fine. No wonder he didn't hear us. Well, that's a relief.
I was having a slight nap, and the window is all broken.
Yeah, it sure is. Come on, Mr. Sakatura. We want to put you in a safe place for the time being. And you're sure you haven't overlooked telling us anything that might give us a lead on the location of that house, Mr. Sakatura?
I've told you everything, Mr. Mitchell. Now, suppose you tell me something, please.
What's that?
Who is to pay for my broken window?
Don't worry about that, Mr. Sakatura.
New window will stop Sakatura's worries fast.
We'll take care of it. Steve, the only thing we've got to go on is that hammering noise and the smell of paint. But so far, that's given us nothing.
Yeah, we must be wrong about it being an auto paint shop.
Yeah, but the hammering on metal, the smell, sound of cars.
I know, but I figure the guys running this deal would be too smart to set up a shop near a place that could be traced that easily.
So?
So maybe the noise and the smell of paint were only a temporary thing, something that started after the kidnappers picked their headquarters.
Some kind of construction job, maybe?
Yeah, either that or a remodeling job. Look, suppose you let me out here.
Where are you going?
I'll grab a cab and get over to the area, start combing it again. After you drop Mr. Sakatura at headquarters, you can join me.
Right.
We've got to work fast. If they've got Dr. Mitsuko again, it'll be a race to get to him alive. That's one race I don't want to see end in a dead heat. I grab a cab and head for the area we'd marked out on the map. I cruise up one street and down the other. Time is slipping away. I'm getting nowhere. Then I spot something. A remodeled warehouse with a tin roof that would account for the sound of hammering on metal in the warehouse is sporting a fresh paint job. Looks like I'm getting warm. I pay off the cab and start working the area over on foot. Yeah, there's a broken-down old house just on the other side of the warehouse. I ease around to the back. There's a shack. I go inside. There's a car hidden there, and it's got a U.S. government seal painted on the door. I hear somebody coming. I crouch back in the shadows. A big guy looms up, an American. I step out in front of him.
Sorry, sweetheart.
He crumples up fast. Somebody else scurries up. I dive at him and make a grab.
Mitchell.
Well. Tanaji, the boy reporter.
Let go.
Oh, we're going to have a little talk.
No.
Okay, suppose we bounce you off the car a couple of times. One. Would you like to try for two?
No, I'll talk.
You and this American stooge of yours were working the kidnap racket, huh?
Yes.
What was your pitch? Trying to create an incident and damage relations between our two governments?
Oh, no. We were just doing it for the money.
Well, then why the phony government car and your stooge in an American uniform?
Well, that way we thought the victims would keep quiet. They'd be afraid to tell about the shakedown.
I see. One thing I don't get, Tanaji. When I questioned your first victim, Dr. Mitsuko, you were there making with the phony reporter pitch. How come he didn't give you away?
Oh, my camera. There was a gun in it, pointed at him. I came to warn him to keep quiet, and that's when you walked in.
I see. That's why you grabbed Mitsuko the second time, huh? To shut him up.
What are you talking about? We didn't grab him again.
Don't give me that. His servant told us he'd gotten a phony call to headquarters again.
Well, I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
And where is he?
Right here, Mr. Mitchell.
What? Dr. Mitsuko.
Yes.
Why the gun?
For obvious purpose, Mr. Mitchell.
Wait a minute. You and Tanaji rigged this whole deal together?
No.
I have been following you, Mr. Mitchell, hoping you would lead me to kidnappers. Thank you very much for being so obliging.
I don't get it.
It's really quite simple. Tanaji and his American friend kidnapped me, and as he would put it, shook me down. I realized at once it was simple and rather amateurish extortion plot. But I also realized that here was my golden opportunity.
Opportunity?
Yes. To do something that I and a few friends of mine have been longing to do for some time. Drive a wedge between my government and yours.
I see. So you put up a big squawk about the kidnapping.
Exactly. And when the next victim, Sakatura, heard of my great courage, he did same. And thus, very innocently, helped me put fuel on the flames.
Bully for you.
And thanks to you, fortunately, I can bring my plans to perfect conclusion.
What do you mean?
My story will be that I was kidnapped again and brought here. I heard two of you quarreling over money. You fought and killed each other. Your dead bodies found together will give conclusive proof that a United States agent was in charge of the plot.
Oh, wait. Wait, Dr. Mitsuko.
Stand back, Tanaji. I say stand back.
No.
The slug catches Tanaji in the shoulder. He staggers back into me. We both go down. On the way, I grab the electric wire and jerk the overhead bulb loose. I hit the floor, and so does the light bulb. The shack's in darkness. Mitsuko is shooting blind. I roll quietly under the car. I can hear him stalking me. I hug the floor. Then I spot the shadow of his legs as he works his way along the side of the car. I reach out under the running board, grab his ankles, and jerk hard.
he hits the ground like a tree before he can recover, I've got his gun.
Just relax, partner, while I take care of Tanaji. He's a lot more valuable to me right now because his confession gets my government off the hook.
My head.
Well, after all, you were sure trying to bring a lot of trouble to a head, Mitsuko. I just thought I'd let you find out how it feels.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Thursday evenings filled with top radio shows on the NBC Radio Network. Over most NBC stations, you can hear such stellar programs as The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, Truth or Consequences, The Judy Canova Show, and Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show. From the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley, Roy Rogers and Dale Evans bring you the best in Western music and adventure. Then it's time for Robert Young to star in Father Knows Best, the amusing lives of the Anderson family. Truth or Consequences, America's favorite party game, is presided over by Ralph Aren't We Devils Edwards. His zany stunts and hilarious consequences are certain to keep you amused each Thursday evening. The Judy Canova Show stars the population of Cactus Junction in the Thursday evening program filled with laugh-packed enjoyment. And then Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show recalls the world of show business with which Eddie is so familiar. Every Thursday evening over most NBC stations, you can hear all these wonderful programs, so be sure to listen.
Next week, the Riviera. I make like a jewel thief.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Paul Duboff, Sidney Miller, Rye Billsbury, Paul Frees, and Peter Leeds. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian John Doe, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Dangerous Assignment, transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with my life getting saved because I shoot my only friend in the deal. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
You're going after a black market operation this trip, Steve. An operation that's unbalancing the entire Mediterranean economy and therefore seriously hampering recovery and defense.
Sounds like a king-sized organization.
We're convinced it's run by one man, an international criminal, but we've never been able to run him down. We're convinced, too, that he originally financed the project with money secured through various jewel robberies. Yesterday, the French Sûreté picked up a man named Dugas in Marseille. Monsieur Dugas is a jeweler.
Also a fence?
No, he claims his job was simply to break down the stolen jewelry. Get over there, Steve. Check with Inspector Bichot of the Sûreté. Dugas is the only link we have to the black market organization. Track down this lead. Get to that organization. Smash it. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Magnificent musical entertainment is yours for the listening every Monday evening on the NBC Radio Network. Listen on most NBC stations to these great programs. The Railroad Hour with singing star Gordon MacRae and charming guest artists from Musicdom's Hall of Fame. The Voice of Firestone featuring Howard Barlow and the Firestone Orchestra and Chorus in the melodies you enjoy hearing. The Telephone Hour with the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra. Yes, and Encore, NBC's new Monday night program special featuring Meredith Wilson, Marguerite Piazza, and Robert Merrill. Yes, every Monday night, listen to the best musical entertainment on this NBC station.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Marseille, find out what I can about a jeweler named Dugar, and hope the information leads me to the top man heading the black market organization operating along the entire Mediterranean area. It's early Wednesday afternoon when my plane lands, and I hurry over to police headquarters. A few minutes later, I'm in a huddle with Inspector Bichot of the French Sûreté.
I am inclined to believe Dugar's story, Monsieur Mitchell. We found this in his shop. A letter.
Dated 2 days ago.
And the envelope bears the postmark of Nice.
According to this letter, Dugar is going to receive a package by the end of the week. A necklace.
Oui, and there at the bottom of the page is a rough sketch of the necklace with instructions how it is to be broken down.
Have you received a report of its being stolen?
No. But we sent a description of the necklace to all the leading jewelry firms in Europe. 2 hours ago, we received a reply from the house of Figeac in Paris.
And they've identified the bracelet?
Yes. It belongs to the Countess Navarre.
She by any chance staying in Nice at present?
That is correct. She has a villa there.
You know, Inspector, it's possible that necklace hasn't been stolen yet.
Quite. We have been informed there is to be a gala reception at the villa tonight. And, of course, the Countess will wear her necklace.
Look, could you arrange for me to get an invite to this little soiree, Inspector?
I will arrange everything, monsieur. But a word of caution. If your attention is distracted but for a moment...
Yeah, I might miss the play entirely and our friend might get away. Look, maybe we'd better change our plans.
Oh, in what way, monsieur?
Maybe we should arrange it so that the thief would have to come after me.
Huh? You intend to steal the necklace yourself?
Well, I'll admit my technique is a little rusty, but...
I see. Yes, the thief watching the Countess closely would most certainly observe the theft, would follow you when you left the villa, huh?
Yeah, and that way I might get to his boss, the head of the black market outfit. It's worth a try. What do you say, Inspector?
Why not, monsieur? Why not, eh?
The inspector and I go over our plans in detail. We cover all the angles, including my rusty technique. While the inspector makes a phone call, I hurry down to Dugar's cell, and we have a chat. He can't give me any more information than the inspector already has, so I mush on. 10 minutes later, I stroll into a small bakery shop not far from police headquarters. The proprietor, a small, dapper gent, greets me.
Good afternoon, monsieur.
You are Paul Bizac?
At your service.
I'm Steve Mitchell. Inspector Bichot telephoned you.
Ah, mais oui. You are the pupil, eh? Then come this way. I have a small apartment in the rear of the shop. You will not be disturbed there.
You must be pretty good, Bizac. The inspector gave you a high recommendation.
Good, monsieur. I was in my prime considered the best in my profession. Then, alas, the Sûreté made me see the error of my ways. I paid my debt to society, and now I am a baker. A very good one, monsieur.
I don't doubt that.
In him. The inspector tells me you have had some training?
Well, in a way, yeah.
Forget it.
Huh?
Forget all you have learned. We start from the beginning, the Bizac method. Now, the item you are to appropriate is a necklace, eh?
That's right.
Bien. This string of beads will serve as a necklace. Now, a moment and I will turn on the victrola. Bien. Now, may I have this waltz, monsieur?
What? Hey, look, I didn't come here for a dancing lesson.
But, monsieur, you will be dancing with a lady when you remove her necklace.
Oh.
Shall we dance?
Okay. Who leads? So I spend the rest of the afternoon waltzing around the back room of the bakery shop with the next jewel thief, and it doesn't take long to catch on to the routine, particularly when you're being coached by a sleight-of-hand artist like Paul Bizac. Finally, he seems to think I've earned my diploma, and he hands me a tiny pair of snippers.
Please, monsieur, you will keep well hidden in your hand. At the right moment, snip. The necklace is yours. And remember, the sleeve work is important. That is where the amateur generally fails, the sleeve work.
I'll remember, Professor.
You have been a most excellent pupil. It has been a pleasure.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, here's your wallet.
My wallet? Bien, monsieur, bien. You learn fast.
Not bad, eh?
Not bad at all, monsieur. Bien, monsieur.
Hey, my credentials.
Good afternoon, monsieur.
Over here, Inspector.
Monsieur Mitchell. Bien, you're on time. That is your plane over there. It leaves in a few moments.
How long will it take me to get to Nice?
You should arrive by 7 o'clock. At precisely 8 o'clock, you will enter the grounds of the villa. Proceed to the rear of the house. Somebody will meet you there. An American named Kimbrough. He is well known along the Riviera. He will see to it that you meet the right people. The rest, monsieur, is up to you.
Okay, Inspector. Thanks for everything.
Bon chance, monsieur. Bon chance, and be careful,
Everything goes according to schedule. At 7 o'clock, I land at Nice. At the hotel, I slip into my suit and fish, and a few minutes after 8, I stroll into the grounds of the villa. My contact, lean, lanky Jim Kimbrough, hustles me into the villa via the kitchen, and we finally wind up in the ballroom.
This where the rat race takes place, Steve?
Nice crowd. You know most of them?
No, a few new faces, like that sultry-looking little doll over there, dancing with the tall gent in the fez. Her name's Felicia Belfano. You'll want to meet her.
Yeah, be a pleasure.
Yeah, you'll also want to meet the guy she's dancing with, Alex Carino. He's new around here.
Where's the Countess?
Hasn't come down yet. Just waiting till everybody's here so she can make la grande entrance, I guess.
Ah, Jim. How nice to see you again.
Hello, Bertie. Steve Mitchell, Justin Bernard.
Pleasure, Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Bernard?
Such a long time it has been, eh, Jim?
Yeah, Monte Carlo, wasn't it, Bernie?
Oh, please, don't remind me of that.
My luck was lousy, too.
Jimmy, my boy, a small favor, huh?
How much?
Oh, no. You misunderstand. The young lady you were dancing with a short time ago, over there.
Felicia?
Oh, Felicia. It's a beautiful name. Beautiful.
You want an introduction?
I would be eternally in your debt, Jimmy.
Okay, pal. See what I can do.
Good boy. Au revoir, Mr. Mitchell.
So long, Mr. Bernard.
He's a wolf boy, Steve. He collects objects d'art and dolls. Live ones, that is.
I guess that. His fangs were showing.
Well, come on, let's circulate.
So we circulate, and through Jim Kimbrough, I meet practically everyone who is anyone on the Riviera. An hour goes by, and still no sign of the Countess. I'm beginning to get a little worried when finally she makes her grand entrance, and all of a sudden my clever little plan doesn't look so clever.
Hey, Steve, do you see what I see?
Yeah, she isn't wearing the necklace. My schedule falls apart right here.
Something's gone wrong, that's for sure. Hey, wait a minute, look over there.
Yeah, Felicia Belfano heading up the stairs. Come on, let's tail her. When we get to the second floor, Felicia is nowhere in sight. While Kimbrough cases the corridor, I slip into the Countess's room. There's a jewelry box on her dressing table and the necklace. Suddenly, I get the feeling I'm not alone in the room. I scoop up the necklace, ease out onto the balcony, and climb down the ivy-covered wall. A few minutes later, I'm out on the street. I grab a cab, and as we pull away, I look out the rear window. On the grounds of the villa, a pair of car lights are suddenly switched on. The car comes down the driveway and starts trailing my cab. I know I'm in business.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. To combat heart disease, this nation's leading cause of death, two things are essential for further progress. First, there must be broader knowledge of the heart diseases. We do not know the exact cause of high blood pressure and hardening of the arteries. The causes of congenital heart defects are only beginning to be understood. The origin of rheumatic fever is still a mystery. Obviously, research must be pressed in these fields. Also, there must be fuller application of existing knowledge. This means education of the public as well as the medical profession. It also means more community heart programs. These are the aims of the 1953 Heart Fund. Because it affects you and your community so seriously, this is your problem. Our scientists must be furnished the tools to fight this common enemy. Won't you give to fight heart disease? Send your contribution to HEART, H-E-A-R-T, HEART, care of your post office in your community. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, so far the operation hasn't gone quite according to plan, but the net result is the same. I've got the Countess's necklace and somebody's following me. Probably the jewel thief, who could be pretty burned up that I beat him to it. So if I play my cards right and find out who he or she is, I may be able to get to the boss, the gent who's running the black market outfit. I head for my hotel and go to the bar. A plainclothes cop gives me a nod and slides out of one of the booths. I slide in. I reach down. As I slip under the seat, I slip the necklace in. Then I settle down and wait. I don't have to wait long.
Hello.
Oh, Miss Belfano, isn't it?
Felicia Belfano. We met at the Countess' villa.
Yeah, sit down.
Thank you. It is a surprise seeing you here.
Is it?
Yes, I did not know we were staying at the same hotel.
Oh, you're staying here too, huh? Quite a coincidence.
No, not a coincidence. I was a late arrival here in Nice. The other hotels were filled.
I see. You're on vacation?
No, not exactly. I'm a dancer on tour. They wanted me to perform at the Countess's, but suddenly I decided to leave.
Oh?
A most persistent and annoying man named Bernard kept after me.
Oh, yeah, the boy wolf.
But I must say I'm quite disappointed in this place, Steve.
Oh, I don't know. There are quite a few things to do around here if you know the right places.
And the right people, huh? Maybe I have not been with the right people.
Maybe. That big fellow with the fez you were talking to at the Countess's, friend of yours?
Alex? Casual acquaintance. But I believe we were speaking of excitement, things to do with the right people.
Like to see for yourself?
Yes.
Okay, let's go, Felicia.
Let me go up and change first, huh? I'll only be a moment.
She heads out of the bar. After a second or two, I get up from the booth and ease over to the door just in time to see her stop at the magazine counter and exchange a few words with a guy who's been standing there real casually like. It's Alex, the big guy in the fez. Felicia goes up the stairs and I go back to my booth. 2 minutes later, I've got company again.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Huh? Oh, I believe we met at the party earlier this evening.
To be sure. I am Alex Carinos. And you are...
Steve Mitchell.
To be sure.
Sit down.
Thank you. But I will not stay.
You bored with the party, too?
Not exactly. I was, as a matter of fact, enjoying myself to the utmost until a charming young friend of mine left suddenly.
Oh?
The night is young, Mr. Mitchell. If you are a stranger here, perhaps I could show you some of the attractions of the place. Huh?
Well, thanks, Alex, but I sort of have a date.
In that case, allow me to congratulate you on your good fortune.
Well, thanks. I hope it is. Steve Mitchell.
Come in, Steve.
Hey, what's the deal, Felicia? I thought we were going to do the town together. I've been waiting down in that bar 15 minutes. Alex is long gone, and... Hey, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Steve.
Don't move. What? I'm right behind you.
Yeah. So's that gun of yours. Who are you?
I will ask the question for the moment. Where's the necklace?
I don't wear necklaces.
Don't waste my time. It is not in the room. It's not on the girl. Therefore, if the two of you are in it together, you must have it.
Look,
Steve, I don't understand any of this. What is he talking about?
You understand that if you'll turn over the necklace, we can perhaps make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
My name is Sargo. I'm an insurance investigator.
Oh?
My company sent me to investigate the many jewel robberies along the Riviera. I was knocked unconscious near the Contessa's room. When I recovered, the necklace was gone. I learned that you and this young lady had left the party. I traced you here. Now, the necklace.
I don't have it.
You will allow me to find it out for myself. I will search you. And please stand very still.
Wait a minute.
I said stand still.
This is no good. He's sure to find my credentials and comment on them. If Felicia is in on the deal, that'll blow it sky high. I can't risk it. I will knock his gun to one side with my elbow and flatten him.
Oh. Steve, you did steal the necklace?
Look, we better split up. Meet me down at the waterfront. The small pier farthest east, 15 minutes. We can talk about the necklace and what we're going to do with the money, huh? I duck out of a room down the back stairs and through a few assorted alleys to the waterfront. I wait on the pier in the shadows for about 20 minutes. Then I hear somebody coming.
Okay, hold it.
Steve.
Hey, Jim Kimbrough.
Oh, brother, you scared me out of 5 years' growth.
Wait a minute. What are you doing here? How come you knew about the meeting place?
Well, I came to tell you, Felicia's on the level. She's not involved in the deal.
How do you know?
Well, as soon as you left her hotel room, she called the police. Told them you wanted to meet her here.
Oh, great. Well, that leaves me fresh out of Leeds for the moment.
Yeah.
That's far enough, gentlemen.
Well, hello, Alex.
You would not accept my invitation to accompany me earlier, but this is a much better opportunity anyway. The necklace, please.
He moves closer to frisk me. Suddenly, Kimbrough hacks the gun out of his hand. I scoop it up, then I get an idea. I may need Kimbrough later, and I want him on the loose. I wink at him. He gets the message. I point the gun slightly to one side of him and pull the trigger. He does a real convincing job of it. Alex's eyes almost pop out.
You shot your own partner.
Ex-partner. He was getting grabby. Wanted half of the take from the necklace.
Oh, yeah, I can see you are not one to trifle with. Good, good. Then we can perhaps make a deal, huh? And I will not ask for half. I will be satisfied with quarter.
You're in no position to make a deal. I've already got the necklace.
But you are a marked man, Mr. Mitchell. First a jewel theft, now a murder. You'll probably not get out of Nice alive. Unless, of course, I could arrange safe passage, which I can, thanks to certain connections.
Maybe you've got a point. Anyway, we can talk about it.
We can talk at my apartment.
Why not at your boss's place?
I am now my own boss.
Oh?
Come.
So, you were in the Countess's room when I lifted the necklace, huh, Alex? You know, I thought I felt somebody watching me.
Oh, you can imagine my rage. I had planned it carefully. After I knocked the guard unconscious and hit his body, I slipped into the room. Then you came, and I had to hide. Here's my apartment.
Where are the lights?
I will get them. There. Bernard.
Hey.
Yes, Bernard.
Oh, no.
Getting rid of your stooge, huh?
You could not have put it better, Mitchell.
So the amateur wolf has sharper teeth than I figured. You're the boy who's running the black market setup.
Exactly.
One thing I don't get. Why'd you have Alex keep on the jewel robberies after you got enough dough to start the black market operation?
Continuing the thefts was his own idea. I told him to stop and leave the area. He did not obey. Now he's dead. And you're next.
You forget I have the necklace hidden.
You forget I'm not interested in the necklace. I only wish to close your mouth.
Suddenly I spot somebody outside the window on the fire escape. It's Kimbrough. He tries to ease the window open, but it makes a little noise. Bernard whirls toward it. I lunge at Bernard, knock the gun away, but he gives me the knee and sends me sprawling into Kimbrough. We both hit the floor. Bernard runs out of the room. We scramble to our feet and follow.
There he goes up the stairs, Steve, heading for the roof.
We pound up after him, chase him across the roof. He reaches the edge and then dives across at the next roof.
He's not going to make it.
His hands clutch the edge frantically, but he can't hold on. Brother. Well, that's that.
Yeah. I thought that dive I took when you staged that fake shooting was something. But it didn't compare with Bernard's just now.
No, it sure didn't, Jim. I guess you might say the black market just hit the bottom.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in a moment. Variety is the spice of life, they say, and variety is what we at NBC attempt to give you each Thursday evening. Each Thursday on most NBC stations, you'll hear such entertaining programs as The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, Truth or Consequences, The Judy Canova Show, and Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show. Roy Rogers brings Western song and adventure from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Then later it's time for Father Knows Best with Robert Young in the title role. Perhaps you'll agree that the thing about which Father knows best is trouble. Ralph Edwards then brings you Truth or Consequences, and the fun really begins when a contestant misses a question and has to pay the consequences. Judy Canova adds to the mirth and merriment with hilarious comedy and also some songs in her own delightful style. Yes, and then Eddie Cantor brings you his show business show, during which he reminisces about his years in the entertainment world. Every Thursday, listen to all these fine shows on most NBC stations.
Next week, Bavaria, a manhunt, and a woman.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Tony Barrett, Hal Gerard, Dan Riss, Paul Duboff, and Betty Lou Gerson. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondot, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time, when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment.
Always tune where you hear the familiar NBC chimes. They're your invitation to fine radio entertainment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Dangerous Assignment, transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to show me that sometimes the witness is harder to find than the killer.
Commissioner? You sent for me?
Steve, you'll recall that several former leading Nazis were arrested not long ago on charges of plotting to regain power in Western Germany.
Yeah, 7 of them in all, including 2 of Hitler's so-called heirs.
There's still another ex-Nazi big shot involved, perhaps the most dangerous of them all, but we haven't been able to get enough evidence to nail him. His name is Heinrich Schwandorf. He could be their new leader.
Schwandorf, yeah, I remember him.
He's clever, Steve, very clever. And as I said, we haven't been able to pin a thing on him. But we've been digging into his past.
Anything we can use?
We think so. An American intelligence officer was murdered in Berlin in 1947. The crime was never solved, but we've never stopped working on it. To date, the evidence on hand seems to point to Schwandorf as the killer.
But we can't prove that either, huh?
We might prove it if we could locate a man named Peter Metnick. He was witness to the murder. Gave us a fair description of the killer.
And it adds up to Schwandorf?
The description fits him, yes. Unfortunately, it fits a lot of other people.
Which means we have to bring Metnick face to face with Schwandorf.
It won't be easy finding Peter Metnick, Steve. Displaced person. We've lost track of him. I've already contacted the International Tracing Service in Germany. They'll have checked their DP files by the time you get there.
Right, Commissioner.
A word of caution, Steve. If Schwandorf's found out we're looking for Metnick, he'll try to stop you and get to Metnick first. We want Metnick, Steve, alive. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. In 2 weeks, on Thursday, March 19th, NBC will send your way a complete and comprehensive description of the glitter and swank of the Academy Awards presentation in Hollywood. This gala distribution of the coveted Filmland Oscar will be described by film star Paul Douglas. Be sure to make a date with the Academy Award Oscar for Thursday, March 19th, via this NBC station. As well as a complete description of the proceedings, you'll hear the acceptance speeches of the winners. It's Hollywood's biggest night of the year, and it's all to be broadcast directly into your homes by NBC. So, remember, Thursday, March 19th, hear the presentation of the Academy Awards Oscar on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Germany and start tracking down a displaced person named Peter Metnick and hope he can identify a killer for us, an ex-Nazi big shot we'd like to put away for keeps. It's early Friday evening when my plane lands, and I hurry over to the office of the International Tracing Service, an agency of the Allied High Commission.
Mitchell, here's a record of the man you're seeking. Not much information, I'm afraid. Still...
Well, let's have it anyway, Mr. Vogel.
Peter Jan Metnick, profession school teacher. Arrested in Prague, 1940. Released by Allied forces in 1945. Has been employed as a dock worker, private tutor, shoe salesman, and farm labor. A brief description of him follows. Height, weight, color of hair, eyes, and so forth.
When did you get this information?
August 1948. Peter Metnick came to us seeking information regarding a daughter. We succeeded in locating her 2 years later, but by then Metnick had disappeared.
Hadn't he left an address with you?
Yes. He had secured employment on a farm in Bavaria, near the village of Linderheim. A farm owned by a man named Carl Whedon.
But he'd already moved on by the time you located his daughter, huh?
Yes, the owner of the farm was vague. Couldn't seem to remember where Metnick had gone to.
Oh, that's where the trail ends, a farm in Bavaria. Look, about Metnick's daughter, where does she live?
Frankfurt.
I guess I ought to run down there.
That will not be necessary, Mr. Mitchell. Fraulein Metnick is here.
Oh?
When we were informed of your arrival, we immediately contacted her, thinking perhaps she might have heard of her father. She hadn't, but she insisted on coming here to see you.
Good. Let's talk to her then.
Of course. Excuse me. Fraulein Metnick?
Yes?
This way, if you please. Fraulein Metnick, Mr. Mitchell.
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell?
Fraulein, sit down, please.
Thank you. You're looking for my father, Herr Mitchell.
He's in danger. So are you. Because of what your father knows, someone may try to silence him with a threat against you.
I don't understand.
Your father was a witness to a murder. Berlin, 1947. He saw the killer get away. We think we know now who that killer was.
Oh, I see. And you need my father to identify him. Then we must find him quickly, Herr Mitchell.
First of all, Fraulein, do you have any photographs of your father?
I have several snapshots in my purse.
Good.
Here, this one. This was taken on the steps of a school in Prague where my father taught. He was there many years until he was arrested. That was the last time my mother and I saw him.
Ever hear from him after that?
Oh, there were a few letters, yes. The last one came shortly before his escape from Buchenwald.
I'll want to know all there is to know about your father, his friends, his habits, hobbies, if any.
Even the kind of tobacco he smoked.
Yeah. Must be something in his past that'll give us a clue as to where he went after he left that farm in Bavaria. We spend the next couple of hours at a quiet little cafe nearby, and Fräulein Lana Metnick fills me in about her father's background. Later, I borrow a car from Bogle at the tracing service, and Lonnie and I head south for Frankfurt. It's almost 11 that night when we pull into town. We drive straight to her apartment.
Yes, that's the building up ahead, Stephen. The small one on the left.
Okay, Lonnie.
You will come up?
Sure. I want to look over those letters and also help you pack.
Pack?
I'll feel a lot better, Lonnie, after you've moved to a hotel.
But I'm not afraid, Stephen.
Okay, but you're still going to...
What is it?
That gent just coming out of your apartment building.
You mean the one coming this way?
Yeah.
You know him?
I think so. Excuse me a minute. Oh, just a minute.
Yes, what is it?
We've met, haven't we?
Have we? I'm afraid not. In any event, I don't seem to recall.
Perhaps it's just that I recognize you from some photographs.
Really?
Or at the newsreel, maybe.
Newsreels? No, I've never been quite that important.
But you were Herr Schwandorf.
Schwandorf? You're mistaken.
Heinrich Schwandorf of Leipzig, a member of the inner circle of Hitler's stooges.
I said you were mistaken, my friend. Now, if you'll excuse me, good night.
Sure, but we'll meet again, Herr Schwandorf. Maybe real soon.
Who was that man, Stephen?
The number one reason why we're going to get you out of here fast. Upstairs in Lonnie's apartment, I read over her father's letters while she packs a suitcase. 10 minutes later, I drive her to a hotel and leave her with the promise that I'll contact her as soon as I get word of Peter Metnick. Then I put in a call to the local law and ask them to find Schwandorf, and if they can, keep an eye on him. Also, keep an eye on Lonnie. An hour later, I'm wheeling my sedan toward the village of Linderheim in Bavaria. Then, as I hit a bumpy stretch of road, I hear something. A muffled groan in the back seat. I slam on the brakes. I reach back and jerk the auto robe off the floor.
Hello, Stephen.
Lonnie, look, what's the idea?
Oh, please, don't be angry with me. I had to do this. I had to come along with you, Stephen.
Oh, great.
I knew you'd refuse if I asked you, so I...
So you stowed away under that auto robe while I was making that phone call. Did you enjoy the trip?
No, not very. That bump you hit back there, I hit my knee. Here, you see?
Yeah.
Oh, you're angry with me.
No, I guess not.
But I just had to come with you. I'm so worried about my father and...
Okay, no point in taking you back to Frankfurt now. We'll mush on to Linderheim. It's another 4 hours drive to Linderheim, and Lonnie sleeps most of the way with her head on my shoulder. The things I have to put up with sometimes. The sun is coming up just as we pull into a small farm nestled high in the Bavarian Alps. I get out to stretch my legs as a tall blonde gent comes around the barn herding several dairy cows ahead of him.
Hello there.
Hi. You the owner?
Yeah, I'm Ernst Weiden.
Oh, I thought the owner was Karl Weiden.
My father, he died a year ago. What can I do for you?
I'd like some information about a man who worked here sometime in 1948. A man named Metnick.
Metnick? Peter Metnick, but of course. The little school teacher. Fine man, I was very fond of him. Herr Metnick and his friend left us in the early part of 1949, I believe.
His friend?
Yeah, another school teacher. Professor, this one. Came here early in the year looking for Herr Metnick. They had known one another at Dachau. His name was, Ingolstadt. Professor Hermann Ingolstadt.
You said they left together. Where did they go?
If I remember correct, Munich. Yeah. Yeah, through an exchange of letters with some friends, the Professor Engelhardt had secured a position to teach at a boys' school in Munich. Wallenburg or Fallbrook or some name, I think it was like that.
Stephen, my father went with him. Perhaps in the hope of securing a position at the school as well.
Yeah, could be.
Well, at least if we could find this Professor Engelhardt, he might know of my father's whereabouts.
Herr Weiden, how do we get on the road to Munich?
Come, I show you. You can see the road from the rise here. Come. Down there. You see the village?
Yeah.
On the left, a road.
Yeah, going past the church?
Yeah, that is it. You take that road and...
Hey. Hey, Lonnie! Lonnie! Oh, great.
Your lady friend seems to be in a hurry. She's left you.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Did you know that you help to perform miracles? Human life itself is a miracle. Through the blood you donate and the money you give through your Red Cross, you help to preserve life. And now scientists and physicians have discovered another miracle you have a part in. Blood processed into gamma globulin for use in the prevention of paralysis in polio. To collect the blood, process it into gamma globulin for the protection of our children against this dread disease will take a lot of money. In addition, the Red Cross must continue to collect whole blood for civilian hospitals which it serves, for the Korean wounded, and for the building of a safe plasma reserve for national defense, both military and civilian. Blood gives life. Money packs and sends it. When you give through the 1953 Red Cross Fund Appeal, you are helping to give life. You are keeping the blood bottles filled and delivered. Give, and give generously. Answer the call. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Just left you high and dry, Herr Mitchell.
She sure has, Ernst.
But why would she do a thing like that?
That's a good question. Look, I've got to catch her. How far is it into the village?
About 3 kilometers.
That gives her even more of a head start. Okay. Once I leg it in, is there a police station of some kind?
Yeah, a constable.
Good. Maybe I can borrow a car and overtake her.
You could never overtake her with what you could borrow from the constable.
What do you mean?
A bicycle?
Oh, great. That just about licks me. No, wait a minute. Is there a telephone in the village?
Yeah.
See you later. In the village, I telephone our legation in Munich and ask them to check and try to locate the boys' school where Professor Engelhardt teaches. Half an hour later, they call me back and give me the name of it. I put in a call to the headmaster, Doctor.
Professor Engelhardt is on a holiday in Salzburg. He goes there often for his health. He must be careful, you know. He was gassed in the First World War, and it bothers him quite a bit. I was telling him only the other day...
Look, Dr. Grumper, do you remember when Professor Engelhardt first came to your school a few years back?
Of course.
Was there a man with him, a man named Metnick?
No, he arrived alone.
Oh, fine, another lead gone.
He had, of course, been traveling with this Metnick.
What's that?
But Metnick was killed in a train accident.
Killed?
Yeah, at a village not far from here. Freiburg, I think he said. Yeah, Freiburg.
Okay, one thing more, Dr. Grumper. If anybody else makes inquiry about Engelhardt or Metnick, and I think someone will, you give out the same information you gave me. I grab the next train and head for Freiburg. At this point, it looks like I'm cooked on the deal, but I've got to be sure at Freiburg. I check with the local law, and they let me look through their files, and sure enough, there's a report of Metnick's death. Then, while I'm still looking it over, they usher somebody else into the room.
Well, Stephen.
Oh, honey.
How did you get here?
I took a shortcut.
Stephen, my father's dead.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's what the headmaster told me, but, well, I couldn't believe it. I had to be sure. That's why I came here.
I guess there's no doubt about it, Lonnie. Hey, look, why did you grab the car and beat it back there at the farm?
Because I didn't think you were telling me the truth.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought my father must be in trouble or must have done something. I thought you were after him. Then when I saw you talking with the Nazi Swindorff...
Oh, so you did know him.
Of course. Many of us have good cause to know him. I thought the two of you were working together.
I see.
So when that farmer told us about the boys' school, my only thought was to get to my father and warn him. Later I realized I must be mistaken about you. I'm sorry, Steve.
Well, like you say, I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
How did it happen, Steve?
Well, according to the report here, Professor Engelhardt and your father, Peter Metnick, had hitched a ride on a train. Riding the rods, we call it. Your father fell off to the tracks and, well, you can guess the rest.
Yes.
Sorry, Lonnie.
Thank you, Steve. Well, what now?
I wanted to find your father because I figured he could pin a killing on Swindorff. Now, maybe I better talk to Professor Engelhardt if I can find him.
You think he might have some information?
Maybe. He was traveling with your father.
Well, if he can tell me anything, I want to talk to him also.
Well, we'd better check that headmaster at the boys' school in Munich, see if he can give us a line on Engelhardt.
As I told you over the telephone earlier, Herr Mitchell, Professor Engelhardt is in Salzburg.
I know, but where in Salzburg, Dr. Grumpler?
Did he mention any specific hotel or resort there?
No, but he usually stays at one of three places. I'll write them down for you. You have no trouble finding them when you arrive.
Thanks.
Here you are.
One other thing. I don't know what Engelhardt looks like. You happen to have a picture of him?
Picture? Let me see. Yeah. Here's a class picture. Professor Engelhardt with his students.
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Yeah, that's Peter Metnick.
My father, Stephen.
What are you talking about? This is Professor Engelhardt.
No. The real Engelhardt must have died in that accident. Metnick saw a chance to get lost from Swindorff, so he's been posing as Engelhardt ever since.
Well, then he's alive, Stephen. He's alive.
Yeah, and in Salzburg. Come on. We burn up the road to Salzburg. I head for a phone booth to call the places the headmaster gave me. One of them has no phone, so I call the other two. Lonnie waits outside the booth for me. I draw a blank on both places.
Any luck, Stephen?
No, we'd better head for the third place on the list.
All right.
I casually brush some tiny tobacco flakes off the counter and start to leave the booth. Then I stop. Tobacco. Pipe tobacco. Something registers all of a sudden.
What are you waiting for?
Just thought of another call I should make. Wait for me in the car.
All right.
She wanders off. I put through a quick call to my friend Vogel at the Displaced Persons Tracing Service.
Mr. Mitchell, I've been trying to get in touch with you.
That doesn't surprise me, Vogel. Was it about Lonnie?
Yes. You left my office to take her to her apartment.
Yeah. She's stowed away in my car.
But later I called her apartment and talked to the real Lonnie Metnick. The woman with you is an imposter.
I kind of figured that just now. Some flecks of pipe tobacco rang a bell.
Pipe tobacco? I don't understand.
I'll explain later. Right now I'm fresh out of time. I go outside to the car. Lonnie's nowhere in sight. I've got to act fast. I go to the third address on my list. Yep. They tell me Lonnie just left. She'd been asking about the professor who's at the band concert in the park. The band is tooting away full blast. When I get there, people are milling around. I look for Metnick. Finally, I spot him just leaving the park. Lonnie's right behind him, and I've got a strong hunch she's holding a gun in his back, maneuvering him to a quiet spot to kill him. I've got to slip up without her seeing me. One peep out of me, and Metnick's a dead duck. They move on out of the park and down a quiet walk that runs along one side. I follow them. Just as they start across the street, a low black sedan swings around the corner and heads for them fast. Suddenly, I get a hunch what's going to happen.
Metnick, watch out!
They jump back just in time. The car whips by and heads for me. I grab a push cart and shove it toward the car as I dive to one side. The driver swerves and goes up on the sidewalk. I run over to it just as Swindorff tries to get out the door with a gun. slumps against the door, I grab his gun and whirl toward Metnick and Lonnie. Then I relaxed. Metnick's got her gun and is herding her toward me.
Who are you? And who is this girl?
I'm Steve Mitchell, United States agent. This girl was hired to find you and knock you off to keep you from putting the finger on this boy in the car.
Huh? Heinrich Schwandorf.
You remember him, huh?
Yes, indeed I do. I saw him kill a man several years ago.
That's what we wanted to know. That cook's Mr. Schwandorf.
That's fine. He tried to run us down in the car.
Sure, he wanted you both out of his way. You'd already served your purpose as far as he was concerned.
But I was his girl. He tried to kill me. Don't worry. If you need any more against him, I'll give you plenty.
I don't doubt it.
How did you find out about this girl, Mr. Mitchell?
She was posing as your daughter, Mr. Metnick, but a few flakes of tobacco in a phone booth put me wise to her just in time.
Tobacco? I don't understand.
It made me remember your talking about your father's favorite pipe tobacco.
But I do not smoke.
That's right. I should have known that as soon as I learned you'd been badly gassed in World War I, but it didn't register until just a few minutes ago. Yeah, sweetheart, you were doing great until I spotted the tobacco. Then you just sort of went up in smoke.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. If musical entertainment is high on your list of enjoyable radio programming, then NBC's Monday Night of Music was designed especially for you. When you set your radio dial to most NBC stations on Monday, you'll hear such stellar programs as The Railroad Hour, The Voice of Firestone, The Telephone Hour, and Encore. The Railroad Hour presents Gordon MacRae and his charming guest stars in memorable operettas. Howard Barlow conducts the orchestra and chorus on The Voice of Firestone, and the program always features the finest guest musical artists. The Telephone Hour brings you the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra, as well as famous guests from the realm of music. Also, on Monday evening, you'll enjoy hearing Encore with the musical talents of Meredith Wilson, Marguerite Piazza, and Robert Merrill. These three stellar musical personalities, each Monday, bring you the melodies that you want to hear again. So, make it a date to be one of the millions of people who each Monday night enjoy NBC's musical program schedule.
Next week, the Philippines and a phantom ship.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Jim Davis, Pamela Duncan, Henry Rowland, Paul Frees, and Rye Billsbury. This is John Storm speaking. Today, our reserve of blood plasma retained from World War II is almost exhausted. This is serious, for in many battle casualties, there's no substitute for blood. Make your donation of blood for the armed forces. Call your Red Cross chapter or local blood donor center today for an appointment. All types of blood are needed. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Each weekday, hear One Man's Family on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that sometimes what goes up never comes down. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I've got a ghost for you to go after.
Gentleman or a lady?
She's no lady. She's a tramp.
What?
Freighter, that is.
Oh, ghost ship, huh? Shades of the Flying Dutchman.
We believe this ship has been running supplies and war materials to the guerrilla forces in the Philippines, Steve. From some port in the South China or the Sulu Sea.
But we've never been able to catch up to her, huh?
She's been spotted time and time again. We think we have her trapped, and then she vanishes completely.
Any leads at all as to where she picks up her supplies?
One, Steve. Yesterday, North Borneo authorities discovered a large storehouse along an isolated section of the coast north of Sandakan.
Could be the base of operations for Our Lady Ghost.
Could be. Get over there, Steve. Check with the constabulary at Sandakan and track down this ghost ship. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. All Hollywood will be on hand for the Academy Awards Thursday, March 19th. And you can hear a complete description of this gala presentation of the fabulous Filmland Oscar when you set your radio dial to NBC. Yes, NBC invites you to share the glamour, glitter, and swank of Academy Award night during a 90-minute broadcast of this fabulous event. Paul Douglas will do the radio commentary, and Bob Hope will be on hand to keep the proceedings running smoothly. Yes, it's Hollywood's most important night of the year, Academy Award night. So be sure to hear every star-spangled moment on Thursday, March 19th, on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to North Borneo and get on the trail of a ghost ship which has been running supplies to guerrilla forces in the Philippines. It's early Tuesday evening when my plane sets down at Sandakan, capital of the British Crown Colony. A representative of the local law is there to greet me, and he starts hustling me to a waiting car.
Name's Jeffries. I'd appreciate it if you made it just plain Fred.
All right, just plain Fred. You can make it just plain Steve. And what's the hurry?
We're expecting our ghostly friend sometime tonight.
Oh, the ship? Where? At the spot where you located the storehouse?
Right.
What makes you think she'll show tonight?
Well, a patrol boat picked up a fisherman off Batu Island. His boat was shot out of the water by the ghost last night.
What?
Yes, 6 men aboard. Skipper, the only survivor, a man named Dubek. Patrol boat wasn't far away when it happened. Heard the explosion when the shell hit. They picked up Dubek, swept the area thoroughly, and no sign of the ghost ship.
Where'd you say this happened?
Off Batu Island. Oh, quite a way up the coast.
And the ghost is probably headed this way to pick up that stuff at the storehouse, huh?
Oh, it's a distinct possibility. All things considered, she'll be due at the spot in another hour or so. Here we are, Steve.
After you.
Thanks.
Any particular reason why the ghost would want to sink the fishing boat?
Oh, might have mistaken her for the patrol boat. There was quite a fog, you know.
Was the fisher equipped with a radio?
Right. But many of them are equipped with radio. That's the reason, I think. The ghost rammed 3 other fishers in the past month.
Yeah. She probably likes privacy, doesn't want anyone around to report her position. Do we have any description of her?
Other than that she's a freighter? None. But before the night's over, we might know a lot more about our friend the ghost. I hope.
Half hour later, we pull up at a spot along the coast. There's a bright moon overhead, but it's not much help. Since a low, heavy fog clings to the area, Jeffries and I make our way through the trees and step out onto the beach.
Over here is the road leading from the dock. It goes back into the jungle to the storehouse. Used to be an old ammunition dump. Like to have a look?
Yeah. Never did like that sound. 9 times out of 10, the bird turned out to be a Japanese soldier.
Well, this time, it happened to be one of my own men. Got them scattered all over the area. Another one of my chaps, Joe Tiber. Never could do that call properly.
Sounds good enough to me.
Oh, wait till you hear Sam Keone. He's the top man in the bird call department. Does tend to be a little flashy at times. Overconfidence, you know. Here we are. Down this way. Climb the steps. I'll turn on my torch.
Hey, quite a layout. All steel and concrete.
Stuff's over there in the crates. Guns and ammo on this side, and over here various kinds of machinery. Auto, parts, chemicals, fuel, so on.
Yeah, so I see.
If you're looking for a trademark or serial number on that stuff, don't bother. It's been filed off.
Yeah, I can see that, too. Still, there must be something we...
Hold on, Steve.
What?
Listen.
What is it?
It's a signal from my chaps. They've spotted something.
Come on.
This way, Steve. Down to the beach.
Here, sir. Here.
What is it, Keone?
Over that way, sir. That way, past the dock. It was there a moment ago, sir.
A ship?
The fog seemed to leave. Yes, sir. It looked like a ship.
I don't see anything now. Are you sure you...
Hold on, Steve. Listen. You hear anything? No. Guess just my imagination.
What you saw out there, Keone, it might have been just another bank of fog moving in. In this light, your eyes are bound to play crazy tricks.
The possible, sir.
Well, might as well make ourselves comfortable, Steve. Sit down. Got the night ahead of us.
Two pots of coffee and half a pack of cigarettes later, the sun is high overhead and the fog is completely gone. There's no sign of the ship. Just to play it safe, Jeffries leaves his men on the scene, and the two of us head back to Sandakan. We spend the rest of the day nosing around the waterfront. We pick up a lot of talk about the ghost, nothing more. Early that evening, before heading up the coast again, we decide to stop in at the local hospital to have a chat with the fisherman who survived the shell fire from the ghost ship.
Next room is down this way, Steve. Doctor said he'd be...
Jeffries!
Leon Maros. He owns a fishing fleet, one of the largest in the area.
Jeffries. I've been waiting for you.
I figured that. Look, I'm sorry about what happened.
Of course. That's what you said the last time, and the time before, and the time before that. How long can this go on, I ask you?
We're doing all we can, Mr. Maros. This is Steve Mitchell, United States government agent. He's joined the investigation.
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell? Perhaps we can get to the bottom of this soon, huh? Before I'm run out of business? So far, 4 of my ships I have lost. Rams shot out of the water by this ghost.
I understand how you feel, Mr. Morris.
My men have become frightened. Soon they will refuse to man my ships, and then where will I be?
Have you talked with Dubeck yet?
No. No, they would not let me in to see him. They said he was not well enough to talk.
We can go in now. The doctor said it was all right.
Oh, good.
Well, here we are. You two go on in. I want to check with headquarters.
Dubeck.
Huh? Oh, Monsieur Maros.
Yes.
It's good of you to come to see me.
This is Mr. Mitchell of the American government. He will probably want to ask questions.
Hello, Dubeck.
Monsieur Mitchell, I'll of course tell you all I know, what I can remember.
Fine. The shelling took place just off Baku Island, right?
Yes, monsieur. There was a heavy fog. I was alone on deck when suddenly there was explosion as the shell hit us. I was thrown into the water. I looked back, saw our boat was on fire. Then I saw something else.
The ghost ship?
It looked so big, a monster coming out of the fog at me. Then it slipped as silently, disappeared into the fog again.
You got a good look at the ship then, close up?
Close up, Monsieur Mitchell. Yes, too close. A big ship, as I said, all gray color. And,
Go on, Dubeck.
There was something about the ship, monsieur. Something that at a single glance seemed familiar. That I had seen it somewhere before. It is hard to explain. Perhaps I'll be able to remember what it was when I can think more clearly.
Sure. You've had a rough time.
Monsieur Maros.
Yes, my friend.
They say I will be in the hospital for some time, unable to work. There is my wife, Monsieur Maros.
Your wife, of course, Dubeck, of course.
We do not have much money, she will worry.
I understand. You must let me take care of it. I will take care of everything, huh?
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Steve.
What is it, Jeffries?
I just got word from the Coast Patrol. Our ghost is tangled with another fishing boat.
Oh, don't tell me it was one of my boats again.
No, this fisher belonged to the Carver Company. The ghost tried to ram her down an hour ago off the Ballaback Strait, but she missed. The fisher managed to trail her and just radioed in a position.
Good. Where is the ghost?
She's gone up into the Tanya River, and there's only one way out. We've got the ghost bottled up this time, but good.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Did you know that you help to perform miracles? Human life itself is a miracle. Through the blood you donate and the money you give through your Red Cross, you help to preserve life. And now scientists and physicians have discovered another miracle you have a part in. Blood processed into gamma globulin for use in the prevention of paralysis and polio. To collect the blood, process it into gamma globulin for the protection of our children against the dread disease will take a lot of money. In addition, the Red Cross must continue to collect whole blood for civilian hospitals which it serves, for the Korean wounded, and for the building of a safe plasma reserve for national defense, both military and civilian. Blood gives life. Money packs and sends it. When you give through the 1953 Red Cross Fund appeal, you're helping to give life. You're helping keeping the blood bottles filled and delivered. Give and give generously. Answer the call. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, at last it looks like we're getting somewhere. The report from the Carver Company fishing boat that she had just sighted the Phantom ship is our hottest lead to date. Jeffries, Morris, and I race to the waterfront and pile aboard one of the several patrol boats lined up for the operation. We shove off. An hour later, we're nearing the spot.
No sign of fog tonight, Steve. That ghost ship won't be able to lose herself so easily.
I hope not, Jeffries.
Isn't that the mouth of the Tenaya River just ahead?
That's right, Manos.
That's where this Carver Company fishing boat reported the ship was headed, huh?
Yes. See, there's the fishing boat off our starboard over there.
Yeah, blinking at us.
Ship?
Still up.
River. Good.
You say there's no other way out, Jeffries?
Not that I know of, old boy. All right, Captain, into the river. Only a question of time now, Steve. Shouldn't be much farther now, Steve.
Hey, this river's longer than I thought.
Yes, but around the next bend, it narrows suddenly.
That's right, Maros. That's the farthest a big ship could get.
In that case, she's got to be right around the bend.
Our gun crews are ready for her.
I approach this moment with great pleasure. Blow my fishing boats out of the water, will she? Now she'll get a taste of it herself.
Wonder why she headed up this river.
Possibly a hidden supply dump around here.
Yeah, could be. She sure wouldn't have done it if she'd known the fishing boat was tailing her.
Steady now. We're rounding the bend. Steady. Now, searchlights on.
That's it. Sweeping back force across the... Hey.
Steve. It's impossible.
There's no ship at all.
We search along both banks of the river, but can't find any concealed channels, and finally we head back to the mouth of the river. The other patrol boats have been covering the coast on each side, but can't report anything. So back to Sandakan we steam with egg on our face. We're a sad-looking outfit when we get off the patrol boat.
Well, another lead up in smoke, Steve.
Yeah.
There's a place not far from here where we can get some coffee.
Okay.
Join us, Morris?
No. I will say good night. Jeffries, from now on until you catch that ship, I insist on adequate protection for my fishing boats.
We do the best we can, Morris.
Your best is apparently not good enough. My charter guarantees me safe fishing. I insist upon adequate protection. Good night.
What a headache, Steve. It isn't enough this phantom ship is supplying the guerrillas. They also have to put our fishing fleets out of existence.
Well, I guess they figure that's one sure way of staying on the loose if they blow every boat out of the water that spots them.
Quite. Well, what now, Steve?
I wonder how Dubek's doing.
The survivor from the sunken fishing boat?
Yeah. When we were there earlier, he told us there was something familiar about the Phantom, something he might be able to put his finger on when he got some of his strength back.
Why, that's right. Come on, let's drop in on him. See, that's his room at the end, isn't it?
Hope he's been able to remember a little more.
Steve.
From Dubek's room. Locked. Get back. Dubek, stabbed to death.
The window. Open.
Come on. We dive out the window and cover the hospital grounds, but there's no sign of the killer. He must have moved real fast. Finally, we give up and drive to Morris's house and break the news to him.
No, Dubek, dead. Now I'm ruined.
What do you mean?
Well, how do you expect me to keep even one crew together when this leaks out, let alone an entire fleet?
I know. Well, come on, Jeffrey.
Right. Oh,
Morris.
Yes.
Didn't Dubek mention having a wife?
Mrs. Dubek. Of course. She lives in the village of Lemana. She has not heard the news?
Not that I know of.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell, I don't suppose you... No, I guess it is my duty to tell her.
I think so, Maris.
I'll drive up there right away. Oh, why didn't I stay in the Mediterranean? I had it so nice there.
I see you later.
I doubt there's much more we can do tonight, Steve.
I guess not.
I'll drive you by your hotel.
Fine.
You seem preoccupied.
Oh, just thinking about something Maros said.
Oh?
About being put out of business by all this.
Well, what about it?
Maybe that's the point.
But I don't follow you.
The Phantom ship steams up a river. There's only one way out, but we searched the river. No Phantom ship.
So?
So there's one possibility we haven't examined yet. Namely, maybe the ship never steamed up that river.
But the fishing boat reported
Exactly. And that fishing boat is owned by the Caba Company.
Oh, you think they deliberately sent in a false report?
Could be. Maybe they wanted to draw us away from that storehouse we were watching up the coast so they could get a load of supplies from there.
The Caba Company...
Look, there are two fishing fleets, Morris's and the Caba Company. Morris has lost about 4 boats. How many has the Caba Company lost?
Why, none that I know of. Matter of fact, I think they've acquired 2 additional ones recently.
I see.
Steve, you may have hit it right on the head. If the Caba Company is behind this business, they could be trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Sure, smuggle contraband to the guerrillas and put a rival fishing company, Marrow's outfit, out of business. Do they have any freighters?
I don't know, but I'm certain that Maros could tell us.
Let's go back and ask him. We turn back, and then, as we get near Maris's place, we see his car pull away.
Probably on his way to break the news to Mrs. Dubek.
Yeah, let's pull up on him.
Wait a minute. He's not taking the road to the village where she lived.
No? In that case, maybe we'd better just tag along real quiet-like and see which road he is taking.
Right.
We douse the lights and follow Maris's car. An hour later, he turns off the main road and heads toward the coast. He parks and takes off into the jungle on foot. We tail him. Pretty soon we spot what looks like a deserted ammunition dump from the war. It's almost grown over with vines. Maros disappears inside. We ease up to it.
There's a light inside.
Yeah, we can see through this crack in the wall.
Kerosene lantern.
Brother, pretty close to that ammunition.
Send a message out to the
Hey,
boats.
radio operator.
Tell them to be here before dawn. We have no
We can radio the
servants, so
patrol
whatever
boats from the car and have them here in time to round up the whole fleet.
Come on.
You're not leaving.
What?
A guard.
Keep your hands in sight. Inside.
Oh! Well, company, Mitchell and Jeffries.
Hello, Maros. Your stooge here invited us in with his gun. So you're the big boy behind all this, huh? Pretty neat. There is no phantom ship. There never was. You made up the whole deal to cover the fact you've been using your fishing boats to run supplies to the guerrillas.
That is correct, Mitchell.
One thing I don't get, why did you sink your own boats?
Oh, I had the first one scuttled because a patrol boat came close. I was afraid the cargo would be discovered. 2 others weren't sunk at all. I just repainted them and put them with my other company.
Oh, so you own the Caba Company, too, huh?
Yes, and the boat Ubec was on, I planted a time bomb because he wanted more money. He tried to blackmail me at the hospital.
So you closed his mouth with a knife. Well, I guess that's all the answers.
Stay away from that land. You fire! Fire! The ammunition. I'm getting out of here.
Check the radio, man, Jeffrey. I've got Jeffrey, come on. Let's drag him out before the whole joint goes up in smoke.
Flames are almost to the ammo.
Dive into the ditch.
Are you okay, Steve?
Yeah. Another second and we wouldn't have been.
Maros is coming out of it.
Yeah. What? You missed the show, Maros.
The storehouse.
Yeah. Looks like you just went out of business with a bang.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Jane Wyman, Ray Milan, James Stewart, Olivia de Havilland, Janet Gaynor. These are only a few of the 20 former Academy Award winners who will be heard Thursday, March 19th, when NBC broadcasts the complete Academy Award presentation ceremonies. It's Hollywood's most important night of the year, the night when Academy Award Oscars will be presented to Hollywood's finest artists. Bob Hope will be master of ceremonies, and film star Paul Douglas will be the NBC radio commentator. When you listen to the Academy Awards broadcast via NBC, you'll hear the music nominated for the awards, the names of all of the actors, actresses, musicians, directors, and technicians who received this year's nominations. And then you'll be right there through the medium of radio when the Oscars are handed out by former winners of Academy Awards. It's a night that outglitters all other Hollywood opening nights, a night that you'll want to be a part of. Here are the Academy Awards on the NBC Radio Network. Thursday, March 19th.
Next week, Scandinavia. I elect myself target for tonight.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Ramsey Hill, Paul Frees, Paul Duboff, and Eddie Fields. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at the same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Each weekday, hear One Man's Family on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with me exactly 1 foot from death. morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I've arranged an appointment for you in Oslo, Norway, tomorrow night.
Oh, who am I supposed to meet?
We won't know until he shows up. Room 21, Hotel Engar.
Is this going to be a friendly meeting, or are things apt to get rough, Commissioner?
We've been after this man for a long time, Steve. He heads an organization known as the Bureau, an international clearinghouse for stolen information.
Sounds like big business.
It is. This man has agents operating in every European capital, as well as here in the United States. They pick up any secret information they can buy or steal, funnel it back to the Bureau, where he sorts it out and peddles it to any nation interested.
I see. So why is he going to show up at the Hotel Engar in Oslo?
He's bringing a payroll. He's to turn over $50,000 to a man representing his agents in this country.
And how did we find this out?
Our boys grabbed this representative in New York last night as he was about to board a plane for Europe. He talked plenty.
I get it. So I take this gent's place and go on to Oslo to meet Mr. Big. Wait a minute, Commissioner. Won't it sort of complicate things if Mr. Big knows what the courier looks like?
He won't. A different man is sent for the payroll each time. And the man we have in custody has never met the big shot.
Okay, what name do I use?
Francis.
You're kidding.
Nick Francis. That's the courier's name. Get over to Oslo, Steve. It's vitally important we nail the head of this organization. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Hollywood's greatest star-studded spectacle, the Academy Awards presentation, will be broadcast in its entirety tomorrow night by the NBC Radio Network. Listen tomorrow to NBC's exclusive broadcast of Hollywood's most impressive ceremony, the Academy Awards. More than 30 of Hollywood's greatest motion picture stars will appear on the Academy Awards stage in the heart of Hollywood. Bob Hope will be master of ceremonies, and Paul Douglas will be your NBC host for the evening. So set aside tomorrow night for the Academy Awards. Hear every moment of this stellar glamour gathering tomorrow night on the NBC Radio Network. It's Hollywood's most important night of the year, and you can be a part of it when you listen on NBC.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Oslo, Norway under the name Nick Francis and keep an appointment with a gent who heads an international information ring. It's early Thursday evening when my plane lands at the Norwegian capital. As I saunter through the airport waiting room, I get the feeling that a pair of eyes are planted on the back of my head.
Attention, please. Will Mr. Francis report to the information desk? Attention, Mr. Francis. Report to
Well, here we go already. I don't know if that's good or not. I look around, spot the info desk at the far end of the waiting room, and walk over.
Yes, sir. May I assist you?
You were paging me. I'm Nick Francis.
Oh, yes. A lady has been asking for you.
Oh, well.
Let me see. Over there. You see the large lady with the red hat carrying the parage cage?
Oh, yeah.
Sitting next to her on the left, the attractive blonde lady. That's the one.
Well, that's better.
Here she comes.
Looks like Oslo's answer to Marilyn Monroe.
I beg pardon?
You are Mr. Francis?
That's right.
Well, I am Helga Strauss. There has been a change of plans, Mr. Francis. I was sent to inform you. It is not safe here at the hotel.
Thanks for the tip. What now?
You will come with me. I will take you to the meeting.
Okay. Lead on, Helga. Outside, we ease into her car and drive off. During the next 10 minutes, she doesn't volunteer much information, and I don't ask. Finally, she wheels the car to a stop in a small side street in a quiet neighborhood. I follow her down a winding path and around to the front of an old, dilapidated house. We push through the rickety front gate and up onto the porch. Hey, place kind of dark. Doesn't seem to be anyone home.
Wait here. I will go around to the back.
Want me to come along?
No, you wait here.
I light up a cigarette and wait. A couple of minutes go by, and then I happen to spot something partially hidden in the weeds not far from the porch. I go down and pick it up. It's a small sign on a post, and I know just enough Norwegian to read it. For sale. I grab grab my bag and head down the path on the double. When I get back to the street, Helga's car is long gone. Yeah. As neat a sucker play to get me out of the way as I've ever seen. No blood, no mess, no fuss. Simple, but effective. I give myself 3 demerits and spend the next 10 minutes trying to find a cab. It's another 15 minutes before I pull up at the Hotel Engar.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. I'm Leanvold. May I help you?
I have a reservation. The name is Nick Francis.
But how can that be, sir?
Look, what goes?
But Mr. Francis is already in his room.
What?
Yes, sir. He checked in an hour ago. Went upstairs immediately.
I don't wait for the elevator. I take the stairs, 2 at a clip, and 40 seconds later I pull up at the door of room 21 and try the knob. The door's unlocked. There's a gent curled up on the floor, probably the phony Nick Francis. He has a surprised look on his face. I guess he wasn't expecting the knife that's buried in his back. Five minutes later, the law arrives in the person of one Lieutenant Roberg. He clears the room of interested spectators, and when we're alone, I show him my credentials and give him a fast rundown.
Then our killer could have been the man you are seeking, the head of this so-called bureau.
Right. He walks in, recognizes this gent as a phony, and slips him the knife.
Another possibility, Mr. Mitchell. What if he knew or suspected the man in the room here was an American agent?
I don't see how he could have found that out, but it's a thought, and not a very pleasant one. I found this in his pocket.
A key?
Fits a locker, I'd say. There's a number stamped on the back, also a manufacturer's mark.
Yes. I do not think this will be difficult to trace.
The lieutenant puts in a couple of phone calls and finds out the key is to a baggage locker, and 10 minutes later we roll up in front of the railroad station in a police car. As the lieutenant and I hurry inside, I bump into an old friend.
Oh, excuse me. It's you.
Yeah, me. Hold on, sweetheart.
Let me go wherever call the police.
You can whisper for one, Helga. Meet Lieutenant Roberg.
What?
This lieutenant is the little lady I was telling you about. She's in the real estate business. Specializes in empty houses.
So, how fortunate we meet, my dear. I have some questions I would like to ask concerning the affair at the Hotel Engar this evening.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can drop that routine, sweetheart. You're up to here in murder.
Murder?
Yeah, your boyfriend.
Rudy, Oh, you lie.
A trip to the morgue might convince you.
Rudy, dead?
What was your boyfriend's game? Come on, Helga.
Well, I knew very little about it. We met, Rudy and I, at the inn 2 months ago. He was a ski instructor.
What inn is this you speak of?
Jornsens. It is in the mountains near the village of Avdal. A few days ago, he told me that he had uncovered a marvelous opportunity to make a lot of money, that I could help him.
What was this opportunity?
He was to come to the Hotel Engar here in Oslo, pose as a man named Nicholas Francis, and someone would give him $50,000.
And who was this someone?
I do not know. Rudy did not tell me. You said that he had heard part of a telephone conversation at the inn. One of the guests was involved. Did not tell me who that guest was, though.
I see. Well, Lieutenant, suppose you escort Helga to the car, huh? I'll see what this locker key turns up.
Over here, Mr. Mitchell.
Where's our girlfriend?
In the car. My man is with her.
Here's the stuff I found in the station locker. Small traveling bag, clothing. Also a wallet and identification papers. Checks with what Helga told us.
I see. Well, come, let's go back to headquarters then.
You go on, Lieutenant. I've just bought a train ticket to Avdal.
You are going up to the inn?
Yeah. I'm interested in the guests staying there, or one of them anyway. I'd like to find out which one took a little trip to Oslo today.
Having rid himself of Rudy, you think he has gone back to the inn?
Maybe. Probably to set up another contact with Nick Francis.
I see. But suppose our killer knew that the man he was to meet in that room was an American agent. Instead, he finds Rudy, whom he recognizes as the ski instructor. He kills him because, obviously, Rudy knows too much.
Go on, Lieutenant.
There is still the American agent to be disposed of. You. The killer hurries to the airport to contact Nick Francis, perhaps by the same method the girl used.
Only she beats him to it, but he gets a good look at me.
And now if you show up at the inn...
Yeah, I'm a dead pigeon. That is if your theory is right. If you're wrong, I'll see you around, Lieutenant.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. On our nation's highways, excessive speed is the number one killer. It takes more than half of the lives lost in traffic accidents in many states. And only you as a driver can help reduce the terrifying toll of human lives. Obey the signs of safety, the signs along the highways which indicate lawful speed limits. But when road conditions are hazardous, slow down for safety's sake. Many times, the posted limits are not the safe limits. Remember that at 60 miles an hour, your car moves 88 feet per second, and it only takes a moment for trouble to loom up out of nowhere. Take a tip from the professional truck drivers, the men who drive for a living, and stay alert. Keep your eyes on the road ahead, where you can see accidents threaten before they can happen, and avoid rushing headlong into that fatal accident. Obey these few good rules for safe driving. Keep alert. Keep your eyes on the road ahead. And remember that driving is a full-time job. Then slow down, for the life you save may be your own. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, at this point, it looks like Rudy, the ski instructor at Jorson's Lodge up in the mountains, decided to deal himself into the card game by posing as Nick Francis to collect a payroll from the boss of an international secret information ring, which, of course, is what I'm trying to do also in order to nab the boss. But Rudy got himself dealt a knife in the back, which, of course, doesn't exactly relax my shoulder blades any. Right now, though, it looks like my best chance of finding the killer is up at the inn, so I hop the next train. 2 hours later, I get off at a small village at the foot of a mountain. Then I spot another guy getting off the train, a fat gent with a cane who comes waddling toward me.
Ah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Is your destination the inn?
Why, yeah. You know where it is?
Sight along McCain, sir. Up on the side of the mountain.
Huh? Hey, long way up.
Hey, Lena should be here any moment.
Lena?
The innkeeper's daughter. She usually meets the trains.
Oh, you're a guest at the inn, Mr.?
Whitley is the name, sir. Ronald Whitley. And you?
Steve Mitchell.
Delighted. Yes, I'm a guest at the inn.
But you took a little trip into Oslo, huh?
Yes. Made a rare find, too.
What?
I'm a collector. Isn't this a beauty?
The cane?
Oh, it's much more than just an ordinary cane. Seat. Oh,
a sword cane, hey?
I'm sorry, old boy.
Look, would you flourish that thing somewhere else than in the vicinity of my belt buckle?
Did I come a bit too close for comfort?
Yeah.
Here's Lena.
Hello, Mr. Whitley.
My dear, this is Steve Mitchell. Another guest for you.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, hello.
A charming addition to the inn, don't you think, Mitchell?
Yeah, and I haven't even seen the inn.
Come along, both of you. This is your room, Mr. Mitchell.
Very nice.
And here, a nice view from this balcony, don't you think?
Yeah. Hey, long way down, too.
Over there, in that direction, is...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I did not mean to crowd you against the rail.
Of course not.
I just wanted to point out the pond where we skate. And down there is another pond. Quite beautiful in the evening.
Oh?
Perhaps you would like to see it.
Perhaps you'd like to show it to me.
Perhaps tonight.
That's a date. You know, things happen kind of fast up here. Must be the altitude.
Or the attitude.
Could be. Many guests here at the inn?
Oh, quite a few. You have already met one of them, Mr. Whitley.
Yeah, the gent with the sword cane. He took a quick trip to Oslo last night, huh?
Yeah, with Mr. Calder.
Who's Mr. Calder?
He's another guest who also took a trip into Oslo.
Has he come back yet?
Yeah, on an earlier train this afternoon.
Where is he now?
I believe he's out skiing. Well, come along downstairs, Mr. Mitchell. I introduce you to some of the guests. Huh?
Fine, Lena.
here's one of them now coming down the hall.
That's some cast he's got on that foot.
Yeah, poor Mr. Tyson.
Well, Lena, my dear.
Mr. Tyson, I'd like you to meet another guest, Mr. Steve Mitchell.
Mr. Tyson?
Make it Tass, Steve. That's what everybody calls me, just plain Tass.
Looks like you've had an accident.
Oh, the ankle? Well, Steve, that one's on me. Yes, sir, I was a chucklehead. That's all there is to it.
How so?
Live dangerously. That's my motto. Old Tass has only been skiing a couple of months, but already he's not satisfied with the easy slope back of the inn. No, sir. He's got to try the big one over the ridge.
A very dangerous slope, Steve.
Talk about a 3-point landing, and one of the points happened to be my ankle.
Quite a few of us saw it happen. We thought he was dead for a moment.
Only thing that saved me, I guess, was that I hit first on my head.
Yeah, well, I'll see you around, Mr. Tasson. I wander around the inn, sizing up the guests, and of course I'm wondering about that cast on Tasson's ankle, and if it's legit, but I find out real soon that it is. One of the guests is the doctor who set the ankle, and he tells me it was broken in 2 places. That sort of crosses Laughing Boy Tasson off my list, because the gent I'm after killed Rudy in Oslo, and Tasson hasn't left the inn. That sort of focuses attention on Whitley, the sword cane artist, and Cooler, who's still out skiing. Also, I'm wondering about that quick date Lena made with me for tonight. She could be involved, too. Towards night, I wander into the lounge.
Steve? Over here by the fireplace.
Oh, Tasson.
All right, come on in and join us for a drink, huh? Take the chill out of your bones. You know Whitley, Steve.
Sure, he made quite an impression on me earlier with the point of his sword cane.
You are enjoying your stay here, Steve?
Yeah,
What is it, Steve?
Nothing. I'll be back. What starts me moving is the sight of a man starting down the stairs. It's Lindbald, the clerk from the Hotel Engar in Oslo. As he reaches the bottom of the stairs, he spots me and ducks out a back door. I pound after him. Outside, he's nowhere in sight. I circle around the inn a couple of minutes, but there's no sign of him, and the snow is too cut up to do any tracking. Then, as I round the corner of the building... Oh, hey, Lieutenant Roberg from Oslo, what are you doing here?
I went to the Hotel Engar to question the clerk Lindvold again about the times involved in Rudy's murder. They told me Lindvold had been taken ill suddenly. As I was leaving, I observed him coming out of the rear entrance. I followed him to the depot.
And then here, huh? Come on, he can't be far.
If Lindvold is involved, Mitchell, that means...
Hold it.
What's the matter?
Sounds like an engine of some sort.
The ski lift. Lindvold's going up the slope in one of the seats. Come on.
We head for the ski lift, but halfway up the slope, Lindvold spots us and jumps off. We start after him. It's slow going in the snow, but we gain on him. Then over the ridge, he comes to a deep crevice. He tries to jump across, but he doesn't make it.
Mitchell?
Yeah, that takes care of Lindvold. Look, I figure he was just a stooge in the deal. Also, the people at the inn can't possibly know he's dead.
So?
So we're going back to the inn and set a little trap. If it works, I hook the boss. When we get to the inn, Lieutenant Roberg goes inside alone. I ease up to a window where I can hear.
Is Mr. Mitchell here?
No, he went outside some time ago.
I am Lieutenant Roberg of the Oslo Police. When Mitchell returns, tell him I am taking a man named Lindvold into the village for questioning. I want Mitchell to join me immediately.
Lieutenant Roberg leaves the inn. I wait a few minutes and then stroll inside.
I say, the policeman looking for you.
Huh?
He wants you to come into the village.
Oh? Well, yours is the only car here, Lena. Could I borrow it?
Of course.
She gives me the keys and I go upstairs, supposedly to change clothes, but actually to wait and see who shows up. I figure the head of the information ring, one of the guests, now thinks that Lindvold is under arrest, and if he's afraid Lindvold will talk, he'll either want to stop me from getting into the village, or else he'll try it for a getaway. Either way, he'll want those car keys I've got, and he'll come after them. And it didn't take him long.
I say, Mitchell.
Whitley?
If you're going into the village, would you pick up a couple of magazines for me?
Oh, fine. Okay.
Here. I've written down the names. Thanks awfully.
Hold it, Mitchell.
Well, Laughing Boy Tasson. I should have remembered that balcony runs clear across the front of the inn. You get around pretty well for a guy with 1 foot in a cast.
I manage. You don't seem surprised to see me.
I'm not. That's why Whitley showing up threw me for a moment. No, as soon as I found out Lindwald was in the deal, the lights started to dawn, and you were the logical one.
How so?
Look, Rudy, the ski instructor, found out there was going to be a payoff to your American representative, Nick Francis, so Rudy decided to pose as Francis and collect.
That's right.
But he'd have hardly done it if he thought the boss was going to make the payoff in person. He had to be sure the boss wouldn't come to Oslo. How could he be sure? Well, a busted ankle, for instance.
I see.
Lindwald was to make your payoff for you, but Lindwald recognized Rudy as a phony and knocked him off, then came back here to report to you.
That's pretty nice figuring, Mitchell, but too late. Better not just step out on the balcony here and hand over those keys.
Okay.
That's far enough.
What happens now?
An unfortunate accident. It's a long way down, and you shouldn't have been standing so close to the rail.
Neither should you.
Mitchell!
I dive to one side and hack at his gun. Knocks the shot wild. He swings the gun at me, but I duck under it and throw him off balance. All his weight comes down on the bum foot, and it can't support him. Oh, brother.
Mitchell? Mitchell! I double back as you suggested.
Hello, Lieutenant.
That was Tassin?
Yeah, he took the big drop, just like his stooge, Lindwald. I guess that's what you call 2 falls to a finish.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in a moment. Remember, tomorrow's the night for NBC's exclusive broadcast of the fabulous Academy Award ceremonies over this station. Listen and hear the glamour and glitter that is Hollywood's biggest night of the year, Academy Award night. Hear Bob Hope as Master of Ceremonies and Paul Douglas as NBC's host for the evening. Hear such great Hollywood stars as Loretta Young, Ginger Rogers, Janet Gaynor, Mary Pickford, James Stewart, Ray Milland, Olivia de Havilland, Jane Wyman, and many, many others as they introduce this year's Oscar winners. Then hear the voices of the winners as they accept the highest award in the motion picture industry. Yes, you have a front row seat for all of the star-spangled glamour that is the Academy Awards when you set your radio dial to this station. This is the Academy's Silver Jubilee year, and all of Hollywood wonders who will win the Oscars. You can hear each award presented tomorrow night. So make it a date to hear every glittering moment of the ceremonies on the NBC Radio Network.
Next week, Lisbon. A guy who didn't want to get arrested and a girl who did.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Ken Peters, Gigi Pearson, Paul Frees, Dan O'Herlihy, and Betty Lou Gerson. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Who will win the Oscars? Listen tomorrow on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I can't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with me trying to decide whether I'd rather get run over or shot. morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I'm putting you on the trail of a young lady.
Hey, this must be my lucky day.
A very beautiful lady, I might add. Here's her picture.
This gets better as it goes along. Tell me more, Commissioner.
Her name is Antonina Aguirre. She entered the United States illegally after the war, was picked up by immigration officials a short time ago, and is now being sent back to Portugal. At the moment, she's on a boat in the mid-Atlantic, bound for Lisbon.
So I'll be there when the boat docks, huh? Why?
You're to follow her, Steve. Find out what she's up to.
What makes you think she's up to anything?
Yesterday, the Immigration Department made a rather puzzling discovery, Steve. They learned that the anonymous tip they had received, the one that led to the girl's arrest, had been set up by the girl herself.
Why?
We got to work on it right away and found out that she'd been seen on several occasions with a man named Louis Cortese, a man who has, from time to time, been connected with several subversive groups in this country. Get over there, Steve. Pick up Antonina Aguirre's trail when a boat docks in Lisbon and find out what this maneuver is all about. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Thursday evening brings a host of entertainment over this NBC radio station. There's comedy fun with the Andersons when Robert Young portrays the title role on Father Knows Best. Roy Rogers brings Western music and adventure from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Ralph Edwards adds to the fun with an hilarious laugh-filled session of Truth or Consequences. And Eddie Cantor presents another edition of his show business show. Judy Canova stars in a fun-packed adventure at Cactus Junction. And the entire evening bubbles over with wonderful radio entertainment. So make it a date to hear all of these enjoyable programs every Thursday night on most NBC stations.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Portugal and meet a certain boat when it docks at Lisbon. All I have to do is keep my eye on a passenger named Antonina Aguirre and find out why she's had herself deported from the U.S. and what her tie-in is with subversive groups in this country. It's late Friday afternoon when my plane lands, and I hustle over to the docks. The boat pulls in a couple of hours later. I wait around another 15 minutes, and then I spot Antonina trotting down the gangway. Two representatives of the law meet her, and there's a brief conference. Papers are signed, and finally she's sent on her way. An hour later, she's aboard a northbound train rolling out of Lisbon. I'm in the same car, a few seats away.
Howdy, Pilgrim. Is this seat taken?
No, help yourself. Here, I'll move my coat.
No, thank you. Yeah. Excuse me, I'll just put my bag up here on the rack and I step on your foot, neighbor? Mash your little piggies, did I? I'm sorry.
That's all right. Never use that foot anyway.
Sure does feel good to sit down, yes, sir. Am I crowding you, Pilgrim? Fat boy like me needs a lot of room, you know. Can I offer you a cigar?
Thanks, no.
Yes, sir. Always been a fat boy ever since I was knee-high to a stirrup back in Pertwee. Yeah. Only man I ever knew who was fatter, postman in the old hometown. He lost his job on account of it.
Oh?
Oh, yes, he was a fat one, he was. On hot days, he'd perspire so much that the steam would unglue all the letters.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. My name's Jessup, Sam Jessup. I travel in silks.
Sounds real cooling.
Hey, look at that pretty little senorita over yonder. One with a pink bonnet.
Yeah, I've sort of had my eye on her, too.
Yeah? Well, I tell you what, Pilgrim, I'll toss you for it.
No, you go ahead.
Well, there's the code of the traveling man, you know. You saw her first.
I'll sign a release. Go ahead. Start trolling.
That's right decent of you, neighbor. Well, yeah, I go.
There's an empty seat next to Antonina, and Jessup plops into it. He goes into his pitch, but the girl isn't paying too much attention. Finally, it's easy to see she's getting annoyed, which is just how I figured it. I decide it's time to make my play, so I walk over to them. Pardon me, miss.
Yes?
Is this man annoying you?
Well, now, see here, Pilgrim.
Is he, miss?
Yes, senor. He is annoying me.
In that case, Buster, you'd better be on your way.
Well, by jingles, if I don't beat all, I never...
On your feet, Pilgrim.
Well, I've been Pearl Harbor, that's what. That's the sneakiest attack I ever did.
Sure. Now move on, huh? Move.
Code of the traveling man don't mean a thing anymore. Not a thing.
Thank you, senor. It was very kind of you. Sometimes these Americans... Oh, I am sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I have met so many very fine people in your country.
Oh, you've been to America?
Yes. I'm on my way home now. I come from Coimbra, a town to the north of here.
Got a little lonesome for the old sights and familiar faces, huh?
No, it is not that. My father has become ill. Someone should care for him. But you, senor, you have been here long?
No. Seems like I just stepped off the plane somehow. I'm here on business.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, I'd rather talk about the United States.
You've been to California? To Hollywood?
Hollywood, sure. Very good friend of mine lives there. Good old Darrell. Darrell Schwartz. He runs a meat market on Fairfax Avenue. Sweet fella. She wants to hear more about Hollywood, so I lean back and launch into a narrative that would have the California Chamber of Commerce drooling for a week. My narrative runs down about 10 miles later, and Antonina excuses herself to check on something in the baggage car.
Well, it's my Quisling friend, huh?
Oh, hello, Jessup.
Hey, you piling up points, huh? Getting along first rate with a little filly?
Looks that way. Not sore, are you?
Oh, I'm not one to hold a grudge, Pilgrim. As a matter of fact, I'm much obliged to you. Yes, sir, I admire your technique. I'm going to try it myself sometime. Hey, I say, the little filly ain't getting off here, is she?
No, she just went back to the baggage room to, Hey, wait a minute. This isn't Coimbra we're pulling into, is it?
No, town up ahead's called Novantas.
Regular stop?
Well, not unless somebody wants off. Why?
Excuse me, Jessup. I want to check on something. I hurry through the train towards the baggage car, and when I get there, the train has groaned to a stop. No sign of Antonina. I stick my head out the door and look down the tracks, and then I spot her running past the depot. I take off after her on the double. I lose sight of her as I sprint around the station platform. I'm pretty sure she's headed into town, so I do likewise. It's, well, after midnight, and the streets are deserted, all of which makes it easy for me to pick her up again. But it seems someone else has the same idea. A car up ahead suddenly sweeps around the corner. A gent jumps out and grabs Antonina.
Please, let me go.
You'll hurt the lady, Buster. Let's go.
Look out, senor, a knife.
I'm doing my best to make him drop the stiletto and still keep an eye on Antonina, who is now starting to back away down the street. That's why I didn't notice the guy who slips up behind me and jumps on my back. We all land in a heap on the sidewalk. I'm just getting to my feet when a size 12 foot catches me under the chin. I topple back, crash through a wooden railing, and drop into somebody's cellar.
Senor?
Oh.
Senor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
I think so. Ooh, my head.
Here, let me help you. Can you sit up?
Yeah. Thanks. Well, I certainly didn't expect to see you again so soon.
I got away from them, hid and came back.
Who were those gorillas?
The one in the car I've not seen before, but the other one I saw a few times in America. He worked for a man named Cortese.
We already know quite a bit about Louis Cortese, Antonina.
You know my name?
Yeah, mine's Steve Mitchell. Here, better take a look at my credentials.
Oh, I see.
First of all, why did you set yourself up for deportation?
To get away from Cortese. The errands he forced me to do.
What sort of errands?
He came to see me at the office where I worked 2 months ago. He said he had known of me for some time, that I had entered the country illegally. He requested my cooperation.
And if you refused, he would tip off the immigration boys, huh?
I was frightened. I did not want to leave America, so I agreed to do what he asked.
And that was to run an errand?
Yes. He gave me an envelope. I was to deliver that envelope at 11 o'clock that night to a man who would be waiting on a street corner about 2 miles from my apartment. 2 days later, Cortese contacted me again. Another envelope, but a different street corner.
How many envelopes did you deliver? 2.
The third one was stolen from me.
Stolen?
I'd never seen the man before. I was waiting at the corner one night when he jumped out of the shadows, ripped the purse out of my hands. I struggled with him,
And then a passerby heard my cries and rushed up. The man got away. A few moments later, the police arrived.
I see. What did Cortesa have to say about that?
Oh, he was furious. He questioned me for a long time. Wanted to know about the man who had come to my rescue, what his name was. He seemed to think the man was implicated.
What was this passerby's name, do you remember?
Yes, Eduardo Podesta.
About these envelopes you carried, did you ever look into them?
Yes, the last one. The envelope contained several X-rays.
X-rays? X-rays of what?
Teeth.
Teeth? Are you sure?
Positive.
Oh, brother. Just when all this was beginning to make sense, some guy has to shove his choppers into the act.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. That a child may walk, that a soldier may live. That is the promise a pint of blood holds today, for gamma globulin and serum albumin are both products of a single blood donation. Gamma globulin, GG, is the medicine which prevents the crippling effects of polio, and serum albumin is the medicine used on the battlefield to sustain life in the wounded. These two miracle medicines are derivatives of our blood, but the process of extracting them is expensive. Your Red Cross has increased its budget this year to finance the project. So, parents, when you contribute to the 1953 Red Cross Fund appeal, remember the boys in Korea, the child in your own home and the child across the street, and give generously, won't you? And mothers, perhaps you can encourage others to give, that a child may walk, that a soldier may live. Answer the call. Contribute generously to the 1953 Red Cross Fund appeal. Now back to Dangerous Assignment, and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Hold it.
They're coming back for us.
Look, get up the stairs, then out to their car and wait. They'll probably come down the outside stairs.
All right, but how about you?
I'll think of... Wait, here's an empty wine bottle. Go on, hurry.
Be careful, Steve. Be careful.
Yeah. Hold it, Buster. Feel my gun in your back.
See?
Blow you wide open if you try anything now. Drop your gun, quick. Kick it to one side. Okay, now call your buddy. Tell him to get down here. You heard me call him.
Rodriguez! See? What is it? Come down here. What is it, Jose? You told me to stay in the car.
It's a trap.
What?
You're so right.
You have no gun. It is a bottle.
Sure is. Have a drink.
Hurry, Steve, hurry.
Okay, let's go. We take a few assorted back streets out of the village, then head for Tony's hometown, Coimbra. It's morning when we arrive. She directs me to the house of her Uncle Sebastian. It's quite a layout. He's apparently the money man of the family, and he's been taking care of her sick father.
Ah, Tony, it's so good to see you.
Papa is better.
Of course. He's gotten the best of care.
I do not know how to thank you.
For my own brother, I need thanks? No, Tony. I'm the one to say thanks to Senior Mitchell for getting you home to us.
Well, as long as things are pretty much in order on this end, I think I'd better be getting along.
What? No, I insist you join the family for breakfast. You have met none of them.
Thanks, but I want to talk to the authorities. Could you tell me where the police station is, Sebastian?
Of course. It's on the south side of the plaza in the center of town. Police Captain Rios in charge.
You say that Antonina actually arranged for her own deportation back here to Portugal?
That's right, Captain Rios. She figured she might as well. The outfit which was using her kept holding it over her head, and she didn't want to do any more of their dirty work for them.
Yes. But I do not understand why this envelope they give her to deliver contained dental x-rays.
You and me both, Captain. Also, I don't understand why they tried to grab her back in that village.
Well, In any event, you have delivered us safely home now. Your job is finished.
I'm afraid not, Captain Rios. I've got to find out what's behind all this. You see, we know that the gent bossing the deal is head of a recognized subversive group back in the United States. Now, my job is to find out what he's up to.
I see. What will be your next step, then?
There you've got me. They probably won't try to grab her again as long as she's with the rest of her family at her Uncle Sebastian's. Wait a minute. Maybe that's the answer.
What is?
Captain, if Tony and her uncle will cooperate, I'd like to set up a little trap.
What you suggest may endanger Tony's life.
I don't think so, Sebastian. Look, Captain Rios has arranged for an empty apartment in town. There's a garage in the basement, and he and a police sergeant are waiting in the apartment.
The plan is for you to take me there?
Yeah, real conspicuous-like, so anybody can follow us. Once inside, the police sergeant takes you down the back stairs to the basement and drives you back here. I'll leave by the front entrance and then double around the block and in the back. Rios and I'll wait in the apartment and see who turns up.
I don't know. Tony is safe here with her family. To help you in your plan, she might not be safe.
Look, Sebastian, this is our best chance of luring this outfit into the open so we can grab them, find out what's behind it, and put them out of business. Tony won't really be safe until we do.
But,
Please, Uncle Sebastian, I am willing.
Yeah, very well. You have my permission.
It's nightfall when I drive Tony to the apartment. Captain Rios and the sergeant are waiting inside in the dark. We turn on the lights, and Tony walks back and forth in front of the window a couple of times. Then the sergeant sneaks her down the back stairs. I leave by the front and double around the block to the back. Rios and I wait. Pretty soon we hear steps in the hall. Someone fumbling at the door. We jerk it open.
Mitchell, it's my sergeant.
Hey, he's been beat up. Our plan's gone cockeyed.
And they've got the girl.
We head for the police station and throw out a dragnet. Then half an hour later...
Hello, Steve.
Tony.
Are you all right?
Yes.
What happened?
When the sergeant took me to the basement, he was attacked suddenly. A man grabbed him and forced me into the car. He drove me to an alley and questioned me. Then he released me.
What?
Yes, just like that.
What did he ask you?
He wanted to know how much I had told the police. I said I had told them it was dental x-rays in the envelope I was to deliver back to the United States. And then he told me to get out of the car and drove off.
Oh. Well, Mitchell, what do you make of that? Huh?
The only thing I make of it is that I'm more in the dark than ever. At this point, it looks like the outfit I'm bucking is pretty sure of itself. I decide to put through a transatlantic phone call to the commissioner back in the States. I sure am, Commissioner. Cortez's outfit's up to something, but I don't know what. It doesn't make sense. They make Tony deliver an envelope of dental x-rays to a guy on a street corner.
Dental x-rays?
That's right. On her way, a guy tries to grab the envelope. A passerby comes to her rescue. A guy named Podesta, I think. Yeah, Eduardo Podesta. She continues on her way and delivers...
Wait a minute. This passerby. Did you say Eduardo Podesta?
Yeah. Why? The name ring a bell?
A fire alarm. A very important Italian diplomat has spent 3 weeks in this country incognito for some secret talks. He's been traveling under the name Eduardo Podesta.
Oh, brother, where is he now?
En route back to Europe. As a matter of fact, his plane's due at Lisbon in less than an hour. From there, he'll continue by boat to Italy.
Commissioner, this deal just started adding up at last. I'll check with you later. How fast can I get to Lisbon, Captain Rios?
The Army can fly you there in about 40 minutes.
Good.
Sergeant, get me Colonel Menta on the telephone, please. And now, Mitchell, suppose you tell me what this is all about. Huh?
The dental x-rays were just a smokescreen. The whole deal was rigged so they could find out the name an Italian diplomat was traveling under. That way they could find out what plane he was on and grab him on the way home.
You mean they had one of their own men arranged to attack her when Podesta was in the vicinity?
Sure. He must have had a habit of taking walks at night. Their timing was perfect. He gave his name to the policeman. Tony overheard it. And later, when they questioned her, she told them the name. Now they're probably waiting in Lisbon for his plane to land. But you know something? They're going to have company. On our plane to Lisbon, we radio ahead and start the ball rolling. By the time we get there, everything's in order, according to Colonel Menta, who's in charge of the arrangements.
The civilian plane carrying Podesta is landing now. He has been alerted by radio. That black sedan will pick him up at the plane, then drive into the tree-lined road at the edge of the field. You will be waiting there. You will take Podesta's place in the car. I will pick up Podesta. You and your driver will be armed. The rest is up to you.
I go over to the tree-lined road. So far, everything's just dandy. That is, until I feel a gun barrel in my back.
Stand still, Mitchell.
What? Uncle Sebastian?
Yes.
So you're the ringleader. Sure, that explains how the outfit knew that Tony was an illegal entry. You tipped them off so they could use her.
Exactly.
Some uncle.
That should be Podesta's car approaching now. Step out and flag it down. I want his briefcase. That will tell us what went on in those secret talks. Move.
Sebastian stays in the trees, his gun pointed at me. I step out onto the road. The driver sees me and slows down. Suddenly, I motion him on.
Stop it. Keep going.
The car roars ahead. I dive across the road in front of it just in time. Sebastian's taken by surprise. After it roars by, he runs out onto the road, and I meet him halfway.
Mitchell, you...
I'll take the gun. Thanks. Well, Sebastian, looks like you and your buddies just aren't going to get a peek at that little briefcase.
You fool. To throw yourself across in front of an automobile that way.
That's nothing. Back home, we've got thousands of people who can do that.
A nation of madmen.
Could be, but we call them pedestrians.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Now that spring is officially here, more and more of us will be getting out of doors and away from our living rooms during our leisure moments. And as the call of warmer weather takes you out of doors, once again we remind you that wherever you go, there's radio. So if you find your pleasure through a day at the beach, if your outdoor living means a ride into the country, or if your enjoyment of spring weather comes from digging in your garden, remember that you can take your radio entertainment with you wherever you go. And radio offers the finest in music, drama, mystery, comedy, and up-to-the-minute news. More than 22.5 million automobiles are now equipped with car radios. For Americans everywhere know that radio entertainment is fine entertainment. And remember, too, you can read and listen to the radio at the same time. Consult your local newspaper listings for the schedules of great programs this NBC station offers, and then set your dial here, whether you're at home or away, for the finest in listening enjoyment.
Next week, the Caribbean, a race that turns into a dead heat.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, Tony Barrett, Ralph Moody, John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian John Doe and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Each weekday, hear One Man's Family on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to prove that sometimes the best way to get a pal out of a trap is to get chased into it yourself. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, one of our agents is in trouble, Rick Perez.
Oh, what happened to him?
Because of his Spanish ancestry and his knowledge of Latin America, he seemed the logical choice, the man to investigate those reports we've been getting on the Caribbean Legion.
Caribbean Legion? Oh, yeah, I've heard about it. They're training and arming men to lead revolts in the countries of Central and South America.
Yes. Rick managed to work his way into the organization, has kept in touch with us through a contact he established in Caracas, Venezuela. He kept in touch, that is, until a week ago, Then silence.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean he's in a jam, Commissioner.
Last night, Perez's contact, a man named Emilio Rojas, received a message supposedly from Perez saying that he was hiding out in a village called Puerto Montego, that he needed help.
So the Legion got wise and Perez is holed up, huh?
All being held a prisoner.
Prisoner? You mean the message could be a trap?
Right. Suppose they only suspect Perez is an American agent.
Yeah, so we answer his call for help, send someone down to Puerto Montego, and the minute that someone walks into town, they know for sure. End of Rick Perez.
Exactly. You've got to get into Puerto Montego without arousing any suspicion to who you are or why you're there. Find Rick Perez and get him safely away. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Magnificent musical entertainment is yours for the listening every Monday evening on the NBC Radio Network. Listen on most NBC stations to these great programs. The Railroad Hour with singing star Gordon MacRae and charming guest artists from Musicdom's Hall of Fame. The Voice of Firestone featuring Howard Barlow and the Firestone Orchestra and Chorus in the melodies you enjoy hearing. The Telephone Hour with the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra. And the Dinah Shore Show, NBC's new Monday night program special starring America's favorite songbird, Miss Dinah Shore. Yes, every Monday night. Listen to the best musical entertainment on this NBC station.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Fly down to Venezuela and get to one of our agents, Rick Perez, who's in a jam. And we hope on the trail of a subversive outfit known as the Caribbean Legion. It's late Friday afternoon when my plane lands in Caracas, and I head straight for a rendezvous with our contact there, a gent named Emilio Rojas. A dozen or more tourists armed with travel folders, guidebooks, and cameras come strolling out of the cathedral. As I hurry up the steps, I move through a huge arched entryway and then inside.
Senor.
Oh, hello. Looks like I'm a little late for the guided tour, huh?
Yes, a pity. Still, there is always tomorrow.
No, unfortunately, I won't be in town. I have business in Puerto Montego.
A charming village. I know it well. You have friends there?
A business associate.
This way, Senor Mitchell. Into this corridor. We can talk there.
Sure you weren't followed, Rojas?
Positive.
I don't suppose you've had any word from Perez.
No word at all, Senor. Here, this will do. I leave the door open slightly so that we may watch the entryway.
You happen to have that note Perez sent you?
No, I burned the message immediately I received it. You are wondering about the handwriting, eh? I cannot say. Perez and I never exchanged the written messages.
Tell me, Rojas, do you have any idea why he went up to Puerto Montego?
Well, 10 days ago, after he had attended a meeting of the Caribbean Legion, he told me there was talk of supplies in a boatload of new men arriving from Guatemala.
And that ship might have put in at Puerto Montego, huh?
Yes, Perez might have been sent to meet it. Someone aboard might have recognized him or suspected he was with your government.
And now he's a prisoner or hiding out.
A prisoner, Senor? Not one for long, I'm afraid. They would kill him in a moment if there were the slightest reason to suspect him.
I don't know, Rojas. If they figured he was valuable to their organization, they might hesitate to do away with him. They'd want to know for certain. It would affect their future plans.
Yes, I see your point.
How far is Puerto Montego from here?
About 20 miles down the coast. Population under 200.
Not good. A stranger in town would stick out like a sore thumb. Perez spent most of his time here in Caracas, didn't he?
Yes, most of the time.
Where'd he hang out? Any place in particular?
A nightclub, a gambling house called the Maracaibo. It is run by a French woman, a Mademoiselle Simonette.
Sort of headquarters for the Legion, is it?
For the Legion and their various enterprises, senor.
I see. Well, that's very interesting, Rojas. You know, it sort of fits in with a little idea I've had in the back of my mind. If I could pick up the right information and certain props to work with, yeah, it might work out just fine. police headquarters, sitting in the office of Colonel Villara. I give him a fast fill-in on what I'm up to and what I'll need. He listens to what I have to say and then leans back in his chair and takes a long pull on his cigar. He makes with a series of smoke rings toward the ceiling. Jim dandies, all of them. Then he leans forward.
This is highly irregular, Senor Mitchell. You understand that. However, if you insist...
I'd like your department's cooperation, Colonel Villara.
Very well. I will see to it that you get what you ask.
And don't forget the souped-up jalopy.
Souped up?
The car. I'm going to be in a race, and I don't want to lose.
Oh, yes, of course.
You look a little puzzled, Colonel.
I am, Senor. I still fail to see how all this is going to...
Look, the chances of my slipping into Puerto Montego unnoticed are pretty slim. The heavies see me snooping around, they add 2 and 2, and they knock off Perez.
Yes, go on.
So instead of my sneaking into town, I'm going to try to arrange for them to chase me into Puerto Montego. But I've got to sell them a bill of goods first. 1, that I'm not an American agent, and 2, that my arrival in town has nothing to do with Perez.
Oh, I see. And that, then, is the purpose of your visit to the Maracaibo Club.
Right. Now, I need an entree to the club, a name I can toss around.
Someone known to them, and preferably someone out of circulation, eh?
Rojas suggested a gent named Brobo.
Oh, excellent. A well-known criminal in the Caribbean area. Now serving 10 years in prison.
A frequent visitor at the club when he was in town, and when he wasn't in Caracas, he'd be in Cuba or Haiti, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or Trinidad. I could have met him in any of those places.
I would suggest Trinidad. He spent a good deal of time there.
You happen to have a file on Brovo?
Oh, yes. A rather complete history of the man.
Good. I want to know all there is to know about friend Brovo. They're bound to ask questions at the club, and I want to be sure to have the right answers. An hour later, I check in at the hotel, and shortly after 8 that night, I wander over to the Maracaibo Club. I peel a few bills from a very fat bankroll, spread them around where they'll do the most good. Also drop Brovo's name a couple of times, and pretty soon I'm admitted to the plush gambling layout upstairs. My luck is all bad, and I drop a nice chunk of dough, and meanwhile, I keep my eyes open for the lady known as Mademoiselle Simonette. Finally, she puts in an appearance, high voltage in a black low-cut evening gown. She tosses a quick glance around the room and then moves from one game to another. Finally, she winds up standing next to me at the roulette table. I step back to make room.
No, please, monsieur, do continue. I'm only a spectator.
I wish that's all I was.
Bad luck?
Never been worse.
Well, perhaps the dice table.
You recommend it?
Why not?
Okay, but I could use a drink first.
On the house, I insist.
Oh, thanks, mademoiselle.
You have been here before, monsieur.
Mitchell. No, this is my first time. An old friend recommended the place.
Brovo?
Yeah.
I heard you mention his name earlier at the bar. How is he?
Unhappy. The penal colony doesn't agree with him.
Oh. Unfortunate, wasn't it?
Yeah, had a nice little deal going on at the time, too.
His wife. How did she take it?
Felipa? Oh, not grieving very much. He left her a comfortable income. That fall out of Cuba last year netted him a nice chunk of dough.
I see. Does she see her on the dress show?
Yeah, I dropped in to see her just before I left Trinidad.
Well, you must give her my warmest regards on your return.
I'm not going back.
Oh?
That is, if I can make other arrangements.
What sort of arrangements?
I'd like to get to the States if I could.
Why should that be difficult for you?
Oh, they're sort of fussy up there about passports and things like that.
You're not an American?
Canadian.
Oh.
Hey, bar seems to be a little crowded.
A table over here, Monsieur Mitchell. I will send you a waiter.
Thanks. Why not join me?
Why not?
I dropped the matter of the passport for the present because I don't want to rush things, and that seems to be all right with Mademoiselle because she finally steers the conversation around to Brovo again. She's playing it cautiously, checking on me, and I fill in with the right answers. Finally, I draw an invitation to continue our little chat in the privacy of her office. She excuses herself to greet some of her guests, and I wander on back alone to the inner sanctum. So far, everything's working out fine. Yeah, until I open the office door. The little gent comfortably settled in a chair. He bounces out of it, and the second he sees me, a gun suddenly appears in his mitt.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Deacon.
Fancy you strolling in here.
Well, we all have our bad days.
Come on in, Mr. Mitchell. Come on in. Well. Thanks, it's cozy now. What brings you here, if I might ask?
I was about to conduct a little transaction, but you've sort of complicated things.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame. That's what it is.
I thought the Australian police would have you under lock and key by this time.
Not me, Governor. Not Albert Deacon. You tried hard enough.
Well, we got the boys we were after and left the small fry like you to the local law.
No small fry no longer, Mr. Mitchell. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable and don't try any funny moves or this little pop gun goes off, see?
I get the picture, Deacon.
This little transaction you mentioned. It's with the Mademoiselle, I imagine. Oh, good. We'll just wait here until she comes along. I dare say she'll be mighty interested to know she's entertaining a United States government agent.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Today, more than ever before, the great scientific minds of our country are hard at work solving the mysteries of cancer. In over 100 research centers located in all parts of the country, there is being carried on the greatest research program against the single disease ever known to man. Someday soon, the scientists hope to have the answers. But to continue and expand the tremendous research program, money is needed. That money must come from you. Cancer is a major enemy of the American people, and last year alone, it claimed some 215,000 victims. And although more and more lives are being saved from this dread disease each year, the toll is still far too high. We can all strike back against cancer by joining the Cancer Crusade. Support the American Cancer Society and its 3 programs of research, education, and service to the cancer patient. Join the 1953 Cancer Crusade. Mail your generous contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, at this point, it looks like I'm cooked. Just when I'm starting to do okay with Mademoiselle Simonette, I wander into her office and find myself face to face with a seamy little character named Deacon, whom I'd tangled with several years ago in Australia. Needless to say, he recognizes me and pulls a gun. It's Simonette. She's coming in. Deacon moves to open the door with a big grin and takes his eyes off me a second. That's when I make my move. I grab his wrist and twist. Mitchell, thanks for the gun. Okay, it's in my pocket and pointed at you. One peep and you're dead.
Oh, hello, Deacon.
Small world, Simonette. Imagine my running into an old buddy like this.
You and Deacon know each other, Steve?
Sure. We were together in Australia. We're old buddies, isn't that right, Deacon?
Yes, that's right.
Good. This is Marco, Steve. He works for me.
Marca?
Mitchell?
Those papers I wanted you to take back over there on my desk.
Yes.
Yes, those are the ones.
Very well. I will see you later. Well, do I pass inspection, Simonette?
Inspection? What do you mean?
Marca, he's your muscle man, isn't he?
Yes, but I just wanted him to pick up some papers.
And give me a looking over.
You don't miss that trick, do you, Steve?
I can't afford to.
Well, I'd better be getting along.
No, Deacon, stick around. I've hardly had a chance to say hello. I wouldn't think of letting you shove off so soon.
Well,
What's the matter, Deacon? Is something on your mind?
No.
Steve, you mentioned earlier something about needing a passport.
Yeah. Look, I don't have time to beat around the bush, Simonette. I need it, and I need it bad. I've got the dough to pay for it, and I think the fact that I'm a friend of Brovo and also of Deacon here should entitle me to some consideration.
Correct. It would cost $1,000.
That's pretty steep, but okay. I'm in no position to bargain. $1,000 it is.
All right. We have a small cobbler shop not far from here where such matters are arranged. Marco can take you over there.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got a better idea. Does Deacon know where the place is?
Why, yes.
Well, why don't you take me, Deacon? We can talk over old times on the way. Okay, Simonette?
Of course. Go ahead.
I hustle Deacon out of there before he can tip my mitt. I make him take me to the cobbler shop. And in the back room, they take a picture, and half an hour later hand me a passport. I peel off the dough and pay them. Then I take Deacon to the house of my contact, Rojas, who salts him away in his cellar.
You will be quite safe down there, Senor Mitchell.
Good, Rojas. I could have Colonel Villara put him under arrest, but one of Simonette's boys might possibly find out about it.
Yes, that would not be too good. Senor Mitchell, I still do not understand what your plan is.
Right now, my plan is to go to my hotel room and wait.
For what?
For Marca, and maybe another Seamanet's boys to show up. I figure they should be there within 2 hours.
But what makes you so sure they will come to your room?
That money Colonel Valera furnished me. The dough I used to pay for my phony passport.
What about it?
It's counterfeit. Yeah. You know, I think those boys are going to be real mad when they find that their own phony dough is shoved back on them. I go back to my hotel room and wait. My souped-up car is parked out back in the alley. Half an hour later, I spot Marca and another muscle man pulling up in front of the hotel. I pick up my suitcase and go out into the hall like I'm leaving. They spot me from the bottom of the stairs.
There he is!
They start up the stairs at me. I heave my suitcase at them. They go down in a heap. I run back into my room, down the fire escape into my car. The chase is on. So far, it's working out just right. I drive fast enough to keep out of range, but not fast enough to lose them. An hour later, I'm in Puerto Montego, the village where we think Perez is hiding. It's all of 2 blocks long. I gun through the town, then ditch my car at the far end behind one of the buildings. I circle back on foot and hide. Pretty soon, Marca and his buddy roar into sight and stop at a house on the outskirts of town. They run inside and come out again with 2 other guys. They all pile into the car and take off through the village, supposedly after me. So, now I've located one of their headquarters. I ease up to the house. I can hear a voice from inside.
Maybe they sure better look around the village in case this Mitchell doubles back.
It's Perez talking, and it's also my cue. I jerk open the door.
I've got him, Steve.
Brother, you sure have, Perez. Nothing like a beer bottle to lull a guy to sleep.
When Marca pulled in here a couple of minutes ago and said he was chasing a deadbeat named Mitchell, I remembered we once pulled a trick like this in Casablanca, wasn't it?
Yeah, I hope you'd remember. And when I heard you talking to your buddy here about the 2 of you, I knew the odds were in our favor if he was the only other one here. They've been holding you prisoner, Rick?
Not exactly, Steve. But they were watching me pretty closely, and I had a hunch they were suspicious of me and checking up.
Then you didn't send that note to us by the way of Rojas saying that you were in trouble here and needed help.
No.
Then Simonet and her boys must have sent it. It was a trap.
But it didn't quite work the way they figured it.
Oh, look, we've got to move fast. When they come back here and find you flown the coop, they'll realize that they were right about you. What have you found out so far about him?
Simonet is the local ringleader of the Caribbean Legion, Steve. They train and outfit small groups of men which they send into several South American countries to try to organize revolutions. Simonet has a list of the 3 men's cells which have been sent to each country. I know that. I saw it in our office at the Club Maracaibo.
Then come on. We've got to get back to Simonet fast and grab that list.
We can see the Club Maracaibo from this alley, Steve.
Yeah. Come on, we better... Hey, wait a minute. There goes Marca in the front door.
We didn't lose any time.
We're licked. He'll alert Simonet and she'll destroy the list.
I don't think so, Steve. I think they'll try and warn those 3 men's cells in each country first.
Oh.
Well, they've got a radio transmitter hidden somewhere, but I wasn't able to find out where.
Maybe it's right there inside the Club Maracaibo.
Well, I don't think so. I've spent a lot of time inside that dive. I think I would have spotted it.
Hey, look. Marca coming out the front door again.
With a briefcase. Maybe he's on his way to the transmitter.
And maybe not. You tell him I'll stick around here just in case they're trying to pull a hidden ball play on us. Perez takes off after Marca, and I ease around to the back of the joint and wait in the shadows. Sure enough, a minute later, Simonet comes out the back door carrying an envelope. She crosses to the alley and disappears into a warehouse. I follow her. Inside, I spot her starting up a flight of stairs. I catch up to her fast.
Why, Steve!
I'll take that list.
You let go of me. Let's go.
Well, hello, Marca. I guess you just took a little trip around the block, huh?
That's a good guess. I'll hand over that list.
He keeps coming at me up the stairs. Suddenly, I grab the rail and kick at his wrist. The gun goes flying. I lunge at him. We roll down to the floor. His head connects with the cement. I whirl around, but Simonet's already got the gun, and it's pointed right at my belt buckle.
Steve, you okay?
Yeah, sure am, Perez. I wouldn't have been if you hadn't shot that gun out of her hand when you did. Oh, no, Simonette, you're not leaving.
Let go.
With that list we've got, the only place you and your outfit are going is out of business for keeps.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Variety is the spice of life, they say, and variety is what we at NBC attempt to give you each Thursday evening. Each Thursday on most NBC stations, you'll hear such entertaining programs as The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, Truth or Consequences, The Judy Canova Show, and Eddie Cantor's Show Business Show. Roy Rogers brings Western song and adventure from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Later, it's time for Father Knows Best with Robert Young in the title role. Perhaps you'll agree that the thing about which Father knows best is trouble. But trouble or not, there's always fun-filled listening when it's time for Robert Young to star on this station. Ralph Edwards brings you Truth or Consequences, and the action really begins when a contestant misses a question and has to pay the consequences. Judy Canova adds to the mirth and merriment with hilarious comedy and some songs in her own delightful style. And then Eddie Cantor brings you his show business show, during which he reminisces about his years in the entertainment world. So every Thursday, listen to all these fine shows on most NBC stations.
Next week, Paris. I bodyguard a quiz kid.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Featured in tonight's cast were Paul Frees, Paul Duboff, Betty Lou Gerson, Ben Wright, and Don Diamond. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Fridays, listen to Dinah Shore on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to find me doing my level best to get blown up. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, as you know, our government has recently joined with Australia and New Zealand in a program of restoring and reconditioning certain strategic naval and air installations in the Pacific. Mainly anti-submarine bases.
Sure, what about it?
Lately, we've run into nothing but trouble down there on one of the islands. It slowed our construction schedule to a walk.
Sabotage?
Yes. Last night, a freighter was blown up at the docks in Rabaul, New Guinea. The ship was loaded with supplies and equipment to be delivered to the Australian project on Manus Island, as well as to our islands farther north.
Oh?
A dock worker is suspected of having caused the blast. He was spotted sneaking away from the ship a few moments before the explosion occurred. The Australians have one of their agents on the job, Dawes Malcolm. Check with him when you get to Rabaul. The two of you will work together. It's vitally important to all concerned we put an end to this sabotage and get our construction program back on schedule. Well, that's it, Steve. You got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy
in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all of those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Here's a reminder about Thursday's entertainment schedule on most NBC stations. There's comedy fun with Robert Young, starring in Father Knows Best. Roy Rogers brings you Western adventure and songs from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Ralph Edwards presents another mad and merry session of Truth or Consequences. And Eddie Cantor recalls his years in the entertainment world during his show business show. Judy Canova invites you to mythical Cactus Junction for 30 minutes of fun. It's an enjoyable evening of great radio entertainment. So be sure to hear it all every Thursday night on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get down to Rabaul in New Guinea and pick up the trail of a dock worker suspected of blowing up a freighter. He's our one and only lead to nail those responsible for sabotaging our program of rebuilding strategic bases in the South Pacific. It's noon Thursday when my plane lands at Rabaul, and Australian Special Agent Dawes Malcolm is there to meet me. Before I can catch my breath, he whisks me into another plane.
I'm sorry for the rush act, Steve. This concerns our dock friend, Carwi, the Malay who wrecked the freighter. I learned he'd hopped aboard a ship yesterday afternoon, a small copra trader headed north.
You know exactly where she's headed?
Yes, here I have a map. I'll show you. He's bound for this island here called Lito San. It's the fourth island in the chain.
Got a good head start on us.
Oh, he's already arrived at Lito San. I'm certain of that. I know the ship he was on. She's fast.
How big an island is Lito San?
Quite a large trading center. There's a village, shops, several big plantations. Chap could hide out for weeks.
You don't seem concerned.
I'm not. We'll have a line on Carwi 5 minutes after we land.
Such confidence. Hey, you own a Ouija board?
No. But I have a friend in Lito San who possesses the soul of a ferret. I've already contacted said friend and instructed to make inquiries. As good as owning a Ouija board, though, don't you think?
Sometimes better. It's early afternoon when our plane settles down on the island of Lito San. The place is not exactly a beehive of activity. A hot sun is beating down on the village and the streets are deserted. We hurry over to the trading post where we find Malcolm's rather large friend seated on a veranda. Large friend is comfortably settled in a wicker rocker, swatting flies with one hand and holding a tall, cool drink in the other.
Blasted heat. So help me, Hannah. I'm going to pack up and get me out of here one of these days.
You've been saying that for 20 years, Bella. You never go.
Oh, now you watch. One of these days, Sweet Pea. One of these days.
Quite. Steve Mitchell, Bella Drosky.
Hello.
Blasted flies. Oh, sit down, Steve. Fix him a drink, Sweet Pea.
How about it, Steve?
Yeah, I could use one.
You play pinochle, Steve?
Sure.
Hallelujah. You hear that, Sweet Pea?
I heard.
I'll send one of my boys to fetch the skipper of the Celibus Queen, and we'll...
Down, fella, down. We've got other things to do first. Here's your drink, Steve.
Pinochle players are hard to find on this blasted island. That Malay galoot you're after ain't gonna run away. We'll have time for a game if these blasted flies...
Where is he, Bella?
Oh, out at the old Henderson place. Used to work for Jim.
Well, I thought that plantation was closed down.
Well, might well be, the way that Smith is running it. Joseph Smith, he calls himself. Ah!
New around here, isn't he?
Oh, moved in about 6 months ago. Don't know a thing about running the place, if you ask me. Only thing he knows how to raise is a thirst, and that's often. Already he's got the place up for sale.
And you say that Malay Kawi is out there now?
Yeah. Smith hired him. Glad to get him, too. Not many of the natives will work for him.
I'll run out there alone and sort of browse around. You said the plantation was for sale, Bella.
Yeah, but only a gent with a hole in his head would be interested.
So I've got a hole in my head. Malcolm, what sort of description do you have of the Malay?
Oh, he's a small man, approximately 5'2", slight build, wiry type. Usually wears dungarees and blue shirt, wool cap. A 3-inch scar along the right jaw.
Oh, okay.
Bella?
Yes. Blasted fly must be equipped with radar.
How about giving Steve your car?
Oh, you're welcome to the old rattletrap, honey.
Thanks, Bella.
Here, you'll need this to start it.
Huh?
A hairpin?
Lost the ignition key 10 years ago.
This'll start the car, huh?
After you stomp a few times on the floorboards. Yeah.
5 minutes later, I'm wheeling Baylor's two-tone Essex along the docks. I follow directions and turn into the jungle, head south. I whip along at the incredible speed of 10 miles an hour for the next mile or so, and then the jungle gets thicker, the road narrower, the bouncing bouncier. I round a bend and spot 3 people walking along the road ahead.
Hello there.
Hi. Is the old Henderson plantation far from here?
You are on the plantation now. I'm the owner, Joseph Smith.
Oh, my name's Mitchell. I heard your place was up for sale.
Oh, yes, it is, Mr. Mitchell. As a matter of fact, I'm showing these people the place now. Miss Devani, Mr. Schuster.
A pleasure indeed, Herr Mitchell.
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell?
Miss Devani, Mr. Schuster.
Tell me, Herr Mitchell, you are an agent?
What?
A real estate agent? You wish to buy for yourself, or is it for someone else?
Oh, no, for myself.
I see. The reason I asked, my fiancée and I have been looking for a suitable buy the past month with very little success. I thought perhaps if you were an agent, you might know of...
No, I'm sorry. Afraid I can't help you there.
Mr. Mitchell, I shall not be long. If you will drive on to the house and wait there.
Okay.
Coming, Elena?
But, darling, if you don't mind, I'm tired. I think I will go back to the house if Mr. Mitchell will be kind enough to offer me a lift.
Sure.
Very well. Come along, Mr. Smith.
This way down the path. The plant is only 100 yards or so.
Hop aboard, Miss Devani.
Thank you. Oh, this is wonderful, Mr. Mitchell. I could not have walked another step.
Well, keep your fingers crossed. I still have to start up this monster. First, a twist to the hairpin. Then a 1, a 2, a 3, and away we go.
Oh, quite an automobile, this, Mr. Mitchell. Yours?
I borrowed it in the village. Not much to look at, I'm afraid.
Oh, it is better than walking.
What do you think of the place?
I prefer to live in the city. Manila, Saigon, Singapore. Fine food, clothes, dinner parties, races.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, really?
I like to move around, see the world.
Have you seen much of it, Mr. Mitchell?
Quite a little.
It's a wonderful life to travel with the right companions.
It looks like a forward pass, but I let the ball drop for the present. We finally pull up at the main house and continue our conversation in the shade of the wide veranda. We're interrupted a quarter of an hour later by the arrival of a native worker jabbering excitedly. He keeps pointing toward the jungle, so I follow less than 100 yards from the house. He points to something in the brush. It's the body of a man. A man wearing a blue shirt, dungarees, and a very dead expression on his face. Yeah, it's Carway, the Malay dock worker we've been looking for.
Brian Donlevy will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Everyone dreams of a rosy future when they'll finally be able to retire and really enjoy life. Vacationing in different lands, enjoying the scenery of our own country, or just basking in the sunshine of their own backyard. Well, the dream can become a reality through United States savings bonds. And you don't have to be a rich man to afford United States savings bonds. Yes, you can buy a savings bond with a modest $18.75, or you can buy a savings bond for $7,500. But no matter what savings bond you buy, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you put in. And it's easy to buy United States savings bonds. Look into the payroll savings plan where you work. That's the automatic plan for buying savings bonds, or if you're self-employed, be sure to ask about the bond-a-month plan where you bank. And believe me, you'll feel more secure tomorrow if you'll buy United States savings bonds today. back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
So I finally locate the Malay dock worker, Cowie, who sabotaged the freighter in New Guinea, but it's too late. Somebody's closed his mouth for keeps on Joseph Smith's plantation on the island of Ledasan, so I'm no closer to finding out who's trying to sabotage the construction of our defense bases in the area. Smith and Schuster returned to the plantation house along about then. I filled them in on what's happened.
Mitchell, I think you're trying to make something out of nothing.
A murder is nothing, Schuster?
I know these natives. It's probably a matter of revenge. They settle these things by a knife sometimes. Perhaps a woman was involved.
I see. Elena, did you ever see the dead man before?
Of course not.
Smith, you and Schuster were together showing him the plantation.
Well, of course. That is most of the time.
Most of the time.
Herr Smith left me for a few minutes, said he wished to inspect the water line.
Which I did, then returned to Schuster directly. See here, Mitchell. What's the meaning of all these questions of yours?
Nothing, Smith, nothing. I guess I'm just the nosy type. Rudy Schuster and Elena shove off for the village. I give them a few minutes lead while Smith gives me a sales talk on the plantation. I finally tell him I'm not interested and drive back to Baylor's place in town. Malcolm's waiting for me.
That's bad, Steve. That's our one lead on the person behind all this sabotage.
I know, Malcolm, but I've got a hunch if we find Cowie's killer, we've got our boy.
This Schuster fella, I've seen him around quite a little for the last month. He's got a boat, and he's spread it around. He's looking for a plantation to buy.
That's right, Baylor. Malcolm, I'd be interested in finding out all we can about both men.
Smith and Schuster? Right, we can contact Rabal over the Port Authority radio.
Good. Where's the Port Authority office?
Just down the street, near the waterfront.
Let's go. See you later, Baylor.
You fellas hurry up and get this over with, and maybe we can have the cable pin-up.
Right you are, sweet pea.
How long have you known her, Malcolm?
Baylor? Oh, several years.
She always been on the up and up?
As far as I know. Why?
Just wondering. She knew where Cowie was hiding out. She knew I was going to talk to him. When I get there, he'd just been killed.
I see what you mean, old boy.
Just a thought. We send a message to Rabal asking for information on Rudy Schuster and Joseph Smith. Malcolm sticks around the office to wait for an answer. I wander along the waterfront.
Steve!
I turn around. Elena is waving to me from the deck of one of the boats tied up at the wharf.
Come aboard.
Okay, Elena. Hey. Nice boat you've got here.
It's Rudy's.
He around?
No, he's in town. I'm so glad to see you, Steve. I'm still shaken over that murder. Here, let me pour you a drink.
Pitcher of ice water?
Martini.
You are shaken.
Let's talk of pleasanter things. Here, here's your drink.
Thanks.
To us, perhaps?
Why not? That's a nice perfume you're wearing.
Toujours moi. Always me.
That's a thought.
I'm leaving tonight, Steve. Always it seems I leave at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Unless maybe you don't want me to leave.
What about Rudy?
Rudy bores me. All he wants to do is poke around from one little island to another.
Looking at plantations, huh? You said you were shoving off tonight. Are you going on to some more islands around here?
Yes. Steve, if you don't want me to go.
Quite a coincidence, Elena.
What is?
The reason I came down here to the waterfront was to hire a skipper to take me around to some of the islands so I could look at some plantations.
Steve, why don't you come with us?
You think it'd be all right with Rudy?
We'll see that it is. Please, Steve, you come with us.
Huh? Okay, Elena. Sounds like a good idea. I'm glad you thought of it. Yeah, right now the deal's working just the way I want it. If Schuster's involved, I want to stay close to him, and it looks like my best chance of doing that is Elena. I go back to the hotel, pick up my gear, and head for the Port Authority office. Malcolm's waiting for me outside.
We got a reply from our boss, Steve.
Let's have it.
They gave the plantation owner, Joseph Smith, a clean bill of health.
How about Schuster?
Not so clean. He's a former Nazi naval officer who was attached to the Imperial Japanese Navy during the war.
Well.
2 months ago in Saigon, he was acquitted of murder on insufficient evidence.
Whose murder?
A former Japanese submarine officer.
Very interesting.
Yes, but how does it tie in?
Well, we're investigating sabotage of anti-submarine bases. Schuster was involved with a Japanese submarine officer. There's got to be a tie-in somewhere. Well, I ought to be finding out soon.
How so?
I'm going island hopping with Schuster and Elena in their boat. She thinks it was her idea.
Oh, now, Steve, that could be dangerous.
It could also put me close to an answer.
All the same, you've got to be careful.
Yeah,
What? What's the matter?
Well, looks like you can quit worrying. Look out there near the end of the wharf.
Well, I don't see anything.
That's the point. They've gone.
Schuster's boat?
Yeah. When Elena told him I was going, he must have decided it was time to clear out. They can't have been gone long. Can you arrange a boat from the Port Authority?
Of course.
Come on. Once outside the breakwater, we spot Schuster's boat on the horizon. It's dark by now. We tail him to the vicinity of a small island, then lose him. We circle the island.
This island is one that your government was planning a base on, Steve. They should have been working here by now, but the sabotage has slowed things up.
Wonder what Schuster will... Hey, hold it. See that little flare of light near the top of the island?
Where?
It's gone now.
Well, let's go ashore and have a look.
We move in closer. Cut the engine, drift ashore. We work our way through the underbrush towards the place where I spotted the light. It's a big rocky hill rising up in the center of the island. We start climbing, halfway up, on a ledge that's hidden until you get right to it. We find what we're looking for.
Hey, Steve, it's the mouth of a cave.
Yeah. Look, a busted kerosene lantern. That's what caused that flare of light. Here's the sand they threw on it to put it out.
Right, a detective, Mitchell.
Hello, Rudy.
Keep your hands inside, both of you. It's my man Hans here who clumsily knocked over the lantern. As you see, we both have guns, and he is eager to make up for his stupidity.
Don't tell me you didn't bring Elena along.
I left her in port. The silly girl knows nothing of this.
So you're the one behind the sabotage, Schuster.
Slowing us down because you wanted time to find something that was on this island, right?
Right.
Something maybe in this cave? Did you find out about it from the Japanese officer whose murder you got away with in Saigon?
You don't miss a trick, Mitchell. Yes, I'd known about it for some time, but Nakata was the only one who knew its location. Took me quite a while to catch up with him, then to work my way here gradually so as not to arouse suspicion.
What is it?
Gold and silver, Mitchell. Taken from Java by Japanese submarine in the early part of the war. Hidden here in this cave. $500,000 worth.
Nice haul.
And the two of you will help Hans and myself carry it down to the boat.
Then what?
Well, let us say that you will become so attached to this cave you will never leave. Hans, guard them while I locate the gold inside the cave.
Yeah. Just a minute, Schuster.
What is it?
You seem to have figured out most of the angles. Could be there's one you've overlooked.
What is that?
You haven't been inside the cave yet. That Japanese officer you killed might still have the last laugh on you. Maybe he booby-trapped the gold.
Booby-trapped? Don't listen to him, Hans. He's just stalling.
Am I? Booby traps have been rigged before.
Very well, Mitchell. I tell you what. I will give you the honor of going into the cave first. You can then find out for yourself.
Okay, Schuster. I'll go first.
Wait!
He realizes his mistake too late. I dive into the cave and to one side. The shots go wild. He pounds in after me. I move fast in the dark, start a wide circle to get back to the entrance. I can hear him stumbling along behind me. I keep circling. I'm almost back to the entrance now. Then I realize I'm silhouetted in the moonlight.
Mitchell! Stay where you are!
I'm cooked. He takes a couple of side steps for a better shot, then... The explosion sends me sprawling out of the cave.
Steve, you okay?
Yeah. Hey, what about Hans?
He took his eyes off me at the explosion. I clipped him. What happened inside?
Schuster must have tripped the wire that set off the booby trap. Oh, brother. And me charging around there in the dark.
Yes. Well, I'm sure the gold wasn't damaged much. We'll contact the authorities in Java about it, but just one little question, old boy. How do you know about the booby trap?
Just one little answer, old boy. I didn't.
You what? Well, remind me never to play poker with you. Well, I expect you'll want to be getting back to port. Schuster said that Elena was still there.
Elena? Are you kidding? I just barely escaped from one booby trap. I'm going to quit while I'm still ahead.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Now that spring is officially here, more and more of us will be getting out of doors and away from our living rooms during our leisure moments. And as the call of warmer weather takes you out of doors, once again we remind you that wherever you go, there's radio. So if you find your pleasure through a day at the beach, if your outdoor living means a ride into the country, or if your enjoyment of spring weather comes from digging in your garden, remember that you can take your radio entertainment with you wherever you go. And radio offers the finest in music, drama, mystery, comedy, and up-to-the-minute news. Yes, more than 22.5 million automobiles are now equipped with car radios, for Americans everywhere know that radio entertainment is fine entertainment. And remember, too, you can read and listen to the radio at the same time. Consult your local newspaper listings for the schedule of great programs this NBC station offers, and then set your dial here, whether you're at home or away, for the finest in listening enjoyment.
Next week, Trieste in the friendly game of checkers. I get jumped.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Featured in tonight's cast were Ben Wright, Martha Wentworth, Roy Irwin, Paul Frees, and Betty Lou Gerson. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian John Doe and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to teach me never to ask to see a knife in a shop window. You may get it in the back. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, it looks like we've been put on the hook again. There was an attempt made in Cairo last night on the life of a prominent Egyptian political figure.
Oh? How do we fit into the picture?
The would-be assassin was described as an American. The word is being spread around that he was one of our agents.
What? Now, look.
Sure, another frame-up, Steve. The third incident in as many weeks.
And the reason?
We've been holding talks with the Egyptian and other Near East governments, trying to set up a program of closer cooperation. Certain interests are definitely hostile to the idea.
So someone is trying to sabotage those talks by stirring up public opinion against the U.S., huh?
Right. The target for the assassin's bullet was Ahmed Tali. He's been opposed to the talks from the start.
Now, with this attempt on his life, someone's made it look like we wanted to get him out of the way. Look,
Commissioner, do we have any lead on this so-called American agent?
Yes, a shopkeeper in Cairo named Falud says he has certain information to give us if we're interested. You've a rendezvous with this Falud tomorrow afternoon at the Akmim marketplace in Cairo.
How will he know me? Do I wear a geranium behind my left ear?
You are to go to the bazaar of the Four Brothers. There will be a long curved dagger with a jade handle in the window. You will ask to see it. Get over there, Steve. Find out what you can from this shopkeeper and get to the man who's trying to sabotage our talks with the Egyptian government. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Magnificent musical entertainment is yours for the listening every Monday evening on the NBC Radio Network. Listen on most NBC stations to these great programs. The Railroad Hour with singing star Gordon MacRae and charming guest artists from Musicdom's Hall of Fame. The Voice of Firestone, featuring Howard Barlow and the Firestone Orchestra and Chorus in the melodies you enjoy hearing. Then the Telephone Hour with the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra. And then, of course, the new Dinah Shore Show, NBC's new Monday night program special, starring America's favorite songbird, Miss Dinah Shore. Yes, every Monday night, listen to the best musical entertainment on this NBC station.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Cairo and have a chat with a shopkeeper known as Falud and see what information he can give us that'll help us nail a gent who's been busy stirring up anti-U.S. sentiment in Egypt and the Near East. It's late Friday afternoon when my plane lands. I check in at a hotel and then hurry over to the Acme marketplace. I finally spot the bazaar of the Four Brothers and stroll inside.
May I assist you, attendee?
Yeah. I'd like to see that dagger in the window, the one with the jade handle.
Ah, an excellent piece. A work of art, attendee. Do you collect jade?
Among other things.
The finest pieces of jade in all Cairo are to be found in this shop. Someone recommend you, perhaps?
Yeah, a friend asked me to drop in and have a look at the dagger. His name is Falud. Do you know him?
Ah, yes. And your name, attendee?
Steve Mitchell. You're Falud?
Yes.
You have some information. What do you want for it?
Nothing for myself. I seek help for my son. He is in trouble and in hiding.
What sort of trouble?
With the police, falsely accused, attendee, of smuggling diamonds.
Look, you know we don't interfere in local affairs.
I only ask that after you have heard the facts, you will then make up your mind. Refuse to help if you must, but promise you will hear the story.
Well, I guess that's fair enough. I'll promise that, but nothing else.
While my son was at the university, he became involved with a certain political movement, one not of my liking. He has long since left the group, but during the time he was associated with it, he met many people. A few were agents of a foreign power.
Go on.
One of them was a man named Hanford, American-born.
He the one who tried to kill this diplomat Ahmed the night before last?
We are certain of it. My son and I were in the neighborhood at the time. We heard the shots. Saw this man running from the house, number 37, Sharia Isham.
Your son recognized him?
Yes. The man, Hanford, fits the description of the would-be killer given by Davinson.
And just who is this Davinson?
Once a member of parliament, now retired, but still an influential man. It was in his home that the attempted assassination took place.
I gather that his political thinking is the same as this victim, Ahmed, anti-U.S., huh?
No. Exactly opposite. Davinson has long been a friend of your country. He has been seeking to unite the political parties in an effort to work in close cooperation with your government. That is why he called a meeting at his home.
I see.
My son learned that the assassin Hanford has gone to Alexandria.
He's in Alexandria now?
Yes. I will take you there.
When?
A train leaves in 2 hours. Where are you staying?
St. George Hotel.
I will call for you.
I
I saunter out of the bazaar and move on through the marketplace. As long as I have some time on my hands, I figure it won't do any harm to have a chat with this Dobbin San. I grab a cab, and 10 minutes later I arrive at 37 Sharia Ishab. I show my credentials, and the servant ushers me into the private study where I cool my heels for another 10 minutes or so. Then Dobbin San shows up.
So sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Mitchell. 1,000 pardons.
No harm done, Mr. San.
Do sit down, please. I was in conference with Dr. Marubian. He had many instructions regarding the patient.
You mean Ahmed Tali is here in your house?
Yes. You did not know? Though his condition is not grave, the doctor thought it would be wise if he remained here. An unfortunate affair, the incident of the other night.
Yeah.
Most unfortunate.
You mind telling me about it?
I had invited some friends for the evening.
Including Ahmed Tali?
Still a friend, Mr. Mitchell. Although we do not see eye to eye politically, I thought perhaps if we could all get together and talk, an understanding might be reached.
Go on.
It was around midnight. We were all assembled in the study here. The front doorbell rang. The servants had gone to bed, and so I answered it.
What did the caller look like?
Tall and slender. His manner of speech was American. He said he had an important message for Ahmed Tali. Asked if I would call him.
And you did, huh?
I left the two in the hall and went back to the others. A moment later, we heard a shot and rushed out. We found the front door open, Ahmed lying on the steps.
There's a rumor going around that the caller was an American agent.
Yes, I have heard that, but he showed no credentials, nor gave his name.
I see. All right, Mr. San. Thanks a lot. I go on to my hotel and wait for my contact Falud from the bazaar to show. He doesn't. It's a quarter of an hour before train time now, and I decided to do something about it. I hustle back to the Akmim marketplace. It's quiet now, dark, deserted. The bazaar is closed. I lean in, peer through the glass door, and suddenly it opens.
Quickly, Effendi, inside.
Hey, we were supposed to meet at my hotel.
I know, but I was followed. 2 men. I lost them not far from your hotel. Wait. There they are, Effendi. Coming this way, the 2 men.
We duck out through the other door, half a dozen alleys, and a change of cabs later, we wind up at the railroad station. We grab the train to Alexandria, a 2-hour ride. As the train pulls into the Alexandria depot, I hop off first.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mitchell?
What? Yeah, I'm Mitchell.
I am Lieutenant Nava, Alexandria Police. My credentials.
Oh, okay, Lieutenant. What's on your mind?
I shall have to ask you to accompany me to headquarters for questioning.
Wait a minute. What's this all about?
You called on Dobbin San at his home in Cairo this afternoon, did you not?
Yeah, sure. So?
Some documents were stolen from his study. Documents belonging to Ahmed Tali, victim of a recent assassination attempt. We have received information that you have these documents in your possession.
What? That's crazy.
Is it, Mitchell? Then why did you run from the police in Cairo less than 2 hours ago?
The police? Oh, look, I can explain that. I thought they were... Hey, wait a minute. Falud, over here.
That old man, a friend of yours, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, we came up on the train. He can explain about those 2 men we ran from.
So, you there, come here.
Yes? What is it?
Tell me, old man, do you know this American?
No. I never saw this man before in my life.
Well, there it is. Suddenly everything falls into place nice and neat-like. Yeah, just as I expected. There's an envelope in my overcoat pocket, and I didn't put it there. Another first-class frame, and I'm in the middle of it. Waiting in the street outside the depot are half a dozen newspaper men. Keen. This is going to get quite a spread. The lieutenant waves them off, and we start for the police car parked close by. Just then, another car whips around the corner, and I spot a gun in the window just in time. I duck. I don't stick around to find out what happened. I sprint down a side street, make a few fast turns, and wind up in somebody's cellar. I sweat out the next 10 minutes and then ease out onto the street again. I recognize one of the reporters who was waiting outside the depot. He steps into a parked car. I'm right behind him.
You?
Yeah, me. Slide over, Buster. I'll drive.
What do you want?
The lieutenant. I saw him fall. Did he hurt bad?
Yes, badly wounded. Thanks to your friend.
My friend? Oh, yeah, sure.
We won't get far, Mitchell. The neighborhood is surrounded.
Sure.
Look up ahead. A barricade across the street.
So we go through it.
What? What? My new car.
I'll pay for the bullet holes. I imagine there'll be a few, so you better get down, Buster.
My beautiful new car. You can't do this.
Want to bet? Down, Buster. Down.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Eddie Cantor. All of you have read and heard the reports of the great devastation in Texas. Time and time again, you have heard how the Red Cross has rushed men, supplies, and blood to stricken areas. Wherever there is injury and suffering, the need for blood is great. And the need is always now. Thousands of Americans have made blood donations. Ask any of them, and they'll tell you that donating blood is simple, easy, almost effortless. Practically every new blood donor says, why, there's nothing to it. No, there's nothing to it. Yet that simple act this week meant the difference between life and death to victims of the Texas tornadoes. Every one of us who can should make a blood donation. So call the Red Cross or blood bank in your community for an appointment. Do it right away, because the injured never can wait. Tomorrow for sure, give your pint of blood.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
My poor car.
Relax, Yavid. Only one bullet landed, and that went right on through the front windshield.
That is the trouble. It shot off the foxtail on my radiator.
What a bitter blow. You'd think they might at least have yelled tally-ho.
What are you going to do now?
For one thing, I'm going to get to the bottom of this thing. Now, start talking and tell me where you boys on the newspapers got your tip.
Well, the story I heard was that Ahmed, the wounded man at Dabin San's place, wished to look over some of his papers. Dabin went to his study to get them. They were gone.
So,
Ahmed demanded to know if there had been any recent visitors. Dabin was forced to admit that you had been there shortly before. Ahmed called the police.
I see.
The police started looking for you to question you. Then came another tip that you could be found at the bazaar.
My old pal Falud.
The police arrived there in time to see you run away. They lost you. Then, an hour ago, the captain of a fishing boat at Rabet, a village up the coast, read in the evening paper of the incident. He reported to the local police that he had been hired to take a man named Mitchell out of the country.
What was the skipper's name?
Alex Rogan. You deny all this?
Of course I do.
But that attempted rescue was wounded Lieutenant Nava.
That was no attempted rescue. They were just trying to kill me so the papers would be found on my body. But they missed. That means they'll try to get on my trail again. If I could only get my hands on that skinny neck of Falud's, I could find out from him who's behind it.
Oh, I do not think you will get the chance. See up ahead?
Another roadblock. Oh, great. Looks like this is the end of the line. I jam on the brakes, get to a stop, and jump out of the car.
Stop! Stop where you are!
The chase is on. I duck down an alley and crisscross back and forth along a few assorted side streets. Finally, I reach the marketplace and find a place to hide. Real aromatic, too. I'm the third goat from the end of the small corral, and very fitting because right now it looks like I'm really the goat in this deal. Then I get an idea. If I can't get to Falud, maybe I can get some information out of that fishing boat captain who was supposed to have been hired to get me out of the country, but I've got to move fast. I take off cross country to the fishing village of Rave. Just on the outskirts, I spot a familiar sight, a guy in a car.
Hello. What took you so long?
What are you doing here, Yavid?
Waiting for you.
What?
Yes, I thought you would probably remember the captain of the fishing boat and try to reach him.
Well, you finally got it through your head that I'm innocent.
Not necessarily. But, innocent or guilty, I am a reporter. You need transportation, I need a story. So?
So, it's a deal. Let's go. In the village, we head for the waterfront. There's only one bar there, so we figure that's the logical spot for information. We drift in. It's a typical dive, crowded mostly with sailors. Behind the cash register sits a sultry-looking gal who apparently owns the joint. I can see her watching us out of the corner of her eye. Pretty soon she eases over.
Hello.
Hi.
You are a long way from home.
Yeah.
What brings you here?
I'm looking for someone.
Oh?
His name is Alex Roga. He is captain of a fishing boat.
Alex Roga?
Ever hear of him?
Not that I remember.
I figured you'd know just about everybody on the waterfront.
A lot of men drift in here. I can't keep track of all of them.
I guess not. Well, Yabbit, guess we'll have to look elsewhere. Too bad with the money we've got for Alex and whoever locates him for us. Now, come on.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
I will remember the name. He might come in here sometime.
You see, he reported he'd been hired to take somebody out of the country. We want the whole story from him, and we're willing to pay for it. So if he should come in, you might tell him that, huh?
Maybe you had better tell him.
What?
The black boat at the end of the wharf. You will find Alex on board.
Here's the boat.
No sign of him.
Could be below decks. Keep it quiet, please. This hatch must lead down to the cabin. Yeah, come on.
There he is.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Alex Roga?
Who are you?
You've been expecting me.
What do you mean?
I'm the man who's supposed to have hired you to take me out of the country.
Mitchell!
I'll take that gun.
Let go!
Let go of that gun or I'll break your wrist. There.
What do you want?
The name of the guy who hired you to say what you did.
I don't know.
Look, I'm in no mood for polite conversation. If I have to play rough to find out, I will. Who hired you?
I don't know. Steve, you can't just stop on the pier.
You're pals, huh, Alex? Okay, we're leaving. Move. I heard Alex up the ladder at the point of the gun. We slip around the other side of the cabin. We can hear two men climbing aboard. We wait until they go down the ladder. Then we jump onto the pier and head down it.
There they go!
They've spotted us. We turn a corner and I duck into a warehouse with Alex, but Yabbit keeps on running. I can hear them pound after him. Suddenly Alex grabs at my gun. I give him a fist. I figure that'll keep him quiet a few minutes, so I ease outside and try to find Yabbit to help him out of trouble, but he's nowhere around. I spend 10 minutes looking, then I figure I'd better get back to the warehouse before Alex comes to. I walk inside, and suddenly I'm staring down the barrel of a gun.
At last, Mitchell.
Who are you?
Sergeant Boucard, the police. I've been chasing you since the last roadblock. You no doubt came back to make certain the fishing boat captain was dead.
Dead? Alex? Look, I only put him out for a few minutes.
As you will see over there, he does not give the appearance of being out for only a few minutes.
Hey, a knife in his back.
Exactly.
They must have doubled back and knifed him while I was looking for Yavid. Oh, brother. I'm really batting 1,000. My last lead gone.
Steve? Steve? Wait, who's that?
Let's find out.
Let go of my gun.
Too late.
Mitchell, I warn you, it will go worse than ever for you now. Steve? Holding a gun on a policeman?
Hello, Yavid. Look, fellas, this isn't my idea, the best way to play it, but right now I don't have time to go through channels. Yavid, that babe Sarita in the bar is obviously in with the organization.
So it would appear. She must have sent the men in the car after us.
You get a look at them?
No.
Okay. I want you to go back to the bar and tell her your American friend's in a hole.
You?
Me.
You are quite right.
Tell her I need a boat to get out of here and that I can't find Alex. Ask if she can fix me up.
Then what?
Then the sergeant here and I wait to see what happens. Half an hour later, I hear steps coming along the pier. I peek out. It's Yavid, followed by two guys. One of them's my old pal, Falud. I can't make out the other. I turn to Bukhar and hand him his gun.
You give me my gun?
Yeah, it's all yours. You can put the handcuffs on me now, or you can duck back there in the shadows and get an earful.
Very well. I will be over here by this crate. But I warn you, if this is another trick, I will...
Yeah, I know. You'll miss me around here.
Inside! There he is!
Hello, Falud.
Don't move, Mitchell.
Well, our old friend Dobbin's son.
Mitchell, the girl at the bar took me to her back room and turned me over to these two.
So you're the one behind this whole deal, Dobbin's son.
Quite so.
Pretty neat cover. You pose as a friend of my government. You schedule talks at your house to try and convert Ahmed, who's opposed to us. You rig an attempt on his life, so we'll be blamed for it, and then you get Falud to lure me over here so you can hang this frame on me.
And now to finish it off perfectly, I can deliver you to the authorities.
Sorry, but I think it's going to be the other way around, Dobbin-san.
A bluffer to the last, eh, Mitchell?
Dobbin, watch out.
What?
Over there near the crate, a policeman.
Dobbin's shot goes wild. Falou dives for the cop and collects a slug. Dobbin whirls and heads for the door, but I latch on with a flying tackle. His head hits the concrete and he's out cold.
Are you all right, Mitchell?
Yeah. You hear enough, Sergeant Bucar?
Quite enough.
And I've got my headline, Steve.
Good. But the next time anybody tells me they've got red-hot information for me...
Yes?
They can stuff it in an envelope and mail it to me.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, returns in just a moment. Variety is the spice of life, they say, and variety is what we at NBC attempt to give you each Thursday evening. Each Thursday on most NBC stations, you'll hear such entertaining programs as The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, Truth or Consequences, and The Judy Canova Show. Roy Rogers brings Western song and adventure from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Then later it's time for Father Knows Best, with Robert Young in the title role. And perhaps you'll agree that the thing about which Father knows best is trouble. But trouble or not, there's always fun-filled listening when it's time for Robert Young to star on this station. Ralph Edwards brings you Truth or Consequences. And the action really begins when a contestant misses a question and has to pay the consequences. And Judy Canova adds to the mirth and merriment with hilarious comedy and also some songs in her own delightful style. Yes, remember this, every Thursday, listen to all of these fine shows on most NBC stations.
Next week, Germany. A chase. The guy in front, the guy behind, and me. In the middle again.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Robert Boone, Paul Duboff, Byron Kane, Jan Arvan, and Betty Lou Gerson. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time, when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Fridays, listen to Dinah Shore and Eddie Fisher on NBC. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that trying to break up an information pipeline is no pipe. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, you've an appointment to meet someone at the railroad station in Oslo tomorrow night.
Blonde or redhead, Commissioner? Never mind. With my luck, it'll probably turn out to be a white-haired old gentleman.
His name is Thorson, and he won't be expecting you.
So what do we want with him?
He'll be carrying a set of blueprints, Steve. Blueprints of a top-secret electronic computer unit designed by American technicians for the Navy's guided missile program.
Are we sure he'll have the prints with him?
Yes, we got that information from the man who stole the prints a week ago, Frank Amory. After what happened to him last night, he's been more than willing to talk.
Oh?
Oslo police found Amory in an alley, 3 bullet holes in him. Fortunately for us, he's managed to stay alive.
Sounds like the old double cross, huh? Bullets for the payoff.
Looks that way, Steve. Get over to the hospital in Oslo and talk with Heinrich. Get the information you need and grab Thorson. It's vitally important we recover those blueprints, Steve. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Here's a reminder about Thursday's entertainment schedule on most NBC stations. Yes, there's comedy fun with Robert Young, starring in Father Knows Best. Roy Rogers brings you Western adventure and songs from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Ralph Edwards presents another mad and merry session of Truth or Consequences. Then Eddie Cantor recalls his years in the entertainment world during his show business show. And Judy Canova invites you to mythical Cactus Junction for 30 minutes of fun. Yes, it's an enjoyable evening of great radio entertainment, so be sure to hear it all. Every Thursday night on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to a hospital in Oslo, Norway, and have a chat with Frank Amory. He's responsible for lifting a set of top-secret U.S. blueprints, and now a gent named Thorson has them. It's my job to grab Thorson before he can pass them on to someone else. It's late Thursday afternoon when my plane lands, and half an hour later I'm at the hospital sitting at Amory's.
Sure, Mr. You ask the questions. I'll tell you everything I know.
First of all, Amory, I want a description of Thorson.
Well, he's about medium build, 40 years old. Just an ordinary-looking sort of guy.
Oh, great. Look, what about this contact Thorson is supposed to meet? Do you know what he looks like?
No. All I know is Thorson's to turn over the blueprints to someone at the depot tonight, 7 o'clock. The courier in turn hands over the blueprints to another contact in Copenhagen tomorrow night.
In Copenhagen?
At an amusement park. It's called the Aalborg Garden.
And then what?
Hamburg, Germany. The last courier picks up the prints there at the Stubelplatz.
A regular pipeline operation. Tell me, where did you meet Thorson?
Last night. 10 o'clock at a cafe called Hervik's. It's not far from my hotel.
You think the waiter would remember you?
Owner of the place waited on us. Yeah, he might remember. Sat in one of the back booths, had coffee. Waited about half an hour, then Thorson showed up.
That when you turned over the prints?
Yeah, the envelope. Thorson didn't want to pay up until he'd examined the prints. I was supposed to go back to my hotel and wait for him there.
But you never got to the hotel.
Just to that alley. 3 slugs in the back. Didn't see who it was, but not hard to make a guess, huh? Dirty double-crossing rat.
Okay, Emery. I guess that'll be all for now. Oh, by the way, the doctors say you'll pull through, all right?
After what I've done, is that good or bad?
Mind if I don't answer that one? Well, see you around.
Good evening, sir. Alone?
Yeah.
This way. I have a table.
Skip it for now. I want to make a little conversation with the owner of this restaurant.
I am the owner, sir. Carl Hervig at the service.
I'm Steve Mitchell. My credentials.
Oh, I see. How may I help you?
How's your memory?
Excellent. A most valuable asset in my work.
Yeah. You had a customer last night, an American. Tall, blonde hair, wore rimless glasses.
Yes. Yes, I seem to remember. I waited on him myself. Coffee.
Do you remember the man who joined him at the table? Medium build, around 40?
But of course. He comes in quite often.
His name's Thorson.
That I did not know.
But you could point him out to me.
Yes. However, I cannot say when he will be in again.
I'm going to ask a favor of you, Mr. Hervig. Will you come down to the railroad depot and point Thorson out for me?
Depot? Me? Now?
An hour from now.
But how could I leave the cafe? We are at our busiest at 7 o'clock. Really, Mr. Mitchell?
I won't keep you long. Maybe 15 minutes. This man Thorson has something in his possession that belongs to my government. It's vitally important we recover it.
I see.
What do you say, Mr. Hervig? It won't take long.
Oh, very well, Mr. Mitchell. I will go with you.
It's 10 minutes of 7 when Hervig and I pull up at the railroad station. We take up a position near the main entrance, and Hervig starts giving the crowd the once-over. No sign of Thorson. 7 o'clock. Still he hasn't put in an appearance. A few minutes later, Hervig tugs at my sleeve.
There, Mr. Mitchell. There he is. Thorson.
Where?
The bench near the magazine stand. No, directly across.
Oh, the man sitting at the end of the bench?
Reading the newspaper, yes. That is your man. Look, he's getting up, moving away.
Headed for the side entrance. You wait here, Herbie. I move quickly through the crowd, angle toward the side entrance, and I keep my eyes on Thorson all the time. Then something peculiar happens. Thorson must be equipped with built-in radar. He turns around suddenly and looks straight at me. Then he ducks out fast. I take after him on the double, catch up halfway down the block. Hold it, Buster.
Let's go. Let's go, I say.
Not a chance.
Move it, I kill you.
Drop it. Drop it.
I kill you.
Okay, Buster. Hey. Sorry, Thorson, but you asked for it.
Mr. Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah, sure.
What happened?
He's just sleeping off a left hook. I didn't like the way he was waving that knife around. Now, let's have a look in his pocket. Not in his overcoat.
What made him run, Mr. Mitchell? He did not know you, did he?
Instinct, I guess.
Like the jungle animals are, sensing danger.
Some of these guys can spot the law a mile away. That's strange.
You did not find what you expected?
Envelope's not on him. Wait a minute. This newspaper.
He was reading it at the depot?
Yeah, the London Times. He probably bought it there from the girl at the magazine newspaper stand.
Most attractive young lady. I could not help but notice her. So?
So I want to check something. Keep your eyes on Thorson here. Think you can handle him?
A simple matter. I will sit on him.
I get back to the newspaper stand at the depot, but the blonde isn't there. I step to the other side of the counter. A cigarette is still burning in an ashtray, and on the wall nearby, dangling on a nail, is a coat hanger. It's rocking back and forth. Looks like the blonde has made a hasty departure. I hurry out into the street, catch sight of her just as she steps into a car. Before I can flag down a cab, she's disappeared into the traffic. I go on back to Hervig. He's still sitting on Thorson's chest. A good crowd has gathered by now, including the law. I fill the police lieutenant in on what happened.
And what do you propose to do now, Mr. Mitchell?
My best bet is to push out into Copenhagen and grab her when she shows up to turn over the envelope to the next courier.
We can notify the authorities in Copenhagen if you wish.
Yeah, do that. Send a description of the girl and have them put a couple of men at the amusement park, the Alborg Gardens, until I get there. It's shortly after midnight when my plane sets down at the Danish capital. Captain Kolner of the Copenhagen police is there to meet me and hustles me over toward a waiting squad car.
There's been no sign of the girl, Mr. Mitchell. My men were at the park until it closed for the night, about an hour ago.
I didn't figure she'd beat me down here. Traveling by plane would be too risky for her.
There is a possibility she could be making the journey part of it at least along the Swedish coast by auto or train.
In that case, she won't show up here until tomorrow. What time does the amusement park open?
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, Captain. In the meantime, I guess there's nothing much else we can do but wait. I check in at a hotel not far from the amusement park, and the next day Captain Kolner picks me up shortly after 1 in the afternoon. We hustle over to the Alborg Gardens, take up a position not far from the entrance, and settle down to wait. Turns out to be a long wait all afternoon. Finally, just after nightfall, the girl shows up. Kolner and I tag her inside the ground. Look, Captain, we'd better split up. I don't want to get too close. She's apt to recognize me, but she doesn't know you.
Why not pick her up right now?
I'm afraid of it. After what happened at the railroad station in Oslo, she might be playing it safe.
Oh, you mean she might not have the envelope with her?
Yeah. Sort of just testing the ground. You go on up ahead. Stay close to her. I won't be far behind.
Right.
Kolner moves up within a few feet of the girl, and I follow at a safe distance. She just goes on strolling casually through the ground, paying no particular attention to anything or anyone. 10 minutes later, she pulls up at the skating rink, sits down at a bench, and lights a cigarette. After a few drags, she flips it away, gets up, and starts in my direction. I have to duck out of the way fast. I slip into a narrow, dark passageway between 2 buildings, and that's when it happens. Something cracks me hard over my ear, and I sprawl headfirst into the weeds.
will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. If you're one of the millions of Americans who daily drive their cars on our streets and highways, this message is for you. Safety is your job. And safe driving means driving within the limits set not only by the speed laws, but also by road conditions. In good weather, when streets and highways are dry, it takes 12 car lengths to stop when you're driving 50 miles an hour. But when the road is wet and slippery, it takes a much greater distance to bring your car to a stop. So keep alert when you drive, take your tip from the professional truck driver, and remember that driving is a full-time job. Drive slowly enough to avoid accidents before they can happen. At 50 miles per hour, you're rushing towards an accident at 76 feet per second. So keep alert when you drive, watch for accidents threatening on the road ahead, and then slow down in time to avoid them. Slow down for safety's sake. And remember, only you can prevent accidents, and the life you save may be your own. Now back to Dangerous Assignment, and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Eh? Oh, Captain Coroner.
Are you all right?
Yeah, just a conk on the noggin.
Did you see who eats you?
No. He was between these two buildings in the dark. Looks like the girl got a little helper in the deal. Hey, what happened to her?
I've been watching her. She's over by the gate. Wait, she's just leaving through the gate.
Come on. We get to the gate just in time to see the girl jump into a taxi. Colner jots down the number of the cab, and we tail it in a squad car. The girl gets off at a hotel. At the desk, we learn her name is Neela Vastrick. I figure I can't afford to wait any longer to close in, so we go on up to her room.
Yes?
Hi, baby. Remember me?
Get out of here.
Finish the question, you.
Who are you? I have never seen you before.
Don't give me that. You saw me chasing a guy named Thorson at the railroad station in Oslo. That's why you took off from the newspaper stand in such a hurry.
I do not know what you are talking about.
No, then let me refresh your memory. Thorson passed an envelope on to you before I caught up with him. An envelope containing some stolen secret blueprints. Let's have it.
I tell you, I do not know.
Warn you, Miss Vastrick. It will go harder with you if you do not cooperate.
I have no such envelope, and I know of no such envelope.
We'll search the room, Captain. Can we get a police matron to search Miss Vastrick?
At once.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Go ahead, search.
You know, she's pretty sure of herself, Captain Colner. That could mean she's already passed it on.
Yes, but I'm certain she did not contact anyone at the amusement park.
Wait a minute. The cab driver who picked her up and brought her here to the hotel.
Of course.
What cab driver? I do not know any cab driver.
Oh, well, we'll soon find out. Captain, you got the number of the cab, haven't you?
Yes, sir, yes. I wrote it down.
We can find his address from the cab company. Come on. We'll put Miss Vastrick on ice at headquarters and then pay that cabbie a little visit.
You should be the cab driver's room at the end of the hall, Mitchell.
Okay.
The cab company said he'd gone off duty half an hour ago. He should be here.
Easy now. He could decide to play her off. Got a passkey?
Yes, sir.
Better use it.
All right.
Quick now.
He's not here.
Look, clothes scattered around the room. Looks like he flew the coop in one big hurry. Well, this is just great.
Mitchell, see here on the dresser. A photo of the driver standing beside the cab.
Yeah, I'll take it along. It may come in handy in Hamburg.
Hamburg?
Yeah. According to Emery in Oslo, that's the next pickup point, a square in Hamburg called SQUABBLE.
So if you are there at the right time, you may intercept it.
Trouble is, that's what I've been trying to do all along the line and missed. I figured it was going to be a breeze when I got Hervig, the restaurant owner, to identify Thorson, but before I could grab Thorson, he'd passed it to the girl.
Yeah, then she passed it to the cab driver, and now you suspect he's on his way to Hamburg to deliver it to the next runner.
Yeah, so now I get another chance, my final one. But one thing's sure, Hamburg's the last stop. If I don't intercept it there, it's gone for good. On checking the cab driver's photo at headquarters, we learn he's wanted for questioning in connection with a political killing, so Captain Colner decides to accompany me, which is good news to me because right now I need all the help I can get. It's after midnight when we arrive in Hamburg. We head for the Stubelplatz, a square with benches and a fountain in the middle. At one end of the square is a large cathedral with a clock in the bell tower.
2 a.m. You think the driver could have beaten us here, Mitchell?
I don't see how. We moved fast when we found out he'd cleared out of his room in Copenhagen.
True. And the military plane got us here to Hamburg faster than a civilian airliner.
That's right. We should be in time, all right. And this bench is partially hidden by the trees. From here we can see the whole square, so looks like we might as well get comfortable. Oh, brother, I can think of better ways to spend time than sitting all night on a park bench.
Yeah, that sun feels good.
The square is sure empty, except for the pigeons.
Mitchell, you suppose you could be mistaken about the transfer being made here?
If I am, Captain, then I'm really cooked because this is my last lead.
But we have no idea when this transfer's to be made. We could sit here forever.
Yeah, I know. I'm beginning to get that nasty feeling in the pit of my stomach that something's gone wrong.
Of course, if the cab driver does not realize you're on his trail, there'll be no reason for him to change the transfer point. But they've only been waiting for morning, in which case it could happen any time now.
Yeah, still, these boys I'm bucking in this deal are plenty cagey. Could be the cab driver is on guard and will want to size up the area pretty thoroughly before he sticks his neck out.
But this bench is fairly well concealed by trees and bushes.
I wonder.
What is it?
Captain, suppose you were the cab driver. Where would you go if you wanted to get a good look at the whole square?
Hey, the bell tower of the cathedral.
Sure, a bird's eye view. Just a hunch, but I'm going to follow it up. Captain Colner stays put while I ease out of the square. I circle the block, come up behind the cathedral, and slip in a side door. And real quick, I find out my hunch was right. I duck and the slug whistles over my head. It's dark and shadowy inside, but I've spotted the flash. I keep low and start circling quietly. Pretty soon I spot the cab driver over against the wall near the narrow stairway which leads to the bell tower. He's looking for me, but in the wrong direction. I come in at him from the side, fast. Wait, let's go. I'll take the gun. Now, just stay put a minute while I see which pocket you've got that envelope in. Yeah, here we are.
Well, how did you find me?
Well, it's a long story, but let's just say it had a happy ending for me.
Oh, hey! Stand still, Mitchell.
What?
Drop your gun.
Herbig.
I said drop it. That's better.
Well. So the restaurant owner who was so willing to help by identifying Thorsten at the Oslo depot turns out to be the big boy in the deal.
Exactly.
You and Thorsten were in it together, but you decided to give him the double cross just like he gave Amory, huh?
Not quite. Thorsten and I were not working together.
I see. Well, it makes more sense that way. You know, that probably means you shot Amory.
Yes.
Sure. You figured on getting the envelope from him, but he'd already passed it to Thorsten, who didn't even know Amory had been shot. That explains why they didn't change the location of their transfer points.
Unfortunately, Thorsten had left the scene before I could catch up to him.
So when I came in your restaurant with the lead on where he might be, you decided to play along with me, hoping I'd leave you the envelope.
And now you have. You'll be happy to know I can sell it for quite a lot of money. Hand it over, Mitchell.
I know as soon as I do, I'm a dead duck. I extend the envelope to him, and he reaches for it. Suddenly, I slip it in his face. He banks, and his shot goes wild. I hack the gun out of his hand and dive at him, but he gives me a knee in the breadbasket. That jackknife knee. He whirls and pounds up the stairway toward the bell tower. I follow. The stairs wind around and around the inside of the tower. Halfway up, I stop and listen. Yeah, he's still climbing. I keep going, getting nearer to the top. I can see the steps end at the narrow catwalk which runs around the big bell at the top, just under the catwalk. I stop again to listen. No sound. Somewhere up on that catwalk, he's waiting for me. I ease up the last few steps slowly. Just as I get my head above the catwalk, I spot his foot coming at me. I duck and grab his ankle and twist. I throws him off balance. He drives across at the opposite catwalk, but he doesn't make it.
Is that you?
Yeah, Captain.
Oh. And the envelope? Right here, lying beside what's left of Herwig. So the pipeline is broken, eh? Yeah. Or you might say it just fell apart.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in a moment. If musical entertainment is high on your list of enjoyable radio programming, then NBC's Monday Night of Music was designed especially for you. When you set your radio dial to most NBC stations on Monday evening, you'll hear such stellar programs as The Railroad Hour, The Voice of Firestone, The Telephone Hour, and The Dinah Shore Show. The Railroad Hour presents Gordon MacRae and guest stars in memorable operettas. Howard Barlow conducts the orchestra and chorus on The Voice of Firestone, and the program always features the finest musical artists. The Telephone Hour brings you the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra, as well as famous guests from the realm of music. Also on Monday evening, you'll hear the new Dinah Shore Show. Dinah now brings her singing talent to the NBC radio microphone twice each week, every Monday and Friday. Remember to join us for the new Dinah Shore Show. Make it a date to be one of the millions of people who each Monday evening enjoy NBC's musical program schedule.
Next week, Havana. A gay party and a cheerful little murder.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Dan Riss, Jan Arvan, Paul Frees, Tom Holland, and Gigi Pearson. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at the same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Fridays, listen to Dinah Shore. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with me doing my best to pull a building down on my head. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, there's to be a meeting tomorrow night somewhere in the city of Damascus between representatives of a country behind the Iron Curtain and members of a desert tribe from the Near East. The object of that meeting is to exchange prisoners.
Exchange prisoners? Go on, Commissioner.
2 weeks ago, the tribe captured a foreign agent who'd been giving them no end of trouble. In retaliation...
Let me guess. The Iron Curtain boys grabbed off someone from the desert tribe.
Right. One of their chiefs.
So the deal's been made, huh? This agent for the chief, even swap. How do we figure in this, Commissioner?
We want to get our hands on that foreign agent, Steve. He's an American traitor named Stoller.
Stoller? Well, our old friend James C. Stoller?
One of their top propagandists. A vicious, clever writer and a killer. We specifically want him for the murder of an American Army officer during the war.
Have we contacted the tribe about it?
No, I'm certain they'd turn him over to us if we asked them, but they've already made the deal, and if they backed out now, it would place the life of their chief in jeopardy. We can't ask them to do that.
Our best bet, then, is to wait until the exchange of prisoners has been effected and then move in and grab Stoller.
Right. Get over to Damascus, Steve, and check with our contact there, a man named Barid. He's the man who tipped us off about the meeting. Find out exactly where that meeting is to take place and grab Stoller. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Here's a reminder to all of you mystery and adventure fans. If you enjoy Dangerous Assignment, you're sure to be entertained by Dragnet, another of the great programs on NBC Radio. Yes, each week, Dragnet takes you step by step on the side of the law in the solution of an actual case from the official records of the Los Angeles Police Department. From crime to punishment, Dragnet is true. Listen each week over most NBC radio stations for Dragnet, starring Jack Webb as Sergeant Joe Friday with Ben Alexander as his partner, Frank Smith. And remember, for the reenactment of an actual police case, listen each week for Dragnet, the true stories of your police force in action.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Damascus in Syria and find out where a prisoner exchange meeting is to take place. My job is to grab off one of the prisoners, an American trader named James Stoller. We want him for murder. It's late Thursday afternoon when my plane lands in Damascus. I hurry into the old walled city to Barid's small shop. He takes me into his living quarters in the back.
There has been a change in plans, Mr. Mitchell.
The meeting hasn't been called off, has it?
No, but instead of everyone meeting here in Damascus, the exchange will take place at two separate points. The tribal chief will be delivered to his friends at a place near the Turkish border.
And what about Stoller?
He will be turned over to his associates at El Musabi. It is a deserted village to the east of here.
When?
Sometime after midnight tonight. Once the tribal leader has been safely delivered in the north, a signal will be flashed, a fire lighted on Mount Kadir.
The signal for the tribe to turn Stoller over to his buddies, huh?
Yes.
Okay. How far is this village from here?
Many hours' ride into the desert. I have made all the arrangements for us to travel there in a manner that will not cause suspicion.
Yeah, it wouldn't do for Stoller's friends to know I'm on my way.
There is a caravan leaving Damascus at sundown. It will pass through the village later this evening.
Will we get there in plenty of time?
Yes. We should arrive at El Musabi well before midnight.
Good. Well, I guess a change of clothes is next in order, huh?
I have several robes here. You can select the one you wish.
The one on the end, the tattletale gray job. That'll do.
Here you are, Mitchell. Now, if you will sit down here, please. Your face and hands will have to be stained.
Oh, sure. You know, last time I got a facial like this, I came out of it smelling like the inside of an old tobacco pouch.
Berry juice will do as well.
Okay, Barid. My face is in your hands. An hour later, Barid and I ease out of the shop. I'm dressed in a snappy desert outfit, a creation of Hark Schaffner and Hassan Bey with a wraparound beanie to match. We hop aboard a couple of Arabian nags and trot on over to the marketplace where the caravan is forming. We finally get underway and start out across the desert. There's a hot wind blowing in from the east and it's whipping the sand around us, but it serves as an excuse to keep my head down and my face covered up. It's a long haul, and the scenery is pretty much the same until we reach the mountains. We find our way through a narrow pass and drop down into the desert again, into a small village. Hey, Barid, are we pulling in here?
Yes, only for a short time, however. It is a regular stop along the caravan route.
Well, we'll get down, stretch our legs. I'd sure like to wash this sand out of my teeth with a tall schooner of beer.
Down the street, there's a coffee house.
Good. Let's go.
This way.
I follow Barid as we make our way through the caravan and the crowd of villagers who have come to bargain with the drivers. Then, as we reach the door of the coffee house...
Look out!
I duck down as the knife whips past and buries itself into the door over my head.
Across the way, Mr. Mitchell. There's the man.
Come on!
It is no use. He has disappeared into the crowd.
Did you get a good look at him?
No, only a glimpse. His face was covered. I saw his hand raised, the knife. That is when I cried out.
Good thing you did. Otherwise, that knife had been planted right between my shoulder blades right now. Look, Barid, who did you make arrangements with for our trip?
The caravan chief himself, a cousin. I simply told him we wished to travel east with a caravan. That is all.
You didn't by any chance happen to mention that I'm an American agent?
But of course not. I told him you were a distant relative.
He's your cousin, and you ring me in as a distant relative?
We have a large family. He would not know.
Well, he might be interested.
He hates our family. I am the only one he will speak to.
Oh, great.
Mitchell, I have been thinking. This man who threw the knife might possibly have mistaken you for someone else. The robes you wear identify you as a member of a tribe from a nearby country. And as you know, there are many feuds.
Yeah, so it could have been a mistake, but I think the gent who tossed that knife spotted this disguise, and he doesn't want me to take this trip to El Musabi. Come on, let's keep looking around. We mingle with the crowd, but there's no sign of the man we're looking for. Finally, the caravan is ready to roll on. Barrett and I keep to the rear of the column as it moves out into the desert, and we keep our eyes open. It's shortly before midnight when we sight the deserted village of El Musabi, a low, sprawling pile of mud huts sitting quietly in the moonlight. As the caravan files through the main drag, Barrett and I slip back, then ease off into the shadows. The caravan rolls on, disappears. We tie up the horses and spend the next few minutes cautiously exploring the village. Then, as we emerge on a small back street...
Look, Mr. Mitchell. Parked behind that mud hut. A desert car.
Yeah, one of those half-track jobs. Seems like we have company.
Inside the house, is that a light?
It is. Come on, let's have a look.
You see anyone?
Yeah. A man stretched out on a cot. Looks like he's taking a nap.
You there? What do you want?
Oh, more company.
A woman coming down the street, British by the sound of her voice.
You better do the talking, Barry. We're just passing through. You get it?
Do you wish something?
Good evening. We are travelers. My cousin and I, we journey to Zakare.
Zakare? You're a long way from there.
Yes, we thought we might spend the night here.
You came with a caravan?
Caravan?
One came through a few moments ago.
Aye, but we thought it was not due until morning. We had planned to meet it here, continue our journey. You hear that, my cousin? The caravan has already passed.
What is it, Myra? Who are you... Oh, we have visitors. Good evening.
Good evening, Effendi. Please excuse this intrusion, but my cousin and I saw your auto, the light, and believing the village to be deserted, well, we were curious.
Yes, I understand. We've made El Musabi our temporary headquarters. I'm Professor Varel, an archaeologist, and this is my daughter. You're travelers?
Yes, we left Aleppo this morning.
Aleppo? You've had quite a journey. Myra, my dear.
Yes, Father?
Our visitors have had a long, tiring trip. Some refreshments, perhaps. Something to eat?
Of course.
Oh, you are most generous, Effendi, but the hour is late and we have disturbed you.
Not at all, my friend.
And there's the caravan to be overtaken. We must hasten after it.
Oh, I see. Well, then, a happy journey.
Thank you, Effendi. Come, my cousin, we must hurry.
A few minutes later, Barrett and I ride out of the village, and when we're certain we're out of sight, we circle around. And back in the village, we tie up our horses and slip into a hut across the street from the building where the professor and his daughter are staying.
Mr. Mitchell.
Maybe he is an archaeologist. Maybe he isn't.
Perhaps they are really here in El Musabi to meet Stoller.
Yeah.
They seem to be most hospitable.
Sure, maybe he just wanted a better look at us.
Mr. Mitchell, the signal.
Huh?
Over that way toward the hills, the fire.
Yeah, it's the signal, all right. The tribe ought to be bringing Stoller along pretty soon. We'll just keep an eye on the...
What is it, Mr. Mitchell?
Listen.
A plane.
Yeah. If that's a commercial airliner, it's a little off the beaten path, isn't it?
There are no established air routes over this area.
Let's get out back and have a look.
There it is, Mitchell. Look.
Yeah, circling. Hey, he's coming around again. Gonna land.
Who do you think it is?
Not the tribe with Stoller. They couldn't have gotten here this soon. I doubt if they have any planes anyway. Only one answer. Stoller's buddies have come to pick him up in that plane.
Then the professor, his daughter.
I guess I was wrong. He really must be an archaeologist. Look, plane's gonna land at the other end of the village. I'm going over there. You stick around.
But why?
Keep your eye on the professor and his daughter. They've certainly heard the plane, and they'll come out to investigate. They could get hurt.
Very well.
I sprint down the back street on the double, reach the edge of the village, and start crawling on my hands and knees through a mass of boulders. Finally, the plane sets down, pulls up less than 30 yards away. There are two men inside. They sit back, light up cigarettes, and wait. 5 minutes, 10 minutes go by. Then I spot Barry's yellow robe moving through the boulders toward me. I motion him to crouch down low. He does, keeps coming. I look back at the plane. They haven't spotted him. Then I turn around as Barrett comes up. Yeah, he comes up fast with the butt of his rifle, and I catch it full on the jaw.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Everyone dreams of a rosy future when they'll finally be able to retire and really enjoy life. Vacationing in different lands, enjoying the beautiful scenery of our own country on a Trailways bus, or just basking in the sunshine of their own backyard. Well, that dream can become a reality through United States savings bonds. And you don't have to be a rich man to afford United States savings bonds. You can buy a savings bond with a modest $18.75, or you can buy a savings bond for $7,500. But no matter what savings bond you buy, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you put in. And it's easy to buy United States savings bonds. Look into the payroll savings plan where you work. That's the automatic plan for buying savings bonds. Or if you're self-employed, ask about the bond-a-month plan where you bank. And believe me, you'll feel more secure tomorrow if you'll buy United States savings bonds today. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Get up, Mitchell. Oh, up. On your feet, Mitchell. Get up.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, brother, getting tagged with a rifle butt on the chin is... Hey, wait a minute. You're not Barid.
Of course not. I am Hasha.
But you've got Barid's robes on. That's what fooled me when I saw you crawl up.
Let us say that Barid was kind enough to lend me his robe.
What'd you do, kill him?
No, he is safely tied up. It occurred to me that for the present he would be more valuable to us alive.
What?
Yes, us, Mr. Mitchell.
What? Oh, I didn't see you, Buster.
Please, it is Gregor.
Flight closed?
Yes, I'm the pilot of the plane.
You came to pick up your old buddy Stoller, huh?
Quite right. He served our cause well. That is until he was stupid enough to get captured. According to your credentials, Mr. Mitchell, you are a United States agent. Stoller is a fellow countryman of yours. Is that by any chance why you are here?
You guess, Gregor.
In any case, it does not matter. The point is you are our guest.
Oh?
Gregor, see the tribesmen approach.
Quite right, Asher. And our friend Stoller is with them. They are delivering him right on time.
Bully for you.
These superstitious fools. They pulled their horses to a stop at a safe distance. Still afraid of airplanes. Friend Stoller dismounts.
Gregor!
Welcome, Stoller.
Who's that with... Well, if it isn't my old friend Steve Mitchell. You remember me, Steve.
Sure. James C. Stoller. Rat, first class.
Say, I like that first class part.
Of course he remembers you, Stoller. That's why he's here.
Now, Steve, you don't mean to say you came all the way over here to get me to go back to the dear old States with you?
That was the general idea, Stoller. We like you so well, we'd like to keep you there safe for about 20 years to life.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've got no desire to see the Statue of Liberty again.
That doesn't surprise me.
Stoller, I've invited Mitchell to be our guest.
You're going to take him with us?
Why not? It occurs to me he undoubtedly has much information of value. Information he might be persuaded to reveal to our superiors.
Good idea. And you'll love the trip, Mitchell. So much that you may never come back.
So I've got a one-way trip staring me in the face. They start herding me toward the plane, then I spot Stoller giving a quick look around out of the corner of his eye, and he hangs back behind Gregor a little. Suddenly, I figure something doesn't quite add up. I get the feeling that something's going to happen. 2 seconds later, it does.
A machine gun!
Over the ridge roars the professor's half-track. The girl Myra is driving, and the professor's blazing away with a Tommy gun.
Quick, into the plane!
Gregor tries for it and doesn't make it because just then some of the professor's slugs rip into the plane's gas tank. The plane goes up in smoke. Gregor and the co-pilot with it. The concussion knocks me flat. Then I spot Stoller running toward the half-track. He jumps in and they roar away. I get to my feet and run to Hasha, who's blinking his eyes groggily. I'll take the gun, Hasha. Thanks.
The explosion, it knocked me down. The plane...
The plane just took off the hard way.
I don't understand. Stoller's
a lot smarter than I gave him credit for, and a little too smart for Gregor and company.
What do you mean?
Stoller knows what happens to guys who goof up in his racket. He knew he wasn't getting rescued just because he was such a nice guy. They were probably going to deal out a little punishment when they got him back. So
He got his friends, the professor and Myra, to rescue him from the rescue party.
Oh, dog?
Yeah, looks like case of an old dog teaching a few new tricks.
At least you will not get him either.
Maybe not, but I'm still going to give it the old school try, which means the first thing is for you to show me where you've got Barid tied up. Now, come on, move. Pasha leads me back to the deserted village in one of the mud huts. Barid's inside, none the worse for wear. I release him, then we tie up Pasha and leave him there. Barid and I grab our horses.
We still have a chance to catch them.
I don't know, Barid. Chasing a half track on horseback, that's pretty long odds.
If they get to the main road ahead of us, we are lost. But the travel will be rough and slow for them before that. And we can cut over the ridge.
Okay, let's go.
Got it.
Hey, brother, you weren't kidding when you said this country was rough going, Barid.
It is our only chance, Steve. You see, even in the half-track, they must circle around this ridge. But we are going over it.
What are those ruins down there on the flat?
That is the ancient city of Abad.
Not much left.
No, a ruined temple. A few piles of stone here and there, that is all.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Come on, we're going down there.
But why? Surely they would not stop there.
No? Take a look behind one of those piles of stone.
A glint of metal.
Yeah, could be part of that half-track sticking out.
But why would they... Yes, it is the half-track.
Oh there. Whoa. Come on. We'll leave our horses here and work our way in on foot.
All right.
Keep your eyes open and your gun ready.
I still do not understand why they stopped here.
There's your answer. See the half-track? Bullet holes in the gas tank. They ran out of gas.
In that case, they are somewhere here in the ruins.
They sure are. Those shots came from the ruined temple. Okay, we're going in. We hug the ground and ease our way into the ruined temple. It goes back a long way. We can't see very far in the gloom. Most of the columns are still standing, but they don't look very steady.
Watch out!
Oh, brother. That column missed us by 6 inches.
I barely brushed against it, and it started to topple.
They're shooting blind. Hey, wait a minute. That falling column gave me an idea. Stoller, get smart. Come on out.
Come and get me.
I don't have to. We'll just bury you and leave you here.
Just again.
Okay, Barid. Let's both take a few shots at that column over there. See how easy it is?
You'll never get me that way.
How about you, Professor? You want to get in the way of one of those fallen columns? He's the guy I'm after.
Why?
He's got the Tommy gun. After we get that out of the way, we can go in after Stoller. How about it, Professor? Want another demonstration? Must be working on him. He's not saying anything, but probably doing a lot of thinking.
Professor Bell, stop you, fool!
Steve, it worked.
I'm coming out! I'm coming out!
He's still got the Tommy gun.
Good!
Stoller got him.
There's his Tommy gun lying out there.
Yeah, but we stick our neck out after it and we get shot real quick.
It is a deadlock.
Maybe not. If the next move is what I think it'll be. Here, you take my gun.
But why?
Fire both of them like I'm still here with you.
What are you going to do?
Meet them in the parking lot. I inch back out of the temple. Barid keeps firing both guns to make it sound like we're together. If my hunch is right, Stoller and Myra will slip out the back and try for our horses. But if they get there before I do, I'll be staring down a gun barrel and nothing to shoot back with. As it turns out, it's a dead heat. Just as I get to the horses, Myra comes around the rocks.
Mitchell!
Hi, Myra.
Stroller, watch out!
Mitchell!
Yeah, Mitchell.
Let go!
Do it. Thanks for the gun. Sorry, Myra, you're not leaving.
Let go!
Just take it easy, both of you.
Oh, your trick, Steve. Your trick. It worked.
Yeah, sure did, Barid. Well, Stoller, looks like you're going to see the Statue of Liberty again after all, but don't be surprised when you sail by if she turns thumbs down on you.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Wherever you go, there's radio. And now is the time of the year to have your portable radios checked over so that you'll know that they work when you set off on your vacation, on a weekend trip into the country, or an afternoon at the beach. You'll want to join the millions of your fellow Americans who each summer take their radio entertainment with them wherever they go. And you'll find that wherever you go in this vast country of ours, you'll find a friendly station nearby where you can tune to the familiar NBC chimes, your invitation to the finest in radio listening. This summer, you'll discover that many of your favorite radio programs are continuing through the warmer months. And you'll also learn to know and enjoy a variety of new performers who are certain to please with their brand of radio entertainment. So accept our invitation to grand summertime radio enjoyment. Check your portable to make sure it works, and you'll know that you're all set for a happy listening wherever you go this summer when you tune the dial of your nearest station to the National Broadcasting Company Radio Network.
Next week, Canada, and a killer who wouldn't stay dead.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Featured in tonight's cast were Jan Arvan, Vivi Janis, Ben Wright, Paul Frees, and Paul Duboff. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian John Doe, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at the same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with my life dangling by a cobweb. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, you remember Anthony TAGUL?
Sure. Big shot racketeer, headed an international crime syndicate. He was deported to the Balkans several years ago, wasn't he?
As you know, he managed to slip into Canada late last year. Was killed there in an auto accident.
Right. So?
So, maybe TAGUL isn't dead after all.
What?
When TAGUL was deported, his organization folded. Some of the smaller mobs tried to hold it together, but couldn't. That was the end of the syndicate, we thought. A short time ago, we learned it was operating again. The strings being pulled from somewhere out of the U.S.
TAGUL again, you think?
He was the only man who could control the various mobs and keep the organization running smoothly. I want you to run up to Montreal, Steve. Check on that so-called accidental death of TAGUL.
Okay, Commissioner.
And here's something else that might help. I want you to look in on the mysterious disappearance of a certain Dr. Franklin Dorberg.
Dr. Dorberg? How does he tie in with TAGUL?
He may not. Still, there might be a connection. Dr. Dorberg is a well-known plastic surgeon from New York. He was on vacation in Montreal. Disappeared from his hotel room last night.
Plastic surgeon, huh? That sounds interesting.
Find out what you can about him, Steve. I've got a hunch that if you can locate Dr. Dorberg, you'll also find Anthony TAGUL. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. Here is a reminder about Thursday's entertainment schedule on most NBC stations. There's comedy fun with Robert Young, starring in Father Knows Best. The Roy Rogers Show brings you Western adventure and songs from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley, featuring the King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers, and the Queen of the West, Dale Evans. Eddie Cantor recalls his years in the entertainment world during his show business show. And Judy Canova invites you to mythical Cactus Junction for 30 minutes of fun. Yes, it's an enjoyable evening of great radio entertainment, so be sure to hear it all every Thursday night on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get up to Montreal and check on a couple of items. Item 1, the accidental death of the notorious racketeer Anthony Targul. Item 2, the mysterious disappearance of a well-known plastic surgeon named Dr. Dorberg. If there's a tie-up between the two, it could mean that Targul is still alive, still masterminding an international crime syndicate. It's Wednesday afternoon when my plane lands, and I hustle over to the office of Inspector Bizak at police headquarters. A tall, distinguished-looking gent is in the office with him.
Ah, Steve, it's nice to see you again. May I present Monsieur Nichols?
Mr. Nichols?
Pleasure indeed, Mr. Mitchell. Do sit down, monsieur. Do sit down.
Thanks.
I did not mean for Monsieur Nichols. The disappearance of Dr. Dorberg might not have been made known to us for several days, perhaps.
I see. You're a friend of the doctor's, Mr. Nichols?
I met him a short time ago at a dinner given by a mutual acquaintance here in Montreal. Doctor and I had planned to attend a concert last night. Your government, Monsieur Mitchell, thinks there is some connection between the doctor's disappearance and Anthony Targul?
There could be, Inspector.
Targul? Who is he?
An international gangster, Mr. Nichols. He is supposed to have died in an auto accident 6 months ago. We're not sure he did. Inspector, did your department identify Targul after the accident?
Oh, the crash was most severe. The car caught fire. Positive identification was not possible. We have only Anna Melnick's testimony.
Anna Melnick? Who's she?
Targul's girlfriend. She was with him at the time of the accident. Fortunately, she was thrown clear.
I see. Does she live here in Montreal?
No. In a town called Drummond, across the river some 50 miles east of here. Targul is buried in the cemetery there. Forgive me, but I don't seem to understand. You seem more concerned about a dead gangster than a woman named Melnick.
Because it might lead us to Dr. Dorberg.
But how? I fail to see.
Let's assume that Targul is alive, that he wants to get back into the States. He can't because he'd be too easily recognized, so he arranges to have his face remodeled.
I see. Dr. Dorberg being a well-known plastic surgeon. I say that could be it, couldn't it?
Yeah, could be, Mr. Nichols, could be. It's late afternoon when I arrive at Drummond. I go to the address the inspector has given me, a classy 5-story apartment building overlooking the St. Lawrence River. Apartment 12 doesn't answer. The janitor tells me that Wednesday is Anna Melnick's day at the cemetery, so I hustle out there. It's one of those gray, dismal afternoons, a chill in the air, an overcast sky, and the bell from the chapel on the hill tolls mournfully. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Nice spot here. Trees, gentle slope, flowers, and a view. Tony would have liked it.
Tony?
You're Anna, aren't you? Anna Melnick?
Yes.
My name is Steve. I'm an old friend of Tony's. I happen to be in the area, so I thought I'd pay my respects. Oh. I used to work with Tony years ago. Yeah, we had great plans in those days, but the immigration boys messed them up.
Tony used to talk a lot about his friends. You said your name is Steve...
Mitchell.
Mitchell? I don't recall his mentioning that name.
It's Mitchell now. Wasn't then.
Oh, I see.
Too bad Tony had to go out like this. You were with him when it happened, huh?
Yes. You know how Tony used to drive, like a madman. And he'd been drinking.
Oh? Never touched a drop when I knew him.
He changed after he'd been sent back to Europe. He was like a caged lion. Restless, angry.
Eager to get back into the U.S. again, huh? Sure. I always figured he'd get back. Guess he would have if it hadn't been for the accident. Something wrong? You're shivering.
It's getting quite chilly. I must go soon.
Sure. Say, how about giving me a lift back to town, huh?
Of course. My car is parked at the main gate. I would like another moment or two here alone, if you don't mind.
Okay. I'll wait at the car. I stroll on down to the gate and look back up the hillside. Yeah, it's a touching scene, all right. Anna standing at the foot of Tony's grave, and she's dabbing her cheek with a handkerchief. Somehow, the picture looks as phony as a $3 bill. Finally, she walks down to the gate, and we hop into her car. She not only drives me back to town, but invites me upstairs to her apartment for a drink. We make some pleasant conversation, and then she takes something out of a desk drawer.
I thought you might be interested in this, Steve.
Oh, photograph album, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he sure liked photographs, as long as they weren't of him.
Mm-hmm. Smart he was. Here, let me sit by you.
Sure.
You will recognize many of his friends. Your friends, too. Oh, here. Look at this one. A photograph of Tony's car. The Mercedes he bought in 37. Look, isn't that Guido behind the wheel?
I can't make it out. Sort of blurred.
Oh, there's another photo of Guido in here. Let me see if I can find it.
We spend the next few minutes thumbing through the old photo album. I recognize a few of Tony's henchmen, but not as many as I should, and I'm not so sure I'm coming up with all the right answers. She's testing me out, I know, and finally she gets up, slams the album closed. From the look on her face, I know I haven't made a passing grade.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Mitchell, or whatever your name is.
Hey, what's the matter, baby?
Lies. Lies, that's all you've been telling me. You're no friend of Tony's. Who are you?
Now, look.
Shall I guess? A reporter, perhaps? Or a... Oh, yes, you've heard those stupid rumors that Tony's still alive. Of course. That's why you're here.
So a guy hears rumors. So, being an old friend of Tony's, I got a little curious, maybe.
He's dead. Don't you understand? He's dead.
Okay, if you say so, Anna. Why get all steamed up about it?
Oh, leave me alone, why don't you? Get out. Please, get out.
Sure. Oh, Anna.
What is it?
Thanks for the drink.
Get out!
The bass whistles past my ear and crashes against the wall as I duck into the alcove. On the way out, I flip the catch on the lock and then close the door. I wait outside in the hall for a moment, then ease the door open. I can hear Anna dialing the telephone. I slip into the alcove again.
Yes, only a moment ago. I think it was a reporter, probably. What? Well, never mind. I'll see to it myself. Pick me up there in 20 minutes. Yes. Very well.
I ease out of the apartment fast, hurry downstairs, and wait in the shadows across the street. When Anna comes out, I trail her half a dozen blocks to a small brick front building. The brass plate on the door reads, C.J. Morrison and Sons, Morticians. I duck out of sight and wait. Anna doesn't come out. No one goes in. When I think I've waited long enough, I move inside the building and down the long, dimly lit corridor. The door at the far end of the corridor is open slightly. Papers are scattered all over the office, and in the middle of it all, a gent sprawled out on the floor. Here, take it easy, Buster. What happened?
Oh, someone struck me from behind. What is all this? My papers scattered?
Look, did you handle the funeral arrangements for a man named Anthony TAGUL? He died in an auto accident 6 months ago.
TAGUL? Yes, TAGUL.
You have a file on him?
Of course.
You sure of that?
Oh, yes. We keep a file on all here. In this cabinet here. Well, it's been opened. Wait a moment. I don't understand.
Don't tell me, I know. The file on Anthony TAGUL is missing.
Yes, it's gone.
Brian Donlevy will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. As Americans, we're all proud of the beauty of our forest areas. We know, too, that from these areas we get raw materials which help to keep our nation strong. And that's why authorities who are seeking to combat forest fires feel sure of public cooperation once the public stops to realize the simple facts of forest fire prevention. Most forest fires are due to plain carelessness which can be avoided by following these 4 rules. When in forest areas, crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2 after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown them again. Find out the law before using fire. By remembering and practicing these rules, we can all play a part in reducing the number of forest fires, thus saving lives and property. So, if you visit a forest area during your vacation, do your part for fire prevention. If you live or work in a forest area, be mindful of the 4 rules we mentioned. If we all work together, we can stop this shameful waste. Now, now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I head back to Anna's apartment. The door is unlocked. I slip inside and give the place a fast frisk, but I don't find anything to give me a lead. I pick up the phone to check with Inspector Bizak, but just then I hear footsteps out in the hall. In the mirror, I see the door in the alcove. It opens slowly. I get behind it, ready to jump. Inspector.
What? Oh, Steve.
I was just going to phone you.
Where is the young lady, Anna Melnik?
I don't know, but it looks like Targu is alive, all right.
Oh, yes.
Oh? Did you dig up something, too?
Come. There are 2 men outside in my car. I'm sure you'll be interested in talking to them.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. One is a man named Gus Jessup who drives a grocery delivery truck. The other one is Dr. Dorberg.
Dorberg?
Hey, he walked into my office 10 minutes ago.
Had he been kidnapped?
Indeed he had. Here we are. Dr. Dorberg, Monsieur Jessup, Monsieur Mitchell.
Gentlemen.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Dorberg, suppose you tell Monsieur Mitchell what happened.
Yes, of course. First, I should say it was Mr. Jessup here who helped me escape.
I was just delivering some groceries to the villa when I met the doctor in the cellar.
Dr. Dorberg, maybe you'd better start at the beginning, huh?
Yes, all right. Well, I was seized by 2 men and I was taken to a large villa. I was locked in a room for the rest of the night.
Did you see anybody?
Only a guard who warned me that this time I had better do a good job or I would get what the last doctor did.
I see. He didn't say what kind of a job.
No, but he seemed to know I am a plastic surgeon.
Go on.
This morning I got a glimpse of a man in the grounds. His face was all covered with bandages.
How did you escape?
Well, the guard brought me food on a tray, and as he went out, the door latch did not engage, and he did not notice it. I slipped out into the hall, but I could see the grounds were guarded, so I went down to the basement to wait a better chance. That's when Mr. Jessup here came along.
I take it we're heading for that villa now, Inspector.
We are.
But when we arrive, the villa's deserted. Our birds have flown the coop. Dr. Dorberg takes us over his escape route from the room upstairs, down the back hall, and stairs to the basement.
I hid down here behind the staircase to wait for an opportunity to get out to the grounds. But Mr. Jessup came down here right afterward, and as I told you, I got a ride in his delivery truck.
Yeah, one thing I don't get, Jessup. What were you doing down here in the cellar?
Oh, that's where I brought this case of canned goods, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh.
You see, I didn't figure they'd want the whole thing inside, and there wasn't anybody answered the back door, so I figured I'd just bring it down here. But then when I went back up, I ran into one of them. He told me to bring the case into the house.
You came back down here, and that's when you ran into Dr. Dorberg, huh?
Right. And in the excitement, I forgot all about the case of canned goods. It's still here.
Yeah, they must have been planning a long stay ordering all this food. I won't...
Well, what is it, Mitchell?
Nothing, Inspector. Come on, I guess there's nothing more we can do here. We drive back into the city and drop Gus Jessup off at his store. Then, as the inspector pulls away from the curb, I motion him to turn at the first corner.
But why here, Mitchell?
Pull up and let me out, huh?
But I don't understand.
I'm going to keep an eye on Jessup's store.
But why?
Either he was lying to us or you fellas grow the fastest spiders in the world up here.
Spiders?
Yeah. Back in the cellar of the villa, he told us he'd just delivered that case of canned goods a couple of hours before.
And there were cobwebs on it?
Yeah, over at one corner. A cobweb between the case and the wall.
Ah, I see. Very well. I will be at police headquarters if you need me.
Good. If my hunch about this deal is right, I may need you in a big hurry. I hire a parked cab and wait. Pretty soon a car pulls up in front of the store. It's Anna Melnik. Jessup comes out and they drive off. I follow, but they only go around the block. Then Jessup gets out, probably just reporting to her that everything's gone okay. I tail Anna out of the city to another large villa. Then I find a nearby phone box and call Inspector Bizak.
Anna Melnik, you say?
Yeah. Seeing her started this deal sliding into place, it also explains something that's been pecking away at the back of my brain for quite a while. That mirror back at her apartment.
What do you mean?
I'll explain when there's more time. Right now, I'm just calling to invite you to the party.
Very bien. I've written down the directions. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
But I figure I can't wait that long. I don't want them to fly the coop again. I go back to the villa and circle it. I find an open window and slip inside. I hear voices in the next room. I ease the door open a crack. There are 3 people. Anna, a guy I recognize as a racketeer from the States named Keller, and a 3rd guy with bandages completely covering his face. Pretty soon, Anna and Keller leave. I ease up behind the guy with the bandages and clamp a hand over his mouth. He kicks over a lamp. Keller's back into the room fast, and his gun's even faster. The slug creases my shoulder and knocks me back against the wall.
Okay, muscle boy, just hold it right there. You okay, boss? Good.
Well, the nosy reporter again.
He's no reporter. He's a government agent named Mitchell. He helped put me away once.
Yeah, but not for long enough, it looks like, Keller. You made the trip to confer with Targu here, huh?
Keller, as long as you're an old friend of Mitchell's, maybe you should take care of him.
I'd be glad to.
The boss and I will go on to Quebec. After you get rid of Mitchell, you'd better get back to New York. We'll contact you there.
Okay. Well, come on, sucker. You got a little ride staring you in the face.
I don't doubt it. But the way it looks to me, I'm not the only sucker around here, Keller.
Meaning?
Meaning you.
Oh, come on, Keller. He's just trying to stall.
Am I? You're getting taken for a ride just as much as I am, Keller. Who do you think this guy with the bandages on his face is?
It's Targo, so what?
So guess again. Targo is dead.
He's talking crazy, Keller.
Then why are you getting nervous, Anna? Look, Keller, she and her bandaged boyfriend here have set up the whole phony deal to cash in on the magic name of Targo, to get the old mob started again and collect a percentage.
Keller, I tell you
that... Just a minute, Anna. All right, keep talking, Mitchell. Keep talking.
The kidnapping of Dr. Dorberg was rigged, just like his escape, to make everyone think Targo was still alive to run his syndicate.
That's a lie.
That telephone conversation of yours, Anna, the one that sent me to the morgue where you copped the file, that was also rigged. I found out later you could see me in the mirror when I thought I was hidden in the alcove. This whole deal has been staged for one purpose, to make it look like this gent here with the bandages is Targo.
No.
Wait a minute, Anna. You told me the reason he couldn't talk much was on account of the bandages, the plastic surgery around his mouth.
That's true.
Yeah, but his handwriting looked like the real McCoy.
Anna was Targo's girlfriend. She knew his handwriting and could have faked it.
No.
And he seemed to know everything about the outfit.
Anna could have told him.
Oh, shut up.
You know, I think maybe we better have a little look behind those bandages.
No, Keller. Get back.
Suddenly, the guy with the bandages has a gun in his hand. Keller flips his own gun up for a shot, but he's too late. I dive at the guy, hack his gun loose. Anna runs out of the room. I get a knee in the breadbasket and knocks me back against the wall. He whirls and heads for the door, but I take off and nail him with a diving tackle. His head connects hard with the wall. He folds.
Mitchell!
Yeah, Inspector. Anna...
No, don't worry. We caught her, and we also picked up Gus Jessup.
Good. Well, that should be the crop. Now, we'll see who the gent under the bandages is.
Why, it's Nichols.
Yeah, the guy who was in your office when I first arrived, the one who reported the kidnapping of Dr. Dorberg.
I see now why he was so obliging, so anxious to help.
Yeah, you know, this outfit had a pretty neat deal rigged. And if I hadn't spotted that cobweb on the case of canned goods, they might have gotten away with it. But that little cobweb sort of loused them up, or I should say, cobbed up the deal for them.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. If musical entertainment is high on your list of enjoyable radio programming, then NBC's Monday Night of Music was designed especially for you. When you set your radio dial to most NBC stations on Monday evening, you'll hear such stellar programs as The Railroad Hour, The Voice of Firestone, and The Telephone Hour. The Railroad Hour presents Gordon MacRae and Dorothy Warnjold in a summertime show train special. Howard Barlow conducts the orchestra and chorus on The Voice of Firestone, and the program always features the finest musical artists. The Telephone Hour brings you the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra, as well as famous guests from the realm of music. So, Monday evening, sit back in your favorite easy chair, relax with a magazine or the evening paper, and enjoy a restful evening of music designed especially for your summertime enjoyment. Make it a date to be one of the millions of people who each Monday evening tune to NBC's musical program schedule.
Next week, Indochina. I have a date with a bomb.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Featured in tonight's cast were Ben Wright, Paul Frees, Vivi Janis, Peter Leeds, and Bill Conrad. This is John Storm. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is an NBC Radio Network production written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that all I have to do on this assignment is sit tight, right on top of a powder keg. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I want you to go to a certain cafe in Saigon, Indochina, and pick up a package. It won't be marked handled with care.
Should it be?
Definitely. It's a bomb.
A bomb? Oh, great.
We don't know who's going to show up to deliver that package, Steve, but we do know the man who's supposed to pick it up and plant it somewhere. He's an American newspaper man named Richard Melton.
How did we find that out, Commissioner?
Melton told us the whole story. You see, someone in Saigon tried to put the pressure on him, threatened the lives of Melton's wife and his children here in the States if he didn't do as he was told.
And still Melton didn't knuckle under.
No, he played along with them to see what he could find out. Meanwhile, of course, we've seen to it that his family is safe.
What has he found out?
Very little, actually. They've been very cagey about giving him too much information.
Does he have any idea why he was singled out for the job?
No idea at all.
Being a reporter, an American at that, he'd have access to a lot of places others wouldn't.
That's the key, Steve. I'm sure of it. Get over to Saigon and talk with him. If possible, I want you to take his place at the cafe. Find out what this is all about. Well, that's it, Steve. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Before we bring you tonight's adventure with Steve Mitchell, here's a reminder about Thursday night's entertainment lineup on NBC Radio. You'll hear Western songs and adventure from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley when it's time for the Roy Rogers Show. Listen as the King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers, and the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, bring you top-flight radio entertainment. And then stay tuned for Father Knows Best with Robert Young in the title role. Father Knows Best is a truly enjoyable family comedy show. Also on Thursdays, hear Eddie Cantor's show business show with the recorded voices of the world's finest entertainers. And keep your date with Judy Canova and her fine program. Thursday night is packed with top radio listening on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to Saigon in Indochina to a certain cafe there and pick up a package. It's a bomb. And we're interested in finding out why an American correspondent was tabbed to deliver it and where.
It's late Wednesday afternoon when my plane lands, and I hurry over to the Hotel Royale to Richard Melton's room.
Hey, you just missed him, Mr. Mitchell.
Who'd I miss?
The man with the package.
Huh? You mean he's already...
No, he didn't bring it with him. Just dropped in to make certain I'd be at the cafe tonight.
I see.
I think he just wanted to get a good look at me, that's all.
You never saw him before?
Never. A little guy, just barely 5 feet, gray-haired, close to 60. European. From his accent, I'd say he was from the Balkans. He was only here a moment or two.
Any change in plans?
None. The Cafe Saint-Jacques, 8 o'clock tonight.
That sort of complicates things, Melton.
Oh, how?
I'd sort of planned on going to the cafe as Richard Melton.
It's out of the question now, isn't it? Little guy knows what I look like.
Yeah. So I guess you'll have to go there after all, but I'll be close by. It's 7:45 when we leave the hotel and wander over to the small cafe known as St. Jack's. There's a fair crowd on hand. We sort of blend into it. Melton takes up a position at the bar, and I ease over to a table and sit down. 8 o'clock, 8:30. No one approaches Melton. It's well after 9 when he strolls out of the place, and I follow.
I don't get it, Steve. What do you suppose went wrong?
You sure about the time and the place?
Positive. He didn't show. At least I didn't see him.
Your little friend might have tumbled to the fact that he was walking into a trap.
How could he have suspected?
Beats me. Sometimes these characters know. They can sense when things are wrong.
Well, what do we do now?
We go back to your hotel and try to figure something out.
Like what?
Look, this little gent didn't walk into our trap, so he's still walking around town with a bomb in his hip pocket, waiting to plant it somewhere.
So?
So where? And why were you picked to plant it?
I've tried to figure it out, Steve, but I've come up with a big fat nothing.
Well, we better try again, Melton, real hard. We've got to figure out where he wants that bomb planted and get there before it is. We go back to Melton's hotel and spend the next couple of hours trying to second-guess the little man with high explosive ideas. Sure, Melton's in Indochina to cover the war there, and he has access to a lot of important people, high government officials, both native and French. Also diplomats and military advisors from the U.S. and England. So we go through a list of contacts that he's established in Saigon, people he's met, places he's been to, people he expects to meet, and places he expects to go. So we still wind up with, as Melton says, a big fat nothing. You expecting a call?
No. It might be Skelly, though. He's the bureau chief in Singapore. We keep pretty close contact. Hello. Melton here. Yeah. Yes. Steve, it's him.
The little guy?
Yeah. Yes, I see. I was wondering what had happened. I waited at the cafe. Oh. Oh, yes, of course. What? All right. Yes, I understand. Yes, I'll be there. Right.
What's up, Melton?
Looks like we were wrong, Steve. He doesn't suspect a thing.
Doesn't he? Well, why didn't he show?
He explained there'd been a delay. Couldn't get to the cafe. Called me at the hotel here, but I'd already left.
So?
Well, the deal's still on. Wants me to meet him in half an hour.
Same place?
Yep, same place. The Cafe Saint-Jacques.
Okay, so we'll oblige. This time I put in a call to the local law and fill them in on what's going on, and a quarter of an hour later, Melton and I pull up at the Cafe St. Jacques. He goes inside, and I take up a stand across the street in the shadows, and I wait. A few minutes later, I see the little gent, barely 5 feet tall, hurry into the cafe. He's carrying a briefcase under his arm. I wait another 5 minutes, and then Melton comes out. Now, he's carrying the briefcase. Over here, Melton.
Well, here it is, Steve. I don't mind telling you, I don't feel too happy handling it.
He tell you where to deliver it?
Yeah. I'm to wait a half hour and then take it to an address on the Rue Dauphin, number 37.
Number 37, Rue Dauphin. Does it mean anything to you?
Nope. Never been to the place, and offhand, I don't know who lives there.
Well, you've got half an hour. Better get this briefcase down to police headquarters right away.
What about you? What are you going to do, Steve?
I'm going to take a run over to 37 Rue Dauphin.
What about our little friend inside the cafe?
The local law has a man in there. He'll keep tabs on him. See you around, Melton. I grab a cab and
hustle over to 37 Rue Dauphin. A few minutes later, I step up to a phone box and put in a call to police headquarters. I finally get through to Milton.
Steve, I'm glad you called.
Our little friend's turned out to be a practical joker, Milton.
You're telling me.
Huh?
Yeah, the briefcase he handed me.
What about it?
No bomb. It was stuffed with newspapers.
Newspapers?
Yeah. You get to 37 Rue Dauphin?
It's an empty lot.
What? Hey, what's going on?
That's what I'd like to know. Hey, any word from the man the police have at the cafe watching our little friend?
No, he hasn't called in yet.
Probably still over there. I think I'll go on over.
That will not be necessary, my friend.
Huh?
We'll hang up the phone, please.
Hey, Steve, what's the matter? Steve.
Hang up.
Okay. Satisfied?
Quite.
You sure get around, little man.
I do, don't I? If you are looking for the policeman who was following me, I lost him some time ago.
Oh, bully for you.
Shall we go?
If you insist.
I do.
That briefcase you're carrying.
Not filled with newspapers, my friend.
I didn't think it would be.
I have but to release the handle and poof, it is all over.
You mean we are?
Exactly, my friend. Exactly. Do you mind showing me your papers?
Help yourself. My inside coat pocket.
I would rather you handed them to me.
Okay.
And do be careful. Remember the briefcase.
Yeah, poof. Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Good. Good, as I expected.
You sort of planned it this way, didn't you, Buster?
Planned it what way, Mr. Mitchell?
That crude attempt to pressure Melton. You must have checked up on him pretty thoroughly before you decided to put him on the hook.
But of course. However, he is no longer important to us now.
Oh?
But you are. Yes, as you say, we planned it this way. You see, this briefcase must be delivered in a matter of a few hours. And you, Mr. Mitchell, with these very excellent credentials, you are going to help me deliver it. Shall we go, Mr. Mitchell?
Brian Donlevy will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. As Americans, we're all proud of the beauty of our forest areas. We know, too, that from these areas we get raw materials which help to keep our nation strong. That's why authorities who are seeking to combat forest fires feel sure of public cooperation once the public stops to realize the simple facts of forest fire prevention. Most forest fires are due to plain carelessness. Carelessness which can be avoided by following these 4 rules. When in forest areas, crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in 2 after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown them again. Find out the law before using fire. By remembering and practicing these rules, we can all play a part in reducing the number of forest fires, thus saving lives and property. So if you visit a forest area during your vacation, do your part for fire prevention. If you live or work in a forest area, be mindful of the 4 rules we mentioned. If we all work together, we can stop this shameful waste. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I said, shall we go, Mr. Mitchell?
That bomb under your arm says you're calling the shots for the time being. But
Please. My name is Pilat. But you are right. I am, as you say, calling the shots. And let me remind you again that if you try anything, I have only to release my hold on the handle of this briefcase and...
Yeah, I know. Poof again.
Quite right. Now, please, let us go.
In a hurry?
Only to get away from the vicinity of this telephone booth. I am certain your friend at the other end of the line will have notified the police of the interrupted call, which can be traced.
You don't overlook much, do you?
I don't overlook anything, Mr. Mitchell. Come outside. As you see on such a nice evening as this, the sidewalks and streets of Saigon are quite crowded. So even if you were foolhardy enough to wish to sacrifice your own life by trying to grab this briefcase, I am certain you would not wish to kill all these innocent passers-by.
Look, Pilat, you mind telling me what goes?
What do you mean?
You rigged this whole phony pressure gag on Melton, the correspondent, just to get to me. It has something to do with my credentials, huh?
True.
You got a grudge against someone? Is it a deal like that, revenge?
Hardly.
You in this alone?
You would be most reassured, I know, if I were to answer yes. But I am not in it alone. Just to put your mind at rest, it is a most carefully thought out and timed plan involving, let us say, a large organization of which I am only a small part. A necessary part, however. One might say, the trigger.
I see. 3 guesses which organization you're talking about.
Mr. Mitchell, I admire your ingenuity, but it has its limits.
What do you mean?
Your purpose in asking me all these questions has been twofold. First, to learn my objective, if possible, so as to anticipate my moves.
Oh, and what's the second?
To divert my attention so that I would not notice that the same policeman who was assigned to watch me earlier is now following us, a half a block back.
Well, aren't you the little eagle eye?
Thank you. Now, please turn around and wave him to go away. Mr. Mitchell, I mean it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Okay.
Thank you. Now, shall we resume our stroll?
Where are we going?
For the present, to the railroad station.
So we go to the depot, find ourselves a bench in the crowded waiting room, and sit down. The minutes tick by, but Pilat just sits there staring straight ahead with those pale blue eyes. I'm sweating plenty by now. This could be the payoff. His target might be somebody who's arriving by train, in which case, any second now, I could get blown sky high, and that starts me thinking, if I'm going to get blown up eventually, then why not now? What have I got to lose by trying to grab the briefcase? Then I remember where I am in a crowded waiting room. All those people could go up and smoke with me.
Humanitarian to the end, Mr. Mitchell.
Hmm?
You had almost persuaded yourself that you had nothing to lose by attempting to grab the briefcase. Then you remembered all the innocent lives here in the depot which would be sacrificed.
What did you do? Take a correspondence course in mind reading?
It was in your eyes.
You know, Pilat, I don't get what makes guys like you tick at all.
I did not expect that you would.
You're willing to blow yourself sky high just to make this cockeyed plan of yours, whatever it is, work. Why?
There will be a moment's pleasure at the thought of having outwitted you and all your colleagues. And there will be a sense of accomplishment at the destruction of the desired objective. That is sufficient.
Brother, what a weird way of looking at it.
To you, perhaps. I see you are perspiring freely, Mr. Mitchell.
Wouldn't you be in my shoes?
A frank answer. I like that.
I'm so glad.
Perhaps I should have explained that you are not necessarily doomed with me, Mr. Mitchell.
What do you mean?
If you follow my instructions to the letter, you may survive.
Oh?
Yes. When we arrive at our final destination, if all has gone well, I will allow you 30 seconds to remove yourself from the scene before I release the handle of this briefcase and thus set off the explosion.
I see.
But that is only in the event you follow my orders exactly from here on. Any deviation, even the slightest, and I would not hesitate. I think you are aware of that.
Yeah, you've made your point, believe me.
Steve Mitchell.
What?
Steve, how are you?
What, fine.
Surely you remember me, Etienne Duval, the Riviera last summer.
Oh, yeah, sure, Duval. I didn't recognize you without the mustache.
Yeah, how are you, Steve?
Oh, fine, just fine. Sit down.
Please, I do not want to intrude if you were in a conversation.
That is quite all right. I will slide over and make room for you.
Oh, don't bother. There is room beside you.
No. I will slide over. I insist.
Very well. Thank you. It is good to see you, Steve.
Yeah, I'm very glad to see you, too, Duval. What brings you to Saigon?
I am unpredictable, Steve. I never know where I will end up. And you?
Oh, I just sort of blew into town.
Will you be along?
I doubt it. Matter of fact, I guess I might blow out again almost any time.
But I have not met your friend here.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Pilat. This is Mr. Duval.
A pleasure, Mr. Pilat.
A pleasure indeed, Mr. Duval.
I hope I am not intruding.
Oh, not at all. We were just chatting.
Steve, I would like to buy you a drink if you have time.
How about it, Pilat? Do we have time?
Of course. A drink would be most delightful.
Come, the bar is not far. Hey, we can talk over old times, eh, Steve?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I believe this will be far enough.
What?
This door right here.
But I do not understand. This is not the door to the bar. It looks like a storeroom of some sort.
Exactly. With a latch on the outside. Open it, please.
Steve, what is the meaning of this?
Simply that it was a nice try, Mr. Policeman. But this is as far as you go.
Well, better do like the man says, Duval. Thanks for the try, anyway.
Sorry, Mr. Mitchell.
Inside.
mastermind.
What time is it?
9:25.
Good. It is time to go. I have a car outside.
He herds me into his car and tells me to drive to the waterfront. We pull up near one of the piers.
And now, Mr. Mitchell, my car keys, please.
I hand them over. We get out. The pier is fenced off, and there are guards.
Show your credentials to the guard at the gate.
I do. And he lets us through. There are several ships tied up along the pier. Pilat motions to start toward one of them. Then suddenly something pops into my mind. Something Pilat just said. Something that tips his hand. I realize I've still got a chance of stopping him if I act fast. I hope I'm right, because if I'm wrong, I'm dead, but quick. I whirl and lunge at him. Let's get back. He swings the briefcase at me. It clicks me in the side of the face and knocks me to my knees. By the time I get to my feet, he's halfway up the gangplank to the freighter. I pound after him. On deck, a stocky gent runs up in front of me. Let go.
Nobody comes aboard.
Stop that little guy who just dove into the hatch there. He's got a bomb in that briefcase.
Bomb? This is an ammunition ship.
Ammunition?
So's the one next to us.
Come on, we gotta get him. So that's his pitch, huh? Plant his bomb on this ship and the whole harbor goes up.
Hey, there he is. Just come up out of that other hatch up ahead.
What?
He doesn't have the briefcase with him.
Oh, great. That means he's planted it below deck.
He's heading for the bow.
We'll get him later. Come on, let's find where he planted that bomb.
Well, he only went down one deck, and he was there just a few seconds. There's only one compartment unlocked on that deck. He'd have to plant the bomb there.
Come on. We head down the nearest hatch to the deck below and then pound along the passageway to the compartment that's unlocked. Inside, the sailor takes one side and I take the other, looking for the briefcase.
We could get blown sky high any minute, Mitchell.
You're telling me. You got any better ideas than finding the bomb before it goes off?
How much time is it set for?
How do I know? I didn't tumble that it was a time bomb at all until we got onto the pier.
What put you wise?
He asked me for his car keys. If he'd been going to blow himself up like he claimed, he wouldn't have bothered about them. I figured he tripped the trigger on the bomb that allowed him just enough time to get clear.
Well, that means any second now.
You're telling me.
Not on this side of the compartment at all. If I've guessed wrong...
If you've guessed wrong, it's too late. Wait a minute.
What?
I thought I heard something. No, I guess... Yeah, listen.
Checking.
Yeah, over here.
This locker, maybe.
Hold it. I got it.
How do we disarm it?
We better not try. If I open the briefcase, it could go off.
Over the side with it, then.
Yeah. Hey, no portholes here. We got to get up on deck. Which is the fastest? The back way we came?
No. There's another ladder closer this way.
Good.
Now, right around the corner of the passageway. Now, don't drop it.
Are you kidding?
Okay, up the ladder. Heck, the hatch is closed.
Oh, no.
That's doggone.
Get it open. Come on.
Two more. One. There. Quick. Over the side with it.
Here it goes. Hey, listen.
I don't hear anything.
No, neither do I. It's the most beautiful sound I never heard in my life.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in a moment. Every day, Monday through Friday, you'll hear the very best daytime radio programming on NBC Radio. Here's only a small part of the fun festival that's yours for the listening each weekday on most NBC stations. There's Tommy Bartlett with his delightful Welcome Travelers program from Chicago, Bob Hope with Bill Goodwin and charming guest editors each day on the Bob Hope Daytime Show, Warren Hull and the Show with the Heart, Strike It Rich, Red Benson and The Phrase That Pays, Jay Stewart with It Pays to Be Married, and Johnny Olson with Your Second Chance. Each of these 6 fabulous masters of ceremonies is an expert in his line of entertaining you, the radio listener. So why not make it a date to set your radio dial to NBC Radio every Monday through Friday? Let these grand entertainers brighten your day and make your housework easier as they glide you effortlessly through the daytime hours. And remember, for the finest daytime radio entertainment, you'll dial it best and dial it all if you keep your radio set to this station of the NBC Radio Network. Featured in tonight's cast were Jan R. Van, Jack Moyles, Hal Gerard, and Ted DeCorsia. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the Commissioner, is written by Bob Bright and Adrian Jondeau. This has been an NBC radio production directed by Bill Karn.
of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
There's something about a police officer pounding a beat at night that gives everyone a real sense of security. He walks along in the dark with his lead-weighted nightstick dangling readily from his hand, while he stops here and there to check locked doors to make sure they're doing their job. Every once in a while, he flashes his light into some dark corner to make sure that only the dark of night is there. The officer on the beat also watches homes to make sure there's no suspicious smoke coming out or people trying to break in. And then he's an awfully nice fellow to meet if you're walking home late at night. Now, in Knotty Pine, there isn't much in the way of excitement on the night beat, but officers O'Rourke and Ryan walk their beats just as carefully. Let's find out what happens on this night in the story River of Fire.
Come on, Patrick. This is the halfway mark on the bridge, me boy. And the rule book says you gotta walk to the half mark.
Ryan, you're a hard man. It's too bad you ever learned to read. You'll drive me to retirement by reciting that rule book every time you look me squarely in the eye.
Come on, Patrick, me boy. You can make it if you try.
All right. Are you happy now? I'm sure glad you never made sergeant.
Say, and what's the matter with your nose? It's jumping around like a rabbit.
Don't you smell it?
Smell what?
Fuel oil.
Well, certainly I smell it. Do you think me nose is stopped up? It's coming from one of them barges tied along the dock upstream.
I tell you, that smells strong.
Sure, and so's the breeze, Flatfoot. You're standing downwind of the barge.
Maybe you're right for once in your life.
Did you ever know the time I wasn't? Take it easy, Patrick, me boy, on your next round.
You too, Ryan. Yeah, and don't try to be a hero if you spot something. Use your whistle or phone for a squad.
Remember that for yourself, and stop smelling so good.
Sure, now me aching feet give me more trouble than me nose.
Two warm-hearted Irish policemen having a bit of chin music at the end of their beat before they start back. Let's follow Pat as he slowly walks along, giving everything the once-over. Wait a minute. Pat stopped. Has he seen something he doesn't like? No, he's just standing there. Now he's turning back. Pat's walking quickly now, back toward the river. Something's on his mind. Something's disturbing him. He's not letting it go by as a passing thought. Let's follow Pat as he heads back toward the bridge.
Ryan, what are you doing back here?
Now, I might be asking you the same thing, O'Rourke.
You got the river on your mind, too?
Aye, that I have. Let's go down and have a look.
Come on.
Here, watch it. Watch your step. It's dark and damp. Here, careful.
Yeah, flash your light on the water. The fuel oil smell is as strong as day-old fish.
I'll have to agree with that.
What? The river's covered with oil.
Aye, and that it is, my lad. The whole thing is covered. One of those barges must be leaking.
Let's have a look.
O'Rourke, these aren't oil barges. Where's the stuff coming from?
Now, if I knew the answer to that, I'd be worth $1 million right now. It's coming from up the river, sure as I'm standing here.
The pipeline's over the river.
You don't suppose it sprung a leak, do you?
Where else could it come from? Let's pull the box over there and get the boys hot on it.
Come on, Ryan. We've got to sound the alarm. One spark and this'll be a river of fire.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Cal. What's all the excitement about?
Yeah, this is a fine time to be getting people out of bed.
That's the way I felt until Pat and Ryan showed me that river.
Well, let's take a look.
It's about time the top ranger got here.
Hello, Pat. Hello, Ryan.
Top of the morning to you, Bill.
That's what it is. The top of the morning or the bottom of the night. I'm not sure which.
Now, there's a youngster for you. Full of fire no matter how little sleep. Say, Bill, can you smell it?
I'll say I can. Fuel oil. How bad is it?
Take a look across the river. You follow the beam of my flashlight. There's a regular blanket of the stuff floating on top of the water.
It must be a couple of inches thick.
You said it, pal. Have you found out where it's coming from?
No, not yet. Pat and Ryan think it might be coming from the pipeline where it's bridged across the river. It isn't leaking in town.
You're probably right. Come on, pal. Let's pick up Stumpy and Grey Wolf and take a look at the pipeline bridge.
Yes, sir.
I'll have the fire engines flood the river with water and try to disperse this stuff down rapidly.
Right. You better send cars around informing the people of the danger, even though you'll wake them out of a sound sleep. Make sure there isn't any fire of any kind nearby.
What are you going to do about that fire way over yonder?
Huh? Where?
The lightning. Looks like a storm coming on.
And how? We've got to try and get that leak stopped before the storm gets here. All right, let's go.
Attention, please. Attention, please. The river is covered with fuel oil and the situation is very dangerous. You can help by staying in your homes until this emergency is over. Please do not go down to the river to sightsee. It's too dangerous. And you'll only be in the way of the firemen who are trying to disperse the oil downstream. This is the sheriff speaking. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to ask the governor to establish martial law and to send troops into town to keep you home. Please cooperate, and this won't be necessary. Thank you. Knotty Pine Dispatcher calling Junction City. Knotty Pine Dispatcher calling Junction City. Come in. Over.
Junction City Police. What's up, Knotty Pine?
We've got a river covered with fuel oil, and it's moving your way. Knotty Pine Sheriff wishes you to notify Central City.
Say, you fellows got your hands full. What's leaking?
We think it's the pipeline.
Man, that's not good. I'll pass the word to the Central City Police. Thanks for the warning.
I reckon there's more than just a leak
leak in that pipeline, Sonny. Must be a pretty good-sized hole in it for all that oil to get out.
I think same thing.
I guess we all are thinking the same thing, fellas. What bothers me is what they've got in that line.
What do you mean? What they've got in it? Isn't it all oil?
Not this pipeline, pal. This is a freight line.
You mean they send batches of different stuff through that line instead of only one kind of fluid?
Right.
How do they pull off that stunt?
It's a matter of chemistry. They know which liquids won't mix. Like they can put a load of ethyl gas between 2 loads of regular gas.
Sulfur and catfish. You mean they pump automobile gas through that line?
Yep, they sure do, pal.
That's a smart trick. How they know where one can begin and end in pipeline.
They put a mass of radioactive substance in between each load. And by using Geiger counters, they can tell when a load begins and ends.
Well, how do you like that for a fancy dangle contraption?
You speak truth. That company can send a lot of different liquids through line.
That's what has me worried. What's next in line after the fuel oil?
Scotty, 10 seconds and you're on.
Good morning, everyone. This is Scotty Logan with the 5 o'clock news. This early morning, I'm sure there are more listeners than usual, and this isn't the cheery morning we'd like it to be. Here's our sheriff to speak to you about the emergency situation of the flood of fuel oil on the river. Here's Sheriff Harper.
Thank you, Scotty. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Jefferson and the Rangers are trying to locate the source of this fuel leak. I haven't heard from them yet, but I expect to at any time. I want everyone to be calm and to stay at home just as you've been doing. Those of you who have to cross the river to get to your jobs will have to do it on foot, and only across the Main Street Bridge, and only if conditions permit. If we feel dangers increase, the bridge will have to be closed to everyone. I wish to thank you for your wonderful cooperation by staying at home. It's made our job much easier. And again, I urge you not to become panicky, even in the face of the oncoming storm. The fire department is rapidly dispersing the oil as it comes downstream, and our fire chief feels that the danger point has been reduced considerably. Thank you.
Henry, throw the spotlight along the bridge.
Right.
There it is! Look at the oil spilling out!
There's a big hole in pipe, all right. Maybe a bridge sway too much from wind.
I don't know, but I'm calling the pipeline company right now. Look at Malcolm Gray and his men up here on the double.
All right. Keep your shirt on. Malcolm Gray speaking.
Mal, Bill Jefferson. You got a busted pipeline.
No, where?
I'm at the bridge over the Shady River, watching the fuel oil spill out by the hundreds of gallons.
Is there room to land a helicopter close by?
Yeah, plenty of room.
Well, I'll be there with a crew in 20 minutes.
Cal, the company men are in the air now, flying here from Canyon City. That's about all I can tell you right now, except the stuff is spilling out like crazy.
That's fast work, Bill.
How are things in Knotty Pine?
Wonderfully quiet. Everyone's doing his best to stay cool and calm. The fire boys are pumping water into the river as fast as they can.
Fine, Cal, it's fine. I'll call you as soon as I know more. Over and out.
Now, here come pipeline men now.
Yes, sirree! None too soon. That storm's beginning to kick up an awful fuss.
The wind's sure tossing that copter around.
Sweeney, get your men up there fast. There isn't a minute to lose.
Yes, sir. Let's go, boys.
Hello, men.
Hi. Hello, Mal.
Say, sure looks like a kind of a risky business out there.
Yeah, you're
Sonny.
right there, old-timer. Bill, may I use your radio?
Sure, help yourself.
Thanks. QXBC-3, this is JMNX-1. QXBC, this is JMNX-1. Over.
This is QXBC. Come in, boss.
Cut off the line immediately, Fritz.
Sure, boss. What's up?
I'll tell you after you close the valve. Do it now. I'll wait.
Right. Be back in a minute.
Come on, hurry up. Come on.
Hello, Mal? Are you there? Mal? The valve's closed. What's up?
The line is split open on the bridge.
Oh, no. That's bad.
I'm afraid to ask you, but I've got to know. What's the load behind the fuel oil?
I think I know, but let me check the manifest to make sure. I don't want to scare the pants off you for nothing.
Hurry up.
Mal, it's mixture coded 107.
No. Are you positive?
I'm looking right at the manifest, Mal. If it were cow's milk, I might joke about it. But not 107.
Okay, Fritz. Now, don't open that valve for anyone or anything. You understand? Sweeney, what are you doing back here? Get out there and fix that hole.
Boss, we can't work out there. The wind's too strong.
Get out there. Don't tell me what you can and can't do.
But, Mel, we've got all we can do to hang on. We can't repair that leak now. It's 500 feet to the bottom of that gorge.
What kind of man are you? Get out there or I'll know the reason why.
What's the matter with you? We might get killed.
That's too bad, but it's part of your job. Or maybe you figure the Rangers should do your work, huh? Now get out on that bridge and fix that leak.
Oh, all right, we'll try it. But I'm not making any promises.
Get out there, do you hear? Stop blabbing and get out there. Bill, I'm going to talk to Fritz again.
Okay, Mal. Use the radio all you want.
Thanks.
Boy, is he a bundle of nerves all of a sudden like...
You said it, Sonny. I smell a rat in the woodpile.
I think same thing. He changed like wind after he talked to valve station.
You fellas are pretty sharp. Pretty sharp.
What do you think's wrong?
I don't know. I'm waiting for Mal to tell us.
Maybe he'll wait until it's too late.
I hope not. Here come Sweeney and his men crawling back on bridge.
And they're hanging on for dear life.
We ain't going back out there till this thing blows over. Trying to plug that hole in this storm is like trying to walk a tight wire on a one-wheel bike.
Are you telling me what you're going to do?
Yes, and if you don't like it, you can jump in the river.
I ought to punch you in the nose, you coward, and that goes for your men, too. Let's make him go out there if he's so smart.
No, I think we ought to throw him in the river. Come on, start swinging if you think you're man enough to lick me. You used to be a good boss until just a few minutes ago. And this thing's got you scared stiff.
You mind your own business. Now, you get out there or you're fired.
Wait a minute, Mal.
Now, you keep your nose out of this, Bill. It's none of your business.
That's where you're wrong. I'm top man here. This is government property, remember? Come on in the car. I want to talk to you.
You aren't telling me what to do.
Get in the car and make it snappy. We haven't got time to stand around and argue.
Sweeney, you and your men take it easy. There's something wrong here.
You can say that again, Ranger. I ain't looking for no fight. But I ain't taking any more abuse either.
Bill, get Mal straightened out.
All right, let's have it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, Mal, don't play ring around the rosy with me. You change like night from day right after you talk to the valve station. What's in the pipeline behind the fuel oil?
The next load is aviation gasoline.
Aviation gas?
Yes, 50,000 gallons of it.
If the lightning hits that stuff, the whole county's going up.
Bill, I'm almost to the point of nervous collapse. That pipeline comes down to the river in a long incline. I don't know how to stop that stuff. It just keeps draining out.
I do.
Well, how?
We've got to cut the pipe open on the other side of the bridge and let the gas run on the ground.
Yeah, now that would do it.
Come on. We got work to do.
You talk to Sweetie. I'm ready to jump out of my skin just thinking what could happen if that stuff spills into the river.
Okay. Sweeney, gather your boys around.
Okay. Come on, boys.
Let's go. Let's get this thing out of the way, huh?
Your boss is on the point of nervous collapse, so I'm taking over. Mal called the valve station and found out there's a load of aviation gas in the line behind the fuel oil.
Aviation gas?
That's right. Now there's only one thing to do to save us from a catastrophe. We've got to open the pipe on the other side and let the stuff run out on the ground.
That means we've got to cross the river.
That's right.
Can we go around?
It'll take too long to go around. Come on now, I'll lead the way. Henry, you stay here and man the radio.
But
that's an order.
Yes, sir.
Inform the sheriff what's going on. You and the copter pilot keep a close eye on us. You may have to pull us out if the lightning touches off the gas.
Why can't we use the copter to cross?
Too many dangerous wind currents over there in those canyons. We'll save the copter for emergency. Real emergency. Let's go. Every last one of us was in extreme danger crossing the pipeline bridge over the shady river. One misstep on the narrow catwalk, that would be all over. They might find our bodies down in Dead Man's Gorge, or they might never find us. The wind howled an angry gale and tried to tear each man off the catwalk and throw him into the river. I wasn't worried about the bridge itself going out, even though it swayed like a rope. It was engineered for that. My big worry was getting the men across. And the electrical part of the storm hit us. The lightning played about us wickedly, one flash after another, so that I could have read a newspaper by it. I decided to hang onto a brace cable and let the men pass me, so I could bring up the rear. That would leave me on the bridge longer. I didn't want anyone to panic and lose his life. I tried to encourage them as they inched their way along. Keep going! Hang on! It isn't far now! Go slow, man! You're doing fine! It was a grim sight, watching the men crawl across the bridge in the eerie lightning flashes. I prayed that all would make it, safe and sound.
They won't make it. They'll be killed. Look at that lightning. They won't make it, I tell you. Oh, why did I ever let them go? That gas will catch fire and kill them all. Burn them to a crisp.
Now, keep quiet!
Can't you see them now, screaming and yelling and burning gas? Nobody to help them. I'm going to rescue them. I'm going to rescue them. They'll die. They'll die screaming with pain.
Now, come back here! Okay, boy, you asked for it.
Sorry, Mal. Sorry I had to tackle you. I couldn't let you kill yourself either. Henry Scott to Sheriff 1 at Knotty Pine. Henry Scott to Sheriff 1 at Knotty Pine. Come in, over.
Sheriff 1 to Henry Scott, over.
Cal, send an ambulance right away. I just had to tackle Mal, throw him on the ground. Knocked him out. He was going off his rocker with worry. He was going to go out there on the bridge.
Is it that bad up there?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
What about the pipeline? Where's Bill?
Bill's leading the men across the bridge. to try and cut that pipe open on the other side. Let the gas run out on the ground.
Gas?
Yes. Aviation gas.
We'd better get together on this end and pray for those guys. They'll need all the help they can get.
Charlie, get that cork away from here. Want to kill us?
How long, Sweeney?
There's a small hole now, Bill. Maybe 10 minutes. We'll have it split in two.
Can't wait that long.
You'll have to. We need miracle men, you know. It's time to cut through steel. Like opening a can of soup, you know.
Get your men out and back.
Are you cracking, too? First you say cut faster, and now you say stop cutting.
You see those rocks up on that ledge?
Yeah?
Will they open the pipe if they're dropped on it?
Like a watermelon dropped off a truck.
Okay, get your men out. You too, Stumpy, Grey Wolf.
But if the gas is coming through the line when the rocks hit, we won't find you after it's over.
I'm not asking you to risk your life, am I?
No, sir. I get you. Come on, boys, clear out.
I go with you, Bill.
You heard me, and that's an order. Get out of here, scram! I climbed rapidly up to the top of the ridge. That is, as rapidly as I could in the early morning darkness. Now I was glad for the savage lightning, because it helped me see where I was going. I thought of all the people and property along the river for 100 miles would be in danger if the gas got loose on the river. What a blazing inferno that would be. Finally, I made it to the top of the ridge. I stopped for a second, looked the rocks over with the help of the lightning, and I saw the key rock that would start the slide to crush the pipe. Put my muscle to work. The rock began to move. Finally, I pushed it over. It went crashing down, taking more and more rocks with it. Now I wonder, where's the gasoline in that pipeline? Suddenly I realized I was holding my breath, waiting for the explosion of the deadly gas. But it didn't come. Then I smelled it. The gas, that is. The rocks had smashed the pipe seconds before the first of the gas got there. I was still alive.
Never have made it if you hadn't pushed them rocks down, Bill. You got a lot of courage, man.
We all wait for explosion and breathe again after it not come.
I did too, Grey Wolf. Thank the Lord there won't be a river of fire. Little did O'Rourke and Ryan realize how important their keen sense of impending danger was. The whole Shady River Valley was saved from a most disastrous holocaust. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland.
struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Say, do you have a dog? If you do, you love him, don't you? Well, this is the story of a great dog who lived on a ranch near Knotty Pine. His name was Bim. Bim's masters were Otto Jorgensen and his two sons, Eric and Paul. Now, Bim was a very unusual dog, yet he wasn't any different from your dog in lots of ways. His love and devotion to his masters were boundless. Bim is gone now. That great dog heart is still. Those who love his memory are gathered in the lobby of the newly built Memorial Clinic for Animals. All of the rangers are there, and Bill is the master of ceremonies for the dedication of this wonderful animal hospital. Let's join the crowd as they talk together.
Quite a crowd of folks gathering here. Almost fill the lobby, they do.
Bim, great dog. Have many friends.
Well, I didn't realize so many people knew him.
Yes, Bim was quite a dog, all right. This animal hospital is a fitting memorial to him.
Oh, Bill, Otto's coming this way.
Oh, guess he wants me to start.
Bill, will you begin the ceremony, please?
Why, sure, Otto. Folks, we're gathered here today to dedicate the Bim Memorial Clinic for Animals. A building that is more than brick and steel and concrete. This hospital is a memorial to a great dog that we all loved, and whose memory we'll cherish for a long, long time. The idea for this building originated with Otto Jorgensen and his two sons. They wanted this clinic to be a living token of their love and esteem for their dog. A good deal of the money came from folks like yourselves. This hospital and clinic was built for the study and treatment of animal diseases, so that the animals may enjoy a fuller and longer life. To the memory of Bim, a great dog, and his heroic deeds, we dedicate this building with all its equipment and staff. Also, so that no other animal will have to suffer the same slow and painful death, we dedicate the scientific research that will go on inside these walls. Thank you.
Mr. Jefferson, may I talk to you a minute?
Why, sure. What's on your mind?
Oh, I'm Ed Sloan. I'm a writer for Bencroft Newspapers and Dog Lovers magazine.
I see.
We've a combined circulation of 500,000. I'd like to write the story of Bim's life, if I may. And I gather you're the one I ought to see.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Sloan, but that's not within my authority. You'll have to talk to Otto Jorgensen and his two sons. Perhaps they'll help you.
I understand. But I don't know Mr. Jorgensen.
I'd be glad to introduce you. They're over on the other side of the lobby, talking to some friends.
Mr. Sloan, I don't know how well I can tell this story, but maybe Bill can help me out in a few places. First thing, I ought to say I wasn't too sold on Bim at first.
Oh, why not, Mr. Jorgensen?
Well, I'd always set my heart on owning a pedigree dog. Bim was just a gangly puppy. Good blood, but a mixture. Bim actually was rather a badly put-together mass of fur, big paws, and powerful body. I never thought he'd amount to much, to tell you the truth. How wrong I was. I'll never forget one day when Bim was about 6 months old. Paul and Eric was playing with Bim on the front lawn.
Come on, sing it, Bim. Get Eric. Come on, pull his ears off. Atta boy, come on, chase him around. Come on, pull his ears off. Atta boy, come on, let's go.
Paul, what in the name of common sense are you doing, playing with that hound on the front lawn?
Jed, that is,
What's got into you boys? Look at that lawn. And look at my flower beds. You let that mutt run around in my prize flowers.
I'm sorry, Dad. It's our fault.
Ever since you've had that pooch, things ain't been the same around here. Well, I'm going to get rid of him.
Oh, no, Dad, please. Don't make us get rid of Bim.
Oh, all right. One more chance. But if this happens again, out he goes, understand? I was very angry at the time, but I saw no reason to change my opinion about Bim. But as time went on, gradually he grew out of the awkward stage. At 9 months, he began to show signs of becoming a powerful dog who could run like the wind. I was pleased, but I still didn't think he'd be much more than a pet for the boys. And I really didn't intend to make good my threat of throwing him out. I knew it would break the boy's heart. He was their dog. Well, the first in a series of outstanding acts of bravery and heroism occurred when Bim was 10 months old. Eric and Paul got the habit of taking Bim out on the range with them every spare moment they could find.
Let's see if we can find any more of those swell-colored rocks, Paul.
Okay, that's a good idea, Eric. What kind of rocks did Dad call them?
I don't know. Something like
quartz. Yeah, that's it. Hey, let's head for that ridge over there, huh?
Okay, I'll race you.
All right. Come on, Skeeter. Dig in, boy. Let's go. Come on.
Hey, what's Bim after anyway?
Oh, I don't know. He's probably seen a rabbit.
Hey, look at these rocks, Paul.
Say, those are the nicest we've found yet. You know, Eric, the Lord sure made rocks beautiful, didn't he?
And how? Hey, let's move this big rock over so we can get the smaller one out.
Okay. Say when.
Right now. That's good enough.
Now, let's get those...
Don't move, Paul. That rattler will strike just as quick as we move a muscle.
Yeah, you said it. Look at the size of him. Where did he come from?
I don't know. He must have come out from behind the other big rock when we moved the smaller one.
Eric, looks like we're going to have to stand here all day.
That's better than getting bit. He hasn't coiled yet. Maybe he'll go away.
Oh, yeah. He's crawling right at us. What do we do?
Hey, Paul, look. The rattler's not after us. Huh? You can see something.
It's Bim. The rattler sees Bim. They're going to fight.
Let's get back. Get going.
Kill it, Bim. Kill it.
Come on. That snake isn't bite our dog.
Oh, I never thought of that. He hasn't got Bim yet. Come on, Bim. Get him. Look. He's got him.
Hey, Bim's killed the rattler. Come here, boy.
Oh, boy. Good boy, Bim. Good boy. Atta boy.
Boy.
Hey, we've got to get home and tell Dad about
this.
this.
You said it. Now maybe Dad will believe that Bim's a real good dog.
Well, when Eric and Paul came home with a big yarn about Bim killing a big rattlesnake, I didn't believe it. I just couldn't believe that Bim had the courage and fight in him to tackle and kill a live rattler. I was at the corral when the boys came in and told me this whopper.
It's the truth, Dad. Bim did kill the rattler.
Come on now, fellas. I wasn't born yesterday. How could Bim kill a big rattler? Especially one as big as you say it was.
We can prove it, Dad.
All right, how?
We'll show him to you. We tied a rope to the rattler's tail and dragged him here.
Huh. This I gotta see him.
Come on over to the horse barn, Dad. The rattler's outside on the ground.
Okay, let's go.
There, Dad. Take a look.
Yeah.
And Bim killed him all by himself.
Well, the boys had me where they wanted me. I examined the dead snake and could easily see where Bim's teeth had done their job right in back of the head. I was still pretty pig-headed about it all. I told the boys that Bim's killing the rattler was an isolated incident, and he'd probably never do one thing else that was worthwhile.
You say that was the first big incident in Bim's life, Mr. Jorgensen?
Yes, it was, Mr. Sloan. The second incident followed 6 months later. Winter was close by, and I'd sent Paul out to round up some wild cattle. By wild cattle, I mean the cattle that leave the herd and shift for themselves during the grazing season.
Let's go up this canyon, Bim. Come on, boy. Yeah, there's a couple of wild ones, Bim. Let's get behind them and drive them out of there. Higher, higher, come on there. Come on, Skeeter. We can't let that maverick get away. It'll freeze out here this winter. Higher, 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 come on. Ah! Oh.
Paul was out like a light. His horse, Skeeter, had stepped onto a chuck hole and thrown Paul against the canyon wall. The boy had a broken collarbone, a fractured shin bone, and he was very badly bruised and shaken up. Bim started licking his face and hands, and Paul slowly came to. He was crying from pain.
Oh, shoulder. Bim, I'm hurt bad. Bim, go find Skeeter. Oh, bring him back. Find Skeeter. Bring him back, boy. Go.
Bim left Paul and went after the horse. He picked up Skeeter's trail and soon caught up with him. Skeeter was over his initial scare now and was just browsing in the grass. Fortunately, the bridle straps was hanging down, and Bim took them in his teeth and obediently led the horse back to Paul.
Oh, good boy, Bim. Lay down, Skeeter. Lay down, big fella. Attaboy. Thanks, Skeeter. Now, hold still, boy. I try to crawl across the saddle. Just a little bit farther. I made it. Up, Skeeter boy. Up. Oh!
In case you don't know, Mr. Sloan, it's rather a difficult job for a horse to get up with a rider on his back. And Paul was in such pain that he didn't realize he wasn't balanced properly across the saddle. So when he told Skeeter to get up, Paul fell off. Back home, Eric and I began to get worried when Paul and Bim didn't show up for supper. Got to be about 9 o'clock. Then I decided to do something.
Dad? What could have happened to him?
I don't know, Eric, but I'm going to find out.
I'm glad Bim's with him anyway.
What good will Bim do if Paul's in serious trouble?
Don't talk that way, Dad. Bim's real special when you need him.
Sure,
You'll
see.
Son.
You saddle up the horses. I'm going to call Bill Jefferson.
You lead the way, Otto. We'll pick up the trail when we get into the area.
Okay, Bill.
If Grey Wolf and Stumpy can't find them, we can always get bloodhounds.
Yep.
Come on, Storm.
Get up.
Let's go, boy.
Come on.
Is there enough light to see the trail, fellas?
Plenty light, Bill.
Oh, boy.
Trail very clear.
Oh, boy.
Come on, Tilly.
Get him
Come
up
on,
here.
Lord. Come on, boy. Come on, Storm. Let's go. Come on.
Hey, let's hold it up here. Whoa, Matilda!
Whoa, Storm. Whoa. Well, the sign's kind of messed up here, isn't it?
Can you make it out? Is this where they had the trouble?
What's it say, Grey Wolf?
This sign say horse and dog going to small canyon ahead. This sign say cattle, maybe half-dozen head, come out of canyon.
That fits. Paul and Bim was rounding up wild cattle.
Come over here. It says that horse come out again. And the dog come out.
Did they go back, or were they chasing the cattle?
Over here, Otto, Bill.
What'd you find, Grey Wolf?
See something different?
Look here. Dog walk in front of horse. They go back in canyon. I say dog lead horse back into canyon.
Well, I'll buy that, sonny. That means Paul and Bim are in that canyon, unless I missed my guess. You agree, Grey Wolf?
Stumpy right.
Then let's get into that canyon. Lay the light over the canyon floor, Grey Wolf. They should be close by now.
That's Skeeter, fellas. Throw your light to the left.
Hey, there they are! Come on, Matilda!
Come on, Storm, get up, boy.
Whoa, Matilda! Whoa, boy. Otto, look.
Look at that dog.
He cover Paul with his own body to keep him warm.
Afterward, Paul told us the whole story. Then I knew I'd been wrong and the boys were right. We had a great dog in him, so I asked the boys to forgive me. From that time on, Bim and the boys and I became an inseparable foursome. Then the day came when the catastrophe at Pearl Harbor plunged us into World War II, and the boys came to me with a request.
Dad?
Dad, we've been reading in the papers how the armed services need dogs.
That's right, Dad, and, well, we'd like to send Bim.
You want to send Bim to war?
Sure. We're too young to enlist ourselves, so...
And we want to do our part to help win the war.
Are you absolutely sure you want to do this, boys?
Yep. We thought about it a lot.
You will realize, of course, that Bim might be killed in action.
We've thought about that too, Dad, and...
Yes?
Well, a lot of soldiers might get killed, but then they might not, too.
That's right. Bim's really tough, Dad. We're sure he'll take care of himself.
So I thought, far be it from me to dampen the patriotism of my sons. I was proud of both of them the next morning when we walked into the recruiting station for the Marine Corps in Knotty Pine. In no time at all, Bim was in the service of our country. We said goodbye to Bim, and I'm not ashamed to say that, just like the boys, tears was rolling down my cheeks. Bill, you take over the story from here, will you? I think you can tell about Bim's war record better than I can.
All right, Otto.
I sure appreciate your helping me, Mr. Jefferson. I don't want to leave a thing out of Bim's life.
Well, it so happened, Mr. Sloan, that I was with the 3rd Marines in Bougainville, same as Bim. I got the story firsthand from the fellas that had Bim with them. It was pretty rough going. A company of the 1st Battalion was trying to flank the enemy, and they weren't having much success because they were pinned down by a Japanese machine gun nest set up in a pillbox, which the artillery just couldn't get.
Captain, we won't move another inch until we knock out that pillbox.
I'm well aware of that, Sergeant. Gotta be patient for a while. If we try to rush, we'll lose a lot of men.
But, sir, it's the only way we'll ever get past them. The artillery and the mortar shells bounce off that thing like water off a duck's neck.
I know. That's why I've sent for Bim.
Oh? Hey, Bim will get him out of there if anything will. And believe me, they'll think of screaming Mimi at him if Bim ever gets into that pillbox. Hey, here comes the corporal now with Bim.
Well, that's fine.
Corporal Utaski reporting.
Good, Corporal. Bim, how are you, boy?
I hope this isn't too risky, sir. I wouldn't want Bim to get it.
Corporal, please don't get the idea that these dogs are out here for us to use or we don't want to send in men. We use them only where they can be used to better advantage than men, see? They're not cannon fodder, understand?
Yes, sir.
Now look, you see the fire lane from here?
Yes, sir, I do.
Send Bim up the left side. We'll give him covering fire until he jumps for the window. Then we'll cease fire and rush the pillbox.
Take it! All right,
Prisoners are on their way back to the stockade, sir.
Very good, Sergeant. How's Bim?
He's wounded, sir.
What? Why didn't you tell me? Bim comes before the prisoners, don't you know that?
Take it easy, sir. The doc's looking at him now. The wound isn't bad, sir. He got knifed in the leg. Not bad.
Oh, okay. That's fine. In the leg, huh?
Yes, sir.
We'll see that he's carried to the rear on a stretcher. That's an order, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. It'll be done, sir. Even if I have to carry him myself.
That's the story of Bim's service with the Marines.
Thanks, Mr. Jefferson. Is there more, Mr. Jorgensen?
Yes, Mr. Sloan, there is. We received a telegram from the War Department saying that Bim had been wounded, though not seriously. Uncle Sam was sending him home. They also said that Bim would receive the Purple Heart. Bim recovered the full use of his leg, and in about 6 months you'd never know he'd been wounded.
I'll say you could, Mr. Sloan. He was as fast as he ever was.
But he sure grew up, though, while he was away. Seemed quieter, more serious.
That's right. Well, one day, a year after Bim came back from the war, I was dragging our road. We have a private road that leads from the highway to the house and barns. I had the tractor hitched to a weighted drag, and I was trying to even out the rough spots. I was alone. That is, except for Bim. He was playing around nearby somewhere. Well, I don't know exactly what happened to this day. All I knew was that suddenly the tractor overturned and I was pinned under it. Bim, help me. Bim, dig me out of here, will you? Good boy, Bim. That's right. Under my face first, so I can breathe easier. That's right. Under my body. Now see if I can... Yeah, that's it. Good boy. I'm almost clear. That's all right. You can scratch me if you want to. That's it. I'm coming out.
And you mean to tell me that your dog dug you right out from under that tractor?
Yes, Mr. Sloan. Amazing as it sounds, he not only dug the ground out from under my face so I could breathe, but he dug the ground out from under my chest and body. Enough for me to crawl painfully out, broken back and all.
That sounds unbelievable.
All of it was in the local newspapers.
What a dog he must have been. Would you care to tell me how he died?
Yes. About a year ago, we noticed that Bim was beginning to fail. Not too quickly at first, but noticeably. We took him to Dr. Crawford, a veterinarian here in Knotty Pine. Dr. Crawford examined him and said that Bim had a malignant tumor. And there wasn't anything we could do to save him. Just a matter of time. It was heartbreaking to watch a dog so full of life and courage as Bim was, slowly to waste away to skin and bones.
I'm sure it was a heartbreaking experience, Mr. Jorgensen.
Well, we watched him this way for 3 months. Finally, the boys spoke to me about it. I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't have spoken to them if they hadn't brought up the subject first. So, in the morning, the three of us went to Bim's bed to take him to Dr. Crawford. It was like visiting a sick and dying friend. Eric kneeled down to awaken him.
Bim. Bim. Come on, fella, wake up.
He hasn't moved a muscle. You don't suppose...
Let me see, Eric. Yes, boys. Bim's dead. We were glad we didn't have to take him to Dr. Crawford, though all of us were broken-hearted that we'd lost him. The men at the Knotty Pine Legion post were only too happy to give Bim a military funeral, and we buried him in our front yard. I make no bones about saying that I cried like a baby. Here was a dog that had given us all he had, and when he needed our help, there wasn't a thing we could do except watch him die. Several months passed by, and I talked to Dr. Crawford. I offered to contribute a sum of money for an animal clinic and hospital if he would head it up. He agreed. Dr. Crawford and the local newspapers let the story out, and many, I should say a host, of Bim's friends and those who love dogs gave to the fund. The result, you see before you. Well, that's the story, Mr. Sloan.
I don't know if I'll be able to do justice to this story, Mr. Jorgensen, but I'm sure going to try my best.
Well, that's all we ask, Mr. Sloan. Before we leave, I'd like you to see the bronze tablet.
Yes, I'd like to.
Read it, will you, Bill?
In loving memory of our dog, Bim. He loved and asked no love in return. He knew no selfishness except to duty. He knew no fear except that he hadn't done enough. He gave all he had and asked no recompense. This tablet is inscribed for all to read, realizing that Bim lived as we should live. The Jorgensens.
Boys and girls, the story you have heard is fictional, of course, so far as there actually being a dog named Bim is concerned. But all the incidents which have occurred in the story are true, for dogs actually performed the unusual and heroic deeds that were told to you today. Well, we'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Say, have you ever been in an automobile accident? They can be pretty frightening. And on the spur of the moment, you might even get scared enough to want to run away. Never run away from the scene of an accident, no matter how bad the accident is. Why? Well, listen to the story of two boys, Reuben and Smitty, who had an accident with their hot rod. Only by hard work and fast thinking did Bill Jefferson save them from the angry citizens of Big Pine. That's a village about halfway between Knotty Pine and Canyon City. Here's the story, Hit and Run.
Cut it down, Smitty. Gotta keep well within the limit.
Yeah, okay, Rube. You know, I don't know where folks get the idea that hot rod drivers are always speed demons.
Oh, that's because a couple of smart Alecs didn't use their heads. Going through town like a jet plane the way they did, and everybody's been sore ever since.
Well, I can't blame them exactly, can you?
No. Say, Smitty, we gotta put the strobe light on this thing when we get back to the garage. It must be out of time again.
Yeah, you're right. It seems to be missing at high speeds.
Watch out, the street's narrow here, Smitty.
What's the matter with you, Rube? Getting the jitters or something?
No. It's just that the folks in town are so dead set against us. We wouldn't stand a chance if anything should... Look out! Look out for that man!
I think I hit him, Rube.
Yeah. Let's get out of here, quick.
You mean run?
Sure.
Okay, here goes.
Cut around him wide. That's right. Now take off.
Well, Bill, how much farther we got?
Quite a ways, Ralph. Coming into Big Pine now.
That means we're halfway home.
Yep.
Gray Wolf and Stumpy is still sleeping. Guess I'll do the same. Hey, Bill, what's going on up here in the center of town?
I'm just wondering myself. Better wake up Stumpy and Gray Wolf. We'll find out.
Okay. Hey, Gray Wolf, Stumpy, come on, wake up. Come on, wake up.
Why we stop here, Ralph?
Well, something's going on in the street. Bill says we should take a look.
Hey, look at all the people.
Sounds like a riot started.
You're not joking, Ralph. Lock the cars so no one can get our weapons. Come on, fellas, let's find out what this is all about.
Hey, they're the Rangers. Let them through.
Thanks for letting us through, folks. Where's Constable Gorman?
Right here, Bill.
Is he dead, Sid?
Yeah.
How'd it happen?
I don't know, Bill. Some of the folks heard a car tearing down the street, and then they found poor old Sam here.
Yeah, it was one of those dirty hot rodders. That's what it was.
Well, get a blanket out of the car and cover the body, will you?
Sure. Let me through, please.
Blanket won't do Sam any good. Why don't you go after those rats that did this?
Yeah,
that's what we gotta do.
Oh, look here, mister. We'll handle this our own way if you don't mind.
You guys.
Gray Wolf, Stumpy, let's clear the crowd off the street.
Not a good idea. They only wipe out evidence when they walk around.
You haven't got enough Rangers to move us, mister.
There are 3 of us here and 1 at the radio car. That's enough. You seem to be the ringleader, mister, so I'm talking to you. You don't stop making trouble, I'll arrest you for inciting mob violence and obstructing the work of law enforcement officers. I'll get a move on.
Back it in, Smitty, before somebody sees us.
Yeah. What do you think I'm trying to do, Rube? Just so scared I can't see straight. Look out now.
Yeah, okay. Come on back.
Well, that's that. Close the doors, Rube.
Yeah, right away, Smitty.
Now, why don't you go home, Rube? I hit the guy, not you.
We're in this mess together, aren't we?
Boy, I sure don't know where that fella came from. All I know is suddenly he's right in front of the car, and boom.
I know.
let's stay here for a while and think what we should do.
I know what we shouldn't have done.
Yeah? What?
We shouldn't have run away.
Maybe you're right. And I'm the guy that told you to do it. But we wouldn't have had a chance with some of those hotheads in town. But it's too late to think of that now.
Is it?
Sure it is. If I could only calm down and do some straight thinking.
We've got to think straight. It's our only chance.
The ambulance will be here shortly, Bill.
Thanks, Sid.
Did you find out anything?
Yeah, some very interesting things.
As soon as they take old Sam away, we can go into my office and talk this over.
Yeah, it's a good idea, Sonny. Something mighty fishy about this here accident.
Huh? Well, it's a clear case of hit and run, ain't it?
Not the way we see it, it ain't.
Is that right, Bill?
Well, there are some very peculiar factors in the case, Sid, that you don't find in the ordinary hit and run.
I hope you can prove your point. There's some ugly rumors around that the citizens of Big Pine are going to take the law into their own hands.
Well, Smitty, I found out who the man was we hit.
Yeah? Who is he?
Sam Potter.
Sam Potter. Oh, no.
I found out something else.
What?
He's dead.
You mean it was our car?
Must have been. They found him dead on the street.
I can't figure it, Rube.
Neither can I, Smitty. But we killed him just the same.
Do you think we better give ourselves up?
Smitty, we can't do that. The townspeople would lynch us.
Well, Bill, how does the evidence stack up?
Let's start with the tire marks, Sid. We measured the short skid marks, and they tell us the car was going between 20 and 25 miles an hour.
20 miles? Mm-hmm. How could there be skid marks at that speed?
Well, the brakes were in excellent condition, and the driver slammed them on hard. The marks aren't prominent, but they're there just the same.
They're even more important point about skid. Tell him, Bill.
I'm just getting to that, Grey Wolf. Another reason the car skidded as it did is that the tires were bald. Makes skidding easier.
What kind of a car would have bald tires? It ain't safe for a regular car to have them.
But hot rod have bald tires in some cases.
Hot rod? That would make matters worse for whoever hit Sam.
What do you mean, Sid?
Why, a large portion of the population of Big Pine is made up of only half a dozen families. Intermarriage and so forth. Sam Potter was recognized as the leader in the town.
I see. That's why the folks here were so angry. I sensed more than just the usual anger and disgust over a hit-and-run case.
Not only that, Bill. These folks are very prejudiced against hot rods.
Well, most people are, Sid. It's the hot rodder's own fault.
Well, we just gotta keep ahead of them, that's all, and ask for patience.
How do we do that, Bill?
By finding the driver of that car before they do.
Where we start to find driver, Bill?
Well, the first thing I want to do is take Sam's outer clothing to the lab and have them gone over for paint fragments. Grey Wolf, you and Ralph get a list of all the lads who own or drive hot rods. And Stumpy, you stay here and help Sid keep things under control.
Say, Stumpy, let's stop in here at Ben's store and have a cup of coffee. A lot of the folks just sit around there and talk.
Yeah, that's for us, Sid. Maybe we can get an idea what they're thinking about in this here accident. Yeah, seems to be quite a crowd in the store.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
Well, Sonny, let's go on in. There's only one way to catch a polecat. Go in after him.
Hey, fellas, here's Sid.
Yeah. He's got a ranger with him, I see.
He's just an old guy. He can't do any harm.
Oh, just a minute there, young sir. I was putting three-cornered pants on grizzly bears before you were born. Step up here, I'll show you how old I am.
Okay, Pop, I take it all back.
Hey, Sid. You find out who did it yet?
No, but the Rangers think a hot rod may have hit him.
You shouldn't have said that, Sonny.
You're telling me. Too late now.
Let's grab those hot rodders and let's get them one by one.
Yeah, let's get started on this manhunt, boys. I know the first place to go.
All right, let's go.
I guess I'm not the peace officer I ought to be. Didn't even try and stop him.
Yeah, don't talk foolish, Sonny. There's some things you can do and some things you can't. Let's get our shooting irons and follow those men. And call Bill while we're at it. And listen, if we'd have got beat up, we wouldn't have been able to help anybody.
Hello, University Lab.
Bill Jefferson there?
Just a minute. Bill, it's for you.
Thanks, Pat. Hello, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Bill, this is Sid Gorman. You'd better get over here right away.
What's happened?
Oh, I let it slip out accidentally that you thought the hit-and-run driver was a hot rod. Now the men of the town have taken matters into their own hands. They're going after all the lads who own hot rods.
That's bad. Well, I'll get over there as fast as I can, Sid. You stay at the office and have Stumpy follow the mob. Tell him to call in and let you know where he is.
Okay, Bill.
Oh, one more thing, Sid. Try and get hold of Grey Wolf and Ralph and any other Rangers you can. I'll see you soon.
Something unexpected, Bill?
Not unexpected, Pat. Just came sooner than I thought it would. Phone me at the constable's office in Big Pine when you get through going over the clothes, will you?
Quiet, you guys. Quiet. Quiet down. We gotta find out some things. Is this your hot rod, kid?
Yeah. It belongs to me and Smitty.
Have you been driving a car recently?
Hey.
Huh?
Here's a piece of Sam's coat cut in the license plate.
Quiet down. Quiet. Did you two kids run down Sam Potter? Answer me, did you?
Yeah, we did.
Who was driving?
Me.
So you're the guilty ones. You ran away, didn't you?
You did run away, didn't you? You dirty hit and run.
That's right.
Yeah, let's take him away before the law gets here. We didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
Accident, my eye. Let's get a barrel of tar and some feathers.
Yes, I got some. We'll take care of these kids our way.
Okay, let's go.
Come on, let's get him. Let's go.
Here's the Rangers.
All right. Release those boys.
We ain't doing it, Copper. They're guilty. This time we're doing things our way.
Who appointed you as judge? How do you know they're guilty? Release them, I said.
You make me.
Yeah.
All right, I will.
Hold it there, boys. Don't make me shoot. I can gouge the eye out of a June bug at 1,000 yards. Don't make me prove it, I'm warning you.
Thanks, Stumpy. Now listen, you people. These kids are going to get justice. If they're guilty, they'll be punished. If they're not guilty, they'll go free. That's for the law to decide. Tom, take these two boys over to the jail and lock them up for their own protection. And stay there with Shorty and Ned and guard the jail. We'll keep these men here until you're safely away.
Okay, Bill. Come on, Lance. Let's go to the car.
Hey, you in the back. Don't try and sneak off.
That's right. Everybody stays here until the car leaves. All right, you can disperse now.
You fellas, go on home. Behave yourselves. One peep and we'll need a jail stretcher.
Phew. Huh. That was a close one, Bill. We got here just in the nick of time.
I'll say we did, Ralph. This isn't the end of it either.
I think you're right, Bill. Those men plenty mad. You think they try and break into jail?
Well, they wouldn't try that in this day and age, would they?
Sounds ridiculous, I know, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if they did.
Now, let's go back to the jail and talk with the boys. See what's what.
First, let's take a look at the hot rod, Sid. We'll be back at the jail before the mob gets rebellious enough to try to break in. Now, Rube, Smitty, suppose you tell us just how it happened.
No, I was driving, Bill. I'm the guilty one, not Rube.
But I told him to drive away. I'm the most to blame.
All right, take it easy, fellas. All I want to know is what happened. And don't worry about the mob. They won't get you, believe me.
Okay, Bill. All I can say is that we were driving down the street. Couldn't have been more than 25 miles an hour at the most. And suddenly, the old man was in front of us. We couldn't stop.
Man, we hit the brakes. It didn't do any good. I still can't figure where he came from. Only, all of a sudden, he was right there. And that's all there is to it, Bill. Now, I know we did wrong by running away, but we were...
All right, Smitty, that's what I wanted to know. And I believe you.
We wouldn't lie, Bill. Not even when we were in a jam.
Now, look, fellas. I want you to know that I didn't lock you up because I thought you were guilty of killing Sam Potter. I did it for your own protection.
They were going to tar and feather us.
Don't you worry about those men. I'll take care of them.
Bill, you better come out front. We got trouble again.
Tom, Shorty, Ned, you fellas guard the rear of the jail, will ya?
Right. Come on, boys.
Bill, I'm sure glad you and your men are here. I've never seen anything like this.
Don't fret none, Sonny. You're in good hands. They don't scare us none.
This has always been such a peaceful town.
Perhaps that's why they've let themselves get carried away.
They feel they have right to mete out justice, but they wrong.
Here they come. With a battering ram, it sounds like.
You said it, Ralph. They mean business.
And so do I. Open the door, Sid.
Did you say open the door, Bill?
That's right. I'll be in the doorway and let them try to get past.
Okay, Bill. You're calling the signals.
Yeah. All right, quiet. Quiet, you people. Now, you men, listen to me. Unless you go home and behave yourselves, I'm taking Rube and Smitty to the Knotty Pine jail.
You'll never make it, Ranger.
I'll make it all right, mister. Even if I have to use a tank. Now, either you disperse and go home, or I'll take drastic steps to make you.
How do we know justice will be given to those two hot...
Yeah, how do we know that?
You have my word for it.
His word. That's a good one.
Yes, it is a good one. Because it's a promise not only as an officer of the law, but as a Christian.
You're a Christian, Ranger?
That's right.
You can believe Bill Jefferson. He's never gone back on his word in all the years I've known him.
All right. That's good enough for me. Let's go home, men.
When's the inquest going to be held?
I haven't talked with the coroner yet. The day and time will be posted.
Okay. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm going home.
Okay, George.
Stumpy, for a minute I thought we were going to have a shooting brawl on our hands.
Yeah, we can shoot if we have to, Sonny, but we learned a long time ago that God is a lot more powerful than anything we can do.
Bill, what you hope to prove by reenacting accident?
I'm not sure yet, Grey Wolf. I have a couple of points in mind. Well, they're coming in close now. You're ready to push that stuffed dummy in front of the car when I give you the word.
Hot rod almost here.
All right, now. Okay, Smitty. That was just what I wanted.
That's just how I stopped, Bill. It all happened so fast, but I'm sure that's just as near as I can come to what actually happened.
That's fine, Smitty. Thanks a lot. Grey Wolf, you escort the boys back to their garage and return them to jail. Ralph and I are going to Knotty Pine to see the coroner.
what's your honest opinion about this case?
Not quite ready to make a statement yet, Rudy. I need one more piece to finish the jigsaw puzzle.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
A court order for a post-mortem on Sam Potter's body.
Do you think it will show something?
I don't know, Rudy. That's why I'm asking for it.
All right, Bill. I'll sign the order.
Well, here's the place, Ralph.
Bill, how'd you find out Jim Land was Sam Potter's doctor?
Sid told me. Hello, Jim.
Well, Bill Jefferson has a living breathe. And Ralph Mitchell.
Hello, Dr. Land.
Well, come in, don't just stand there.
Well, I'm sorry, Jim, but I got a lot to do.
Busy, huh? Hey, what's that piece of paper you got there, Bill?
Court order for a post-mortem on Sam Potter's body.
Oh, you won't need that.
You mean?
Yeah, I'll testify at the inquest, gladly.
Oh, fine. I'll call you to the witness stand first thing. Thanks a lot, Jim. Bye. To determine the means by which Samuel Potter met his death. Coroner Rudolph Gordon presiding for the county of Canyon and the village of Big Pine. Spectators will not make comment, pro or con, as the principals involved are interrogated. Coroner Gordon.
As coroner, I'm setting aside the usual practice, and I'm asking Ranger Bill Jefferson to present the salient facts in the case. All right? Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Coroner. First, I'd like Dr. James Land to take the stand, please. Dr. Land, you've been attending the deceased for some years because of a physical ailment. Is that right?
That is correct.
What was the physical impairment?
Heart disease, angina.
Jim, I served you with a court order to make a post-mortem on the deceased Sam Potter. Why did you say it wouldn't be necessary, since the order was in conjunction with this inquest?
Because, Bill, I already knew how Sam Potter died.
How did Sam Potter die, Jim?
He died from a heart attack.
If the spectators will not come to order right now, I'll clear the inquiry room. Well, if this uproar occurs again, I'll have the Rangers clear the room. All right. Proceed, Bill.
Thank you, Rudy. Dr. Land, how did you come to this conclusion?
I warned Sam to take it easy because his condition was getting worse. He wouldn't listen. When I heard about the accident, I went to the undertaker and looked at Sam's body. That was clear and positive symptoms of heart attack, despite the bruises.
Well, will you sign the death certificate as you've stated? Cause of death, heart attack, coronary insufficiency?
Certainly. That's what killed Sam, and that's what I'll put on the certificate.
Thank you, Jim. You may leave the stand. Now, I call to the stand Ranger Bill Jefferson, the arresting officer. Bill, I want you to explain what you found out regarding this case.
All right. As you can see, I have drawn on this blackboard a diagram of the scene of the accident. We know that the car was traveling between 20 and 25 miles an hour. That fact has been very carefully checked. The victim was here at the X mark. The car didn't have time to stop and avoid hitting the victim. However, Smitty's reflexes are rapid. Upon seeing Sam in front of him, he applied the brakes instantly. It's a fact that the car was going only 5 miles an hour when it hit the victim. There's no dent in the fenders or grill of the car, nor are there any paint fragments in the clothes. Sam was hit in midair by the car bumper as he toppled right into the path of the oncoming vehicle.
Now I remember, Bill. That's the way it was. He didn't exactly fall. He sort of toppled.
I've presented the evidence to an unbiased mind, which proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Sam's death was accidental. This concludes my presentation.
Then if Rube and Smitty didn't kill him, they ought to be punished for running from the scene of the accident.
I'm not making excuses for that, except that they're only boys and that they were frightened. How about you, mister?
Me?
You should know better, have been inciting riot and mob violence, obstructing justice, and invading the right of privacy. Did you have a search warrant when you broke into Smitty's garage and examined his car?
No, I didn't. I apologize. I made a mistake.
So did Rube and Smitty when they hit and ran. They've learned their lesson. And thanks to you, I'm sure they'll have nightmares about it for a long time.
Take it easy, Bill. As coroner of this county, I have heard the evidence and do now pronounce Sam Potter's death as being from natural causes, not because he was hit by the automobile driven by these two boys. I also waive any punishment recommendation to the court because the boys ran away, since I'm sure they've learned their lesson. This inquiry is concluded and adjourned.
We sure owe you a lot, Bill. You were great on the stand. I'll never forget you or the lesson we've learned.
I owe you the most thanks because I drove the car. Oh, boy. What a load you've lifted from my shoulders, Bill. I'll never forget the lesson you've taught us, either.
And what is that lesson, fellas? It's just this. Never run when you're in trouble, no matter how bad the circumstantial evidence. In this country, you're innocent until you're proved guilty.
Well, I was just as startled as you were when Bill presented the truth. But it was the truth, and that's what really counts. We'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Ranger Bill. Have you ever had your heart set on getting something and then was disappointed because someone else received it? By all rights, you should have gotten it, but somehow it was the other fellow who was given the break. How did you act in that situation? Did you take it gracefully, realizing that all things work together for good to those who love God? Or did you spunk up and act as though you never knew what Christian behavior really was? Well, this is exactly what happened to Ranger Ralph, who was due for a promotion when the next opening came along. But wait a minute. First thing you know, I'll be telling you the whole story. Here it is. Next in line.
Hi, Ralph. How are you?
Anything of earth-shaking importance take place while we were gone, Ralph?
No, nothing happened, Stumpy. Everything quiet. Oh, Bill, a letter came for you from Colonel Anders. Put it on your desk blotter. I thought it might be important.
Thanks, Ralph.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that you fellas are back, I'll run along home.
Okay, see you in the morning.
Right. So long, fellas.
Bye, Ralph.
Hello, Ralph.
From the size of that, looks like the colonel threw the book at you, Bill.
Well, what's it say?
Everybody quiet. Genius at work.
Henry, you full of monkey business today.
Well, okay, it's probably a good thing Ralph left when he did.
What do you mean?
What new?
Andy Thompson from the Mid-Central District is retiring the 1st of June, and Gil Zodkin from the Pennsylvania Eastern District is coming out here to fill the vacancy. Gil Zodkin?
Uh-oh. Ralph's going to be mad about that. By whose orders, Bill?
The man in Washington, I assume. Colonel Anders says his hands are tied by a top-level directive on both transfer and promotion. Woo! Ralph's liable to blow a fuse over this. He's the next in line, isn't he, Bill? Yes, he is, old-timer.
Wow. How do you like that? We're being invaded by a new boss ranger. There's going to be some fancy fireworks when this gets out.
One thing. You fellas keep this under your hat until I have a talk with all our men in the morning. Okay, fellas. Let's quiet down. I've just received a letter from Colonel Anders relative to some personnel changes. As most of you know, Andy Thompson is close to retirement. The date is June 1st. There's a ranger from the Pennsylvania Eastern District assigned to take Andy's place. This man's name is Gil Zodkin. Now, Colonel Anders wants him to visit us for a while to get an idea how we work out here. As you know, our method of operation is somewhat different. The colonel would like Gil to actually run things for a while under my supervision. This will be like a training course for him. He'll arrive day after tomorrow. That's it, men.
Well, I wish I were a mind reader right now, Stumpy.
Yeah, you and me both, honey. Boys are unhappy.
Bill, may I ask a question?
Sure. Go ahead, Tom.
What's happened to the rule of promotion by seniority? Has it been junked?
Not as far as I know, Tom.
Then whose bright idea is this? Colonel Anders?
No, Ed, it isn't his idea. The orders came from him, but he wrote and told me that he's guided by a top-level directive.
Bill?
Yes, Ralph?
This looks to me like a fellow doesn't have a chance to get ahead by hard work.
Well...
It's who you know, not what you know. I was to get the next promotion. Everyone knows it. And either I get it or I quit.
That's right. I thought the Forest Service was one place where influence didn't count.
Yeah, that's right.
Why should we train this new boss? Let him find out for himself.
Yeah, like all of us did, including yourself, Bill.
Fellas, I can understand how you feel about this. However, I'm just following orders like you. Yes, I have a few questions myself on this issue, and I intend to find out the facts. When I do, those facts will be passed on to you. In the meantime, I think the less said, the better. Till we've all had time to settle down and think this whole thing over and cool off.
There isn't going to be any cooling off, as far as I'm concerned, Bill. You'd better tell those big wheels they're going to be missing some rangers unless this is straightened out pronto.
That's right, Ralph. Well, back into the house.
You got that report finished, Henry?
Right now, Bill. You know, Bill, I can't get over the strong reaction that news from the colonel got out of the fellas. I've never seen them act that way before. Ralph didn't even come in after lunch, and he always does.
Well, I sent him out on the trail for today at least, Henry. Maybe you'll think differently about things out there.
Yeah, take it from me, fellers. There's a lot to this thing. More than meets the eye.
But plenty right, Stumpy. More than just facts that Ralph not get promotion.
I don't follow you. I was under the impression that all the fellas are angry because Ralph didn't get promoted since he's the next in line.
Well, that's all very true, pal. The hidden part of it is that all the rest of the men put themselves in Ralph's shoes.
Oh, you mean they're all saying to themselves, why should we work hard for so many years only to lose out in the end?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There's some reason why the Central Office is doing this. I don't think they should hold it back. It's not good psychology. You know, this is the sort of thing that shatters a man's dreams, his ambition. We all work for more than dollar wages. We work for prestige, importance, authority, reputation. Take those away, and dollar wages don't mean much, because a man's unhappy.
What do you think can be done about this? Maybe Colonel Andrews cleared up? What you plan to do, Bill?
I can't do a thing right at the moment. I'm as much in the dark as you fellas. And from Colonel Andrews' letter, it's plain that he's in the same boat. I think the best thing to do is wait and see what happens.
There's a ranger standing over there, Bill.
That must be the fella, Henry. Let's walk over and meet him. Help him with his bangs.
He fine-looking man. Clean cut.
Yep. Looks like he's got something under his hat besides hair.
Hey, he sees us.
Hello there. You Gil Zadkin?
Yes, I am. You're Bill Jefferson?
That's right, Gil. Shake. These are my assistants, Gray Wolf and Stumpy Jenkins. My friend, Henry Scott.
Hi, fellas.
How do you do, Mr. Zadkin?
Here, let us help you with your bags, Gil. We'll get over to headquarters.
That'll be fine. I appreciate your meeting me, Bill. It always helps in a strange place.
Well, it won't be strange for long, Gil. You know your way around in a couple of weeks.
Mark that 10 and 6, Ed.
Okay, Ralph.
Well, the new boss ranger must be here. There goes the 9-5.
Hey, there's the train. We got visitors.
Visitors. I'd just as soon punch that guy in the nose as look at him.
Now, wait a minute, Tom. That won't get us anywhere. Remember, we've got to behave ourselves, if only out of respect to Bill.
That's right, Tom. Bill's the best boss ranger on 2 feet. We don't want to hurt him if we can help it.
Yeah. Well, what I'd like to know is, how are you going to fight this, Ralph? All the fellas are pulling for you, 100%.
That's right. What you say goes, Ralph. Nobody in a big fat office a long ways from here is going to gyp you of your rights. If they do it to you, they'll do it to all of us.
Yeah, I know that. Let's bide our time, fellas. Wait and see what happens.
This ends the guided tour of headquarters, Gil. No charge, of course.
Well, there should be, the way you took me around. You fellas have a very impressive layout here. I should think you're ready for everything and anything.
This largest district in country. Plenty ground to cover.
I'm glad you said that, Gray Wolf. Bill, may I have a look at your maps?
You beat me to the draw, Gil. That's next on the list.
Let's see. How many maps have you got here on your rack, Bill?
10 altogether.
You used them all?
You see, we carry all the maps, so if we get lost following one, we can use the other 9 and hope to find a way again.
Yeah.
Stumpy, you have quite a sense of humor. Quite enjoyable.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Gil. He'll drive you to distraction now with his corny jokes.
Ah, you see here, Henry. You laugh almost as hard as I do at my own jokes. You know it.
Better take it easy, fellas. I'd like to get through showing Gil around so he can meet the men in the morning and start working on the trail with them. Let's have it quiet, fellas. There's no need for me to point out to you who Gil Zadkin is, since that's very obvious. Now, Gil isn't going to remember all your names, at first anyway. So I'll just introduce him to the 3 senior men. Then he'll meet the rest of you as he works along. Come on along, Gil. Gil, this is Tom Allen.
Hello. Hello, Tom.
And, Gil, this is Ed Freeberg.
Howdy.
I'm glad to meet you, Ed.
And this big hulking fella's Ralph.
So you're the new boss, Ranger, huh?
Well, not exactly yet, Ralph.
You can meet the rest of the fellas in a few minutes, Gil. Men, I want you to extend every courtesy to Gil as you would to me. In a few days, he'll be out on the trail, working with you as your boss. This is only temporary, of course. It's kind of training ground for Gil, so he can find out our problems firsthand and benefit from experiences with us when he leaves for his new post. But when Gil gives an order, it's the same as though I gave it. Is that understood?
Yeah.
Fine. And now I want you fellas to get acquainted with Gil. We'll be making a trail inspection first thing Monday morning.
You've got a fine group of rangers under your command, Bill.
Thanks, Gil. You'll find that they're well-seasoned veterans. Cool as cucumbers in the face of any emergency.
I could feel that. It's the impression you get from men who've been through a lot. Well, now if you'll excuse me, I've got to mail some letters. Also take a stroll around town on my own. So long, fellas.
Yeah,
So long, Gil. See ya.
Boy, talk about a refrigerator. Ralph, Ed, and Tom really were cold, weren't they?
You said it, young feller. The ice was a foot thick. The rest of the men weren't so bad, though.
I think whole thing come off better than expected, in spite of bad feelings.
Yeah, I agree, Grey Wolf. No comment, Bill?
Oh, I don't know what to say, fellas. I'm a little angry with our senior men. They know better than to act that way. I'm sure Gil felt it. That's why I wanted to take a walk. Sort of think things over.
Can you blame fellows too much, Bill?
Well, no, Grey Wolf, I can't. They have a point, all right. But that still doesn't excuse them for not acting more friendly to Gil.
Well, what do you think of him, Ralph?
Oh, I don't know. Seems like a nice enough fella, but I don't know. Think he's got any more on the ball than anybody else. Why should he get my promotion?
You're right, Ralph. I can't understand why they're breaking the seniority system in the Western Division. Personally, I think we ought to give the guy a bad time. Let the higher-ups know where we stand.
Yeah, well, what about Bill's orders? We don't want to hurt him if we can help it.
No, we don't have to stage a rebellion or anything like that. No, what I mean is heckle Gil in little ways. He'll only be here for a short while. Bill wants him to get experience. So that's just what we'll give him, huh, Ralph?
Yeah, that's the general idea, Ed. Let him know just how we operate. You fellas follow my cues. Pass the word to the boys to sort of goof things up for Gil. You know, nothing drastic, but good. Understand?
Sure. We'll call it his initiation into the Western Division.
Yeah.
Henry will take you out to where Ralph's working with the trail crews, Gil.
Good idea, Bill. I'd probably end up 10 miles off base myself. This will save time.
You got everything you need?
I think so.
If you want anything from here, have one of the fire tower boys call in, or else use the trail crew radio.
No, I'll do that, Bill. Should be back in 3 days.
Right. Don't forget to make out your daily reports. Okay, you better get going.
Yeah, so long.
So long, Gil.
I'll be back as soon as I can, Bill.
Hey, get up there! Ed, what's the matter with the men? Those stumps aren't regulation.
What do you mean they're not regulation? The men are cutting them off 2 feet from the ground, aren't they?
2-foot stumps aren't regulation, Ed, and you know it. We have trees back east, you know. Tell the men to get back over there and cut them over. Stop wasting the government's time. 1.5 feet this time, and be sure they keep them all that low.
1.5 feet? What are we making? A lawn?
Hey, Lefty! Yeah, what's the matter, Gil?
How wide are you plowing this fire lane?
Well, 75 feet. Why?
Why? What do you mean, why? You should know it's 90 feet.
Huh? Oh, okay, so I made a mistake. I'll make it as wide as you want it.
Ralph, when are the grazing permits report due in?
I think they're supposed to be in now, Gil.
What? Let me look at the schedule again. I haven't got it all down yet. Let's see. Tree plantings, wildlife diseases, flood control. Here it is. You're right, Ralph. They're due in today.
Well, they won't be.
You mean you haven't got them ready?
Nope.
Well, why? You knew they were due, didn't you?
I've got other things to do than make out reports.
How soon do you think you'll have them finished?
A couple of days.
Couple of days? Can't you
If
understand
that doesn't satisfy you, you can do them yourself.
You want to see me, Bill?
Yes, Gil. Sit down, will you? Gil, I've just got the grazing permits report this morning. Some things I wanted to ask you about. Footbridge over Otter Creek had to be torn down and rebuilt. Fire lanes were plowed wrong, had to be corrected. Signs warning tourists not to pester the bears aren't up yet. Guardrail on the trail Dead Man's Gorge only half completed. So on. How about it?
I guess I'm not cut out to be a boss ranger, Bill.
Nonsense, Gil. You wouldn't have been sent here for training if somebody didn't think you had it in you.
Why didn't Washington wait until Andy Thompson retired and then send me right into my new job?
That might be disastrous for you and the forest, Gil. If I were transferred to the Eastern Division, I'd want them to train me the way they're training you.
Oh, you're right. But running a forest out here is different in lots of ways than it is in the East. You have different problems here. Believe me, I've learned a lot this past week.
Glad to hear that, Gil. However, you haven't learned how to handle men. Gil, how would you handle this personnel problem if it happened when you take over Andy's district? That's why you're here, to give you training as a boss, not as a ranger necessarily. When you go to your new assignment, you got to be ready for anything.
Oh, what do you suggest I do?
Gil, my men are testing you, just as they did me when I first took over. Call their bluff. Don't let them push you around. Meet them face to face and talk straight from the shoulder. You'll have senior men in your new command.
All right. I'll take your advice. Thanks, Bill. Fellas, I've called you together to tell you that I've just been raked over the coals for not getting the job done either right or on time.
What's that got to do with us, Gil?
Plenty, Ralph. I know you're giving me the business. Let's call it testing.
What if we are? Can't you take it?
Yeah, Tom, I can take it. As long as your testing doesn't interfere with the job. We're here to get certain things done, and from now on, they're going to be done, or I'll know the reason why. Test me all you want. That's all right with me, as long as we get the job done. All these little errors and failures have got to stop, and stop right now. Okay. It's your turn to talk.
Okay, Gil. We'll take the heat off.
Yeah, let's give Gil a break, fellas.
All right. Say, Sonny, have you noticed something? By the way of things, Gil's got the boys moving right along. Yes, old-timer. I think Gil's finally got the man under control. They pushed him around for a while, but they've been called on it. Maybe the battle's over.
You think Ralph and the fellas have gotten over their resentment?
I hope so, pal. Resentment can eat at a man's spirit like a cancer. He hardly realizes it. Yeah, but other people realize it plenty quick.
Not true enough. Time will tell if fellows get over this.
Well, Gil's called their bluff. He has the control. Chances are that now they'll try and get that control away from him. Henry, have those reports arrived yet?
No, Bill, they haven't.
Just what I thought.
What do you mean? How would you know? You took Storm out for a fast run early this morning.
That's right, and I did that for a reason, pal.
Hey, you're angry.
Yes, I am. Get Ralph on the radio, will you? Tell him I want to see him at once. Hello, Ralph.
Hello, Bill. You wanted to see me?
Ralph, what's wrong?
What do you mean, what's wrong? Look, you know as well as I do, the fella hasn't got what it takes.
That isn't what I'm talking about, Ralph. I want to know what's wrong with you.
Me?
Yes, you. I mean, deep inside. Ralph, we've been friends going on 5 years. You're not only a ranger under my supervision, but a personal friend. I know you like a book. You're not acting like your old self. Ralph, you're a strong Christian. But it's my guess you've fallen into the trap of Satan.
I don't think my spiritual life is any of your business, Bill.
But what you do for the U.S. government is my business. You're next in line for promotion, Ralph.
Huh. You mean I was next in line for promotion?
However, with your present attitude, if an opening did come up, I wouldn't even recommend you for promotion.
You wouldn't, eh? Showing your friendship, I suppose, huh?
That's just why I wouldn't recommend you. Because I am your friend. Ralph, let's face it. You're filled with bitterness and resentment. Things haven't gone just the way you wanted it, so you're spunking.
Is that so? What is this? You're giving me a sermon?
No, Ralph, I'm not giving you a sermon. I'm talking straight from the shoulder about the terrific change for the worse that's come over you since Gil arrived. You've got to realize that we can't always have things our own way. Remember the lesson God taught Job?
Job? Yeah, there's a lesson you and the big guns over you need to be taught. You can't push senior men around.
God, he belongs to you. Deal with him as you would a son. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hey, Bill, phone's ringing.
Huh? Oh, I'll get it, Henry.
Boy, the way it's ringing, something must have happened.
Hello, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Bill, this is Ralph. I'm sorry I woke you up.
That's all right. What's wrong, Ralph?
Me. I know it's an unearthly hour, but can I talk to you? I mean, as soon as I can get to your house.
Well, of course, Ralph. Right over. I'll be waiting for you. Bye.
Bill, I had to come to see you. God has been giving me a terrible whipping. Now, I'm terribly sorry for what I've done and the way I've acted. Everything you said to me is true. I knew I was guilty. That's why I was so mean. The Lord wouldn't let me sleep until I came over here and apologized.
I accept your apologies, Ralph. Believe me, I understand how you feel. Maybe I would have felt the same way if I'd been in your shoes.
Thanks, Bill. You're a real friend in every sense of the word.
Thanks, Ralph.
And you can still help me, Bill, if you will.
Gladly. Just name it.
I'd like you to pray with me and ask the Lord to take the resentment out of my heart and put love and patience there. I want the Lord to give the patience that Job had.
Ralph, why are the fellas gathered around? They're supposed to be out working.
I called them in, Gil. There's something I want to say to you in front of them, if you'll let me.
Okay. What is it?
Well, Gil, the first thing I want to do is apologize for the things I've done to you and the way I've acted since you came on the job. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm the one who's been ringleading the special treatment you've been getting. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I must say anyway that I'm terribly sorry, and please accept my apologies. For the rest of your stay with us, you'll have my wholehearted cooperation, and I'll help you as much as I can.
Ralph, I appreciate what you've just done more than you know. It took a lot of courage. I most certainly will forgive you and accept your apology.
Thanks, Gil. Okay, fellas, let's get with it. Do the job we're supposed to do.
Well, Gil, I must say you done a fine job. Won a tough battle. Good for you.
Thanks, Bill. It's been a terrific experience. I've learned a whale of a lot about supervising men. To give credit where credit is due, Ralph, Tom, Nate, and all the rest of the men have been an invaluable help in showing me the special problems you have out here.
That's fine. Very happy it turned out the way it did.
You leave us in the morning for a new job. That right, Gil?
Yes, Grey Wolf, that's right. I'm sorry to have to leave you fellas, but, well, orders are orders.
Oh, you won't be so far away, Gil.
That's right, Sonny. We'll be working together.
Oh, hi, Ralph.
Hi, Ralph.
Hi, fellas. I'm sorry you have to leave us, Gil.
Thanks, Ralph. I'll be around to see you as often as I can.
I'm afraid Ralph won't be here then, Gil.
What's that, Bill?
What do you mean, Bill?
Ralph, here are new orders for you.
Huh? Well, what kind of orders?
Read them. They just came through.
Fellas, I've been promoted to take over the Southern District. Louis Hampton's going to division headquarters, and I'm taking his place. Oh, it sounds almost too good to be true.
It is true, Ralph. So you see, you really are next in line. Well, you can see, boys and girls, it never pays to jump to conclusions and think you've got all the answers. And in being bitter and resentful because things don't happen the way you'd like them to, you're only hurting yourself. Because the Lord may have bigger and better things planned for you. Well, see you next week for more adventure with...
Right!